At the tender age of 23, Han Feng is currently enrolled in a prestigious local university. Despite his family's impoverished circumstances, he excels academically and possesses remarkable talent. Consequently, he aspires to secure a reputable job upon graduation and even entertain the prospect of marrying a city girl, which seems well within his reach. In fact, Han Feng has garnered a considerable following of female admirers at school, having captivated them with a beautifully crafted poem. Even the school's belle, Lin Shuai, has developed a fondness for him, boldly declaring her intention to date him, an arrangement that inevitably led to complications. Though Han Feng lacks wealth, he possesses a strong sense of integrity. In a moment of desperation, he seized a brick and struck Ding Lei on the forehead, resulting in Ding Lei's immediate demise. Consequently, Han Feng was arrested on charges of murder. Lin Shuai sought to leverage her father's connections to expedite Han Feng's release, but Ding Lei's family wielded greater power, and Han Feng was sentenced to death, with execution scheduled for 3 days hence. During this time, he could do nothing but endure the confines of his prison cell. As the convoy transported Han Feng to prison, an unforeseen event occurred. A bolt of lightning struck the vehicle he was in, leading to a catastrophic explosion. Just as Han Feng believed his life was at an end, a bucket of icy water doused him, jolting him awake. He shivered, regaining consciousness to find himself in a damp, cold dungeon, illuminated by the faint glow of old oil lamps. He was bound to an iron pillar, his shirt torn away, revealing numerous whip marks on his back. Sha Feng, surrender the family's secret scroll, or you shall meet your demise. Before Han Feng sat 5 imposing elders, their authority palpable, flanked by hundreds of individuals who regarded him with hatred, as if eager to devour him alive. Sha Feng, I shall ask you once more, will you relinquish the scroll or not? The chorus of demands echoed ominously. Sha Feng? Who is this individual? A searing pain spread through Han Feng's head as 2 disparate memories began to intertwine, and Sha Feng gradually comprehended the unfolding narrative. After the lightning strike, he had not perished. Instead, he found himself transported to another realm, inhabiting the body of a youth named Sha Feng. This place was none other than the Shao family's prison, designated for interrogating family traitors. Sha Feng's transgression was the theft of the family's most vital secret scroll. This wretch has hidden away the family scroll and refuses to hand it over. Do you not realize this scroll is a treasured legacy from our ancestors, the very cornerstone of our clan? How could he, the son of the clan leader, betray us in such a manner? The leader has sought renowned physicians to restore his son's powers, only to be repaid with treachery. This scoundrel has already brought shame upon the Shao family, and now he has stolen the scroll. If we do not execute him, the people's fury will be insurmountable. The venomous curses left Han Feng bewildered. Though he understood he had crossed into another world, many details remained elusive. Through the memories he assimilated, Han Feng learned that the youth named Sha Feng led an extraordinary life. Originally the favored heir of the Shao family, lauded as their greatest talent, he had attained the 9th rank of body refinement by the tender age of 12, an exceedingly rare feat within the entire town. Many families sought to arrange marriages with him, eager to bask in his future glory. Sha Feng shared a close bond with Lin Meyer, leading to an engagement between the Shao and Lin families. However, a year prior, while out on an adventure with Lin Meyer, Sha Feng fell victim to an ambush by 5 formidable warriors at the 9th rank of spiritual martial arts. To protect Lin Meyer, he resolved to confront the assailants alone, resulting in the crippling of his dantian and the shattering of his meridians, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. In a bid to restore Shaofeng's abilities, his father, Shaohua, expended vast sums to enlist multiple alchemists, yet their efforts proved futile. An elderly alchemist informed Shaohua that two avenues existed for restoring the dantian and meridians. The first required the elusive dragon's blood, which, when combined with medicinal pills, could rejuvenate the dantian and meridians. However, dragons were mythical creatures seldom seen by the inhabitants of Hangzhou, with legends only surfacing in the treacherous Hanhai oasis, realm rife with perilous beasts and demonic entities. The second option involved the fruit of the Bodhi tree, which could directly heal the shattered dantian and meridians. However, the Bodhi tree bore fruit only once every 30 years under strict conditions, and its existence was confined to the Western Paradise, realm accessible solely to the powerful or the fortunate. Upon learning of the possibility to restore Shaofeng's dantian and meridians, Shaohua departed the Shao family home, embarking on a quest for dragon's blood or the Bodhi fruit. Whether he ventured to the Hanhai oasis or the Western Paradise remained unknown. During Shaohua's absence, Shaofeng's status plummeted. Former admirers turned their backs, leaving him to grasp the harsh realities of life. Yet, the saga did not end there. Following Shaohua's departure, Lin Meyer's father, accompanied by several elders from the Lin family, approached the Shao family to annul the engagement. Lin Meyer vehemently opposed the dissolution, leading her father, Lin Shao, to confine her to their home, forbidding her from leaving without his permission. After securing Lin Meyer in her quarters, Lin Shao marched to the Shao residence. In Lin Shao's view, Shaofeng's chances of restoring his dantian and meridians were nil. He refused to let his daughter waste her life on a cripple, demanding that Shaofeng refrain from seeking Lin Meyer again and from appearing within the Lin family's territory, threatening violence should he do so. Under the dual pressures from the Shao family and Lin Shao, Shaofeng was coerced into signing the annulment. The previous night, Shaofeng was struck unconscious, and by a twist of fate, he was possessed by the soul of Hangfeng from Huaxia. Though the opportunity for a brighter future had presented itself, the location of Shaofeng's unconsciousness was atop the Shao family's library, where a scroll containing secrets even Shaohua could not decipher had gone missing, its box discovered in Shaofeng's possession. This led to Shaofeng's immediate interrogation by the 5 elders of the Shao family. It was evident that a conspiracy was afoot. If even Shaohua could not discern the scroll's contents, there was no way a crippled Shaofeng could. Any reasonable person would recognize his innocence, yet the 5 elders of the Shao family were resolute in their belief of his guilt. Shaofeng's grandfather had been in seclusion for years, engrossed in his own cultivation, oblivious to the Shao family's affairs. Among the 6 sons, Shaohua possessed the greatest talent, thus inheriting the position of clan leader. Shaofeng's uncle had expressed dissatisfaction on the day of the inheritance, yet had remained restrained out of respect for the elder. Shaofeng, rest assured, if the Shao family fails to eliminate me today, I shall repay this grievance in the future. From this day forth, Hangfeng shall embody Shaofeng, and Shaofeng shall be Hangfeng. Perhaps bolstered by Hangfeng's vow, the remnants of Shaofeng's consciousness began to fade, allowing their memories to merge harmoniously. Shaofeng, will you surrender the family scroll or not? If you refuse to comply, according to family law, you shall lose your limbs and face a lingering death. However, should you confess, the severity of your punishment may be mitigated. A middle-aged man with a predatory gaze approached, Wielding a gleaming blade was Shaozang, the fourth elder of the Shao family. His close ties with the eldest elder, Shaozhu, were an open secret. I have not stolen any scroll. How could I possibly hand it over? Do you not find your theatrics rather lacking? A man incapable of cultivation has no need for a scroll that even his own father cannot comprehend. Despite the excruciating pain from the whip marks on his back, Shao Feng's words rang with conviction, akin to an indictment against the five elders. The elders' expressions darkened momentarily before returning to their previous demeanor. Shaozang addressed the assembled disciples of the Shao family. Everyone believes we have oppressed Shao Feng since Shao Hua's departure. In truth, we have cared for him. However, this wretch has not only been ungrateful but has also stolen the family's scroll. The box containing the scroll has been found on him, yet the scroll's whereabouts remain unknown. We granted him an opportunity, yet he failed to appreciate it. Therefore, I, Shaozang, must adhere to the clan's laws and sever his limbs before demanding the scroll's location. Sever! 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 The disciples of the Shao family echoed in unison. Coldly surveying the crowd, Shao Feng etched their mocking expressions into his memory. Shao Feng, you have incurred the wrath of the people. Do not blame me. With a sinister laugh, Shaozang swung his blade toward Shao Feng's arm.
Chapter 2, The Transformation of Gods and Demons. The moment the blade grazed Shao Feng's right arm, an unexpected calamity unfolded. A dark and oppressive aura erupted from within Shao Feng, striking Shaozang with such force that he was hurled against the wall, leaving a deep indentation. He was left gasping for breath, the essence of this aura being both strange and terrifying. Retreat! Commanded Shaozhu, prompting a frantic dispersal among the onlookers. Leaving only the bound Shao Feng behind. Could it be that a formidable expert had secretly healed Shao Feng? Had that wretched creature feigned weakness all along? Elder Wu inquired. Unlikely. This aura is exceedingly bizarre, unlike any techniques known within Han Prefecture. It bears the hallmarks of demonic interference. As he recalled the impact that had grievously injured Shaozang, a flicker of trepidation crossed Shaozhu's eyes. Given that Shaozhu and Shaozang were of similar cultivation, had he wielded the blade, it would likely have been him lying on the ground now. Elder, what should we do next? A voice among the younger generation of the Shao family broke the tension. Our only option is to burn Shao Feng alive. If this boy grows in power, we shall be the ones to suffer the consequences. Who among you will fetch some willow wood to incinerate him? Why are you still standing there? Hurry and find the wood. Shaozhu barked. Several younger members responded promptly, hastening out of the dungeon. Unbeknownst to them, Shao Feng remained oblivious to their discourse. Having succumbed to unconsciousness the moment that ominous aura manifested. You have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence here for far too long. An emotionless voice resonated within the depths of Shao Feng's consciousness. Shao Feng hastily began to probe the condition of his spiritual palace, only to be startled by the scene before him. Contrary to a realm of darkness, his spiritual palace was dominated by an imposing black palace that stood majestically. The voice he had heard emanated from this very palace. Are you the one speaking to me? He inquired. If not me, then who else? The voice responded again, urging. Come into the palace, I have matters to discuss with you. Shao Feng sensed that the owner of this voice harbored no malice. For with just a hint of their aura, they could have easily incapacitated him, let alone him, an individual incapable of cultivation. Within the palace sat a skeletal throne, upon which a middle-aged man clad in black armor was seated. You have arrived. I am Ying Tian, though you may also refer to me as the demon god. I have been calling you from within this palace for many years. I never expected that today you would heed my summons, Ying Tian stated directly. Noticing the confusion etched on Shao Feng's face, he added with a smile, there is no need for you to be overly anxious. I have summoned you today merely to impart my techniques to you, for my time is limited, and I must seek out the ancestral figure of the Shao family. But, Senior, your current state is merely consciousness, isn't it? Given your formidable strength, why do you exist in my spiritual palace in this form? Shao Feng questioned, perplexed. Ying Tian paused momentarily before responding earnestly, if you wish to uncover the truth, you must agree to do something for me. Speak, Senior. If it lies within my capabilities, I shall endeavor to fulfill it, Shao Feng replied. Assist me in avenging your ancestors. Is this within your power? Ying Tian asked. Shao Feng hesitated for a moment, then smiled wryly. Forgive my bluntness, but my dantian and meridians are shattered. I am utterly incapable of cultivation and lack the ability to assist you. Fear not, for I can impart a technique that requires no dantian for cultivation. As for your meridians, if you agree to seek vengeance, I can aid in their restoration. Although Ying Tian's physical form had been destroyed, he still possessed the ability to mend meridians. Shao Feng felt a glimmer of hope. But soon his smile faded into another bitter expression. Senior, is your enemy, who bears a grudge against my ancestors, exceedingly powerful? Even if I were to cultivate, encountering someone of a much higher realm would render me utterly defenseless. Indeed, they are formidable, existing beyond the reach of our continent's confines. Years have passed. If he still lives, his realm must have ascended, and his power will undoubtedly be greater. Ying Tian replied. Shao Feng could scarcely fathom the existence of beings transcending the realms he understood. If one were to describe them with terms from a previous life, only the word divine would suffice. Perceiving Shao Feng's unease, Ying Tian reassured him, do not worry excessively. Seeking those individuals before you possess sufficient strength would only lead to your demise. Wait until you have attained considerable power before you assist us in our quest for vengeance. Senior, it is not that I am unwilling to help, but my cultivation has languished for many years. Catching up to others is exceedingly difficult, let alone reaching the heights you envision. Shao Feng replied, feeling somewhat at a loss, finding the goal of aiding Ying Tian in revenge to be exceedingly distant. Young man, why do you dither so? You are not at all like your esteemed ancestor. Ying Tian spoke with a hint of disdain, remarking that your ancestor once prophesied that among future descendants, there would be one of exceptional talent. Yet this individual would encounter 5 significant tribulations, the first being the destruction of their dantian and meridians. Is it not you, young man, to whom this refers? Shao Feng furrowed his brow. If his ancestors' calculations were indeed accurate, the person Ying Tian spoke of was undoubtedly himself. However, after years of neglect, swiftly enhancing his strength would not be a simple endeavor. Ying Tian, perceiving Shao Feng's thoughts, calmly reassured him, stating, there is no need for concern. As long as you inherit my techniques, elevating your power will be effortless. Moreover, your opportunities extend beyond this alone. Ying Tian deliberately left a suspenseful pause before continuing. Do you not wish to escape this cursed dungeon? Predecessor Ying Tian, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Feeling a sharp pain coursing through him, Shao Feng gritted his teeth and bowed toward the skeletal throne. After approximately an hour, the pain subsided, allowing Shao Feng the energy to delve into the technique that Ying Tian had imparted to him. The technique was titled Reverse Kill God Demon Transformation, a unique creation of Ying Tian. With this very technique, he had unified the entire Hanhai Oasis. The most wondrous aspect of Reverse Kill God Demon Transformation is that it does not require the storage of energy within the dantian. Rather, upon mastering this technique, 12 divine demon orbs would manifest within the body, serving as the reservoirs of energy. Even more astonishingly, these orbs can be externally released to confound adversaries, leading them to perceive the individual as one of limited strength. The reverse killing of gods and demons encompasses a total of 9 levels of cultivation techniques, with the first level teaching practitioners how to condense the divine demon pearl within their bodies. As one ascends through the levels, the complexities increase. At present, Shao Feng cannot utilize the higher level techniques, his primary goal is to quickly cultivate the divine demon pearl. Only by solidifying his foundation at this initial level can he hope to grow more formidable in the future. Bound to an iron pillar, Xiao Feng is unable to sit cross-legged in meditation, thus he resorts to closing his eyes and focusing his mind. Approximately 5 minutes later, a peculiar phenomenon occurs. Surrounding him are 12 black pearls, floating in the air. As Xiao Feng's eyelids flutter, he distinctly senses a connection with certain substances in his vicinity. Suddenly opening his eyes, he witnesses the 12 black pearls swirling around him. With a thought, the pearls, as if animated, dart from Xiao Feng's chest into his body. A wild joy surges within him. After years of feeling powerless, he finally steps into the realm of cultivation. In reverse killing of gods and demons. Every level of cultivation yields an additional 2 divine demon pearls. Upon completing all 9 levels, he will possess 108 divine demon pearls within him, each equivalent to an independent dantian. However, as Xiao Feng revels in this moment, discordant noises emerge from outside the torture chamber. Several younger members of the Xiao family enter, burdened with a pile of wood that they fill the chamber with. Following them, Xiao Ju strides in, brandishing a torch. A grim expression crosses Xiao Feng's face. He realizes the malicious intent of these scoundrels. They plan to burn him alive. Yet, what Xiao Ju does not comprehend is that Xiao Feng has undergone a profound transformation and is no longer the powerless individual he once was. Chapter 3. Purging the Xiao clan. As Xiao Ju prepared to ignite the flames, a robust figure abruptly burst into the scene, seizing the torch from his grasp. This imposing individual was Yi Zhan, the protector of Xiao Hua. Xiao Ju, you treacherous fiend! Taking advantage of the absence of the clan leader to harm the young master. Who does not know of your ambition for the leader's position? As long as I, Yi Zhan, am here today, you shall not lay a finger on the young master. He bellowed. Aside from Yi Zhan, the remaining onlookers regarded the confrontation with indifference. Many believed that Yi Zhan had chosen a most inappropriate moment to display his loyalty. The consolidation of power by Xiao Ju within the Xiao clan was an irreversible reality. Opposing him would lead only to demise. Yi Zhan, you should leave. This is not a place for you, Xiao Feng thought, feeling a flicker of gratitude for this brave man who dared to speak on his behalf amidst such chaos. Yi Zhan, if you pledge your loyalty to me, I shall overlook today's events. Xiao Ju retorted with a mocking laugh. Cease your nonsense. As long as I draw breath, you shall not harm the young master today. Yi Zhan roared, charging directly at Xiao Ju. Seek your own demise, then do not blame me, Xiao Ju declared. Waving his hand, a man disguised as a guard surged from the crowd, aiming a lethal strike at Yi Zhan's head. If you dare to kill Yi Zhan today, I shall ensure that all of you accompany him to the grave. A thunderous voice rang out, causing the weapon in the guard's hand to clatter to the ground. The source of that formidable declaration was none other than Xiao Feng. Xiao Ju and his companions were left astounded. They had not anticipated that the seemingly powerless Xiao Feng could unleash such formidable force with a single shout. Merely a bluff. I shall take matters into my own hands. Xiao Ju clasped the dagger at his waist, and a black blade shot forth, embedding itself in Yi Zhan's abdomen. Yi Zhan clutched his wound and sank to the ground, gasping for breath. You seek death. The 12 divine demon orbs surged with formidable energy, enveloping Xiao Feng in an overwhelming aura. What is happening? Wasn't he supposed to be a useless wretch? How could he emanate such tremendous power? The onlookers murmured in astonishment, and even Xiao Ju was taken aback. Suddenly, the sound of shattering metal echoed as the iron chains binding Xiao Feng shattered into pieces. The dark iron chains had been broken. Gasps of disbelief filled the crowd. Freed from his restraints, Xiao Feng surged forth like a tiger unleashed, his sword radiating magical energy, aimed directly at Xiao Ju's heart. Realizing the impending danger, Xiao Ju hastily pulled the previously mentioned guard in front of him as a shield. Yet, Xiao Feng's finger pierced through the guard's heart. The members of the Xiao family were left in a state of utter bewilderment, unable to fathom that a so-called waste could harbor such immense strength. brother Yijan. Are you all right? Seeing the blood gushing from Yijan's wound, Xiao Feng gently pressed his finger upon the injury, transferring a sliver of energy to staunch the bleeding. Though Xiao Feng's gaze was fearsome, Xiao Ju feigned composure and declared, "Whoever dares to bring me Xiao Feng's head shall be rewarded with 3 vials of spirit concentration liquid." The spirit concentration liquid is a potion of great benefit to the body, distributed only once a year by the Xiao family, with each individual allowed a maximum of 1 vial. Thus, the offer of 3 vials was undeniably a significant temptation. Under the lure of substantial wealth, valiant souls inevitably emerge. Indeed, 2 guards could not resist the temptation of the spirit-gathering liquid and stepped forward. Xiao Feng cast a glance. Both guards were at the 9th level of body refinement, and with even a sliver of opportunity, they could ascend to the next realm. Thus, in their quest for breakthrough, they sought to obtain the spirit-gathering liquid to take a gamble. Although Xiao Feng had no desire to slay the guards of the Xiao family, a few sacrifices were necessary to serve as a deterrent. The 2 guards drew their curved blades from their waists and charged at Xiao Feng. The blade energy entwined around their weapons seemed poised to obliterate him. However, Xiao Feng did not flinch, just as the curved blades approached him. He swiftly grasped both blades with his hands. With a powerful squeeze, the blades were instantly reduced to fragments. Without pausing, he unleashed a dual punch that struck directly at the heads of the 2 guards. Their skulls were shattered on the spot, blood splattering across the ground. In an instant, the arena fell into a profound silence. Even Xiao Ju's face turned the hue of a pig's liver. These 2 guards, possessing the 9th level of body refinement, had been effortlessly slain by Xiao Feng with a single blow. It is worth noting that merely minutes ago, Xiao Feng was considered a worthless individual devoid of any cultivation. In this continent, there exists a strict hierarchy of cultivation levels, with the first 4 being body refinement, creation, spirit martial, and yang void. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels, and typically, one person can defeat opponents up to 3 levels higher than themselves. Yet, Xiao Feng undeniably shattered this conventional norm. With a single strike, he obliterated the heads of 2 guards at the 9th level of body refinement, a feat that even those that the creation realm could not accomplish. These individuals cannot fathom how Xiao Feng, once deemed insignificant, has suddenly acquired such formidable power. It must be the enigmatic aura. The demon is undoubtedly affixed to Xiao Feng. 2nd brother, 5th brother, 6th brother, let us unite and eliminate this wretched creature possessed by the demon. It must be said, Xiao Ju's talent for slander is truly exceptional. I apologize, eldest brother, but I shall refrain from participating in this battle. The 2nd elder suddenly interjected. What do you mean by that, 2nd brother? Xiao Ju inquired, taken aback. Eldest brother, it was you who orchestrated the infiltration of the library of scriptures to steal the secret scroll and frame Xiao Feng for it. Now that 3rd brother has been missing for an extended period, you seek to usurp the position of the family head. However, eldest brother, you lack the capability to manage the Xiao family adequately. Do you comprehend the turmoil your actions will bring upon us? For the sake of the Xiao family, I advise you to cease this endeavor. I believe if you stop now, Xiao Feng will certainly hold no grudges against you. Upon hearing the 2nd elder's words, astonishment spread among the crowd. 2nd brother, are you speaking the truth? 5th elder and 6th elder inquired in unison. The 2nd elder nodded, revealing that this was a scheme concocted between the eldest brother and 4th brother, aimed at seizing the position of family head. Traitor! I shall slay you! With the truth now unveiled, Xiao Ju was beside himself with rage, intent on taking the 2nd elder's life. Uncle, are you attempting to silence him through murder? Xiao Feng remarked with a cold smile, seizing Xiao Ju's outstretched hand. Impudent wretch, do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? If you win, I shall immediately depart from the Xiao family. If you lose, you shall die. Xiao Ju spat vehemently. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Xiao Feng remarked with a cold smile. Before Ying Tian's consciousness faded, he imparted to Xiao Feng that the dark palace within his mind's realm was indeed a treasure. However, Xiao Feng was currently unable to extract this palace, though he could utilize it intermittently. Xiao Zhu wasted no time, a surge of gun shadows erupted, exuding a menacing aura as they aimed directly at Xiao Feng's head. This maneuver harbored formidable power, capable of claiming Xiao Feng's life upon impact. Yet, before the gun shadows could reach him, Xiao Feng sprang into action, swiftly retrieving a knife from the ground and hurling it with precision. Infused with demonic energy, the blade tore through the layers of gun shadows, hurtling towards Xiao Zhu with astonishing speed. Xiao Zhu, caught unawares, could only summon spiritual energy to form a protective barrier around himself. Bang! The knife struck the protective barrier, resulting in a thunderous explosion as it shattered. Gathering energy in his palm, Xiao Zhu attempted to withstand the onslaught of Xiao Feng's blade, but his efforts lasted only a fleeting moment before the energy dissipated, and the blade plunged downwards, piercing through Xiao Zhu's right arm. Fear gripped Xiao Zhu. He could not fathom the reason behind Xiao Feng's sudden transformation. All he desired now was to survive. Good nephew, it is all my fault. I was consumed by the desire for the position of family head. I implore you to grant me my life. I promise to assist you wholeheartedly in the future, without any ulterior motives regarding the position of family head. As Xiao Feng was about to respond, a messenger arrived. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, the messenger found himself at a loss as to whom to report. Xiao Zhu shot him a glare. What is it? Report directly to the young master. Young master, the Lin family has arrived. Upon hearing of their presence, Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. In the past, when his dantian was rendered useless, Lin Xiao had led several experts from the Lin family to the Xiao residence to annul their engagement and forbade any contact between Xiao Feng and Lin Mir. Xiao Feng had longed for an opportunity to clarify matters directly with Lin Xiao, yet he had been unable to voice his grievances due to a lack of strength. Now, having cultivated the reverse-killing divine transformation, he was no longer the useless individual he once was. Today presented the perfect opportunity to elucidate all these matters to Lin Xiao. Chapter 4. The Chaotic Sea of Demons. The thought of seeing Lin Mir again invigorated Xiao Feng, prompting him to stride towards the main hall of the Xiao household. A perceptive attendant quickly fetched garments for Xiao Feng to don. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and assist Yijan in his treatment, Xiao Zhu chided, following closely behind Xiao Feng as they exited the prison. With the support of 2 guards, Yijan grumbled and departed. As Xiao Feng's figure materialized in the grand hall, Lin Xiao was taken aback. He was astonished to see that several elders from the Xiao family stood respectfully behind Xiao Feng, awaiting his commands. To what do I owe the honor of the Lin family head's visit to my Xiao family today? Xiao Feng inquired. He held no particular affection for Lin Xiao, his future father-in-law. Lin Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Nephew, I have come today seeking your assistance. What matter could compel the head of the Lin family to visit personally? I have severed all ties with your family, Xiao Feng replied coldly. Lin Xiao stiffened, and before he could respond, Lin Chou burst into the room, seizing Xiao Feng by the collar and bellowing, You scoundrel! Where have you hidden my sister? Unbridled audacity! Do you think you can manipulate my family's young master? The tension escalated as Xiao Zhu and the others prepared to erupt. With a mere wave of his hand, Xiao Feng silenced them, inquiring about Mir's predicament. Lin Xiao nodded in affirmation, stating, Chour, release him, Mir is not here. Lin Xiao had already extended his consciousness, failing to detect Mir's presence within the Xiao residence. Even Xiao Feng exuded no trace of energy fluctuation, appearing as though he remained the same individual who had been stripped of his dantian and meridians. After exiting the dungeon, Xiao Feng had unleashed all 12 divine demon orbs, rendering him oblivious to everything. Didn't you claim Mir was safe at home? How could she possibly be missing? Xiao Feng inquired, suppressing his mounting frustration. It's all your fault, Lin Chou bellowed. For your sake, Mir left a letter and ventured into the Chaos Demon Sea. A collective gasp echoed through the hall as the countenance of everyone in the Xiao family transformed, and Xiao Feng inhaled sharply. Everyone understood the perilous nature of the Chaos Demon Sea. Within the expanse of the Hanhai Oasis, demons existed in two forms, one as tightly knit clans, and the other as solitary wanderers. Each of these demons was formidable, sought after by various tribes. Such demons proliferated in the Chaos Demon Sea. As Lin Xiao spoke, he retrieved a brocade box from his storage ring. This is a small token from our Lin family. We hope it aids your success. What is this? Xiao Feng inquired with curiosity. Dear nephew, this is a century-old blood jade. Lin Zhao's address towards Xiao Feng underwent a transformation. He opened the brocade box, and a surge of blood-red light erupted forth, infused with an overwhelming essence of spiritual energy, almost tangible in its presence. Xiao Feng's gaze sharpened. Blood jade was inherently a treasure of great rarity. It required not only exquisite jade but also the blood of a demon beast for infusion. A century-old blood jade is steeped in the blood of a demon beast that has lived for 100 years. A piece of fine blood jade can sustain a cultivator from the body refinement realm to the spiritual martial realm and beyond. The piece Lin Xiao produced was indeed a top-tier century-old blood jade. Father, this blood jade was a gift meant for you. I have asked you for it countless times, yet you never parted with it. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao reveal the blood jade, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. Silence! Lin Xiao reprimanded. However, he possesses no cultivation, giving it to him would be a waste. Lin Qiu murmured with dissatisfaction. Xiao Feng, having cultivated the reverse slaughtering demon transformation, bore a visage far superior to that of yesteryears, and even Lin Qiao's hushed tones reached his ears. Though Xiao Feng harbored resentment towards Xiao Zhu and Xiao Zong, he held a disdain for several other elders as well. He nonetheless acknowledged that the Xiao family was the culmination of his grandfather and father's efforts. He was reluctant to see it tarnished. Thus, before his departure, Xiao Feng placed restrictions on several elders and discreetly arranged for Yi Zhan to monitor the movements of Xiao Zhu and the others. Should any unusual occurrences arise, Xiao Feng could activate the restrictions to obliterate the souls of Xiao Zhu and his ilk. The individuals aboard the massive vessel divided into two factions. One comprised the cultivators from Hanzhou, while the other consisted of the demon clan from the Hanhai Oasis. Sir, our young lady requests your presence. Originally, Xiao Feng stood upon the deck, deep in contemplation regarding his next steps upon arriving at the Hanxi Oasis, when a woman's voice abruptly shattered his reverie. A lady clad in a flowing green robe stood behind him, introducing herself. I am Sui Yonk, and our young mistress wishes to make your acquaintance. I apologize, but I am unfamiliar with your young mistress. If she desires to see me, she may come forth herself, Xiao Feng replied. Sir, the martial arts you practice do not belong to Han Prefecture, do they? Sui Yonk's words ignited a surge of lethal intent within Xiao Feng. In the realm of Han Prefecture, practitioners of demonic arts were exceedingly rare, with only the demonic sect engaging in such practices. However, the sect's reputation was notorious, inciting widespread disdain throughout Han Prefecture, and Xiao Feng's own cultivation of the reverse kill divine demonic transformation fell within the category of demonic arts. Yonk, do not be rude, another woman interjected. Sui Yonk respectfully responded, Third miss. Xiao Feng turned to observe, and he was utterly taken aback. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Mir. Unlike Lin Mir, who resembled an innocent young girl, this woman exuded an alluring and enchanting aura. I am Mo Linger. Before Mo Linger could finish her sentence, a sudden gasp echoed across the deck. A surge of black light erupted in the eastern sky, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. The crowd on the deck swelled, all eyes drawn irresistibly to the mesmerizing black radiance. Make way! The guards responsible for the ship's safety urged, parting the throng to clear a path for four middle-aged men behind them. Among the four men, the one leading the way was Wan Chonghai, a military marquis of Hanzhou. followed closely by 3 skilled experts loyal to him. Upon witnessing the ominous black light, Wan Chenghai's expression shifted dramatically. Could it possibly be a spatial rift? As this realization dawned, many on the deck displayed palpable fear. The connection point between Hanzhou and the Hanhai Oasis was notoriously unstable. And during the passage of the colossal vessel, they occasionally encountered spatial rifts, which manifested in 2 forms: spatial turbulence and spatial storms. Should they encounter spatial turbulence, a united effort could potentially see them through, but if it were a spatial storm, what shall we do, military marquis? Inquired the Elder of Poison. For now, our only recourse is to unite the strength of those on the deck and see if we can prevent the rift from widening. Wan Chenghai feigned calmness. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the uncertainty of whether the spatial rift concealed turbulence or a storm. As Wan Chenghai spoke, his words were keenly absorbed by Xiao Feng. On his first visit to the Hanhai Oasis, Xiao Feng had encountered a spatial rift, which intensified his concern for Lin Mir. From Wan Chenghai's discourse, Xiao Feng gleaned a general understanding of the spatial rift. There were 3 pivotal points regarding the spatial rift. First, it was indeed present at the juncture of Hanzhou and the Hanhai Oasis. Second, beyond the rift lay an even greater peril. And third, there was a possibility that formidable demonic beasts might emerge from the rift, wreaking havoc upon Hanzhou. Gentlemen, who would have thought that our journey to the Hanhai Oasis would lead us to confront a spatial rift? Wan Chenghai utilized his formidable voice, ensuring that every individual on the deck could hear him clearly. Encountering a spatial rift was far from fortuitous. As the military lord of Hanzhou, Wan Chenghai implored everyone to lend their strength alongside the 4 of us, to collectively navigate this colossal vessel through the spatial rift and reach the verdant oasis of the vast sea. Perhaps it was the universal desire to evade demise within this rift that invigorated the spirits of those on the deck. They eagerly expressed their willingness to assist Wan Chenghai in overcoming this perilous challenge. The woman was no longer present on the deck, and Xiao Feng chose not to pursue her, believing that fate would offer another chance for their encounter. His focus was now on how these individuals intended to confront the spatial rift. With Wan Chenghai at the helm, everyone showcased their unique abilities to tackle the challenge at hand. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind erupted from the rift, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently. Accompanying the tempest, a colossal wave surged toward the ship, towering above it by a significant margin. Should they be struck by this monstrous wave, even the grand vessel of the Hanzhou military lord might not withstand the impact. What ill fortune to encounter a spatial storm! Wan Chenghai cursed under his breath and promptly warned those on the deck, brace yourselves and hold steady, lest you be thrown overboard. Chapter 5. The ferocious storm. Should one fall into the clutches of a spatial storm, their fate was either death or the mere chance of survival, with even those who survived left in ignorance of where the rift would cast them. Wan Chenghai performed a series of gestures, summoning a protective array that enveloped the vessel above, shimmering with a translucent hue, bestowing a safeguard upon the great ship. The individuals on the deck channeled their vital energy, firmly anchoring themselves in place. Xiao Feng, however, remained unfazed. He had begun to grasp the nuances of the 2nd tier of the divine demon transformation. Should the colossal vessel falter, he could utilize the spatial powers of the 2nd tier to transport himself elsewhere. As the waves approached the giant ship, they loomed over it by more than 10 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. What manner of force was this? Wan Chenghai, besides employing his own hand seals, had activated the ship's inherent magical array to bolster its protective shield. With a resounding roar, the waves crashed down upon the vessel with tremendous force. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Some cultivators, lacking in skill or resolve, stood frozen in place. Only Wan Chenghai and his 3 companions, along with Xiao Feng, maintained their composure, remaining steadfast. This predicament paled in comparison to the harrowing experience of being pursued by multiple masters in the past. Damn it, utterly useless. Even if you lot made it to the Hanhai Oasis, you would only find yourselves at the mercy of others. The deck was predominantly occupied by cultivators from Hanzhou, while the demon kin of the Hanhai Oasis rested indoors, having long since grown accustomed to such spatial anomalies. "Hey, little brother over there, could you lend us a hand?" Wan Chonghai glanced around, noting that only Xiao Feng remained steady amidst the chaos. "Military General, if there is any task that requires my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Xiao Feng preferred to keep his true name concealed, opting instead for the name he had used prior to his journey. "You only need to help stabilize this magical array." Wan Chonghai conveyed the key techniques for the array to Xiao Feng. The array inherent to the colossal ship also necessitates the infusion of spiritual energy, which is solely provided by the spiritual symbols affixed to Wan Chonghai. It is imperative for Wan Chonghai to examine the focal point of the ship's array. "Leave it to me," Xiao Feng remarked calmly, confident that he could sustain the array with ease. With Xiao Feng's assistance, Wan Chonghai swiftly arrived at another focal point of the array, depositing several spiritual symbols into its core, transforming the protective shield from transparent to a milky white hue. The waves relentlessly battered the great vessel. Despite its vigorous swaying, it suffered no damage. Those at the body refinement stage were utterly unable to contribute. Upon Wan Chonghai's statement, the majority of the crew dispersed from the deck, leaving only a handful, including Xiao Feng and Wan Chonghai's 5 companions, alongside a mere dozen others, most of whom possessed cultivation levels in the realm of the second or third transformation of creation. "Brother Han Feng, let us prepare ourselves, a more ferocious storm is imminent." Wan Chonghai could not discern Xiao Feng's cultivation level, yet he understood that anyone who could remain unperturbed beneath such turbulent waves must possess at least the prowess of the spiritual martial realm, if not the Yang Void realm. Xiao Feng nodded, mindful of the lurking dangers ahead, for he was acutely aware that the spatial rift had yet to pass. To navigate through safely, they must devise a comprehensive strategy. If all else fails, the Black Palace could still be employed. However, Xiao Feng would not prematurely invoke it unless absolutely necessary. The Poison Elder, unable to gauge Xiao Feng's capabilities, noticed his lack of need for medicinal pills and distributed them to the others below deck. Above the great ship, ominous clouds gathered, and within them, thunderous roars resounded. Xiao Feng sensed the ferocious power of lightning concealed within the ominous clouds. Should it descend, its might would surpass that of the previous monstrous wave by a considerable margin. 10 minutes later, the lightning erupted from the clouds, its hue as dark as night, striking the protective shield of the colossal vessel, causing the entire barrier to tremble. Another bolt of lightning descended, piercing through the protective shield and striking a cultivator at the second level of transformation. The cultivator shuddered violently before collapsing, instantly reduced to a mere cloud of powder, leaving behind only a layer of black residue in the place he once occupied. "What a terrifying force!" Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. The expressions of Wan Chonghai and his companions turned grim, yet Wan Chonghai, a seasoned veteran of tumultuous storms, took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, we must summon every ounce of our spirit. The power of this tempest is overwhelming. If we are not vigilant, we shall find ourselves without a burial ground." His words were not mere alarmism. The fate of the fallen cultivator was the most poignant evidence of the peril they faced. They needed to prepare thoroughly. "Rest assured, Military Lord, we shall safeguard every corner of this great vessel." The remaining cultivators of the transformation realm responded in unison, hastening to their designated positions across the ship. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall not withhold my resources any longer." Upon finishing his statement, Wan Chonghai retrieved a spiritual orb from his robe. The aura emanating from the orb was even more potent than the century-old blood jade gifted to Xiao Feng by Lin Xiao. The spiritual energy visibly enveloped the orb, a testament to its extraordinary nature. Xiao Feng mused in amazement at the unexpected treasure possessed by the military lord. At the very center of the colossal vessel, the focal point of the magical array was established. Wan Chonghai placed the spiritual orb within this focal point and, with a series of intricate gestures, summoned forth a surge of spiritual energy that enveloped the entire ship. This invocation conjured an additional layer of protection, a translucent milky barrier that, despite its similar hue to the initial shield, proved significantly more robust. With this dual-layered sanctuary in place, the practitioners scattered across the vessel felt a renewed sense of security. Believing it could withstand the impending spatial tempest, the Leviathan continued its course towards the oasis of the vast sea. Traversing the rift would lead them back onto the rightful path. However, as the ship advanced, the deluge of lightning intensified, becoming ever more violent. The protective barriers trembled with each thunderous roar, and the first layer shattered under the onslaught. The ship pressed on, relying solely on the spiritual shield emanating from the orb. Wan Chonghai's expression darkened as he stood at the focal point, witnessing the dwindling spiritual energy within the orb. Should it be entirely depleted, the orb would become useless, a resource he had initially earmarked for his own ascension. Though reluctant to expend it at this moment, he understood that harboring selfish desires could lead to their demise amidst the storm. With renewed determination, he altered his gestures, causing the orb's energy to surge even more fervently, thereby reinforcing the array once again. Gradually, the vessel advanced several hundred meters. At that juncture, countless bolts of lightning coalesced into a singular, menacing strike. Both Xiaofeng and Wan Chonghai sensed the terrifying force contained within that lightning, their expressions shifting in alarm. "Military commander, do you require our assistance?" inquired the 4 individuals trailing behind him. "Military commander, should you need a strike of support, do not hesitate to speak." Xiaofeng also spoke, "Brother Hanfeng, I entrust you with the matters aboard this ship. Upon our arrival at the Hanhai Oasis, there will naturally be people from Han Prefecture to assist us. You 3 shall join me in confronting that bolt of lightning." Wan Chonghai opened a narrow fissure in the magic array, and 4 figures surged forth, charging directly towards the lightning. The bolt, having sensed a new target, ceased its assault on the colossal vessel and redirected its fury towards Wan Chonghai and his companions, enveloping them in a tempest of thunder. Standing on the deck, Xiaofeng observed the figures of Wan Chonghai and the others becoming increasingly indistinct, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wan Chonghai, you truly are a valiant man. Should you 4 emerge alive from this ordeal, I shall certainly pay you a visit in the future." After a while, the colossal ship continued its journey, and the spatial rift finally vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds. At that moment, someone shouted hoarsely, "We have finally arrived at the Hanhai Oasis." The great vessel remained afloat upon the sea. The so-called Hanhai Oasis was primarily a maritime domain, home to several royal cities established upon the scarce patches of land, each harboring formidable beast clans. On the beach, a rugged man was locked in combat with a blood dragon, the latter evidently at a disadvantage. Xiao Feng's sudden appearance instilled a glimmer of hope in the blood dragon. "Over there! If you assist me, I shall willingly serve you," the blood dragon cried out desperately, as though grasping at a lifeline. "Why should I help you?" Xiaofeng inquired with keen interest, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the rugged man, aware that he was not an adversary to be trifled with. "You insolent wretch, I am the blood dragon. Many have sought my allegiance, yet I remain indifferent," the blood dragon exclaimed. "I wish to assist you, but look at that formidable giant, I possess no weapon with which to vanquish him," Xiaofeng lamented, raising his hands in resignation. Chapter 6, Illusory Shadows. At that moment, the blood dragon opened its maw and expelled a gleaming blade. Clenching the knife in its jaws, it hurled it towards Xiaofeng. "This blade is yours. Quickly subdue him." As the weapon was produced, the giant disregarded the blood dragon and turned his attention to Xiaofeng. "That splendid rainbow blade was first discovered by me, Dian Wei. Return it at once." This exquisite blade had originally lain buried beneath the sands. Upon learning of its existence, Dian Wei sought to claim it, unaware that a fierce blood dragon stood sentinel over the treasure. Thus unfolded the scene where Xiaofeng witnessed the clash between Dian Wei and the blood dragon. "A fine weapon indeed," Xiaofeng mused, twirling the rainbow blade in his hand. "Dian Wei, you must have heard. The blood dragon has pledged its loyalty to me and bestowed upon me this magnificent sword. How can I ignore such a matter? Seek your doom, Dian Wei declared, his right fist unleashing a fierce gust as it surged toward Xiao Feng. The sheer force startled Xiao Feng. He had not anticipated such intensity from Dian Wei. Cold edge. Today you shall witness the entirety of my prowess. Dian Wei laughed, his confidence radiating. In a swift motion, Dian Wei's form fragmented into four, attacking Xiao Feng from all directions. Each strike was ferocious beyond measure. Xiao Feng's expression shifted unpredictably, leaving no indication of his thoughts. However, his movements did not cease. Four orbs of divine and demonic essence erupted from within him, swirling rapidly around Xiao Feng and enveloping him in a dark aura. Dian Wei's four manifestations did not evade. Instead, they struck directly at Xiao Feng, the tremendous recoil dispersing three of Dian Wei's avatars. Both figures then moved in unison towards identical directions. After retreating 4 or 5 steps, Dian Wei steadied himself, while Xiao Feng also came to a halt. The two gazed solemnly at each other. Xiao Feng pondered the extraordinary physical prowess of this individual, questioning if such strength was characteristic of all denizens of the Hanxi Oasis. To his surprise, this man was not from the Hanxi Oasis yet wielded demonic arts. The instant he came into contact with the orbs of divine and demonic essence, Dian Wei discerned that Xiao Feng's reverse-killing divine transformation belonged to the techniques of the Hanxi Oasis. Although Xiao Feng had encountered the demonic deity Ing Tian within his mind palace, he had refrained from inquiring about the deity's origins, not from a lack of curiosity, but because he already possessed the answer in his heart. Both the divine and demonic transformation technique and the Black Palace within the Mind Palace exuded a similar aura to that of the Hanxi Oasis. Very well. Let me witness the extent of your prowess as a Hanzhou individual practicing demonic arts. Dian Wei's expression suddenly turned serene as he regarded Xiao Feng and spoke with indifference. No sooner had he finished his words than his stature surged, transforming him into a colossal figure. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, taken aback by the revelation of such an ability from Dian Wei. This was a life-preserving technique recorded in the reverse-killing divine transformation, and Xiao Feng, wishing to avoid a direct confrontation with Dian Wei, had no choice but to resort to this method. Dian Wei sensed a change in Xiao Feng, feeling that this aura was somewhat familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered it. Choosing to dismiss this thought, he charged forward, fists raised, aiming directly at Xiao Feng's head. This time, however, Xiao Feng made no attempt to evade. He allowed Dian Wei's powerful blows to strike his skull. Could it be that this fellow has been rendered speechless by fear? Dian Wei murmured to himself as he observed Xiao Feng's stillness. A dull thud resounded, and even Xiao Feng could hear the sound of his own skull fracturing. This revelation astonished Dian Wei even further. He had initially thought Xiao Feng was merely an illusion, but to his surprise, it was indeed the true body. After such a blow, Xiao Feng should have been utterly incapacitated, Dian Wei mused, just as he contemplated retracting his divine power to return to his original form. He heard Xiao Feng's voice echoing behind him. Dian Wei, I am right here. Turning around, Dian Wei was taken aback to find Xiao Feng completely unscathed behind him. Although Xiao Feng had skillfully evaded the initial attack, he still felt the impact of Dian Wei's overwhelming strength, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Increasingly, Dian Wei felt that Xiao Feng's technique resembled something he had encountered before, yet he could not pinpoint it. This was the illusory shadow recorded in the reverse killing of gods and demons technique, the sole illusion within this martial art. The illusory shadow itself possessed minimal lethality, but the key was that once employed, it would grant the user an immortal form. This illusion could either be used to escape danger or, in conjunction with other techniques from the gods and demons transformation, deliver an unexpected strike. After exchanging several more blows, Dian Wei suddenly exclaimed, "This is the illusory shadow. You actually possess the reverse killing of gods and demons." Upon hearing the name Dian Wei, even Xiao Feng found himself somewhat perplexed. The reverse kill divine demon transformation was a technique bestowed upon him by the heavens, one he believed to be shrouded in secrecy. To his astonishment, there was someone in the vast oasis of the Han Sea who recognized this profound art. Indeed, it was the reverse kill divine demon transformation. You did not subdue him convincingly, our agreement is thus null. Xiao Feng mused, contemplating the blood dragon's intriguing demeanor. If promises were to be disregarded, he would feel compelled to release Dian Wei. Just as Dian Wei prepared to charge forth, the blood dragon, akin to a deflated balloon, hastily declared, "I am willing to serve. I am willing to serve." Xiao Feng couldn't help but smile. It seemed Dian Wei had made quite an impression on the blood dragon. "If you wish to serve, then so be it. But why do you keep calling that rascal Dian Wei?" The blood dragon murmured softly. "Have you reached a standstill at the 5th tier?" Xiao Feng's spiritual awareness swept over the blood dragon, revealing its current cultivation bottleneck. In the Han Sea oasis, the hierarchy among magical beasts was quite rigid, starting at the 10th tier, beyond which lay the demon lords. The blood dragon before him had attained the pinnacle of the 5th tier, merely a chance away from breaking into the 6th tier. "Fear not. As long as you accompany me, I assure you I will aid your breakthrough, making you even more formidable." Upon hearing this, the blood dragon's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Excellent! I pledge my allegiance to you, my master." Xiao Feng chanted an incantation, and 2 crimson arrays emerged beneath him and the blood dragon, which soon dissipated, signifying the completion of their pact. "You may depart now. I shall be traveling to the Beast King city in the coming days. Await me wherever you go." The blood dragon acknowledged with a nod and promptly vanished from sight. At this moment, Xiao Feng inquired how Dian Wei came to know about the reverse-killing divine transformation. Dian Wei replied, "Many years ago, our giant clan dominated the vast expanse of the Hanhai Oasis, with all the beast tribes of today yielding to our might. Until the emergence of Ying Tian. Ying Tian invented the reverse-killing divine transformation, and at that time, he had no rivals in Hanzhou or the Hanhai Oasis. My ancestors bowed to Ying Tian, rising to become a formidable general under his command. Alas, that was until the fateful appearance of a certain individual, leading to Ying Tian's demise. Those of my ancestors who survived faced great losses, and only a few remained. Before his death, Ying Tian left us a message. In the future, there would be practitioners of the reverse-killing divine transformation, and we should follow him. Master, though I am unworthy, I am willing to serve you faithfully." Upon finishing, Dian Wei attempted to kneel. Xiao Feng quickly supported him, saying, "You may call me Han Feng from now on. There is no need for such formalities." Han Feng then continued, "I will now impart to you the 5-colored flowing blade along with its corresponding techniques." As Dian Wei placed his large hand on Xiao Feng's forehead, he instantly perceived a new set of blade techniques filling his mind. The artistry of the 5-colored flowing blade techniques was profound and powerful. With this knowledge, coupled with the reverse-killing divine transformation, Xiao Feng felt confident even against stronger foes. Thanks to his training in the reverse-killing divine transformation, Xiao Feng's memory sharpened significantly, allowing him to grasp the techniques swiftly. He also instructed Dian Wei to wait for him at the Beastmaster's city and to keep an eye out for any demon clans in need of assistance in the Hanhai Oasis. The vast expanse of the Hanhai Oasis made it challenging for Xiao Feng to locate anyone by his own efforts, necessitating the assistance of others. After Dian Wei departed, Xiao Feng summoned the 5-colored flowing blade, poised to engage in training, when suddenly, a sharp exclamation pierced the air. How could the 5-colored flowing blade be found in this location? Following the sound, Xiao Feng beheld an elderly monkey fixated on the blade in his grasp. The aura emanating from the monkey surpassed that of the blood dragon by several folds, indicating it was at least a beast of the demon lord caliber. "Kid, hand over that blade," the Monkey King demanded. "Let us see if you possess the strength to claim it," Xiao Feng retorted, propelling himself towards the monkey with the swiftness of the wind. "Bold child, you are the first to provoke me, the Demon Monkey King," the Monkey King countered, rushing toward Xiao Feng as well. They exchanged blows, each demonstrating moments of triumph and defeat. Yet, the Monkey King was not particularly skilled in hand-to-hand combat. His expertise lay in wielding a staff. With a chant, a resplendent golden staff materialized in the Monkey King's hands. "Tell me, Demon Monkey King. With such a magnificent treasure at your disposal, why do you covet my blade?" Xiao Feng inquired. The Monkey King chuckled softly, replying, "I harbor no other interests. My greatest passion is to collect rare and extraordinary treasures, and fortuitously, that blade in your possession is one I have set my sights upon." Chapter 7, The Enchantment of Altering Space. Then let your prowess be demonstrated. Xiao Feng expressed his eagerness to test the power of the five-colored flowing blade. Gripping it firmly as he addressed the Monkey King. The Monkey King laughed once more. "Your ability to subdue the blood dragon attests to your strength. Yet my power eclipses that of the blood dragon." A surge of formidable demonic energy erupted from the Monkey King, launching a sweeping attack toward Xiao Feng. After Xiao Feng deftly deflected the staff of the Demon Monkey King with his blade, he swiftly retreated several paces. The Demon Monkey King, witnessing Xiao Feng's withdrawal, hesitated to act recklessly. Beasts of such formidable caliber possess intellect akin to that of humans, and the Demon Monkey King sensed that Xiao Feng might be retreating strategically. Xiao Feng first unleashed 5 divine demon pearls to replenish his energy, then he summoned the remaining 7 divine demon pearls, channeling their essence into the 5-color flowing blade. The blade began to tremble, emitting waves of sound that radiated outward from Xiao Feng. Perceiving the murderous intent emanating from him, the Demon Monkey King's expression shifted, and he resolved to counter Xiao Feng's impending strike without further delay. The staff glimmered with golden light, piercing the heavens and causing ripples of energy to surge forth. This Demon Monkey King possessed such domineering techniques? "Monkey, let us not squander our strength, I am pressed for time. Let us settle this with a single decisive blow. Should you triumph, the 5-color flowing blade shall be yours. Should I prevail, you must acknowledge me as your elder brother." Xiao Feng recognized the formidable power of the Demon Monkey King and understood that such a beast would not easily enter into a pact. However, if he could take the creature under his wing as a subordinate, his own strength would be significantly augmented. Unbeknownst to him, an observer on the colossal will was closely monitoring his every move. "My lady, he has subdued the blood dragon, and Dian Wei has consented to be his follower. He is currently engaged in a duel with the Demon Monkey King. Let us observe further. If he can vanquish the Demon Monkey King, we shall require his assistance." The individual surveilling Xiao Feng was none other than the lady who had extended the invitation to him from the Great Wheel. Only Xiao Feng remained oblivious to the unfolding events, his focus entirely fixated on the Demon Monkey King. The true energy coursing through Xiao Feng surged to its zenith, and he had no intention of conserving the energy from the 7 divine demonic orbs, eager to confront the Demon Monkey King in a contest of strength. As his aura intensified, the very fabric of space around him began to warp. Xiao Feng could sense the distortion, and with a mere thought, he initiated alterations to the contorted space. Is this the power of spatial manipulation inherent to the 2nd level of the reverse slaughter of gods and demons? Marvelous! Having thoroughly mastered the essentials of the 1st level with the divine demonic orbs, Xiao Feng now grasped the rudiments of the spatial force at the 2nd level. Although he had yet to fully comprehend it, once he completely learns to wield this spatial power, the count of divine demonic orbs within him would elevate from 12 to 24. What is this spatial force? The Demon Monkey King's heart raced. This young lad possesses the ability to manipulate spatial energy? Who exactly is he? A sense of perplexity arose within the Demon Monkey King. In his understanding, those capable of wielding spatial power were invariably aged sages, yet Xiao Feng appeared far too youthful, seemingly unfit to harness such advanced abilities. "Monkey, let us settle this." Xiao Feng bellowed, his figure shifting instantaneously to stand before the Demon Monkey King, wielding the 5-colored flowing blade, which he brought down upon the Demon Monkey King with ferocity. Remarkably, this was the first time someone had instilled such pressure within him. Faced with the impending strike of the colossal blade, A flicker of exhilaration surged within the demon Monkey King. He swung his staff, the distance between them so minimal that Xiao Feng found himself unable to evade the impending blow. The essence of true energy contained within the staff resonated ominously in the air. With a resolute expression, Xiao Feng stood undeterred by the impending strike of the demon Monkey King, brandishing the five-colored flowing blade boldly. A resonant hum filled the atmosphere as the two forces collided. Bang! The clash of blade and staff unleashed a tempest of divergent energies, shaking the ground beneath them and forming a substantial crater. Even the nearby sea roiled violently in response. Yet, in this confrontation, it was Xiao Feng who gained the upper hand. The distorted space surrounding the five-colored flowing blade incessantly absorbed the spiritual energy from the staff, gradually diminishing its potency. The demon Monkey King's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the terrifying power of spatial energy. He had not anticipated that Xiao Feng's mastery could also absorb spiritual energy. Sensing that he had gathered sufficient strength, Xiao Feng noticed the emergence of 4 or 5 dark orbs nearby, realizing that the divine demon orbs were beginning to take shape. He was astonished to discover that this counterattack against the divine demon could serve such a purpose, capable of devouring the spiritual energy of others to forge divine demon orbs. Although he had uncovered this method, Xiao Feng was reluctant to employ it frequently, for it was excessively ruthless, an approach typically reserved for those of the demonic sect. While he had inherited the power of the demon god, he had not yet reached a point where he needed to consume the spiritual energy of others to elevate his own cultivation. As the staff's shadow waned, the demon Monkey King, believing himself victorious, contemplated fleeing. Unfortunately for him, Xiao Feng was not inclined to grant such an opportunity. With a mere thought, a dark palace materialized, enveloping the demon Monkey King and swiftly vanishing from sight. With the monkey's disappearance, the staff's shadow also dissipated. How cunning this monkey was! Once the monkey vanished, Xiao Feng sheathed the five-colored flowing blade and entered the sanctum of his mind palace. Xiao Feng intended to have a conversation with the demon Monkey King, for this fellow had promised to become his subordinate. With a deep focus, Xiao Feng once again entered the realm of his mind palace. Within the confines of the Black Palace, the oppressive forces of Ying prevented the demon Monkey King from causing any disturbance. I say, you monkey! You possess not an ounce of integrity. You promised that upon losing, you would become my subordinate. Why do you wish to flee? Sitting upon a skeletal throne in the palace, Xiao Feng observed the half-slumbering figure of the demon Monkey King. The demon Monkey King, gazing at Xiao Feng on the throne, inquired, "Are you the descendant of Ying? Do the denizens of the Hanhai Oasis not recognize the existence of Ying? Curiosity piqued, Xiao Feng responded, "Ying is a demon god, once a legend throughout the Hanhai Oasis. However, after a certain event, Ying vanished, never to be seen again, along with his Black Palace. I was fortunate enough to have encountered a Black Palace elsewhere, identical to this one in your Mind Palace," the demon Monkey King remarked. "Had you revealed your identity as Ying heir earlier, we could have avoided this conflict, could we not? To be honest, Ying is my utmost idol. I have always aspired to reach his level. The path to such a realm is arduous, yet perhaps following in your footsteps presents a chance," the demon Monkey King continued. Recognizing that the demon Monkey King had acknowledged him, Xiao Feng chose to say no more and promptly released the demon Monkey King from the Black Palace. "Monkey. My name is Xiao Feng, but for convenience, I shall use another name here, Han Feng. You are older than I, so you may call me Xiao Feng from now on," Xiao Feng declared. The Monkey King, having lived for an extensive period, was well aware that Xiao Feng's visit to the Hanhai Oasis must have a purpose. He inquired, "Xiao Feng, have you come to Hanhai Oasis with a specific aim?" "Indeed. I am here to seek out a few friends, as I have heard they are in Hanhai Oasis. Have you ever heard of the Qianjia list?" The Monkey King suddenly interjected. "What is that?" "In Hanhai Oasis, strength reigns supreme, hence the existence of the Qianjia list. I am also honored to be among its names. Each individual on this list possesses formidable power, particularly the top 10, whose abilities are profound and enigmatic, each commanding a tribe of demons. If you wish to find someone in Honghai Oasis, Xiaofeng, it is essential to forge a good relationship with one of them. This will facilitate your endeavors. Oh! Are there auctions held here? What sorts of items are typically auctioned? Xiaofeng expressed curiosity about the auction and hope for rare treasures that might enhance his cultivation or some exquisite techniques. Otherwise, other items would hardly capture his interest. Certainly. There will be items that you would find intriguing, especially those that pique your interest, Han Feng. Come along with me, and you are bound to discover something worthwhile. Seeing Xiao Feng's interest, Mo Linger seized the opportunity to urge him to make a decision, vigorously shaking his robust arm. Xiao Feng extricated his arm from Mo Linger's grasp. He was fully aware of her intentions. Her invitation to the auction was likely not merely for the sake of attending but perhaps to enlist him as a shield for her interests. Speak honestly. Do you genuinely possess valuable items, or do you wish for me to serve as your protector in this endeavor? Xiao Feng cast a meaningful glance at himself with a knowing smile, prompting Mo Linger to instinctively shy away. Ah, of course, there will be things that pique your interest. Let's go. With that, Mo Linger forcibly escorted Xiao Feng to the auction. At the entrance of the auction, two sweet-faced girls greeted a diverse array of esteemed guests. Chapter 8. The auction. Upon noticing Mo Linger and Han Feng's arrival, they both bowed simultaneously and waved. Another charming girl approached, her face adorned with a professional smile, guiding Mo Linger and Han Feng to their designated seats. Once they settled into their appointed places, the girl bowed once more before departing. In places where money is spent, it was undoubtedly Tang Shimen's domain. Han Feng, appearing to be a mere pauper, could not possibly outbid him in acquiring valuable items. Xiao Feng sensed a fierce gaze directed at him from a distance and subtly shook his head. Aware that Mo Linger's enthusiastic invitation to the auction was not without ulterior motives, seemingly aimed at indirectly inciting animosity against him. Meanwhile, Mo Linger observed Xiao Feng's calm demeanor. Though her heart fluttered with anxiety, fearing he might harbor resentment towards her. However, she gradually found solace. Moments later, the lights in the venue dimmed abruptly, and a stunning woman clad in red emerged onto the auction stage, clearly the host of the event. Welcome, everyone, to the auction hosted aboard our grand vessel. I assure you, the items up for bid today will not disappoint. I hereby declare the commencement of the auction. Applause erupted from the crowd below as they beheld the enchanting woman in red, and Mo Linger joined in the enthusiastic clapping. Xiao Feng, feeling somewhat disinterested, closed his eyes, deciding to wait until an item of interest presented itself before reopening them. Amidst the cacophony, the auction officially began. The first item up for bid was the longevity pill, reputed to enhance vitality and beauty, with an opening price of 10,000 gold coins. The woman in red announced from the stage. I bid 10,000 gold coins. Someone raised their paddle from the audience. 20,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins. Ultimately, the longevity pill was sold for the impressive sum of 50,000 gold coins. Both Xiao Feng and Pang Shimen expressed no interest in the longevity pill, while Mo Linger merely raised her paddle once, following the crowd's enthusiasm. Xiao Feng was too indifferent to compete for the elixir, and Pang Shimen, who was already disenchanted with the auction, was aware that the items up for bid lacked any substantial value. His current aim was to embarrass Xiao Feng, meaning that only those items that captured Xiao Feng's interest would pique his own curiosity. The woman in red proved to be an adept host. Under her persuasive charm, several items fetched prices exceeding their original worth. Meanwhile, Pang Shimen remained unfazed, as nothing of interest to him was presented, prompting Mo Linger to find the auction rather tedious. Turning her captivating gaze towards Xiao Feng, unblinking. Why do you keep staring at me? Although Xiao Feng kept his eyes closed, his keen perception allowed him to sense Mo Linger's gaze. Undeterred by his closed eyes, Mo Linger boldly moved closer, her crimson lips nearly brushing against his ear. Brother Hanfeng, is there truly nothing at this auction that piques your interest? Perhaps we could engage in some more intriguing activities, what do you say? What secrets lie within this ancient map? Capture it, and you shall uncover the truth. The woman in red lifted an antiquated box, unveiling a tattered ancient map within. The starting bid for this map is 10,000 gold coins, let the auction commence. 10,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins. 200,000 gold coins. Remarkably, the bidding escalated to an astonishing 200,000 gold coins in no time, underscoring the immense allure of the ancient map. Ah, brother! At last you have chosen to open your eyes, Mo Linger teased, noticing that Xiao Feng had finally awoken to the auction's excitement. Yet, Xiao Feng seemed oblivious to her playful banter, as he was captivated by the enigmatic map that had finally captured his interest. The attendees of the auction, however, remained unaware of the map's extraordinary qualities, otherwise, they would not have been so willing to part with it. Those who participated in the bidding were merely drawn to its mystery, wagering their gold in a gamble. The ancient map clearly possessed remarkable significance. It was a rare opportunity that Xiao Feng would not overlook. 250,000 gold coins. Xiao Feng raised the sign, announcing 250,000 for a single bid. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? Clearly, this sum did not align with the expectations of the woman in red, prompting her to inquire further if anyone in the audience was willing to increase the offer. 500,000 gold coins. A voice suddenly rang out, igniting a buzz of excitement among the crowd. Where did this affluent individual come from? The bid had abruptly doubled, suggesting that we may no longer possess the means to compete for this ancient painting. Indeed, 500,000 gold coins is a sum far beyond the reach of us ordinary folk. It would be wiser to simply observe the spectacle. One wonders which other wealthy contender will emerge to vie for the prize. Ah, how surprising that Pang Shimen has escalated the price to 500,000 gold coins. An entire doubling of the previous bid. What will you do now, young sir? Mo Linger, reveling in the unfolding drama, expressed great curiosity about Xiao Feng's next move in light of Pang Shimen's bold increase. Xiao Feng felt a sense of helplessness. It was all due to Mo Linger. Had it not been for her provoking Pang Shimen, he could have secured the ancient painting for a mere 250,000 gold coins. Yet now, he found himself limited to that same amount, which paled in comparison to Pang Shimen's 500,000. Observing Xiao Feng's silence, Pang Shimen assumed the ancient painting was as good as his. A sinister smile crept across his face as he taunted, Hanfeng, although I carry a casual 500,000 gold coins today, it is more than enough to claim what you desire. Upon hearing Pang Shimen's mockery, Xiao Feng couldn't help but cast a glance at the side of him where Mo Linger stood. Though no words were exchanged, Mo Linger could naturally sense the subtle fury emanating from Xiao Feng. Simultaneously, her large eyes darted around. Was Pang Shimen only carrying 500,000 gold coins today? 500,000 for one, and is there anyone willing to raise the bid further? The woman in red, witnessing the inexplicable allure of the seemingly worthless ancient map being auctioned off for the astounding price of 500,000 gold coins, felt a surge of delight. She believed that this price would mark the end of the bidding, as even she had not anticipated such a lofty sum for an item deemed useless at the outset. In her eyes, those vying to acquire the ancient map were merely fools, yet, due to her profession, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the individual who had spent 500,000 gold coins on it. However, her predominant sentiment was one of joy. 500,000 for the second time, 500,000 for the third. Before the woman in red could finish her announcement, a melodious female voice rang out, 750,000. At the sound of this clear voice, a momentary silence enveloped the room, as all present gaped in astonishment. They had initially thought that 500,000 000 was already an impressive figure, yet here emerged a bold bid of 750,000. Who could it be? The woman in red instinctively turned her gaze toward the source of the melodious voice, and in an instant, all eyes in the room were drawn to that direction. There! At the focal point of their attention, Mo Linger was holding up the bidding paddle that belonged to Xiao Feng, having been the one to call out 750,000. Pang Shimin could not help but clench his fists. The ancient map he coveted had unexpectedly been acquired by Mo Linger. Although she was holding up a sign for Han Feng, given Mo Linger's character, it was evident that she was aiding him. This Han Feng truly lacked discernment. Unaware that Mo Linger was the woman favored by his elder brother. Indeed, he was nothing more than a petty fellow. Relying on a woman's assistance at a critical moment, what a mere dandy. It seemed that, after this incident, Han Feng had utterly offended his elder brother. Xiao Feng noticed that everyone's gaze was directed towards him. He innocently raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "While it is true that the sign being raised belongs to me, I am not the one holding it. Do not look at me, direct your attention to her. Mo Linger, I currently do not possess the 750,000 gold coins, but once I have earned enough, I will certainly repay you." Xiao Feng understood that although Mo Linger had raised the sign voluntarily, her action was intended to assist him in securing the ancient map. Clearly, she was prepared to cover the cost of the 750,000 gold coins on his behalf. "We are not strangers, my dear, please do not feel obliged. Consider this 750,000 as my gratitude for your help in provoking Pang Shimin." Chapter 9, An Uninvited Guest. Very well, I shall take your graciousness to heart. Xiao Feng had no desire to entangle himself with the troublesome Mo Linger. Since she was unconcerned about the 750,000 gold coins, he felt no need to ponder repayment. Xiao Feng had never been one to adhere to the conventions of politeness. However, observing Mo Linger's lavish display of generosity, it was apparent that her status must be quite extraordinary. As Mo Linger observed Xiao Feng's impolite demeanor, her crimson lips pouted in discontent. "Dear sir," she exclaimed, "I have rendered you considerable assistance. Do you not owe me some token of gratitude?" However, unmoved by the allure of the enchanting maiden before him, Xiao Feng rose to his feet. "Let us proceed to settle the payment," he declared. Reluctantly, Mo Linger chose to accompany him. After settling the cost of the ancient map, Xiao Feng accepted the item and nodded towards Mo Linger in acknowledgement of her help, before departing. Left behind, Mo Linger ceased her pursuit, instead smiling softly as she too made her exit. Once the colossal vessel docked, Xiao Feng sought out a secluded inn where he could take residence. His reason for halting his journey was the pressing need to study the ancient map in depth. Within the confines of his room, he sat cross-legged, the ancient map levitating before him. The reason the auction house's attendees failed to unveil the secrets of this map was due to their misguided methods. Xiao Feng, unperturbed, treated the ancient map as if it were an ordinary letter, casting it into the flickering candlelight. Upon contact with the flame, the tattered map ignited instantly, reducing it to ashes that settled in the candlestick. Watching the map disintegrate into dust, Xiao Feng felt no sorrow. Instead, his gaze remained fixed upon the remnants, anticipating a transformation. In the following moment, the candle extinguished itself without a breeze, and the candlestick emitted a blinding radiance. Initially appearing as a mere beam of light, it gradually morphed, ultimately revealing 4 bold characters, Lihu Sh. Astonishingly, this enigmatic ancient map concealed a remarkably formidable technique, aptly named Lihu Sh. Indeed, it was a treasure of immense value. Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cast a cursory glance at the blazing fire attack before him. Its overwhelming power was undeniable, exuding an air of dominance. Indeed, he had stumbled upon a treasure. The actual value of this ancient scroll, acquired for 750,000 gold coins, far exceeded the price he had paid at the auction. The auction house personnel had mistakenly deemed the scroll worthless, intending to exploit its final value for bidding. Which is why they had not considered incinerating it. Had they done so, Xiao Feng would not have had the opportunity to secure the scroll. Currently, he found himself lacking in cultivation methods, and the inn where he resided, aptly named Elegant Pavilion, was tranquil, providing the perfect environment for him to study the fire attack. As he began to practice the first form, the fiery palm, a crimson figure materialized before him, immediately demonstrating the technique. Just as Xiao Feng extended his hand to synchronize his movements with the red figure, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Han Feng, come out! Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. Frustrated that his hard-won solitude was being disrupted by an uninvited guest. Who could be disturbing his peace? Before he could rise, the door to his room was forcefully kicked open. Han Feng, you little rascal, I've been searching high and low for you. The person barging in with such fury was Pang Shimin, who had come seeking Xiao Feng's whereabouts. Upon learning he was at the Elegant Pavilion, he had rushed over, which explained his swift arrival shortly after Xiao Feng had settled in. It was evident that this Han Feng had sought refuge from the giant wheel of trouble that was Pang Shimin. Such a tranquil inn is indeed rare to find. Were it not for the well-informed Pang Shimin, locating Han Feng would have proven quite difficult. The proprietor of the Elegant Pavilion trailed behind Pang Shimin, trembling. Being an ordinary citizen, he harbored a profound fear of Pang Shimin. Indeed, he had come to seize the ancient map, an object he deemed essential. Having failed to acquire it through purchase, he resolved to resort to theft. Xiao Feng regarded Pang Shimin with the incredulity one might reserve for a fool. During the auction, they had engaged in competitive bidding, yet Pang Shimin had already lost. Now, he absurdly pursued Xiao Feng, attempting to forcibly seize the ancient map. Such audacity in people today is truly remarkable. Pang Shimin, vexed by Xiao Feng's gaze, found his irritation compounded as the patrons of the pavilion emerged to witness the confrontation. He could not suppress a sinister grin. He thrived in crowds. As the more witnesses there were, the more likely they would see Xiao Feng humiliated. This was precisely what he yearned for. Against this young man, I need not employ any techniques. True to his words, Pang Shimin charged at Xiao Feng, unarmed. Observing Pang Shimin's brutish approach, Xiao Feng felt nothing but disdain. The flaws in his technique were glaring. In the next moment, Xiao Feng effortlessly evaded Pang Shimin's punch. Pang Shimin's expression transformed to one of disbelief. He had not anticipated Xiao Feng's swift reflexes. However, he dismissed it as mere coincidence and quickly launched another strike at Xiao Feng. Pang Shimin initially believed that Xiao Feng had merely relied on luck to evade his punches. However, to his astonishment, Xiao Feng effortlessly dodged the subsequent strikes, inciting a surge of indignation within him. You coward! You can only cower away. If you possess any courage, come and test the strength of my fists. Seeing Pang Shimin's unwavering confidence in wanting to clash with him, Xiao Feng smiled knowingly. The sight of that smile sent a chill down Pang Shimin's spine. Noting Pang Shimin's momentary daze, Xiao Feng kindly remarked, "Did you not wish for our fists to collide? What purpose does your distraction serve at this moment?" His words were delivered with a volume perfectly suited for those around them to hear, eliciting unabashed laughter from the crowd. Many were oblivious to Pang Shimin's identity, while others who recognized him were acutely aware of his capabilities. Yet, it was evident to all that Pang Shimin was no match for Xiao Feng, as demonstrated by his effortless evasion of Pang Shimin's attacks. Nonetheless, Pang Shimin remained oblivious to his predicament, still harboring dreams of seizing Xiao Feng's ancient map. Thus, upon hearing the laughter of the martial artists surrounding him, he was consumed by rage. Just moments prior, he had fervently vowed to rely solely on his fists, yet now, flames resembling a dragon flickered around his fists, filling the air with a resonant dragon's roar. Pang Shimin truly was a man of empty words. One moment asserting he would speak only through his fists, and the next resorting to martial techniques. At least he possessed some awareness. Recognizing he could not surpass Xiao Feng and consequently opted for the use of his powers, Pang Shimin could not help but flush with embarrassment. His use of martial arts stemmed solely from indignation, rather than an admission of inferiority. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his fist, entwined with 3 fiery dragons. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, hurtling directly towards Xiao Feng. This technique indeed appeared formidable, leaving one to ponder the outcome of the clash between Xiao Feng and Pang Shimin. It is true that Xiao Feng had previously evaded Pang Shimin's strikes with remarkable agility. Yet this did not imply that he possessed a more potent martial prowess. Observing the ferocity of Pang Shimin's attack, the onlookers began to express their concerns for Xiao Feng, while the latter maintained a remarkably composed demeanor. "Brother Pang, this seems rather excessive. We agreed to engage in a straightforward contest of fists. Yet you seem to have strayed from your word. I have no time for your trifles." Pang Shimin sneered, misinterpreting Xiao Feng's calmness as a delay tactic. As he drove his fist toward Xiao Feng's face, his intent was not merely to incapacitate the icy warrior but to mar his handsome visage, hoping to thwart any future attempts to allure his brother's beloved. Such vindictiveness was indeed striking. Realizing Pang Shimin's ulterior motive, Xiao Feng decided to counter with the fiery palm technique. Pang Shimin's gaze shifted to Xiao Feng, now filled with trepidation. He had initially believed that his martial arts would easily vanquish Xiao Feng. However, upon witnessing Xiao Feng effortlessly deflect his attack, and feeling the forceful clash of palm against fist, he suddenly comprehended the formidable nature of his opponent. He had presumed Xiao Feng to be merely a pampered pretty boy reliant on women, someone he could easily overpower to seize the ancient map. Yet he had underestimated him. Xiao Feng was indeed a formidable adversary. "I am merely acting in self-defense." Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively. The power of the fiery palm was indeed immense. The force he had just unleashed was merely a fraction of its true potential. Yet it had already rendered Pang Shimin incapable, much to the delight of onlookers. Pang Shimin, witnessing Xiao Feng's stoic expression, felt an icy dread wash over him. Instinctively, he glanced towards the door and then turned to flee. Ha ha ha, faced with defeat, Pang Shimin chose to run. "Han Feng, seize him quickly." Without the need for further urging from those around, Xiao Feng was equally determined to apprehend Pang Shimin. Preserving his life could only lead to further complications in the future. He intended to eradicate any potential threats. Just as Pang Shimin was nearing the exit, on the brink of escape, Xiao Feng suddenly appeared beside him. Chapter 10. The farce. As for Pang Shimin's lifeless body, Xiao Feng was confident that the proprietor of the elegant establishment would handle it adeptly. Inside the room, he was engrossed in observing the crimson figurine when the door was abruptly pushed open. "Han Feng, I've heard about Pang Shimin's predicament. Your audacity is truly remarkable." The newcomer was Mo Linger. After their last encounter aboard the colossal ship, she had refrained from pursuing Xiao Feng further. Knowing well Pang Shimin's petty nature and anticipating that he would seek revenge. However, she was taken aback upon hearing of Pang Shimin's swift demise at Xiao Feng's hands. Xiao Feng stowed away the crimson figurine, while Mo Linger remained oblivious to it, continuing her discourse. But Pang Shimin's senior brother is none other than Pang Shixiang. He is the favored disciple of the chief elder of the Wind and Cloud Sword sect, ranked 953 on the talented ones list, a genius amongst geniuses. He has always been fiercely protective of his own. With Pang Shimin's death, he will undoubtedly come seeking vengeance. Ranked 953 on the genius list. Can someone who barely avoids falling outside the top 1000 truly be deemed a genius? Xiao Feng was utterly indifferent to Pang Shixiang. In this world, strength speaks for itself. And he certainly did not believe that someone ranked 953 could surpass him. In any case, Xiao Feng appeared unperturbed by Pang Shixiang. And this provided the perfect opportunity for her to extricate herself from his incessant pursuit. "Is that truly your intention?" "Ha!" Upon realizing that her ulterior motive had been unveiled by Xiao Feng, Mo Linger forced a few laughs and said, "Dear sir, after all, I did help you cover the 750,000 gold coins previously. Consider it a favor owed. Did you not claim that you voluntarily wished to assist me? Thus I owe you no debt of gratitude?" Upon hearing Mo Linger mention the 750,000 gold coins, Xiao Feng, for once, took an interest in conversing with her. Observing the usually aloof Xiao Feng engaging in dialogue, Mo Linger felt a surge of joy and playfully tugged at his arm, pouting, "You know you're the best. Please lend me your assistance." "I can assist you, but you must clarify the situation between you and Pang Shixiang, otherwise, I cannot trust your intentions." "Very well." Mo Linger, sensing Xiao Feng's willingness to listen, rejoiced internally and began to recount the events. It turned out that Mo Linger was the princess of the elemental demon clan. And on a chance visit to the Beast King city, she encountered Pang Shixiang. While purchasing treasures, she had inadvertently noticed him shamelessly conversing with a stunningly beautiful shopkeeper. Unable to resist casting a few glances at the lecherous man, upon noticing the beautiful woman gazing at him so intently, Pang Shixiang mistakenly construed that Mo Linger was casting flirtatious glances in his direction, leading him to believe she harbored a romantic interest. He promptly abandoned the enchanting female shopkeeper and began to pursue Mo Linger, determined to uncover her name and origins, even proposing courtship. Initially, Mo Linger intended to deceive Pang Shixiang by fabricating a name and identity. However, she soon realized that his prowess was formidable and his lineage far from ordinary, as he was a notable genius ranked 953 on the illustrious talents list. Recognizing her inferiority in strength, she opted to extend an olive branch and ultimately revealed her name to Pang Shixiang, though she withheld her true identity. Despite this, Pang Shixiang became increasingly attached to Mo Linger. Wherever she ventured, he was sure to follow. In a fit of exasperation, Mo Linger decided to leave the Beast King city, hoping to escape his relentless pursuit. Yet, Pang Shixiang misinterpreted her actions as a strategic game of seduction, prompting him to intensify his efforts. He instructed his disciples to trail Mo Linger, under the pretext of accompanying their future sister-in-law for leisure. Mo Linger found herself ensnared by Pang Shixiang simply for having glanced at him a few times. Recalling the events that transpired between them filled her with indignation. Before encountering Pang Shixiang, she had never fathomed that such shamelessness could exist in the world. In summary, Pang Shixiang had truly reshaped her understanding of humanity. Xiao Feng gazed at Mo Linger, who was brimming with indignation, suppressing his amusement as he inquired, "Given your status as a princess of the Five Elements Demon Clan, a position of considerable distinction, why do you not reveal your identity to Pang Shixiang in order to extricate yourself from his entanglements?" Mo Linger could not help but let out a sigh, replying, "If that method were feasible, I would have employed it long ago. The talents listed on the Tianju rankings are all exceptionally formidable, with boundless potential for future development. As a direct disciple, Pang Shixiang is likely to inherit the esteemed position of chief elder of the Fengyun Sword sect, and may even contend for the leadership of the sect itself. If our Five Elements Demon Clan were to discover his obsession with me, rather than assisting me in breaking free, they would only endeavor to strengthen the ties between us." The mere thought of the consequences should Pang Shixiang uncover her identity sent a shiver down Mo Linger's spine. Observing her rare display of such emotion, Xiao Feng could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Seeing Xiao Feng laugh so heartily at her unfortunate past, Mo Linger puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Yet, a mischievous smile played upon her lips as she leaned toward him. "Ah, Han Feng, have you not always mocked me? I shall see how you react when I willingly throw myself into your embrace." Mo Linger's audacity took Xiao Feng by surprise, however, witnessing such initiative from the enchanting princess. He welcomed her into his arms without hesitation. "Since the third princess is so keen to engage, how could I refuse to indulge you?" Xiao Feng discerned Mo Linger's intentions and deliberately leaned closer to her delicate face, curious to witness her reaction. Mo Linger, taken aback by Xiao Feng's unexpected response, felt a flush rise to her cheeks, softly uttering a gentle ahem. Observing her sudden docility, Xiao Feng couldn't help but marvel. Just moments ago, she had resembled a wild cat, yet now, the third princess appeared as an endearing little kitten. Blushing fiercely, Mo Linger pushed Xiao Feng away, only to find herself tumbling into his embrace, and they both collapsed onto the bed. Xiao Feng was equally unprepared for such a turn of events. Instinctively, he reached out to separate from her. However, with a tearing sound, the fabric of Mo Linger's sleeve was forcefully ripped away under his grasp. Both Xiao Feng and Mo Linger found themselves enveloped in an awkward silence, gazing at the tattered remnants of cloth. "Goodness, I didn't realize you were so passionate," Mo Linger remarked, shifting her position in an attempt to extricate herself from Xiao Feng's hold. Although she was intrigued by him, she had not anticipated the events unfolding so rapidly. Suddenly, Xiao Feng fell silent, turning his gaze toward the door. "What's wrong, big brother?" Mo Linger inquired, mistaking his sudden distraction for embarrassment. She playfully perched herself on his lap, leaning closer. "You should move away." Xiao Feng sighed, a vein throbbing at his temple. He regretted agreeing to assist Mo Linger and listening to her reminiscing about her past with Pang Shixiang. As if on cue, the principal party had arrived sooner than expected. How many more troubles would he encounter before successfully entering the Beastmaster city? Xiao Feng's expression suddenly became complex, and Mo Linger noticed it. Though her insufficient strength prevented her from sensing that someone was rapidly approaching, she remained entangled in Xiao Feng's sudden change. With a resounding crash, the door to Xiao Feng's room was cleaved in half from the outside, revealing a fearsome figure of considerable stature standing in the doorway. "Peng Shixiang?" Mo Linger could not help but exclaim. Peng Shixiang stood frozen at the entrance, his gaze fixed upon his goddess, who was shamelessly seated in a man's lap. His heart felt as if it had been pierced by countless blades, bleeding profusely. His complexion darkened to its utmost depths. With eyes aflame with rage, he surged forth, his robes billowing as he erupted with fury, bellowing at Xiao Feng, "Bastard! How dare you defile my woman? I swear I will castrate you tonight." As the words fell, Peng Shixiang lunged forward like a beast, his palm aimed directly at Xiao Feng's forehead. Xiao Feng's pupils constricted, feeling utterly aggrieved. Who had he offended? And who was this man? But now was not the time for such thoughts. This individual wielded lethal intent and was undoubtedly a lecher pursuing Mo Linger. Thus, he too unleashed a palm strike. The terrifying force of the array surged forth, a spectacle of glaring gold and black light erupting from the elegant chamber. Thud! Peng Shixiang staggered back several steps, while Xiao Feng remained unmoved. Mo Linger hastily donned her clothing and fixed her gaze upon Peng Shixiang, exclaiming, "You imbecile! When will you be done? I have already told you I do not like you." "Humph, then why were you throwing flirtatious glances at me in the city?" Peng Shixiang's heart twisted in agony, and his hatred for Xiao Feng deepened further. "I cast flirtatious glances at everyone, it is you who are indulging in self-deception." Mo Linger's tone was as frigid as steel, and this wretched fool ought to take a moment to reflect on his own repulsive visage. "Very well. Even if I am guilty of self-delusion, you should not demean yourself in this manner." Peng Shixiang, seething with fury, fixed his fierce gaze upon Xiao Feng, wishing he could devour him whole. "That is my own affair, and I have a fondness for him. You have no authority here. If you wish to avoid demise in this place, you would do well to vacate at once, otherwise, when the experts below arrive, you shall find no escape." Mo Linger's expression was menacing. She was on the verge of capturing Xiao Feng, only to have her plans thwarted by this insufferable man truly detestable. "I shall not leave. You are the woman chosen by me, Peng Shixiang, and no one shall wrest you from my grasp." Peng Shixiang's words were resolute, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Xiao Feng. "You, boy, will either kneel and apologize, or I shall make you kneel through force. No one has yet been born who can compel me to kneel. What significance do you hold?" Chapter 11, The Thousand Charms list. Xiao Feng sat there, unyielding, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. It was utterly perplexing. Mo Linger had already declared her disinterest, yet he persisted in his shamelessness. At that moment, Peng Shixiang felt as though his head was about to explode with rage. This pair of shameless lovers indulged in their lewd affairs, yet stood united against him. Is there no justice left in this world? Suddenly, he felt as though a verdant expanse of grass had sprouted atop his head, a stampede of grass-mud horses rushing past. However, in the next instant, a glimmer crossed his eyes. You must be Han Feng. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise, wondering when he had become so renowned. A person tracking Linger, who arrives at the grand vessel, is well aware of his identity. Indeed, he is Han Feng. I am fond of him. And only he is deserving to be my partner. Linger spoke without reservation. How infuriating! Xiao Feng was thoroughly overwhelmed. This detestable Linger seemed insatiable in her provocation. First, there was Ling Rue, and now another in the form of Pang Shixiang. If he were to be involved with her, upon entering the Beast King city, he could only imagine the multitude of inexplicable adversaries he would encounter. At that moment, the corridor on the third floor was teeming with people, nearly 1,000. All observing the unfolding events within the elegant pavilion. Huh? Is that not Brother Pang? This fellow truly has no regard for his life in barging in here. Kai Mao and the others wore expressions of disbelief, questioning Xiao Feng's intentions. Was he not clearly courting death? Damn it! Pang Shixiang clenched his fists like iron, his entire body trembling with fury, enunciating each word with precision. Han Feng, you first injured my junior disciple, seized the ancient map, and now you have corrupted my woman. A beast like you deserves nothing less than a fitting demise. Having revealed his identity, Pang Shixiang raised his chin slightly. The 1,000 talents list, a testament to countless extraordinary geniuses, was a realm that lowly trash like Xiao Feng could never hope to touch. He envisioned that Xiao Feng would tremble in fear, panic, and ultimately kneel before him, begging for mercy. This would showcase to Linger just how inept the man she favored truly was, thereby highlighting his own strength. It seemed both were steadfast in their resolve. Furthermore, with Pang Shixiang in a furious state, it was entirely possible that he could indeed vanquish Han Feng. It was no wonder he dared to confront Han Feng so boldly. At this moment, the defiant Pang Shixiang, upon hearing Xiao Feng's disdainful remarks and the discourse of those present, wore an exceptionally grim expression. In stark contrast, Xiao Feng maintained an air of unruffled calmness, seated there with poise, and remarked nonchalantly, though your visage may be somewhat unattractive and your intellect lacking, there is a phrase you articulated quite well, which I shall now bestow upon you. Will you kneel and apologize of your own accord, or shall I compel you to do so? Instantly, Pang Shixiang bellowed in fury. A wave of unparalleled aura sweeping across the massive super yacht, causing the martial cultivators in the corridor to scatter in disarray. Linger, in a state of urgency, swiftly shielded Xiao Feng, exclaiming, Brother, you must flee, I will confront him, he dares not act against me. Get away! Xiao Feng forcefully shoved Linger onto the bed at the side of the room. This action ignited Pang Shixiang's wrath completely. Han Feng, if you do not harbor affection for her, why then do you toy with her emotions? She is willing to sacrifice for you, yet you treat her so cruelly. I swear, I shall end your life. Pang Shixiang roared like thunder, his arms flung wide, and a magnificent green dragon bow materialized before him. His fingers ignited with a tempestuous energy, drawing the bowstring taut to a crescent moon. With a thunderous twang, 9 azure dragon arrows, lethal in their intent, were unleashed towards Xiao Feng. Each arrow was imbued with an inexhaustible desire to kill. The diamond-shaped arrowheads shattered the very fabric of space, sparking a cascade of electric flashes as they spiraled forth. In a moment of decisive action, Xiao Feng, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly surged forward. With a tremor of his Qilin arm, ancient runes blazed to life. 5-colored flowing blade. Amidst the surging waves of fire, Xiao Feng raised the god-slaying blade high and struck down with formidable force. A 5-colored blade stream sliced through the fiery barrier with unparalleled swiftness, arriving before Pang Shixiang in an instant. Alarmed, Pang Shixiang's countenance turned pale. The terrifying might encompassed within this strike, infused with the essence of the 5 elements, posed a grave threat to his very life. In a desperate attempt, he swiftly drew his bow to shield himself. A resplendent azure light erupted, coalescing into a dragon-shaped shield, striving to withstand Xiao Feng's five-colored blade's stream. However, this strike was overwhelmingly powerful, its speed reaching an unparalleled zenith, rendering the defense of this advanced royal artifact utterly ineffective. With a deafening explosion, the dragon-shaped shield shattered, and the blade struck Peng Shixiang's body. The razor-sharp blade tore through his inner armor, carving a chilling gash from his chest. His body was propelled backward, crashing into the grand hall below, crimson blood gushing uncontrollably. As he fell to the ground, the stone floor, crafted from blue stone slabs, yielded beneath him, creating a deep crater with debris scattering in all directions. What just transpired? The sudden scene left the 9,000 martial cultivators in the hall agape, eyes widened in disbelief. It was only when droplets of blood fell upon their faces that they looked up, witnessing over 1,000 astonished eyes gazing down from the third-floor corridor. Was this cold blade still a human? In their minds, 3 words emerged in startling unison: unfathomable. They had been utterly oblivious to the true extent of Xiao Feng's formidable prowess from the very beginning. It was even harder to believe that such an extraordinary talent could arise from the Xuanwu Empire. At that moment, a dark, claw-like hand emerged from the pit in the ground. A disheveled figure, clad in tattered garments and with blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, crawled out in a state of utter disarray. This was the time for the Celestial Talents ranking, which updates every 3 years. During this event, an extraordinary phenomenon would manifest in the capitals of the 9 great regions, vividly displaying the images and power rankings of 1,000 prodigies for billions to see. It was through this spectacle that they came to recognize Peng Shixiang. Yet now, this so-called prodigy, Peng Shixiang, found himself reduced to such a pitiful state. Moreover, the one responsible for this humiliation was a mere youth, lacking full maturity, yet possessing unfathomable strength. The comments from the onlookers, devoid of malice, nonetheless pierced Peng Shixiang's ears with unsettling precision. Each word, each syllable, along with the expressions on their faces, and the insults he endured on the 3rd floor that night, coalesced into the most unbearable mockery, intensifying the malevolence etched on his face. He stood defiantly in the grand hall, gazing up at the blazing pavilion on the 3rd floor. Gritting his teeth in fury, "Han Feng, you shall pay for this humiliation 1,000-fold. Should we intercept him if he attempts to flee?" inquired Blood Dragon from the corridor on the 2nd floor. The once poised king of the monkey demons vanished like a wisp of smoke. A sense of danger surged through Peng Shixiang as he abruptly sensed a formidable force rapidly closing in, clearly intent on annihilation. There was no time for hesitation. A jade talisman materialized in his hand, which he promptly crushed. With a thunderous crash, Peng Shixiang vanished into thin air, akin to the elusive techniques of the island's ninjas, leaving no trace behind. Yet, it was still a moment too late. As the figure of the demon monkey king materialized in the hall, merely an instant after the disappearance of Peng Shixiang, he clenched his fist, a glimmer of fierce light flashing in his eyes. "Cursed void escape talisman. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Get the hell out of my sight." In the corridor on the 3rd floor, Zhu Yonk and Shuai Rubai rushed in haste, dispersing the onlookers. The so-called elegant pavilion had crumbled into a heap of decay. Fortunately, the surging flames had not touched Mo Linger. 2 graceful figures darted into the room, and upon seeing Mo Linger, who appeared dazed on the bed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Shuai Rubai turned to ask, "Han Feng, what just transpired here?" "You don't know?" Xiao Feng replied with a cold smile. "An outsider intruded into the ship, and you were oblivious. I truly cannot comprehend how you manage this command." With that, Xiao Feng rose to leave. However, Mo Linger called out to him, "Brother Feng." This utterance struck like thunder, leaving Xiao Feng momentarily stunned. Such a familiar voice. Alas, you are not mere. Chapter 12, Unrequited Love. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly, as Mo Linger, with a complex expression, took out a talisman, holding it in her hand and said, "Brother Feng, I have a teleportation talisman here. Take it and leave the Hanhai oasis as soon as possible. Xiao Feng paused, turning back. Why? Mo Linger brushed aside her disheveled strands of hair, her expression somber, and replied, that Pang Shixiang is a prominent figure among the two great beast clans. Today, you have reduced him to such a state for my sake. Once you enter the Beast King city, even my 5 elements magic elephant clan, with all their might, would find it difficult to ensure your safety. Your relationship with him is indeed not so simple. Xiao Feng's pupils constricted. Merely a glance had compelled Pang Shixiang to fall hopelessly in love with Mo Linger. Was such a phenomenon even conceivable? Surely, there must be some entanglement beneath the surface. You are overthinking it. I truly do not know him. Mo Linger hastily defended herself, anxious to quell Xiao Feng's wild speculations. In truth, whether you recognize him or not is of no consequence to me. Xiao Feng replied coldly. However, if you wish for me to leave, that is utterly impossible. I am the one who struck him. There is no need for your 5 elements magic elephant clan to intervene. I shall take full responsibility for my actions. If he could indeed summon the 2 great beast clans, it would save me considerable effort. At that point, we would resolve the matter together without implicating your clan. His words resonated with an indomitable spirit, exuding an aura reminiscent of a sovereign, soaring to the heavens. Mo Linger wished to articulate something, yet felt as if an obstruction lodged within her throat rendered her speechless, her heart laden with anxiety. It's nothing, I shall take my leave. Xiao Feng strode out, but paused momentarily. If you encounter a similar situation next time, seek someone more capable. I prefer not to expend unnecessary effort on your trivial matters. With that, Xiao Feng vanished from Mo Linger's sight. This fellow truly lacks discernment. Zhu Yunk muttered with disdain, my lady, with good intentions, invited you to dine. Yet you treated her so contemptibly, how infuriating. Mind your words, no one considers you mute. Shui Robai shot Zhu Yunk a glare, while Mo Linger took a deep breath, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill, declaring, next time, I shall no longer engage in this game. Han Feng, I will have you. My lady, what troubles you? Zhu Yunk inquired with concern, having never before witnessed the usually resilient Mo Linger on the verge of tears. Could it be that you have truly developed feelings for Han Feng? Bai Shui furrowed her brow. That boy, with his ambiguous identity, does not seem to be someone without connections. I understand that with his temperament, strength, and that handsome visage, which woman would not be enamored? Yet, so what? In this world, there is nothing that I, Mo Linger, cannot attain. Mo Linger's tone was unwavering, as if no one and nothing could sway her determination to possess Xiao Feng. However, as Shui Rubai attempted to influence her thoughts, Mo Linger retorted fiercely, all of you, leave me be. This princess wishes to be alone and does not want to hear your idle chatter. Shui Rubai, left with no choice, recognized this as the first instance of Mo Linger asserting her royal status. Typically, she would present herself as the third miss. This clearly illustrated how resolutely she wished to disregard his words. Subsequently, he departed with Zhu Yunk from the elegant chamber. Strangely, the room, which had been scorched by flames to the point of decay, remarkably returned to its pristine state the moment they left, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. This suggests that this grand vessel is likely an extraordinary treasure. Commander Bai, why is the young lady so distressed today, to the point of such fury? Zhu Yunk inquired softly as they walked along the corridor paved with white jade. Perhaps this is what love truly is, Shui Rubai replied with a wry smile. But the outcome may very well be unrequited affection. At that very moment, 4 figures emerged from the void, appearing above the boundless sea, their condition utterly disheveled. These 4 were none other than the Hanzhou military commander Wan Chonghai, the Poison Elder, the 9th Elder of the Yuan clan, and the Chao offering of the Sima clan, all fleeing from pursuers from the outside world. General Wan Jun, what kind of wretched teleportation array is this? It nearly cost me my life amidst the void storm, gasped the tattered figure of Chao, clad in a ragged white robe with disheveled black hair. Such is the consequence of neglect. It is a stroke of fortune that we have successfully arrived at the oasis of the vast sea. Blood Dragon expressed with concern. What could possibly befall me? I merely dealt with a few insignificant pests, Xiao Feng declared, plopping down onto a chair. Blood Dragon promptly poured a cup of tea. Grinning mischievously, did you manage to embrace a beautiful maiden? You rascal, your mind is filled with devious thoughts. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes and took a sip of tea. What were you two arguing about just now? Upon hearing this, Blood Dragon immediately gestured with a middle finger towards the Monkey King. Master, you are unaware that the one you knocked down, Peng Shixiang, slipped away right under the Monkey King's nose. I merely exchanged a few words with him. Yet he sought to attack me. You must advocate for me. Xiao Feng, with a look of astonishment, responded, Little demon, why are you dawdling? Continue the fight, haha. The Monkey King rubbed his palms together, his bones creaking, wearing a sinister grin. Blood Dragon, trembling with fear, quickly hid behind Xiao Feng. Master, how can you allow this? Ah, bang bang bang. Unbeknownst to them, the Monkey King had appeared beside Blood Dragon, delivering heavy punches that fell like raindrops upon him. In an instant, the entire room erupted into chaos, filled with cries of distress. That should suffice. The Monkey King, having twisted his weary body, ceased his assault and remarked. If I wish to strike you, even Xiao Feng cannot intervene. Let us see if you dare to flaunt your bravado before me again. I dare not. I dare not. The Blood Dragon, bruised and battered, pleaded for mercy as dark substances oozed from his skin, exuding a foul stench. After receiving a thorough beating, do you not feel considerably better? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. Indeed, I feel much improved, the Blood Dragon replied, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he waved his arm. My strength has significantly increased, it seems I have stepped into the 6th tier. Oh! Xiao Feng had intended to mock the Blood Dragon, but to his surprise, this fellow had actually made a breakthrough. At that moment, the Demon Monkey King remarked. Do you not feel that the blood within you is flowing at an accelerated pace? How do you know? The Blood Dragon exclaimed in astonishment. I merely loosened your bones, struck several acupoints, and simultaneously eliminated the energy impurities that had been accumulating within you for years. However, my power was too overwhelming, leading to the loosening of your bloodline seal. It's as simple as that. Yet, if you were to inform him that this was a one-time occurrence, it would surely lead to tears in the future. By the way, how did Peng Shixiang manage to escape? Xiao Feng inquired. He possesses a void escape talisman. The Demon Monkey King replied with resignation. That talisman grants the ability to traverse the void, unless one can deliver a fatal strike. Even those at the Nirvana realm cannot handle him. Next time you encounter him, if he attempts any mischief, remember to eliminate him immediately. To avoid a situation akin to that which you faced with the Golden Mountain in the Godslayer array. Indeed, such a person must not be allowed to live. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed at the door, and the Blood Dragon called out, Who goes there? It is I. Dian Wei. Came a robust voice from outside. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering, what brings this fellow to my abode? After a brief moment, he replied, Come in. As the door swung open, the figure of Dian Wei came into view before the three. What brings you here? Shuelong inquired coldly, harboring no fondness for Dian Wei, recalling the latter's prior attempt to attack him by the beach. Oh, dear brother Shuelong, please do not take offense. If I have wronged you in the past, I sincerely apologize. Dian Wei responded with a forced smile. Please, have a seat. Xiao Feng gestured with his hand. Once seated, Dian Wei got straight to the point, saying, Brother Han Feng, while I was drinking with several guards earlier, I heard something significant. This matter pertains to whether we should ally with the 5-element magic elephant clan. Oh! A flicker of intrigue passed through Xiao Feng's eyes, and both Shuelong and the Monkey King looked on with interest. What is it? Speak freely. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, while the Monkey King waved his hand to cast a barrier, preventing any eavesdropping, and instructed Shuelong to close the door. The situation is as follows. The 5-element magic elephant clan has been struck by a peculiar plague, resulting in numerous casualties. Preliminary estimates suggest that at least 50% of their population has been infected, leading to a significant decline in their overall combat capability. As for the situation in the Beast King City, I trust you are aware that the 2 beast clans have consistently targeted the 5-element magic elephant clan. If we were to join them, it's not merely the risk of contracting the plague we should fear. Should the 2 beast clans seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, the likelihood of our demise would be quite high. Thus, my personal opinion is that upon reaching the Beast King City, it would be prudent to switch allegiances and align ourselves with the 2 beast clans instead. I felt it necessary to inform you of this, as I feared you might be unaware and unwittingly led into the 5-element magic elephant clan. Upon hearing Dian Wei's words, Blood Dragon was immediately enraged. You scoundrel, indulging in luxury aboard someone else's ship, yet your heart is so dark. Get out! Dian Wei, infuriated, stood up and retorted, damn it, you don't recognize the kind heart. I bid you farewell. Wait! Xiao Feng interjected, brother Dian Wei. Do not stoop to his level. I understand your good intentions, but some matters should not be handled so ruthlessly. If you wish to ally with the 2 great beast clans, I will not impede you, however, we shall not accompany you. We appreciate your goodwill. Why? Dian Wei frowned. Venturing into the 5 elements demon elephant clan is a path to certain doom. Although I am aware of your fallout with the leaders of the 2 clans, you possess the ancient map, and they will surely overlook past grievances and welcome you personally. Why suffer the torment of that plague? This is a matter of principle, not merely a question of life and death. Xiao Feng replied earnestly. Here, I also wish to advise you, do not choose to flee from present misfortunes, for behind you lies an abyss of despair. Dian Wei fell silent for a long while. Before departing, he uttered, I do not wish to be your enemy. With that, he vanished from Xiao Feng's sight, prompting a shake of the head from Xiao Feng. As long as you do not oppose me, I shall spare your life. As his words fell, Xiao Feng's aura surged dramatically. Dense black mist enveloped him like a cocoon, slowly rising into the air. The elemental energy within a 100-mile radius surged violently, forming a magnificent, multicolored cloud that spread across the giant ship. In that instant, the entire room radiated brilliance, resembling a dazzling rainbow. The entire colossal vessel was enveloped in a sea of ethereal energy, tumultuous waves surging around it. That was Han Feng's chamber. At that moment, someone exclaimed in astonishment, goodness, a minor breakthrough in Yang Su can summon a cloud of energy soaring to 10,000 feet? This is inconceivable. Another voice interjected, no. This aura signifies a breakthrough at the great completion of Yang Su. Yet another voice countered, but that can't be right. When I achieved the consummation of Yang Su, I only attracted a cloud of energy a mere 1,000 feet high. How can he, at the same level of breakthrough, summon 10 times that? The confusion was palpable, and one could only surmise that this exemplified the stark disparity between genius and mediocrity. What on earth are you saying? The hall erupted into chaos. A cacophony of shock and disbelief, with some nearly coming to blows over Xiao Feng's breakthrough. Han Feng was advancing? Shui Rubai, situated on the 3rd floor, gazed downward and was taken aback. It truly was Han Feng's chamber. In an instant, a complex expression flitted across her bright, profound eyes. Not long ago, Han Feng had effortlessly defeated Li Bin with a single move and vanquished Pang Shixiang in 2 moves. If he were to ascend further, to what extraordinary level would his combat prowess rise? It was a thought she scarcely dared to entertain. What on earth had transformed him to invoke such a vast cloud of energy? He must possess at least the cultivation of the 5th transformation. Zhu Yonk was astounded, her doubts dissipating, realizing that it was no wonder he could best Pang Shixiang. It turned out that his low cultivation level paired with his astonishing combat ability accounted for his victories. However, even the most formidable individuals would find it challenging to leap over so many ranks. defeating someone at the 7th transformation was simply monstrous. His strength could not be gauged by ordinary standards. Suddenly, Shui Rubai's delicate voice resonated throughout the vessel. Those unrelated, do not make noise and disturb young Master Han's advancement. The consequences will be yours to bear. Upon hearing these words, numerous martial cultivators retreated, shaking their heads in disbelief, truly a case of envy leading to despair. Consider Han Feng, merely 16 or 17 years of age, yet he has defied the heavens. Meanwhile, most present were over 20, some even exceeding a century in age. And their lives have been marked by mediocrity. In comparison to Xiao Feng, they perceived themselves as utterly commonplace. Even those self-proclaimed prodigies among the youth lowered their heads in this moment, their despondent eyes reflecting 5 words: I am not as good as Han Feng. On the deck, the captain of the guards rushed into the hall in a flurry, making his way directly to the 3rd floor to report to Shui Rubai, Commander. If we proceed another 100 kilometers, we shall reach the Golden Sands archipelago. Shui Rubai's expression shifted. During our journey, have we encountered any ships from the 2 great beast clans? No, they have set sail ahead of us, and they are moving at a much swifter pace, seeking to evade Han Feng's pursuit. I fear that, given the temperament of the 2 beast clans, they may have laid an ambush along this essential route. The captain of the guards was filled with trepidation. For a century, the 3 beast clans have been embroiled in conflict. The reason they have not formally declared war is due to the uncertainty of their ability to conquer the elemental magic elephant clan. Currently, with an outbreak of plague weakening the elemental magic elephant clan, if hostilities were to erupt now, it is highly likely that they would vanish completely from this realm. At the heart of these islands lies a man-made, straight channel, approximately 7,000 zhang wide and 300 miles long. Beyond this point, we can successfully reach the Beast King city. Remain vigilant, we are about to traverse the Golden Sands channel. The captain of the guards bellowed, fully aware of the situation in the vast sea, as the 5 Elements Magic Beast Clan conducted their soldier training in this very expanse. This Golden Sand waterway was a favored ambush site for the miscreants of the 2 great beast tribes, who often resorted to stealthy tactics. Over the years, countless clansmen had met their demise at their hands. However, it was not always such a dismal affair. There had indeed been instances of successful counterattacks. The colossal vessel glided steadily into the Golden Sand waterway, casting shadows from the islands on either side, which plunged the hull into darkness. At your command. 10 guards leaped into action. Yet, before they could touch the water, over 100 fiery arrows, akin to soul-seeking projectiles, shot forth. These flames pierced through the bodies of the 10 men like bullets, exploding upon impact. Crimson blood stained the waterway. Damn it! There truly is an ambush! Prepare for battle! Shui Rubai shouted in alarm, as 800 guards rallied together, surveying their surroundings. The thunderous roar reverberated like divine thunder, resonating throughout the hall, causing the thousands of martial practitioners within to pale. They surged forth en masse. In an instant, the expansive deck was filled with people. Hong Yun, should we intervene? Asked an elderly man with graying hair, part of a group of 12 standing behind the old ghost Hong Yun. Let us observe the unfolding events. Engaging in a 1-10 battle is a venture devoid of any chance of victory. I can only hope that these martial practitioners will come to our aid. Shui Rubai's expression turned cold, as he was enveloped by the aura of the 5 elements, gazing intently at the 2 commanders beside Pang Shixiang, and inquired, Qi Tianran. What do you mean by this? Do you truly wish to sever ties with my 5 elements magic elephant clan? Qi Tianran stepped forward, his cold visage bearing a semblance of a smile. What does it matter if we sever ties? Your 5 elements magic elephant clan is now akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect itself. If you are wise, surrender Han Feng, and we may grant you a chance for survival. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthless hearts. Indeed, it seems one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Shui Rubai chuckled coldly. Qi Tianran, have you forgotten the might of that monkey? With your numbers, You may indeed think yourselves sufficient to deal with us, but have you considered the consequences of provoking Han Feng? As he spoke, Shui Rubai could not help but cast a glance back, his eyes pleading for assistance, penetrating through the cabin into the elegant chamber on the second floor. He hoped that Xiao Feng could swiftly stabilize his cultivation and lead the Demon Monkey King to break free. Should that occur, these wretched scoundrels would find themselves on a path to demise. Yet, Qi Tianran, Peng Shixiang, and Zicheng were not oblivious to Shui Rubai's intentions, revealing smiles tinged with mockery. As Han Feng had yet to make an appearance, Peng Shixiang's expression grew ever more sinister, his eyes radiating profound malice. Ever since he joined the Wind and Cloud Sword sect, he had never endured humiliation as he had the day before. His heart's desire now was to spill Xiao Feng's blood and cleanse this disgrace. At that moment, Zicheng, who had remained silent, spoke lightly, Shui Rubai. Do you truly believe that with our strength and temperament, we would set an ambush here without a formidable backing? Chapter 14, Breakthrough and Advancement. The blazing flames erupted, revealing the true form of the newcomer. Before him stood a young man clad in white, wielding a folding fan, with a cascade of fiery red hair flowing down his shoulders, radiating an exceptionally formidable aura. This individual was none other than Qi Lingyun, the seventh prince of the Fiery Flame Horse clan. Curse be it, how did this fellow arrive here? Shui Rubai clenched his fists tightly. This Qi Lingyun had awakened the ancient celestial horse bloodline, distinguishing himself as an extraordinary talent among numerous princes of the Fiery Flame Horse clan. His terrifying prowess had reached the late 6th stage, comparable to the 8th level of human transformation. When the celestial horse bloodline was fully unleashed, it could rival the pinnacle of transformation. However, no matter how formidable he was, just months ago, he had fallen victim to the enchanting beauty of Mo Linger. Willingly deceived to the outskirts of the city, bound by the celestial locking silk, he was rendered powerless to resist. At that time, Mo Linger had intended to sever his bloodline. Yet, she was a step too late. The arrival of Prince Ling Tian, Qi Lingyun's elder brother, saved him. Qi Lingyun was recognized as the foremost prodigy of the Fiery Flame Horse clan. This incident led to Mo Linger being confined, a fortunate turn of events. For although Prince Ling Tian appeared to be a paragon of virtue, his heart harbored darkness. To maintain his own dignity, he refrained from allowing Qi Lingyun to tarnish Mo Linger's purity. Had it been another, she would have surely lost her precious virtue that very day. No. The sudden and inexplicable appearance of Qi Lingyun clearly indicated his intentions towards Mo Linger. Nevertheless, the primary objective remained to eliminate Han Feng. As for Qi Lingyun, he too must be dealt with, should the opportunity arise. He could not abide any man harboring even the slightest inappropriate thoughts towards Mo Linger. The Red Sky Burn declared, "Seventh Prince, you already possess enough women. As for Shui Rubai, we had an agreement, you must yield her to me. Rest assured." Red Lingyun replied nonchalantly, "This woman, though beautiful, is ultimately too aged. You know well that I have no inclination towards older women. I shall send her to you shortly." "Thank you, Your Highness," Red Tianran exclaimed joyfully. "We are kin, there is no need for such formality." Red Lingyun waved his hand dismissively, then inquired, "By the way, did you not mention a certain Han Feng? He killed Brother Pang's disciple, seized the ancient map, and even injured your men? Such a terrifying aura. Who is breaking through?" "No, it seems this is the breath of someone who has successfully attained the perfection of the Yang Void Realm." Red Tianran and Zicheng's eyes widened in astonishment as they gasped. Red Lingyun, his gaze fixed intently, voiced his surprise. To step into the Yang Void's perfection and unleash the might of the fifth transformation of creation, who could this prodigy hidden within the ship be? Yet, upon deeper reflection, I do not regard him highly. What does it matter to possess the might of the fifth transformation of creation? To me, he remains merely an insignificant insect. Especially considering his true cultivation level is still only within the Yang Void realm. Such a familiar aura. Peng Shixiang furrowed his brow, then exclaimed in terror, "Seventh Prince, That person is Han Feng, he is breaking through. Are you jesting with me? Red Lingyun raised an eyebrow, gazing at Pang Shixiang. A mere youth at the perfection of the Yang Void has managed to frighten you, a figure on the illustrious 1,000 talents list, into such a state? Ah, but wait. It seems you have even been defeated by him. If you cannot handle such trash, I truly wonder what strength you possess to enter the treasure's secret realm in 7 days. This is not. As if Pang Shixiang had a chicken egg lodged in his mouth, his complexion flushed. It's not that he is incapable of handling it, but rather that Han Feng's combat prowess is overwhelmingly formidable. Qi Lingyun, standing there with no visible concern, should try his hand at it too. Naturally. These thoughts remained unspoken by Pang Shixiang, who instead remarked, "You have not faced Han Feng, so you cannot fathom his might. If I were to speculate, his combat strength is likely to rank within the top 700 of the 1,000 heroes list." Qi Tianran concurred, "Seventh Prince, that young man is exceedingly peculiar. Do not be deceived by his low cultivation level, his battle capabilities should not be underestimated, lest we suffer severe losses." Zicheng added, "And we must also remain wary of that monkey." Upon hearing such alarming statements, Qi Lingyun paused momentarily. His serene demeanor revealing a hint of severity, "You are merely inflating the enemy's morale while diminishing our own prestige. What has come over the three of you today?" Pang Shixiang, Qi Tianran, and Zicheng found themselves at a loss for words. They couldn't fathom how they had become so timid. Had a mere Han Feng instilled such fear in them? With the 7th Prince present, what was there to fear? After all, he was a peerless prodigy whose strength could rank within the top 500 of the 1,000 heroes list. No matter how powerful Han Feng might be, he was destined for a dead end. As for that monkey, while formidable, they had no reason to believe it could rival Qi Lingyun. With a decisive wave of his hand, Qi Lingyun commanded the 8,000 troops, swords drawn and poised, advancing like a moving fire cloud towards the colossal vessel below. Shui Rubai's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Those scoundrels from the Qi Yanshima clan are well prepared. When the battle begins, we must fight with all our might. Rest assured, Commander Bai, even if we were to shed our last drop of blood, we solemnly vow to uphold the dignity of the 5 Elements Magic Elephant Clan. 800 Magic Elephant Guards, united in purpose, exude a formidable aura." Qi Lingyun cast a glance at Shui Rubai before shifting his focus to Qi Tianran and the others. "This woman possesses considerable strength. I entrust her to you three to handle swiftly." "No problem." The three exchanged glances, and Qi Tianran's pupils burned with fervor. He had long coveted Shui Rubai, and the mere thought of soon overpowering her ignited an insatiable eagerness within him. "Leave none alive." Qi Lingyun raised his arm, issuing commands. "Attack!" 8,000 divine horse guards surged forth like frenzied beasts, a torrent of fury cascading down. Shui Rubai's expression darkened, engulfed in flames. "Magic Elephant Guards, heed my command. Kill! For each enemy slain, a grand mansion shall be rewarded. For 10, the rank of captain shall be bestowed. Commander Bai, you possess remarkable courage. Slaughter! Annihilate these wretched scoundrels." The 800 Magic Elephant Guards, wielding long spears, transformed into towering forms, leaping skyward. The tempestuous energy of the 5 elements spread across the heavens in an instant. As the two sides clashed, the fierce flames of battle erupted, sweeping across the universe. Qi Lingyun moved through the air with grace, descending upon the top of the cabin where Xiao Feng resided. A sinister smile adorning his face, this prince delights in delivering a lethal strike when others are engrossed in their cultivation. "It is my honor that you have caught my eye." As his words fell, the smile on Qi Lingyun's face gradually faded, his right hand raised. A flicker of flame igniting in his palm, spreading and ascending. At last, it converged into a blazing sword, approximately 1,000 feet long, and descended with a forceful slash. The fiery blade cleaved through the outer layer of the massive wheel, plunging downward with unyielding momentum. "Damn it!" Shui Rubai's expression shifted dramatically as he thrust his spear. Breaking free from the encirclement of the three attackers, and charged toward Qi Lingyun. Seizing the moment, Zicheng and Pang Shixiang advanced, wielding a sword and a blade, aiming directly at Shuai Rubai's vital points. Just as it seemed they were about to deliver a fatal blow, Qi Tianran conjured a spear, deflecting their weapons. "Do not kill her." However, at that very moment, Shuai Rubai had already turned around, sweeping her black spear across the air. The sharp tip of the spear grazed the necks of the three assailants. Damn it! How infuriating! Fear pierced their eyes as they recoiled. A gust of wind slicing through the air. That was close. Almost met our end at the hands of that wretched woman. It was all Qi Tianran's fault, that scoundrel. Qi Tianran, still shaken, was met with the ire of Zicheng and Pang Shixiang, whose glares could have burned holes through him, wishing they could slap him twice. It was over. Instead of pursuing, Shuai Rubai severed the ropes binding her ankles. Yet, when she looked up, she saw that Qi Lingyun's blazing sword had already cleaved through the third floor. With a speed akin to lightning, it descended upon Xiao Feng, engulfing the second-floor private room in a torrent of crimson flames. Had Han Feng perished? Not necessarily. With that monkey around, his demise would not come so easily. Indeed, just as the murmurs of the crowd settled, a burst of five-colored flames erupted from the heavens. Not only did the blazing sword of fire dissolve, but amidst its flames, two colossal soul swords shot upward, striking the center of Qi Lingyun's brow and entering him in succession. A piercing scream echoed through the heavens as Qi Lingyun was propelled back 7,000 zhang, seemingly bound by an invisible force, clutching his head, spiraling through the void before crashing onto the right island, his fate uncertain. Had Qi Lingyun truly been defeated in such a manner? Was there something amiss with my vision? The sudden turn of events left the martial practitioners on the deck dumbfounded. Even the likes of the Red Cloud Old Ghost exhibited profound shock and disbelief. Qi Lingyun of the Scarlet Flame Divine Horse Clan, a third-tier genius, capable of entering the top 500 of the 1,000 Talents ranking, had been effortlessly vanquished by Xiao Feng. Chapter 15, The Wrath of the Celestial Prodigy. Though they had not witnessed how Xiao Feng had struck, the scene before them was an undeniable reality that sent shockwaves through every onlooker. In that moment, the world fell silent. The combatants on both sides ceased their movements. Countless eyes, filled with astonishment, gazed towards the cabin shrouded in billowing smoke. Suddenly, three imposing figures emerged from the giant vessel, ascending into the sky with resplendent might. The crowd then beheld a monkey and a rugged man standing beside a figure clad in a blue robe, gazing down upon the world with disdain. They were unscathed? How could this be possible? Qi Tianran, Zicheng, and Pang Shixiang wore expressions of disbelief, scarcely able to trust their own eyes. They had assumed that, despite Qi Lingyun being sent flying, Xiao Feng and his companions would at least sustain some injuries. However, now, remarkably unscathed. Instantly, the expressions of the three turned exceedingly grim. Pang Shixiang's features twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. Such an outcome was utterly intolerable to him. Shuai Rubai, along with numerous martial cultivators, including the likes of the old ghost Hongyun, were equally taken aback. In stark contrast, the faces of all the demon elephant guards were alight with excitement and elation. The stronger Xiao Feng became, the lower their casualty rate would be, and he would simultaneously transform into the enemy's worst nightmare. The captain of the guards, drenched in blood, exclaimed in fervor, "This Han Feng is astonishingly powerful. Time and again, he has reshaped my perception of him. Truly formidable, akin to an unfathomable abyss. No one can see through him." Shuai Rubai's beautiful eyes sparkled as they lingered on Xiao Feng. This man was utterly captivating. No wonder someone as proud as Mo Linger would yield to his charisma. The old ghost Hongyun, perplexed, wondered aloud, when did the Xuanwu Empire give rise to such a prodigious talent? I cannot comprehend it, if such a genius truly emerged. Their renown would have undoubtedly spread across the continent. Could he be the legendary Dugu Beitian? No, that cannot be, aside from not resembling him. The mere fact that he has slain Ling Rui and injured Pang Shixiang is sufficient to indicate he is not affiliated with the Fengyun sword sect. In recent years, It seems an abundance of geniuses has emerged, it appears we have grown old. Sighs of resignation echoed from the depths of the abyss, imbued with a sense of helplessness. As if they had been forsaken by the tides of time. These younger generations, each more formidable than the last, instilled a sense of dread and trepidation. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiao Feng advanced step by step towards Qilingyun, his entire being engulfed in a tempestuous aura of demonic energy. This unleashed a frenzied convergence of the 5 elemental energies: wind, thunder, water, darkness, and fire spanning 100 miles, enveloping him in a tumultuous torrent of spiritual force. Resounding with a relentless roar. It was as if he were the true prodigy of heaven. To him, all others were but fragile, ineffectual beings. Especially now, in his fury. This realm would pale in comparison to his wrath. The islands on either side trembled violently as a result. Qilingyun opened his eyes, defying the heavens. And suddenly erupted with an overwhelming inferno. A colossal red celestial steed, towering 1,000 feet long and 100 feet high, unfurled its wings, reborn from the flames. Manifesting across the sky. Its eyes, like bronze bells, gleamed with ferocity as they locked onto Xiao Feng. No wonder even Pang Shixiang fell before you. You indeed possess some measure of strength. Yet today, you face this prince, and it shall be your demise. As his words echoed, an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth. Qilingyun, the 7th prince of the illustrious Scarlet Flame Pegasus clan. Endowed with talents and abilities only second to his elder brother Qi Lingtian and his second brother Qi Lingfeng. Believed he could easily claim Xiao Feng's head as if plucking it from a pocket. However, the outcome took him by surprise, nearly leaving him grievously wounded. All before the eyes of thousands. This had become a blemish upon his life. If he could not cleanse this humiliation with Xiao Feng's blood today, he would be unable to face the expectations of his kin and would be unworthy of his father's praise. A terrifying roar reverberated through the cosmos, and the crowd, momentarily stunned, beheld the crimson steed galloping towards Xiao Feng. With each stride, the magnificent creature traversed an immeasurable distance, descending upon Xiao Feng like an unstoppable force. Its colossal hooves, akin to that of a humble cottage, bore the weight of celestial flames, enveloping Xiao Feng entirely. The elite guards of the Scarlet Flame Steed clan, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in fervent cries, "Long live the prince! The Frost Blade is surely doomed!" Those who dared to offend the Scarlet Flame Steed clan must brace themselves for death. In this instant, fervor and exhilaration, laughter and fervent discourse. An array of jubilant emotions engulfed the minds of every member of the Scarlet Flame Steed clan. The awakening of the ancient steed's bloodline was indeed fearsome, endowing Qilingyun with doubled combat prowess. In this moment, he stood as a formidable rival to even the 9th layer of creation. Shui Rubai and the onlooking martial cultivators were struck with astonishment, a chilling dread creeping up their spines, leaving them utterly petrified. Observing the expressions of those present, Qi Tianran, brimming with pride, disdainfully glanced at Shui Rubai. "Oh, how unfortunate for you, little wretch! You believed yourself powerful enough to contend with the Frost Blade. Yet you are destined to be crushed beneath the foot of the 7th prince. Once Frost Blade meets his demise, I shall revel in tormenting you, unleashing years of pent-up desire. Reducing you, the one who has repeatedly humiliated me, to a pitiful state, groveling like a dog beneath my dominance, becoming my plaything. This day, a fantasy nurtured for 2 decades, was finally poised for realization." Ha ha ha! Qi Tianran spread his arms wide, laughing towards the heavens, his countenance one of sheer delight. As if he could already envision the sight of Shui Rubai gasping in despair. Shui Rubai clenched his fists tightly, his anger reaching a boiling point, as he contemplated delivering a devastating blow to the beast before him. "Qi Tianran, you wretch! Even in death, I shall never relinquish my body to you." "Death? Ha! Your corpse will serve my amusement for days." Qi Tianran's laughter grew increasingly derisive and lascivious, descending to the depths of shamelessness. "You are nothing short of a pervert." Enraged, Shui Rubai thrust his spear forward and leaped into battle against Qi Tianran, the two entangled in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Peng Shixiang darted towards the ship's cabin, intent on capturing Imo Linger, but the demon monkey king struck unexpectedly, delivering a fatal blow that shattered his chest, obliterating his organs into nothingness. Blood Dragon seized Peng Shixiang's storage ring, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Last time, I let you escape. Today, your fortune has run dry. In that moment, everyone was left in stunned silence. Had he truly perished? Peng Shixiang, ranked 953 on the Chenjia list, had been obliterated by a mere monkey's punch? Witnesses felt the hairs on their necks stand on end. Even the old spirit Hong Yun could not suppress a shiver. The seventh layer of transformation. How could he fall so easily? He questioned himself, unable to fathom the capabilities of this monkey. What kind of transformation had endowed it with such terrifying power? If it chose to strike, would Qi Lingyun stand a chance? Yet, it refrained from intervening, allowing Han Feng to engage Qi Lingyun, showcasing its unwavering confidence in Han Feng. Undeterred, Xiao Feng gripped the god-slaying blade, slicing upward with determination. White Tiger dominates the heavens. A torrent of blade energy, resembling a colossal tiger amidst the thunderous roar of its might, surged forth, infused with the formidable power of the wild god slaughtering array. Once again, the formidable quintessences of wind, fire, water, darkness, and thunder were summoned, a terrifying force that severed the foreleg of the crimson celestial steed. Moo! The horse stumbled, losing its balance, emitting a primal wail. Torrents of fresh blood cascaded across the heavens. The red steed transformed into a human form, attempting to flee along the waterway. Fleeing? Qi Lingyun was actually escaping. This chilling edge instilled a profound sense of dread within me. Perhaps I cannot catch up. On the deck, numerous martial practitioners trembled in fear. Unable to pursue? Xiao Feng let out a cold smile, his phoenix wings unfurling rapidly, propelling him to chase after Qi Lingyun at a breathtaking speed. As danger approached, Qi Lingyun's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned. You scoundrel, why do you relentlessly pursue me? Enough with the nonsense, perish! Xiao Feng had no intention of elaborating further. He raised the god-slaying blade high, as the roar of the demonic dragon echoed, cleaving downward from above. I shall fight you! Qi Lingyun bellowed skyward. Crimson flames erupting suddenly from his palm, transforming into a red tassel spear, thrusting upward, sky-shattering 9 strikes. Boom! 9 beams of red light erupted from the spear tip, striking fiercely against Xiao Feng's god-slaying blade. A series of resounding sparks and the clanging of metal reverberated through the air. Finally, at the moment the last spear beam collided with the god-slaying blade, Xiao Feng's arm went numb, and the blade was sent flying. Ha! You need not have met your demise. But now, as a swordsman without a sword, you leave me no choice but to take your life. The terror etched on Qi Lingyun's face transformed into ecstatic joy as the god-slaying blade slipped from his grasp, and with a flourish of his crimson spear, like a sinuous serpent, he lunged fiercely at Xiao Feng, exclaiming, 10,000 horses charged to the heavens. With a single thrust, the earth trembled. From all directions surged countless crimson spearlights, which then morphed into a stampede of galloping steeds, racing across the sky. This monumental spectacle nearly eclipsed half the heavens. Should any mortal be struck, even those of the 9th tier of creation would be trampled to death, perishing in bitter hatred. Chapter 16, The Intensity of Battle. Such power. It seemed Xiao Feng could hardly escape this calamity. The terror was palpable. Everyone involuntarily shuddered, their hairs standing on end. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Feng faced the impending doom with unwavering resolve, unleashing a thunderous roar, exterminate the immortals. A vast, boundless force of divine soul surged from his being, soaring into the azure skies. The metallic energy within a 100-mile radius erupted with the force of a cataclysm, coalescing into 24 golden peaks that crashed toward the oncoming ironclad stampede. A terrifying pressure from his bloodline engulfed the surrounding area. On the deck, the 800 demon elephant guards trembled violently, blood gushing forth. In that instant, the ancient celestial steed, driven mad, lunged toward Xiao Feng. With a single stride, it traversed an expanse of 10,000 feet, annihilating everything in its path. Xiao Feng cast a disdainful glance at the ancient steed, intertwining his fingers to form an unusual seal, and forcefully thrust it forward. His entire being seemed to unleash a torrent, as boundless divine soul energy surged into those 20 golden peaks. The heavens and earth quaked. All the golden peaks converged into one, transforming into a towering divine mountain. Amidst the towering peaks, the roars of myriad beasts reverberated, echoing through the cosmos. Destroy him! With a decisive slash of his palm, Xiao Feng unleashed the formidable might of the towering divine peak, charging recklessly towards the galloping ancient steed. The heavens erupted in a cacophony of thunderous explosions, resonating throughout the celestial expanse. The ancient steed disintegrated into countless fiery fragments, raining down like shards of a shattered dream. In an instant, the entire sky transformed into a scene of apocalyptic despair, engulfed in flames. Flee! Those flames, if they were to touch one, would spell either injury or death. The situation was dire, both were monstrous entities. At that moment, within the vast maritime passage, the members of the five-element demon elephant clan, along with various martial cultivators and opposing forces, desperately scattered in every direction, fearing for their lives and the impending doom. Shuo Rubai and Qi Tianran, who had been locked in combat, exchanged a powerful palm strike before hastily retreating. Zicheng had already distanced himself 100 miles the moment the two unleashed their ultimate moves. Now, he stood proudly in the sky, gazing in astonishment at the distant battlefield. His throat dry and his heart filled with dread and terror. Both were prodigious beings of monstrous caliber, particularly that cold edge, who had mercilessly crushed Qi Lingyun into such a state it was unimaginable that he was but a single individual. At present, only the old ghost Hongyun and his companions remained on the deck, albeit fully fortified in defense. While the celestial flames were indeed formidable, in their eyes, they were not yet lethal. Their sole desire now was to witness this battle up close, eager to discern who would emerge as the true victor. Mo Linger brandished a unique bottle-shaped artifact, diving into it alongside Zhu Yonk, remaining ensconced within the colossal wheel. What a close call! Just as he escaped the engulfing flames of heaven, Qi Tianran exhaled a sigh of relief. This battle was indeed perilous. He wondered if the seventh prince would emerge victorious. Commander, there is no need for concern. The seventh prince possesses 90% of the celestial horse bloodline, with talents that are extraordinary and defenses comparable to divine beasts. How could that mere martial cultivator, Han Feng, possibly rival the prince? Thus, it was indisputable that the seventh prince would claim victory in this confrontation. Among the more than 7,000 who had narrowly escaped, a fierce-looking guard proclaimed with pride, expressing immense confidence in Qi Lingyun. You are absolutely right. That scoundrel Han Feng shall meet a most untimely demise. Despite having witnessed the ancient celestial horse being shattered by the imposing divine peak, Qi Tianran chose to place his faith in Qi Lingyun. He clenched his fists, his eyes radiating a sinister hue, and declared resolutely, "Scoundrel, you shall surely perish." The seventh prince is invincible, unmatched by any foe. Alas, scarcely had he spoken when a thunderous roar erupted. The majestic divine peak, with overwhelming force, crashed down upon Qi Lingyun's form. His organs convulsed violently, blood surging uncontrollably as he plummeted toward the island. His white robe disintegrated into ashes, and his body was marred with gaping wounds the size of fingers, blood gushing forth incessantly, transforming him into a veritable specter of blood. Yet Xiao Feng was not inclined to let him off so easily. With a fierce shout, he commanded, "Divine peak of extermination, heed my call and crush this wretch to oblivion." The earth shook with a resounding boom. The majestic divine peak descended from the heavens, crushing the layers of space, and once again collided with Qi Lingyun. Boom! 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 The entire island trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, collapsing under the weight of the towering divine mountain. Qi Lingyun found himself trapped between the island and the peak, rendered utterly voiceless, transformed into a mere puddle of flesh. Yet amidst this grotesque mass, A wisp of demonic essence surged forth, fleeing at breakneck speed, as if in a desperate flight for survival. Attempt to escape? Come forth! Roared the demon monkey king, extending his arm across the expanse, striking down with a force that sent the wisp of demonic essence soaring beneath Xiao Feng's feet. Xiao Feng, with a deft motion of his fingers, ensnared the ethereal creature, exerting a slight pressure. The essence emitted a piercing scream, revealing within it the contorted visage of Qi Lingyun. His face twisted with despair as he pleaded, Han Feng, I shall never dare to oppose you again. I implore you, grant me a chance at life. Now you seek mercy? Xiao Feng replied with a chilling smile, did you not consider that you might find yourself at my mercy when you ambushed me? I did not act with intent. Qi Lingyun stammered, his voice trembling. So, you admit it was deliberate? In that case, you shall meet your end. A smirk curled upon Xiao Feng's lips, his expression shifting to one of icy resolve. With a swift motion of his Kirin arm, he summoned the ancient symbols that unleashed an overwhelming heat, melting Qi Lingyun into a pool of soul water that surged into Xiao Feng's consciousness. Very well. Let us confront this beast. Slaying him will avenge our lord's grievances. Charge! Under the provocation of Chishenran, over 7,000 divine horse soldiers transformed into their true forms, surging forward in a grand assault against Xiao Feng. Behind them, Qi Tianran shouted loudly, fervently rallying support. As the divine steeds surrounded Xiao Feng, Qi Tianran suddenly pivoted, affixing a talisman of swift movement, and fled towards the vast sea at a staggering speed. Qi Tianran was escaping. After him, Shuo Rubai, regaining her composure, darted through the air like lightning in pursuit. This cry, of course, startled the divine steeds besieging Xiao Feng, causing their morale to waver instantly. Qi Tianran, may you meet a wretched end. How dare you use us as a shield? A golden iron rod pierced through the air. The king of the demon monkeys reached out, sweeping across the battlefield with overwhelming might. In an instant, over 7,000 blazing steeds were reduced to nothingness, vanishing before they could utter a single cry, leaving no trace behind. In the eyes of the onlookers, astonishment and shock were all that remained, as countless fragments floated in the sky. Across the boundless sea, 3 figures, one in front, one in the middle, and one behind, pursued at great speed. Chapter 17. The azure-eyed bat Qi Tianran was frantic. He never imagined that even with the swift movement talisman, he could not outpace Xiao Feng. I must devise a strategy to evade this pursuit, otherwise, facing him would mean certain death. After a moment of deep contemplation, Qi Tianran's eyes brightened suddenly. With a flick of his hand, 7 black orbs, resembling pine nuts, were released, black bat rain. The black orbs shot forth like bullets, exploding in front of Xiao Feng, instantly enveloping the space in a bizarre, dense black mist. As Xiao Feng pursued into the realm of darkness, a nauseating stench assaulted him, compelling him to abandon the chase. Humph, you are still too inexperienced to contend with me, sneered Qi Tianran, as the barrage of black bats thwarted Xiao Feng's pursuit. He transformed into a blazing comet and fled northward. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Feng had already locked onto his position through his divine consciousness. At that very moment, eerie shrieks echoed from the depths of the black mist. An ominous sensation washed over Xiao Feng, prompting him to retreat. Yet, thousands of emerald-eyed bats surged forth like a tidal wave, assaulting him relentlessly. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Feng unleashed the Qilin Golden Vajra Fist. 9 fiery Qilins materialized in the air, overwhelming the swarm of bats with their formidable might. A series of muffled explosions rang out, resulting in countless casualties among the emerald-eyed bats. Simultaneously, the pervasive black mist was incinerated by the fierce flames conjured by the 9 Qilins. Do you believe that changing direction will allow you to evade me? Unfortunately, you shall not have that opportunity. A mocking, faint laughter suddenly reverberated in Qi Tianran's ears, nearly causing him to plummet from the heavens. The voice, akin to a haunting nightmare, was both familiar and terrifying. He had never anticipated hearing it again so soon. With his hair standing on end, Qi Tianran slowly turned his head, only to behold Xiao Feng standing behind him, rendering him utterly paralyzed with dread. Are you human or ghost? Were you not ensnared by the barrage of black bats? How could you possibly be here? Xiao Feng, with a chilling smile, remarked. You wretched thief, you have brought me such great trouble, and now you wish to flee? Is this truly appropriate? What do you intend to do? Qi Tianran, stealing himself, replied. He had witnessed Xiao Feng's terrifying combat prowess. Even Qi Lingyun had met a tragic end, leaving no trace behind. How could he possibly stand against him? What do I intend to do? A sinister smile crept across Xiao Feng's face. Naturally, I wish to dismember you piece by piece and feed you to the dogs. No! You cannot do this. You have already killed the 7th prince. If you were to slay me as well, the Qiyan horse clan would never forgive you. Fear illuminated Qi Tianran's eyes. For the first time, he felt death looming so close. Haha, how amusing! Since you are aware that I have slain Qi Lingyun, do you truly believe that sparing your life will absolve me in the eyes of the Qiyan horse clan? With a mocking tone, Xiao Feng swiftly drew a blade, slicing across Qi Tianran's neck. Devouring. Xiao Feng spread his arms wide as a torrent of black mist, like phantom hands, seized Qi Tianran's lifeless body, transforming it into pure energy that surged into his very being. In a matter of moments, Xiao Feng's cultivation soared to the peak of the Yang Void stage. I wonder how Shuo Rubai is faring? Xiao Feng murmured softly before vanishing like a flash of lightning, propelling himself westward. Barely a few minutes after Xiao Feng's departure, 4 ethereal figures arrived, traversing the void with determination. How vast is this ocean? They had flown in all directions north, south, east, and west, but still found no port leading to the Beast King's city. After much effort to detect the aura of martial practitioners, it had now vanished. If trapped here, how can I seek vengeance on Xiao Feng? The anger of Chao, the of the Sima clan, the 9th elder of the Yuan clan, and the elder of poison refinement is palpable. Let us continue onward, there must be an escape. Wan Chonghai, the general of Han Shou, furrows his brow, appearing utterly exhausted. After traveling approximately 1,000 miles, high above the central expanse of the vast sea, Xiao Feng encounters Shuo Rubai. Have you caught up with Zicheng? No. I have not seen him, that fellow must have used an invisibility talisman. Shuo Rubai replies despondently. She had followed Xiao Feng's command, tracking westward, and was initially able to sense Zicheng's aura. However, for reasons unknown, the presence gradually weakened until it vanished entirely. Xiao Feng closes his eyes in deep contemplation, his vast spiritual energy radiating for miles around. Yet, the outcome remains unchanged, he still cannot locate him. What a stroke of misfortune! Xiao Feng curses. Zicheng, adept at assessing situations, must have taken the initiative to flee the moment I engaged in a fierce battle with Qi Lingyun. This indicates that he is far more formidable than Qi Tianran. Even that monkey is no match for the 2 clan leaders. I truly wonder where he derives the audacity to proclaim, safeguard the 5 elements demon elephant clan. Xiao Feng perceives the disdain within Shuo Rubai's heart and can't help but smile wryly. You may doubt me now, but you shall eventually come to believe. Is that so? Shuo Rubai finds Xiao Feng increasingly inscrutable. I shall wait and see. I also hope you will prove to be a benefactor to my 5 elements demon elephant clan. However, I only assist others under certain conditions. I will not engage in a loss-making endeavor. Xiao Feng candidly revealed that the 3 great beast clans currently lacked a place to reside, and the Beast King city was an exemplary sanctuary. What are the conditions? Shuo Rubai inquired with a smile, secretly contemplating that Xiao Feng was not as noble as he had imagined. I have stated that you lack the authority to decide, so it is better left unspoken. With that, Xiao Feng soared towards the Golden Sand waterway, closely pursued by Shuo Rubai. However, she soon realized that Xiao Feng's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering her unable to catch up. Even the most gifted of the 5 elements magic elephant clan could not match even a third of his pace. At the Golden Sand Waterway, all martial cultivators looked up to the Monkey King, venerating him as a deity. His earlier display had left the audience utterly astounded. With a single strike, he obliterated over 7,000 scarlet flame divine horses, reducing them to mere ashes. Those at the pinnacle of creation and even those on the verge of nirvana were rendered speechless. It was overwhelmingly shocking. They pondered, for instance, that Han Feng was already quite extraordinary, yet this monkey surpassed even him. The origins of Xiao Feng remained a mystery, leading the crowd to speculate fervently about his identity. Some claimed he was a high disciple of a hidden powerhouse, others suggested he was the true identity of the legendary Dugu Beitian from the Fengyun sword sect. There were even whispers that he was not human but a reincarnation of a deity. In any case, numerous theories circulated, yet none were accurate. Ultimately, this so-called trio left an indelible impression on all present. In that moment, everyone inhaled sharply, their gazes fixed on Xiao Feng, filled with incredulous astonishment. What an impressive lad! Has he fully mastered the divine phoenix wings? The Monkey King smiled faintly, astonished that Xiao Feng was able to catch up to and slay the Crimson Flame Beast in less than an hour, far beyond his expectations. Xiao Feng nodded, glancing around, puzzled. Where are those Crimson Flame Beasts? This is rather astonishing. Do not be surprised, it is merely childish play. The Monkey King crossed his arms defiantly, his expression one of arrogance, as if slaughtering over 7,000 Crimson Flame Beasts were akin to squashing a swarm of ants. You are impressive, Xiao Feng exclaimed, acknowledging his prowess. You are not too shabby yourself, the Monkey King remarked, yet his tone bore an implication akin to that of an elder brother addressing a younger sibling. At that moment, Shuo Rubai, who was flying towards them, wiped the cold sweat from her brow. She had overheard their exchange from afar. To crush over 7,000 Crimson Flame Beasts was undoubtedly the most shocking feat in the history of the Beast King city. Young sir! Suddenly, a melodious laughter, akin to the sound of silver bells, emanated from the cabin. Chapter 18, Devotion to him. What infuriated them the most, however, was that Mo Linger, under the gaze of many, walked directly to Xiao Feng, her eyes filled with affection. This scene incensed the young martial artists, yet they dared not express their anger. After all, Xiao Feng's strength was palpable. It was unwise to provoke him, as demonstrated by the fates of Ling Rui and Pang Shixiang. Do you require something? Xiao Feng's eyes bore no disdain, yet his tone was distinctly cool. Humph! This fellow simply does not understand the value of cherishing a lady. The young martial artists glared at Xiao Feng, filled with righteous indignation and envy. Why is it that, despite everyone being human, the disparities among them are so vast? Their treatment of Mo Linger is exceedingly attentive, they cater to her every whim. Yet, Xiao Feng remains impervious to her advances, dismissing her entirely, which incites a tightening of fists in anger. Were he an ordinary individual, he would have been reduced to mere remnants by now. Is it too much to converse with you occasionally? Mo Linger's voice, ethereal and melodious, carries a hint of seduction, inciting envy among many present. Certainly. But I harbor no desire to engage with strangers. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Feng sidesteps the deck and strides towards the hall. The Demon Monkey King and Blood Dragon trail behind him, unconsciously lifting their heads in a display of arrogance as they pass by Mo Linger. You! Zhu Yunk stamped her foot in frustration. Miss, this fellow is utterly ungrateful, ignore him. Silence! Mo Linger retorted coldly. This is my personal matter, refrain from meddling in it. If you please. Zhu Yunk's expression turned pitiable. Over the years, Mo Linger had treated her as a sister, yet today, she had scolded her due to Xiao Feng. In that moment, she nearly loathed Xiao Feng. Those present could only sigh in despair at the sight. Mo Linger had irrevocably pledged herself to Han Feng. It is incomprehensible what kind of enchantment Han Feng has cast upon her, truly detestable. Not only does he lack the understanding to cherish delicate beauty, but he also treats such a fragile beauty with disdain. Does he possess no humanity? And you all, what are you staring at? Be gone! Mo Linger furiously rebuked the crowd. Her anger palpable. In her entire life, she had never encountered a man who so blatantly disregarded her. Let us go. Disperse. This is pointless. A chorus of bewildered murmurs resonated through the throng, and then a vast multitude, like a colossal dragon, orderly made their way into the grand hall of the immense ship. Infuriating Han Feng, she thought, I refuse to believe you possess a heart of stone. Clenching her delicate fist, she gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. Her heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. The unattainable is often the most coveted. High above, Shui Rubai observed this scene unfold, unable to suppress a sigh. He then disregarded Mo Linger and descended to the deck. As he was about to enter the hall, Mo Linger coldly inquired, Why do you not come to comfort me? Shui Rubai paused in his stride, responding with indifference, Why endure the pain of loving someone who does not love you in return? How could I possibly comfort you? 2 minutes later, the super cruise ship resumed its voyage. The passage of time, akin to the burning of an incense stick, slipped away. At this moment, the grand vessel had traversed the Golden Sands Channel and entered an expansive harbor. Behind that harbor, a colossal triangular fortress, seemingly forged from black iron, loomed majestically on the horizon, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. Shortly thereafter, the ship docked, and tens of thousands of martial practitioners, led by Shui Rubai, advanced towards the Beast King city with a force that could conquer mountains and rivers. However, midway, they encountered a fork in the road, and Xiao Feng exclaimed in surprise. Why are there 3 paths? Shui Rubai raised his nose slightly and explained, the 2 paths lead to Shima City and Silver Rhinoceros City. The one in the middle is the heavenly road to the city of demon elephants. Oh! The expressions of the martial practitioners shifted subtly. This was a moment of choice. Someone spoke up, Thank you, Commander Bai, for your generous hospitality over the past 2 days. I, Zaya Yozi, wish to rest for a moment by the roadside. You may proceed without me. My legs are weary from walking, and I too desire a brief respite. Alas! My old back aches, truly, age has rendered me less capable. In an instant, a chorus of voices, reminiscent of the frail and the infirm, lamented in unison. Upon a cursory glance, nearly 80% of the martial practitioners halted at the crossroads, unwilling to advance. In truth, any discerning observer could perceive their underlying thoughts. The 5 Elements Magic Elephant clan had succumbed to a plague and was now at the brink of collapse. To venture to the Magic Elephant City would effectively forge an alliance with the 5 Elements Magic Elephant clan. Should the 2 great beast clans learn of the matters concerning the Golden Sands waterway, they would undoubtedly rally in force. They did not believe that the significantly weakened 5 Elements Magic Elephant clan could withstand the might of the 2 beast clans, hence no one wished to court death. Furthermore, even if the 5 Elements Magic Elephant clan managed to endure under the pressure of the 2 beast clans, they were reluctant to suffer the affliction of the plague. The risk of infection was deadly and unnecessary. You! Shui Rubai's delicate face flushed with anger. Words eluded her, and she found herself unable to exert authority. She could only declare, those willing to enter the Magic Elephant City, follow me. For those who choose otherwise, I do not wish to impose. I merely hope you do not regret your decision later. Commander Bai, take care. We shall not see you off. You heartless souls, if you choose not to go. That is your prerogative, yet let us not forget the hospitality of the Magic Elephant clan over these past days. Indeed, we are deeply grateful for the generous hospitality of the Magic Elephant clan during these 2 days. We shall remember it always. Nearly 8,000 martial cultivators, ungrateful and reveling in others' misfortunes, laughed mockingly. Humph, a pack of ungrateful wolves, we shall depart. With a wave of his hand, Shui Rubai led the remaining 2,000 individuals who had not left, charging fervently down the central avenue. Naturally, Xiao Feng, Blood Dragon, and the Monkey King were among them. The others who followed were largely drawn by the presence of Xiao Feng in the ranks, choosing to accompany Shui Rubai towards the city of magical elephants. Had it not been for Xiao Feng, they too would have likely lingered at the fork in the road. contemplating whether to head to the city of divine horses or the city of silver rhinoceroses. For them, without Xiao Feng, the Five Elements magical elephant clan was insignificant. This perception stemmed from the innate talents and prowess of Xiao Feng and the Monkey King, which had captivated them. They believed that following Xiao Feng was undoubtedly the right choice, thus deciding to take a risk. Little did they know. This seemingly trivial decision would irrevocably alter the course of their lives, setting them upon a path of glory that would elicit envy from all. As for Dian Wei and the old ghost Hong Yun, they chose not to follow. The current situation was crystal clear. They were not foolish enough to leap into a pit of fire. Even if the Five Elements magical elephant clan had not fallen, they would not believe that the formidable two beast clans could be defeated by them. Aligning with the two beast clans was, at present, the most prudent choice. As they pressed forward, Xiao Feng gleaned from Shui Rubai that a millennium ago, the Beast King City was actually a unified entity. Subsequently, an incident occurred that led to the disintegration of the three great beast clans, hence the so-called Beast King City split into three major strongholds, the City of Magical Elephants, the City of Divine Horses, and the City of Silver Rhinoceroses. In recent centuries, the three beast clans had experienced persistent minor conflicts. The true flames of war have ignited twice before, yet the ultimate outcome was mutual destruction. Even when the two formidable chieftains of the opposing factions allied, they could only achieve a stalemate with the leader of the Magic Elephant clan. Such conflicts bore little significance, merely depleting the resources of all three parties. However, the present situation is markedly different. The Five Elements Magic Elephant clan finds itself in a precarious predicament. Should the two beast tribes exploit the death of Qi Lingyun to launch a full-scale invasion of Magic Elephant City, the consequences are all too predictable. Thus, the genuine Third Great War is on the brink of eruption. Since Xiao Feng has chosen to join the Five Elements Magic Elephant clan, he has already steeled himself for the impending confrontation. Along the journey, aside from conversing with Shui Rubai, Mo Linger would occasionally approach to engage him in conversation, which greatly vexed Xiao Feng. Moreover, the incessant provocations from the loquacious blood dragon only served to further irritate Mo Linger, rendering the atmosphere quite unpleasant. After 2 hours, the group of over 2,000 finally beheld the majestic visage of Magic Elephant City. This fortress, shaped like a pointed triangle, sprawls over an expansive area of approximately 10,000 miles, nearly 10 times that of Fire Sand City. Its entire structure is a deep black, and when sunlight cascades upon the towering walls, it reflects a dazzling brilliance, illuminating both the interior and exterior of the city. As those rays converge, they unexpectedly coalesce into the form of an ancient magic elephant in the sky. This colossal creature towers at an astonishing height, its trunk raised as if to cleave the heavens and earth asunder, exuding an overwhelming dominion that reaches the very vault of the sky. Shui Rubai declared, "This city is the ancestral home of my elemental behemoth clan, known as Behemoth City. Both the city walls and the residences within are crafted from the rare and resilient Xianming black jade, a material whose strength rivals that of imperial weapons. Even those at the pinnacle of creation would find it nearly impossible to breach. What a grand undertaking! The Xianming black jade is a 5th-tier high-grade material for crafting, and even a minute fragment could fetch 100 superior spirit stones in the outside world. The entire city is constructed from such precious resources." Over 2,000 individuals expressed their awe, with some even entertaining the foolish notion of scraping off a bit of jade from the walls to sell at auction. However, such an obvious idea quickly faded. Without an imperial-grade weapon, it was futile to attempt to chip away at the jade. Few among them possessed such weapons, leaving them with only the option of lamenting their helplessness. A group of unsophisticated bumpkins, unacquainted with the world. The demon monkey king scoffed disdainfully, recalling the days when he followed the wild god, during which Xianming black jade was scarcely considered waste. Who would have imagined it being revered as treasure here? He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The inhabitants of the divine martial Xian realm truly have a limited perspective. "You are impressive. We are all just ignorant trash," aren't we? The martial cultivators seethed with resentment, their impression of the demon monkey king severely diminished. Thank you for the compliment, at least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Chapter 19, The Behemoth Troops Enough, let us cease this clamor. Shui Robai intervened, then shouted towards the city gate, open the gates. As the words fell, a battalion of armored demon elephant guards emerged from the city tower, adorned in black iron armor, wielding dark spears and carrying crossbows, exuding an aura of formidable authority. The commanding officer, upon spotting only humans below, could not help but bellow with gravitas, who approaches? Do you possess the city entry token? However, feeling the weight of an overwhelming presence, he quickly added, open the city gates, and welcome the esteemed guests. With a resounding rumble, a grand gate slowly swung open. Onward! Shui Robai led the charge, swiftly entering the city, followed in an orderly fashion by the 2,000 martial cultivators. Upon entering the demon elephant city, they were greeted by a labyrinth of roads, ancient estates, bustling shops, taverns, and diverse vibrant trading venues that unfolded before their eyes. Before long, they observed squads of patrolling soldiers clad in armor and wielding black spears, weaving through the intersecting streets. It was evident that these were the demon elephant troops, and their expressions were notably grave. Shui Robai deftly maneuvered past, seizing a captain of the guards, brandishing his commanding token, and inquired, why is the city under lockdown? Anxious and restless, both Ju Yunk and Mo Linger felt as if they were ants on a hot pan. Should Demon Elephant City fall, they would inevitably become playthings of the two beast clans. Captain Bai, do you have any further instructions? The guard captain, his demeanor solemn, replied. If there are no further matters, I must resume my patrol to prevent spies from infiltrating the city. Wait! Shui Rubai's gaze shifted to the 2,000 martial cultivators behind him. Take some men and ensure these human friends are well accommodated. Remember, their safety is paramount. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. The captain of the guard respectfully commanded, and then waved his hand. You several, come here. Accompany me to the magic elephant and to accommodate these human friends. Soon, the martial practitioners followed the captain of the guard and departed with purpose. Only Xiao Feng and his companions remained, stating, this plague, perhaps I can cure. You? Shui Robai's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. This cold blade had brought her too many surprises. However, in recent days, the Five Elements Magic Elephant clan had summoned dozens of high-ranking soul masters from the city, along with numerous practitioners of medicine, all of whom were at a loss. Could a mere novice truly succeed? After all, healing and combat prowess existed on entirely different planes. The two were not interchangeable. What if bringing him along only muddled the discussions among the esteemed soul masters and medical practitioners, exacerbating the situation? With this thought, Shui Robai politely declined, saying, Young Master Han, I appreciate your kind intentions on behalf of the Five Elements Magic Elephant clan, but you should rest at the inn. After killing Qi Lingyun, you must be weary. Are you certain? Xiao Feng's tone grew a shade colder. If she was indeed resolute, he would not involve himself in the affairs of the Five Elements Magic Elephant clan any further. Shui Rubai's words were only half spoken when Mo Linger hastily interrupted, Sister Bai, those quacks have been deliberating for several days, employing countless remedies, yet the plague remains unresolved. And the situation has worsened. You should let the young master go, perhaps he truly possesses a solution. He discovered that a silver thread was wound around his wrist, rendering him unable to break free, and he could do nothing but allow Mo Linger to act as she pleased. The girl is reckless. If trouble arises, you shall bear the consequences alone. Shui Rubai rolled his eyes and followed suit, while Ju Yunk transformed into a streak of light, navigating through the labyrinthine streets. Blood Dragon and the Monkey King exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in disbelief. Is there truly anything in this world that Xiao Feng cannot handle? With that, they pursued the trail of the others, hastening their pace. Before long, the 6 of them arrived at the grand estate of the Elemental Magic Elephant clan. This magnificent residence stood at the heart of Magic Elephant City, occupying nearly 1/10 of the entire territory. It was astonishing to consider that a single estate could span 1,000 miles in circumference. From the outside, one could behold towering structures that reached for the heavens, arranged in a manner both intricate and sprawling, a veritable world unto itself. It is not surprising, however, given the vastness of the Magic Elephant clan. With nearly 100,000 members, without such an expansive space, how could they sustain their populace and military? The city's dwellings, for the most part, were inhabited by humans. With Mo Linger leading the way, few dared to obstruct their entry into the estate. Yet, the guards stationed at the entrance were taken aback. Given Mo Linger's nature, how could she form such a close bond with a human, to the extent of holding hands? This was an unprecedented spectacle. Although they were aware of her penchant for mischief, witnessing such a ludicrous display in broad daylight was a first. She could at least show a modicum of restraint. Shui Robai wore a look of exasperation. After all, she was a princess of the Magic Elephant clan. To be dragging a human into the estate in daylight would surely invite scorn from her kin. It was truly a headache. The mansion of the Demon Elephant clan appeared to stretch endlessly. Mo Linger grasped Xiao Feng's hand, navigating through artificial mountains, ponds, gardens, lakes, training grounds, and pavilions. After an entire hour, they finally arrived at her chamber. During this journey, many members of the Demon Elephant clan cast disapproving and puzzled glances at Xiao Feng, making him feel quite uncomfortable. "Why have you brought me to your chamber?" Xiao Feng asked, his expression darkening. "Shouldn't you be taking me to the council hall? I fear that if you wish to find me in the future, you might struggle to locate me. So I brought you here in advance to familiarize yourself with the surroundings." Mo Linger replied with a charming smile, retracting her silver strands and releasing Xiao Feng from his constraints. As Xiao Feng gazed upon her exquisitely beautiful and endearing face, he found it impossible to harbor even a trace of resentment. "Miss, what are you doing? Hurry and take young Master Han to the council hall." Shui Robai, who had been following behind, spoke unusually. "Weren't you opposed to him going there?" Mo Linger retorted with a smile. "Isn't my bringing him to my chamber precisely in line with your wishes?" "I don't have time to explain." Shui Robai pushed Mo Linger aside, seizing Xiao Feng's hand, and hurried down a side path. In an instant, not only Mo Linger but also Blood Dragon, Ju Yunk, and the Monkey King were left dumbfounded. "Stop right there! Shui Robai! Let him go!" Mo Linger fumed, her delicate fists clenched as she dashed forward. "Wait for me!" Ju Yunk called out, pursuing after them. 3 women surrounded their master, 2 of them revolving around him like planets, compelled to admire his growing allure. They couldn't help but wonder when they might achieve such excellence themselves. Gazing at the 2 figures fading from sight, Blood Dragon lamented his shortcomings, smiling wistfully. "Given your appearance, you might as well abandon your dreams of winning over Li Tingting. Be content," the Monkey King remarked, attempting to deflate his spirits. Blood Dragon retorted indignantly. "What's wrong with my looks? They are far more appealing than your monkey face and red backside." With a chuckle, the Monkey King nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, recalling his days as a man, when he was renowned as one of the top 10 handsome men in the realm, infinitely more attractive than this fellow. Yet, alas, he was now trapped in a monkey's body. In contrast, despite his unattractive visage, Blood Dragon at least resembled a human and possessed a certain confidence that the White Commander admired. "We shouldn't be so harsh on each other." Feeling the warmth of a hand in his, Xiao Feng flinched slightly, but Shui Robai's grip tightened. "Don't move, something's amiss. Just follow me." "What's going on?" Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow. "Is it that urgent?" "On my way here, I overheard that those medical disciples and soul masters conducted an experiment in a secret chamber to combat the plague. 36 perished, and only the Weapon King and a few others remain alive, albeit in a comatose state. You are now the only lifeline for my 5 elements Magic Elephant clan. I hope your earlier words were not mere jest." "We've arrived." Shui Rubai exclaimed, pulling Xiao Feng into the assembly hall, drawing the astonished gazes of many and disrupting the solemn atmosphere. No one anticipated that the typically frosty Shui Rubai would brazenly enter the hall with a human companion. This was decidedly out of character for her icy beauty. Xiao Feng cast a sweeping glance around, his heart seized with shock, indeed. The Five Elements Demon Elephant clan was a gathering of formidable figures, with over 200 elders at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. The fierce man seated at the head, despite his efforts to suppress his aura, still instilled a deep sense of dread. It was evident that the clan leader must transcend the 6th tier, having ascended to the realm of the 7th tier. Akin to the true nirvana stage of human martial practitioners. You, young lady, with such fiery spirit, have barged into the council hall for what purpose? The clan leader's voice dripped with displeasure as he reprimanded Shui Rubai for her impetuous behavior. Your subordinate, Shui Rubai, pays her respects to the clan leader. It was an inadvertent offense, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Shui Rubai knelt on the ground, but at that moment, an indignant shout pierced through from outside the hall. Shui Rubai, you vile woman, stealing my man, come out here. Bring that insolent girl in. The anger of Mo Jianghe boiled over, especially since a majority of the clan members had been afflicted by a plague. And many spirit masters and medical practitioners had perished due to failed experiments. Hearing Mo Linger's raucous return, he erupted in fury. Yes! The guards stationed outside, swift as the wind, rushed to confront Mo Linger, contemplating using force. However, upon reflection, they realized she was a princess, and even at the clan leader's behest, they could not act with brutality. Thus, several guards hoisted the struggling Mo Linger into the grand hall. Release me! Mo Linger's beautiful face flushed with anger as she broke free from the grasp of two guards. Pointing an accusing finger at Shui Rubai, she spoke with venom, Father, this woman has stolen my man, I demand that you punish her severely. Upon the utterance of these words, all the elders present were enveloped in an inexplicable astonishment. Casting dubious glances toward Xiao Feng, it seemed that this young lad was the only one who had brought Shui Rubai into the hall. Silence! Have you not caused enough disgrace? Kneel! Reflect upon your transgressions. A thunderous rebuke resonated, and Mo Linger felt as though a mountain had descended upon her, retreating several steps. Recalling her clandestine escapade, she hastily adopted a pitiful demeanor, bending her jade-like leg and prostrating herself on the ground. Father, I acknowledge my mistakes, I shall never dare again. Will there be a next time? Mo Jianghe retorted sternly, his gaze turning fiercely upon Xiao Feng, his ire intensifying. The clash between his most trusted aide and his cherished daughter over this young man was utterly absurd. What more do you expect of me? Mo Linger pouted, murmuring. You locked me in my room for over 3 months, anyone would feel suffocated. I merely ventured out to play for a couple of days. And you unleash such wrath upon me. Are you truly my father? Mo Jianghe's forehead was lined with exasperation. With his cultivation, he could easily discern the murmurs escaping Mo Linger's lips. Yet, he was powerless, her mother had passed away early, leaving him with this precious daughter and an inept son, whom he cherished dearly. Sighing in resignation, he declared, Enough! You may rise, but this shall not be repeated. Humph! I shall not rise unless you impose severe punishment upon Shui Rubai. But how could her status possibly contend with Mo Linger? In a moment of desperation, Shui Rubai resolved to shoulder all the responsibility himself. Just then, a panicked voice from outside the door interrupted, Patriarch, something grave has occurred. The elders seated below scolded sharply, what a disarray! Can the heavens possibly collapse? The guard who rushed in felt the overwhelming aura of authority descend upon him, causing his legs to weaken, and he fell prostrate on the ground. It was only when Mo Jianghe spoke that the oppressive atmosphere around him dissipated. What has transpired? Speak swiftly. The guard, gasping for breath, replied, the third madam and the eldest son are nearing their end. What did you say? Mo Jianghe, who had been fuming, felt as if struck by lightning at this news, nearly fainting. His second son had already perished in battle. If anything were to befall his eldest, it would spell the end of his lineage. As for his elder brother, Mo Linger froze, suddenly engulfed by a piercing pain, as if her heart were being wrenched. She and her brother Mo Guanyu shared the same mother and were bound by blood. He had always cherished her deeply and indulged her every whim. Now, upon hearing this dreadful news, the bond of kinship surged within her, compelling her to dart out of the hall like a beam of light. At that same moment, a shadow of gloom settled over the many elders present. Mo Jianghe took a deep breath, striving to suppress his tumultuous emotions, and inquired, "Have any of the unconscious soul masters regained consciousness?" "Not yet," an elder reported. As Shuo Rubai, kneeling on the ground, prepared to recommend Xiao Feng, an unexpected, hearty laughter resonated from outside the hall. "Brother Jianghe, I have arrived late. Yet I am fortunate not to have failed my mission. I have discovered a method to break the curse." "Was it Dawn?" Xiao Feng furrowed his brows slightly. The voice was all too familiar to him. Yet, before he could reveal himself, Mo Jianghe had already taken the initiative to shoot forward. "Brotherly, is this true?" "Absolutely," the artifact king asserted, a smile gracing his face. "If we conduct experiments using the bodies of those who perished due to the plague, and still fail to discover a cure, I would be a sinner among the 5 elements demon elephant clan." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ming's nostrils twitched as he caught a whiff of a familiar scent, pondering inwardly, could it be that Xiao Feng is also here? Just as he was about to enter the hall to investigate further, Mo Jianghe urged, "Brotherly, do not speak lightly, time is of the essence, please follow me." "Very well," the artifact king replied, secretly hoping that Xiao Feng was indeed present, as it would provide him an opportunity to showcase the greatness and excitement of his achievements. Furthermore, he could then leverage his status as a benefactor of the 5 elements demon elephant clan to apply pressure, ideally even severing an arm in retribution for past grievances. With such aspirations, the two soared towards the depths of the estate, one leading the way and the other following closely behind. "That old scoundrel is truly here?" Just arriving outside the council hall, Shuelong gazed skyward, locking onto Li Ming, a surge of inexplicable fury welling up within her. Indeed, it is said that enemies meet with an extra spark of animosity. If Xiao Feng were to engage in a dispute with the artifact king in the quarantine zone, causing the young master to miss the optimal treatment time and perish at the scene, then she would be utterly unable to absolve herself of blame. At this moment, Blood Dragon burst in from outside, seething with rage. He pointed an accusatory finger at Shuo Rubai, exclaiming, "You wretched woman, do you not comprehend your own folly? It was you who summoned my master here, and now you wish him to depart? Do you truly believe us to be so easily bullied?" Shuo Rubai found herself at a loss for words. "Blood Dragon, you must curb your rudeness, we shall take our leave." Xiao Feng maintained an outward calm. Yet inside he was seething with anger, eager to escape this cursed place. He turned to leave, but then Zhu Yunk entered from outside. Casting a hostile glance at Shuo Rubai before addressing Xiao Feng with a faint smile, "Young Master Han, pay no heed to this vile woman, my lady requests your presence." "Very well, lead the way," Xiao Feng sighed in relief. If Qi Wang were to rescue the person first, his standing with the 5 elements demon elephant clan would be irreparably damaged. The other 2 beast clans would offer him no refuge either. Even possessing the core ancient map would not suffice, for he had slain Qi Lingyun. This was a blood feud and unabashed provocation and insult. With Zhu Yunk guiding him, they swiftly reached the innermost depths of the estate in a mere moment. It was a vast circular complex spanning 100 acres, echoing with anguished cries and frenzied roars. While an energy isolation net surrounded it, a precautionary measure to prevent the spread of plague. As Zhu Yunk led Xiao Feng to the entrance, Shuo Rubai lingered at a distance, intent on observing what scheme Xiao Feng would concoct next. Qi Wang was already present and had developed a remedy. Why would he choose to humiliate himself further? The most infuriating part was that her good intentions had been met with such disdain. The chieftain has issued an edict, no unauthorized personnel shall enter. among the 2 rows of guards stationed at the entrance. A slightly older man with a black beard barked at Ju Yunk. "Have your eyes been blinded, not recognizing that this young lady is affiliated with the 3rd princess?" Ju Yunk glared with her beautiful eyes and produced a token, holding it before the captain of the guards. "You insolent fool!" The captain of the guards slapped himself and said, "My lady, please enter, this is a gas mask." As he spoke, he gestured, and 4 peculiar black masks materialized out of thin air. After Ju Yunk, Xiao Feng, Blood Dragon, and the Monkey King donned the masks, they passed through the energy barrier at the entrance and entered within. Seeing them go in, Shui Rubai hurriedly followed. Due to his rank, the guards all recognized him and did not obstruct his path. Instead, they respectfully offered him a gas mask. After traversing several structures, Ju Yunk halted before a towering palace and said, "Young Master Han, this is where the eldest young master and the 3rd madam are imprisoned. I will lead you inside. But remember to keep a low profile." "Understood." Xiao Feng nodded and waved, saying, "Little demon, you and Blood Dragon wait outside for me. If anything occurs inside, I trust you will know what to do." "All right, Master, you attend to your business, that old scoundrel wouldn't dare to harm you." Blood Dragon's gaze turned sharp as he and the Monkey King found a place to sit. Just as they settled, they saw Shui Rubai hastily enter the palace ahead of them. In the 21st chapter, The Poison of the Plague, the clan elders continuously cast seals and set up intricate formations. Upon the mystical array, a radiant emerald light perpetually emanated the essence of life, enveloping the 2 iron cages situated at the center of the formation. Xiao Feng gazed intently. In the left cage, a middle-aged beauty was imprisoned, her hair disheveled and her countenance devoid of color. In the right cage, a youth with violet hair exhibited feral crimson eyes, akin to a beast, relentlessly battering against the bars. There was a discernible inclination towards breaking free from his constraints. "Calm!" the 81 clan elders intoned in unison, their powerful elemental energies surging into the array, coalescing into a symbol, which pierced the youth's brow. At that moment, the formerly tempestuous youth trembled violently, his mind resonating with a profound hum, gradually tempering his rage and restoring his composure. The foremost elder, his face etched with deep lines, sighed heavily, an expression of sorrow deepening his already aged visage. With the support of this life-giving jade, how much longer could they endure? Mo Jianghe, filled with anxiety, cast a pleading glance towards the nearby artifact king. He understood that even if a remedy existed, time was of the essence to concoct the antidote. Should time run short, the remedy would be futile. Not even a celestial being could salvage the dire situation. The elder's expression darkened as he lamented, "The plague's poison spreads throughout the body, infiltrating the lungs and reaching the heart. Even with the life jade, they can last no more than 6 hours. Was there but such a fleeting span of time remaining?" Mo Linger, with tear-filled eyes, stood beside Mo Jianghe, her face marked by terror, streaked with traces of sorrowful tears. The surrounding members of the Demon Elephant clan remained silent, the atmosphere thick with a palpable stillness, where even the sound of a falling needle could be discerned. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Jianghe spoke, brotherly. "Is it possible for you to concoct the antidote within 6 hours?" Upon hearing this, the gazes of all present turned towards the masked Qi Wang, akin to those seeking a savior, as they chorused, "We implore you, masterly." "I have already prepared the antidote, but there are some complications," Qi Wang replied, his brow furrowing slightly. "I shall do my utmost." "What? It has already been prepared?" "Masterly, indeed, is a beacon of hope for our clan." Mo Jianghe and the elder tribesmen instantly displayed expressions of joy, and even in Mo Ling's eyes, a flicker of admiration emerged. Xiao Feng felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and mused inwardly, "It seems this old fellow lacks confidence, perhaps he is merely feigning understanding." Hoping these 2 will volunteer as test subjects for the antidote. Xiao Feng was well acquainted with Qi Wang's character. If his remedy could genuinely cure the plague, he would have proclaimed it long ago. Yet, in the midst of such a perilous situation, He not only refrained from stepping forward but only consented to intervene after Mo Jianghe inquired. This clearly indicated his lack of absolute assurance in the efficacy of his concoction. Open a breach in the formation, the elder tribesman directed with authority. Why? Mo Jianghe inquired, puzzled. The elixir can be transmitted through the formation. Yu is currently in a volatile state, I fear he may harm you. Dear clan leader, you are unaware that the medicine I possess is merely auxiliary. To truly eradicate the plague's poison, I must rely on my spiritual power. Qi Wang elucidated, though an undercurrent of concern was evident on his visage. It was clear he feared that his remedy might not yield the desired effect, potentially leading to dire consequences for both individuals. This situation has become rather troublesome. However, should he gain entry, he would be able to monitor the physical conditions of the two individuals with his spiritual energy. If any adverse signs were detected, he could swiftly expel the medicinal effects, preventing their demise from occurring too swiftly. Thus, he could absolve himself of responsibility, as the two would not survive for long regardless. Naturally, he harbored a greater hope that the medicine he had developed was indeed a genuine elixir, rather than a mere counterfeit incapable of providing a cure. Otherwise, those involved in the research would have perished in vain, and he would be left to bear the brunt of public scorn. It became clear. Mo Jianghe nodded and addressed the 7 clan elders. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry and prepare the formation for brotherly. The 7 elders exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment. Just as they were about to activate the formation, Xiao Feng chuckled, King of Tools. I advise you to bring a few more individuals along, lest you encounter an insurmountable situation that could harm both yourself and others. Upon hearing this, the King of Tools' expression shifted dramatically. What a familiar voice. He then cast a sharp gaze towards Xiao Feng. It's you. At that moment, everyone was taken aback. Did the King of Tools have any prior interaction with this young man? However, judging by his demeanor, it appeared rather unfriendly. Mo Jianghe inquired, do you know each other? I do not recognize him. Given my status, how could I associate with mere commoners? The King of Tools disdainfully glanced at Xiao Feng. Believing himself to be the foremost esteemed guest of the 5-element demon elephant clan, while Xiao Feng was likely just here to languish idly. Xiao Feng chuckled inappropriately. What are you laughing at? Do you think you can heal them? The King of Tools glared furiously at Xiao Feng. Certainly. Before Xiao Feng could finish his words, Shuo Rubai emerged from behind, covering his mouth. Will saying one more word cost you your life? Offending the instrument king and missing the optimal treatment time, even with the 3rd princess pleading for you, you shall not escape this door. Get away! Xiao Feng, filled with indignation, shook off Shuo Rubai and retorted, if the instrument king possesses true talent and skill, then by all means, do as you please. I merely offered a kind reminder, with no other intention. Humph, I thought you were formidable, you ignorant child, move aside. The instrument king coldly rebuked. And Mo Jianghe immediately commanded, bring this brat out. With a swift sound, 2 demon elephant guards rushed forward. Wait! Mo Linger exclaimed urgently, brother, he is my invited guest. I implore father to allow him to remain here. You troublesome girl, always causing me trouble. Mo Jianghe's brow furrowed with anger as he ordered, stand down. Upon receiving the command, the demon elephant guards retreated. The instrument king gazed at Xiao Feng with a mocking expression, as if to say, you little bastard. In the 5-element demon elephant clan, I am the king. It would be wise not to disrupt my affairs here, or I shall not spare you. At this point, the instrument king halted before the iron cage, extending his hand, give me the key. Elder, send the key to Lordly. Mo Jianghe addressed the oldest among them. Yes. The elder flipped his hand, revealing 2 keys, which he tossed into the magical array. After receiving them, the instrument king turned with arrogance and declared, shut down the magical array to prevent the medicine's effects from causing temporary insanity and leading to harm. Lordly, it is inadvisable. Once the formation is closed, it will require immense effort to reopen it. Both His Highness the Prince and the third Madam possess formidable prowess, should they truly lose their wits and harm you. It would be a grave transgression upon the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan. The elder of the clan kindly cautioned. However, the Weapon King merely snorted coldly. Do you take me for a fool? With my cultivation at the 9th layer of creation, do you think I cannot handle the two of them? The elder of the clan hesitated, wanting to voice his concerns but refraining from saying too much. For the other party was a distinguished guest and the only one capable of saving the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan. He could not afford to offend him. At that moment, the somewhat hot-tempered second elder stepped forward and declared, Lord Weapon King, this matter is far from trivial. I urge you to reconsider. If anything were to happen to you, our clan could not bear the consequences. In light of the Weapon King's ability to save her elder brother, Mo Ling also expressed her worries, saying, Lord Weapon King, it is unnecessary to close the formation. I have faith that my brother will not harm us. And I am also considering your safety. Faced with the collective persuasion of the others, the Weapon King found himself in a difficult predicament. His intention to close the formation stemmed from his fear that his medicine might prove ineffective, leading to the two of them breaking free and escaping, ultimately exposing his schemes, which would spell disaster. Particularly with Xiao Feng present, a soul master who could easily detect any hidden agendas, the outcome was all too predictable. Thus, to ensure absolute safety and a complete retreat, he felt compelled to take such measures. With these thoughts in mind, the Weapon King erupted in fury. His impatience evident as he exclaimed, What do you mean by this? Do you not trust me? Should I find someone else to handle it? The crowd fell into a moment of speechlessness. This individual, relying on his possession of the antidote, regarded the goodwill of others as mere air, even perceiving it as an affront, an utter lack of awareness. Although Mo Jianghe harbored discontent towards Qi Wang's actions, he still spoke, You are well-intentioned, wishing to spare brotherly from harm, yet brotherly, in turn, is also concerned for our safety. Therefore, let us proceed as he suggests. However, the elder of the great clans hesitated, words lingering on his lips. There is no room for hesitation, act swiftly. The time remaining for my son is dwindling. Mo Jianghe reprimanded vehemently. Understood. The 7 great clan elders replied with resignation, perplexed as to why Qi Wang was so intent on courting disaster. With a flurry of 5-colored ribbons soaring skyward, they intricately wove a 7-pointed star, filling the gaps in the formation. The entire array suddenly regained its former appearance, with vibrant threads intertwining and darting about like liquid gold, obscuring the reality within. Qi Wang breathed a sigh of relief, retrieving the key and directly unlocking the iron cage that imprisoned Mo Guanyu, raising his head in arrogant pride as he stepped inside. Outside the hall, the eyes of the Monkey King gleamed with intensity, as he seemingly discerned the situation within with clarity. A sly smile creeping across his face. This old fellow Qi Wang is truly courting death. He lacks the ability yet insists on showcasing his prowess. What on earth is happening in there? Hearing the Monkey King muttering to himself, Blood Dragon's heart surged with curiosity. Yet he remained in the dark about the unfolding events, nearly driven to despair with anticipation. Chapter 22, The Calamity. Subsequently, the Monkey King recounted the events within, in their entirety. The Blood Dragon grinned widely, exclaiming, I have never encountered such a fool. This is going to be quite the spectacle. Within the hall, Xiao Feng clasped his arms across his chest, a broad smile adorning his face. Zhu Yonk gazed at him, perplexed, and inquired, Young Master Han, why do you smile? Your laughter seems rather sinister, sending chills down my spine. There are 2 types of individuals, Xiao Feng remarked. One is excessively arrogant, lacking genuine talent or skill. The other is someone who, possessing only a superficial knowledge, is oblivious to their own limits. It appears that the Qi King embodies both of these traits, does it not? Zhu Yonk tilted her head and, with a twinkle in her eye, replied, Do you believe what I said holds merit? Indeed, it holds considerable truth. Xiao Feng affirmed with a nod. Ah, if the clan leader entrusts the third lady and the first young master to him for treatment, Isn't that akin to stepping into a fiery abyss? Ju Yonk felt a shiver run down her spine. Let us observe the outcome. If he fails, there is still me. Xiao Feng stated confidently, lifting his nose slightly. Can you truly do it? Ju Yonk questioned, half convinced. You shall see shortly, he replied, turning his attention back to the formation alongside Ju Yonk. The others anxiously awaited the final outcome, their tension palpable. Time trickled by. And after approximately a stick of incense had burned, a tremendous roar erupted. White mist enveloped the area as the entire formation shook violently. Almost immediately, the iron cage trembled. Emitting a heart-wrenching scream, a figure was hurled from the cage, crashing against the formation's barrier, bloodied and battered. As all eyes focused intently, they were met with a shocking revelation. It was the Qi King. Subsequently, the onlookers beheld the dire state of the artifact king, whose chest bore a grievous rupture, marked by 7 or 8 deep claw marks, from which blood flowed profusely. His complexion was an ashen hue, a visage of sheer panic and dread. Emotion swirling in his eyes as he bellowed, "Do not come any closer!" The artifact king collapsed onto the ground, bereft of color, his legs scraping against the surface of the formation as he retreated in terror. In the depths of his pupils, a horrifying figure was reflected, prompting a cry for release. "Help me, Chief Jianghe, save me!" A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the palace, as the iron cage imprisoning the demon crown envoy shattered into fragments. The adjacent cage was similarly obliterated by a single punch, causing the third madam within to react violently, her previously placid demeanor suddenly igniting with ferocity. Instantly, 4 eyes interlocked, ablaze with a vivid crimson light, converging upon the artifact king. As their bloodshot gazes fixated upon him, a chill ran down the spines of all witnesses. The artifact king, utterly terrified, sought to flee, yet the 2 figures, akin to predators, lunged at him with lethal intent. "No, do not force me," he implored, his body bristling with dread, his complexion twisting in horror. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, his formidable transformative energy surged forth, engaging in a fierce clash with the demon crown envoy and the third madam amidst the formation, unleashing a tempest of chaotic energy and malevolent aura. The entire array trembled precariously, yet showed no signs of fracture. The demon crown envoy withstood the artifact king's assault, but in a swift maneuver, seized the artifact king's neck from behind, baring his crimson fangs and sinking them into the king's shoulder. The artifact king's anguished scream echoed, a sight too harrowing to endure. Seizing the opportunity, the third consort lunged forward, her sharp claws carving 5 glaring, bloody gashes across the face of the 2 assailants ensnared him, attacking with a fervor akin to that of ravenous zombies, their onslaught painting his face, hands, and mouth with his own crimson essence. The air was soon filled with desperate howls and the horrific sounds of flesh being torn apart, echoing violently within the confines of the array. "Help, save me! Mo Jianghe!" This anguished cries rang out, his voice a cacophony of despair. His body bore multiple wounds, revealing ghastly white bones, a visage of imminent demise. The former air of superiority had dissipated, replaced solely by an overwhelming dread. In that moment, he recalled the words of Xiao Feng, "When the time comes, do not seek my aid." Regret began to gnaw at him, but what of it? He could not utter a plea, his dignity forbade him from appealing to Xiao Feng for salvation, even at the brink of death. "Hurry, act swiftly, breach the formation." If the demon crown and the third consort strike at his vital points, his demise is certain, particularly targeting the heart and the arteries of the throat. Though was enveloped in utter hopelessness, he yearned to resist, yet all his critical vulnerabilities lay exposed. A moment's inattention would lead to a fatal outcome. "Save me! Quickly, ah!" The let out another wretched scream as his garments, including his defensive armor, were rent to shreds. His robust physique was marred by a network of blood stains and gaping wounds inflicted by sharp fangs, a scene of unimaginable horror. A mere glance would send shivers of terror coursing through the soul. It was unfathomable to comprehend the intensity of suffering he endured in that moment. A torment that gnawed at his very heart. In stark contrast to the former, the three ladies and the demon crown envoy resembled bloodthirsty executioners, baring their teeth, with sharp, blood-stained fangs of the demonic elephant glinting ominously as they lunged for the arteries of the Vessel King. Faced with the specter of death, the Vessel King, disregarding all else, trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying potential that sent the two assailants flying. However, just as he was about to flee, the demon crown envoy lunged forward, seizing his thigh. "Release me!" The Vessel King kicked out with his right leg, dislodging the demon crown envoy. Yet, the minions of the three ladies surged forward, piercing through his right chest and pinning him to the ground. He had never anticipated that this so-called antidote was nothing but a farce. What a delectable morsel! A voice, dripping with bloodlust, echoed in the Vessel King's ears. Immediately, a chilling breath washed over his neck, rendering him as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. "Stay away from me!" The Vessel King's eyes widened in terror as he extended his recently mended right hand, grasping the throat of one of the three ladies, halting the imminent strike of her fangs, which hung in the air, dripping blood-tinged saliva onto his face. At that moment, the demon crown envoy once again lunged, aiming for the Vessel King's neck. "Get away!" The Vessel King bellowed, his left hand reaching out to clutch the demon crown envoy's throat. Yet, he hesitated to apply force. Should he take their lives, even if he survived, the demon river would not spare him. Indeed, the demon river cried out, brotherly, "Hold on! Do not act impulsively!" Mo Linger shouted anxiously, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. "I apologize, clan leader Jianghe. But I cannot guarantee that I will not kill them, for my life is at stake too." The lay on the ground, his hands gripping the necks of two individuals, his face contorted in rage. With his current strength, it was evident that he was on the verge of collapse. Just as he was about to strangle them, preparing for his own liberation, the hand of the struck fiercely against this left arm, yanking it with such force that it was torn from his body. An excruciating wave of pain surged through him, causing his right hand to weaken, and the sharp fangs of descended upon him. A sound akin to metal clashing rang out. Astonishingly, no blood flowed from his throat. In that moment of peril, he had channeled all his inner strength to his throat, shattering teeth upon impact. Yet, despite this remarkable feat, he found himself in an inescapable predicament. Unless, in the next instant, the 7 clan elders dismantled the formation, there would be no escape from death. The specter of true demise loomed large, relinquished all hope, his pleading gaze fixated on, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He bellowed, "No! Save me, I implore you, rescue me, I do not wish to perish." Upon uttering these words, shock rippled through the crowd. Was seeking aid from? Had he not previously claimed ignorance of, deriding him as nothing more than a mere nobody? How utterly dissonant this moment was! In stark contrast to the astonishment of those around them, stood with arms crossed, an expression devoid of sympathy, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "What is this? The once haughty now seeks my assistance? But alas, I am unable to save you. Besides, did you not possess the antidote? How has it come to this? Oh, right, did you not tell me that your antidote could cure all ailments? Did you not administer the medicine to the third lady and the young master?" Xiao Feng inquired repeatedly, a sense of delight swelling within him. This wretched creature had not considered the severity of his previous demeanor. How could he possibly expect assistance now? Clearly, such a notion was preposterous. For even if he were to be saved, it would not alter his ingrained flaws. "I was wrong, Lord Xiao, I deeply regret my past actions." The King of Instruments lamented, his heart heavy with remorse. "You are the heir of the wild god, you must possess a solution. I implore you. Do not consider my transgressions, but rather, think of Huangping and Shaner. Please, save this old soul of mine." "What did you say?" Xiao Feng inquired, feigning ignorance as he cupped his ear. "I seem to be somewhat hard of hearing lately, could you kindly repeat that?" The King of Instruments' expression shifted rapidly, recognizing that Xiao Feng was deliberately toying with him, which ignited his fury. Yet, he restrained himself, unwilling to display his anger. Suddenly, a series of jarring, explosive sounds erupted. A clear indication that the third lady and the demon crown were relentlessly assaulting his mystical defenses with their sharp fangs. He was gravely injured, and his so-called defenses were insufficient to withstand the onslaught of two mid-level 6th-tier magical beasts. Chapter 23. Beyond humanity, he found himself compelled to reiterate his previous plea, adding, "Young Master Shao, it is I who have been foolish, blinded by my own ignorance. I was mistaken, truly mistaken. I beseech you, forgive me and lend me your aid. Alas, why do I find myself feeling pity, possessing a heart akin to that of a bodhisattva?" Xiao Feng sighed, his gaze indifferent as it fell upon the king of instruments. "Considering your sincere expression of contrition, I shall extend my mercy and lend you a hand." In the blink of an eye, with a sudden tremor of his arm, Xiao Feng unleashed an ancient symbol that shimmered with intensity. He lunged forward, his arm extending with unparalleled heat, piercing through the barriers of the formation, clearing away the third madam and the demon crown envoy who were sprawled over the artifact king. He then seized the artifact king's collar and yanked him out. Thud! The artifact king fell to his knees, the force of the wind swirling around him, resembling a bloodied figure prostrating at Xiao Feng's feet. The 7 clan elders, who were diligently dismantling the formation, froze at this sight. This array had been meticulously crafted by their combined efforts, and even the swiftest resolution would require the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Yet, Xiao Feng effortlessly penetrated within and extracted the artifact king as if it were a mere trifle. Was he truly human? To call him a deity would not be an exaggeration. Equally astonished were all those present, including Emo Jianghe, who could not help but regard him with newfound respect. This youth indeed possessed extraordinary qualities. Suddenly, 2 shadowy figures burst forth with the sound of rushing wind, attempting to escape through the gap in the formation. However, with a casual wave of his hand, Xiao Feng sent those 2 figures hurtling back like sandbags into the array. He then formed a seal with his fingers and pointed at the gap. Close! With a crackling sound, fragments of the formation materialized from thin air, seamlessly sealing the breach with not a single flaw. It seemed as though this array had been conjured by Xiao Feng himself. This spectacle left the onlookers once again in a state of astonishment. Many of the clan elders fell into a stupor, grappling with disbelief. The enchanted crown of the demon sovereign and the third lady soared into the fray, rising from the ground with eyes ablaze like crimson flames. A chilling bloodlight enveloped their forms, intermingled with the tempestuous energies of the 5 elements, resembling frenzied beasts in a relentless assault against the barriers of the previously breached formation. The air was rent with the thunderous echoes of their violent collisions, resonating through the entire palace and shaking the very foundations of the Beastmaster city. The 2 appeared impervious to pain or sensation, their bodies battered and bruised, yet they pressed on fearlessly, akin to mindless automatons, driven solely by the instinct to collide. The countenance of the demon river was shrouded in the deepest shadows, as if capable of weeping. The Weapon King had failed to rescue them. Instead, the situation had deteriorated further. Gradually, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy emanated from him as he contemplated the grim possibility of ending their lives with a heavy heart. Yet, how could he bring himself to do so? Reluctantly, he clenched his fists tightly, striving to suppress the torment within, his eyes suddenly ablaze with bloodshot fury. "You err, Shaoqin. It is my inadequacy as your sovereign." One was his own son, and the other, his concubine. Though he held the esteemed title of the leader of the 5 elemental demon elephant clan, a paragon of strength in the Beastmaster city, he found himself powerless, forced to witness the suffering of his loved ones without recourse. The anguish was akin to daggers piercing his heart. "Dawn, you old wretch! Did you not claim that your antidote could dispel the plague afflicting the third lady and the young prince? How then have we arrived at this dire predicament?" The elder of the clan, consumed by fury, unleashed his 6th-tier pinnacle might, enveloping the Weapon King in an oppressive aura. His murky gaze was rife with murderous intent, piercing through the Weapon King like steel needles. Upon hearing these words, the elder members of the clan erupted in condemnation. "You scoundrel! If you fail to provide a satisfactory answer today, you shall not leave this place alive." The third lady and the eldest son declared, "Should anything befall us, I shall flay your skin and offer your head as a blood tribute." Faced with their accusations, the battered Qi Wang's complexion turned a ghastly shade. His fury boiling within him, he had earnestly endeavored to develop an antidote for the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan, yet, despite his lack of success, he felt it unjust for them to threaten him with death. In light of this, Qi Wang bellowed, "Indeed, I may lack capability, but I have exerted my utmost effort. How can you treat me so callously? There is a sentiment I have harbored for too long. Beasts are, after all, beasts, when their instincts take over. They cannot discern right from wrong. I believe it is not just those two who are afflicted. All of you transformed beings of the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan are equally deranged." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present clan elders twisted in fury. Their eyes glinted with bloodlust, filled with a chilling menace directed at Qi Wang. This old man, not only had he failed to cure the ailment, but he also dared to utter such insolent words, insulting the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan. This was a path leading to his own demise. In an instant, the 7 clan elders stepped forward, their murderous intent palpable, their formidable Five Elements demonic chi surging forth, engulfing the palace. The onlookers hastily retreated. These 7 elders were, aside from the clan leader, the most powerful combatants. With their presence, the 2 beast clans dared not engage in war with the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan. Feeling the overwhelming intent to kill converging upon him, the expression of the weapon king shifted from pallor to a ghastly white, trembling uncontrollably. In mere moments, he was drenched in sweat. The 7 elder clansmen swiftly emerged, effortlessly subduing the severely injured weapon king, just as they intended to drag him outside the hall for execution. The weapon king bellowed, "Mo Jianghe, you cannot slay me. If I perish, not only will your son and wife meet their demise, but your Five Elements Demon Elephant clan will also be utterly annihilated by the plague's venom." Blood Dragon was taken aback. It's Huang Ping, how could his strength be? The Demon Monkey King's pupils constricted. No wonder he is the reincarnation of that person, yet, who could have lifted his bloodline seal? Meanwhile, those within the hall surged forth, their minds shaken upon witnessing the 8 figures suspended in the sky. The youth was truly terrifying. At such a tender age, he possessed the power of half-step nirvana. No, observe his gaze, it flickered with a dangerous aura of dominion over all things. Mo Jianghe was momentarily stunned. He felt an unprecedented fear emanating from this youth. If he were to slay the weapon king today, the rivers would run red with the blood of the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan. Even with his presence, he harbored no absolute confidence in being able to withstand this individual. Release my uncle, or the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan will cease to exist, not just today, but in days to come. Huang Ping's eyes turned icy, locking onto the 7 elder clansmen, an extreme chill coursing through them, causing their bodies to tremble violently. It was as if they could sense the genuine sensation of their very souls being drawn away. It is an irresistible force, a stirring deep within the veins. My lord, do you truly believe that the Five Elements Magic Elephant clan lacks formidable members? Over 200 clan elders soared into the sky, encircling Huang Ping and his companions. The terrifying aura of the 5 elements enveloped the surrounding area, painting it in vibrant hues. I shall not repeat myself, do not compel me to unleash a massacre. Huang Ping squinted his eyes, a chilling light flickering within them. Each word he uttered resonated like the decree of death, indelibly etched into the hearts of every member of the Magic Elephant clan. It is unimaginable that after emerging from the wild god slaughter array, Huang Ping's strength would, in merely 10 days, transcend the realm of Yang Void, stepping into the realm of creation, advancing a half-step into nirvana. Moreover, it is highly likely that his combat prowess has surpassed that of his original cultivation, enabling him to contend with true nirvana beings. This realization left him feeling inadequate and helpless. In Xiao Feng's perception, having elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of young void within a span of just over a year. He considered himself an extraordinarily gifted genius, a rarity in nearly a millennium. In the vast expanse of the divine martial Xian realm, few could rival him. Yet now, his perspective has shifted. The Huangping, once seen as an ordinary individual in his eyes, has, in just 10 days, left him far behind. It can be said that Xiao Feng now believes himself no match for Huangping. However, he harbors confidence that he will surpass Huangping within 3 years. The Son of Heaven, Mo Jianghe dared not meet Huangping's gaze, instead murmuring to himself. Moments later, he commanded, "Release him." Clan leader. Above the sky, the 200 elders surrounding Huangping and his companions bellowed, "This individual has insulted our 5 elements magic elephant clan, a grave transgression that cannot be overlooked. Otherwise, what remains of our clan's dignity? Indeed, do we not possess the heritage to deal with these 8 individuals?" Mo Jianghe's expression shifted between shades of blue and white as he helplessly shouted, "Whether I am a clansman or you are the clan leaders, all of you, get down. Damn it, retreat." Under the forceful command, over 200 elders at the late stage of the 6th rank, filled with rage, soared downwards. The 7 elders who had captured the artifact king also relinquished their grip. Upon regaining his freedom, the artifact king scoffed, "A bunch of useless fools." With that, his aura surged as he ascended into the heights, departing alongside Huangping and his companions. Chapter 24, The Artifact King's Folly. The vast estate, sprawling over 1,000 acres, began to tremble violently, dust swirling in the air as fissures, each a foot wide, spread in all directions. Such a profound humiliation. This was an unprecedented occurrence for the 5 elements magic elephant clan in a millennium. Yet, despite their fury, what could they do? The current state of the 5 elements magic elephant clan was far from what it once was. To slay an artifact king by instigating conflict within the estate would undoubtedly cost the lives of many clansmen, a price far too steep. Moreover, his son and concubine were already in grave peril, which truly tormented his heart. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in the distant sky, 1 elder and 2 youths. Shui Rubai's gaze sharpened, exclaiming in astonishment, "Isn't that the medical sage and his 2 disciples? Were they not supposed to be unconscious due to their failed experiment? Why have they come at such a critical time when the clan leader is in a rage?" As soon as the words fell, 3 individuals descended from the sky. Among them was an elderly man with flowing white hair, who respectfully addressed Mo Jianghe. "Ouyangji pays his respects to the clan leader Jianghe. Rise!" Mo Jianghe gestured with a slight wave of his hand, an invisible force lifting Ouyangji. "Your collaboration with the Tool King has yielded results that truly infuriate me." "Tool King? Results?" Ouyangji's expression was one of bewilderment. "May I inquire, clan leader Jianghe, where is the Tool King?" "You audacious fool!" The relatively younger clan elders, upon hearing Ouyangji's inquiry about the Tool King's whereabouts, were ready to take action and teach him a lesson. However, Mo Jianghe raised his hand, suppressing the agitated atmosphere, and said, "That scoundrel took the new medicine you developed together and administered it to my son and wife. Not only did it yield no positive effects, but it also had the opposite result, and then he fled. Now that you are here, you must provide an explanation." "Damn that Dawn!" Ouyangji's face turned pale, his teeth grinding in silence. Instead, his 2 prominent disciples spoke up, "Respected clan leader, if you must assign blame, let it fall upon the Tool King. This matter has no bearing on our master. We came to stop him. Moreover, that experiment had a reasonable chance of success. Do you know why it failed?" At this revelation, those present were left perplexed. The elder asked, "Why?" "Allow me to recount from the beginning. During that experiment, it was you, clan leader, who personally asserted that the Tool King possessed extensive qualifications and profound spiritual cultivation, which is why he was appointed as the cornerstone of the project, leading the research. We held no objections, as we believed he would heed the proposals of the collective, dissect the body to uncover the root of the ailment, and subsequently implement appropriate measures. Yet, none among us anticipated his arrogance and disrespect, which belittled the art of medicine I held dear. He claimed that with his 6th grade soul master cultivation, he could effortlessly discern everything within the corpse without the need for dissection. Thus, he disregarded our counsel, proceeding with reckless abandon to concoct pills, administering them to those afflicted by the plague among the demon elephant tribe. Initially, there were indeed signs of improvement, however, it was not long before they descended into madness, some even self-destructing, resulting in the tragic demise of several soul masters within the chamber. My master, the Weapon King, and I were fortunate to possess protective artifacts, allowing us to escape unscathed, yet we ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming energy waves unleashed by the explosions, falling into unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, we found ourselves together in the same guest room, where the Weapon King was still busily experimenting with his pills. My master remarked that the pills concocted by the Weapon King were flawed, only to be met with a resounding slap. He insisted that his pills were without issue, attributing the mishap to the excessive inclusion of a volatile fire attribute spirit herb, claiming that if that particular ingredient were omitted, the pills would indeed be miraculous. My master, in a desperate plea, implored him not to take the pills out and endanger others, yet his formidable strength rendered my master's efforts futile, as he was grievously injured by a single blow. Both my master and I fell victim to his assault, losing consciousness once more. Upon awakening, we heard voices outside, announcing that the Weapon King and the clan leader had arrived at the quarantine zone. My esteemed master, fearing the Weapon King would bring harm, disregarded his own injuries and hastily led us here. Alas, we were a step too late. That beast had indeed forced the elixir upon others, specifically the eldest son and the third lady. What malevolent intentions could he possibly harbor? Ouyangji's 2 foremost disciples, seething with indignation, recounted the events, their hatred for the Weapon King penetrating to the very marrow of their bones. That wretched scoundrel, fully aware that the elixir would drive our kin into madness, deliberately administered it to the third lady and the eldest son. He is utterly devoid of conscience. How fortunate he is! Why did the eldest son and the third lady not dispatch that beast? It is all Xiao Feng's fault for rescuing him. What purpose did that serve? The elders of the clan were incensed, some even shifting the blame onto Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, too, was filled with rage. Had he known, he would have preferred to let him perish within. Truly, he is less than human. This is not the moment for debates over right and wrong. Master Ouyang, do you possess a remedy for this plague? Mo Jianghe inquired respectfully, though his thoughts harbored a darker ambition. Once our 5 elements magic elephant clan's vitality is restored, I shall not rest until I reduce the Weapon King to mere pulp, or I shall not be worthy of leading the elephant clan. It is worth a try. Though I cannot guarantee success, Ouyangji replied, his countenance grave. If any misfortune befalls the third lady or the eldest son, do not hold me responsible. Upon hearing this, Mo Jianghe clenched his fists, torn between hesitation and resolve. The hall resounded with even more fervent roars and sonic explosions. The clan sovereign exclaimed in alarm, "It is dire. If we do not activate the formation soon, even if the young master survives the plague, he may perish within the confines of the array." A frantic voice echoed from the palace. Mo Jianghe gritted his teeth, poised to respond, when suddenly the Monkey King interjected, "Little demon elephant, if you wish to save your son, allow my brethren to take a crack at it." Impudence! The 7 clan elders thundered in unison, their fierce demonic energy surging forth to assail the Monkey King. How dare he refer to their leader as little demon elephant? Was he courting death? "Begone!" roared the Monkey King, unleashing a terrifying surge of bloodline power that shattered the torrent of demonic energy like a drill, forcefully pressing down upon the 7 elders. They faltered, their knees buckling as they fell heavily to the ground, shattering the jade stone floor beneath them. This spectacle left the onlookers in stunned silence. The 7 elders of the 5 elements demon elephant clan, renowned for their formidable strength, had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable monkey could so easily subdue them with but a single roar. What manner of creature was this? Even Mo Jianghe could not suppress the bristling of his fur. The individuals present today were increasingly formidable. First, there were the people led by Huangping. And now even an inconspicuous monkey could effortlessly dominate them. What a humiliating predicament. All you little demon elephants, remember this well. Do not dare to flaunt your authority and make a spectacle of yourselves before me. The Monkey King extended his fuzzy long arm, pointing angrily at all the demon elephants present. As he passed, each elephant he pointed at bowed their heads in submission, overwhelmed by an inescapable bloodline suppression. At this moment, Zhu Yonk once again experienced the terrifying sensation that had engulfed her earlier, during her confrontation with the Monkey King amidst the vast ocean. Meanwhile, Mo Linger transitioned from skepticism to unwavering belief in Zhu Yonk's words. This monkey was indeed no ordinary creature. At an opportune moment, Mo Jianghe inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed sir, who is your brother? If there truly exists a remedy for this plague, I would gladly bestow half of the dominion of Mo Elephant City upon him." What a ridiculous notion! My brother is a dragon among men and would not be swayed by such trivial offerings. However, if you were to promise your exquisite third princess in marriage to him, that would be a different matter. The Monkey King retorted with a wicked grin. Damn it! An expletive escaped from Xiao Feng's lips. What? Are you unwilling? The Monkey King probed, while Shuelong grinned devilishly. Master, such a beautiful girl, why not accept her? I wouldn't mind having an additional master. You two rascals, this is utterly outrageous. Xiao Feng lamented, on the verge of tears. Besides, I have no interest in her. Do you understand? Upon hearing the Monkey King's words, Mo Linger felt her heart swell with sweetness, yet Xiao Feng's declaration doused her with a chilling realization. It turned out she had been deluding herself all along. At that very moment, the gazes of all the elders of the Mo Elephant clan converged upon Xiao Feng. Mo Jianghe wore an awkward expression. He harbored no fondness for Xiao Feng and had contemplated expelling him on several occasions. Yet now, this individual, whom he had deemed unpromising, had inadvertently emerged as the savior of the 5 elements Mo Elephant clan. What was he to do? After a moment of contemplation, Mo Jianghe pointed subtly at Xiao Feng and addressed the Monkey King. Could it be that this valiant young man is the brother you speak of? Nonsense! He is not my brother. Could it be you? This, upon confirmation, not only did Mo Jianghe's expression reflect deep regret, but the faces of many clan elders were similarly marked by contrition. The atmosphere hung in silence for a moment, then Mo Jianghe turned to Meng Linger, seeking her counsel. Yet recalled Xiao Feng's earlier remark about his disfavor towards her. What of the half-kingdom? It mattered little now, matters had become increasingly complicated. He could hardly suppress the desire to slap himself. Had he possessed the foresight to recognize her worth sooner, he would not be enduring this vexation now. Unable even to speak to Xiao Feng, Meng Linger felt even more distressed. Xiao Feng had publicly declared his disdain for her in front of so many clansmen. If she were to cling stubbornly to him, what would others think? As for Shuo Rubai, her countenance was exceptionally grim. Yet, inwardly she thought, the clan leader has fallen prey to that monkey's slander, losing the ability to discern truth from falsehood. But I am not foolish. I refuse to believe that a coward who cannot reveal his true identity could cure our clan's plague. In any case, the situation grew increasingly awkward. Chapter 25, A Contest to Cure the Plague. Only Zhu Yonk stepped forth, proclaiming, "Please, young Master Han, no, young Master Shao. Lend your hand to save my 5 elements demon elephant clan." Little Yun kneels before you. Xiao Feng hastily extended his hand to assist Zhu Yonk, stating, "There is no need for such grand gestures. I merely hope that certain individuals will refrain from looking down upon others in the future." As he spoke, he cast a seemingly casual glance at Shuai Rubai. Shuai Rubai sensed Xiao Feng's malice and could not help but retort, "Young Master Xiao, when have I ever looked down upon you? Were it not for me, would you even be here? Moreover, you, a mere youth of no more than 18 summers, possess what prowess to contend with Master Ouyang? I must convey to everyone, do you truly believe, solely based on the utterance of this monkey, that esteemed elders and clan leaders, that he can eradicate the plague afflicting our lineage? I wish not to witness him rise as a second Qi king. Upon hearing Shuo Rubai's words, Ouyang Ji, who had hitherto maintained a modest demeanor, suddenly straightened his posture. He realized that, in this moment, he held some weight. The assembly of clan elders began to murmur, echoing Shuo Rubai's piercing insight. Why should they place their trust in an outsider? The previous Qi kings served as a quintessential example. Yet Ouyang Ji differed. His family had resided in Magic Elephant City for generations, a distinguished lineage that had undoubtedly cured countless perplexing ailments over the millennia. Although he had previously asserted that he lacked a viable method for combating the plague, he had just acknowledged that he did not possess absolute certainty, which did not equate to a lack of opportunity. In contrast, Xiao Feng, of dubious origin and tender years, boasts excessively, claiming his prowess as unparalleled, truly a quintessential charlatan of the martial world. Perhaps his martial talent is commendable, yet what relevance does that have to the treatment of a plague? Observing the crowd's inclination shifting in his favor, Ouyang Ji's senior disciple remarked, with a wry smile, "Esteemed clan leader, time waits for no one. Should we miss this opportunity, lives may be lost. Presently, you face two choices, either endorse this young man or my master. Yet, in my humble opinion, an outsider remains just that. If things unfold as Captain Bai suggests, it could lead to grave consequences. Brother, your words ring true. Our master is indeed a paragon in the realm of medicine. After extensive discussions and research, many treatment methods for this plague have been devised. Even if one approach fails, we can resort to others. Surely one will suffice. Unlike certain incompetent fools who cannot even compare," Ouyang Ji's second disciple remarked, brimming with arrogance. Ouyang Ji, on the other hand, appeared to bask in the praise, his head held high with pride. "Fools! You dare to belittle my master? He is not even worthy of being compared to a single hair on my master's body. In this world, he is the one most capable of curing the plague." Blood Dragon retorted vehemently. "Ignorant wretches, silence yourself." Ouyang Ji furiously pointed at Blood Dragon. "I have devoted over a century to the study of medicine. How dare you insult me so casually?" With a provocative glint in his eye, he turned to Xiao Feng. "Boy, are you brave enough to compete with me? I fear you may find yourself weeping in despair." Xiao Feng scoffed, "If you're afraid, just say so. Do not feign bravado here, such posturing only invites further disdain." Ouyang Ji's eldest disciple looked down upon him. Firmly believing in his master's superiority and doubting Xiao Feng's medical prowess could ever surpass that of his master, Xiao Feng waved a hand dismissively. "All right. It seems I must demonstrate some real skills to avoid being looked down upon. So tell me, how shall we compete?" Ouyang Ji regarded Xiao Feng with disdain. "Isn't the formation in the Great Hall imprisoning the third madam and the young master? Let us each treat one of them. The loser must slap their own face 3 times and bow 9 times. Do you dare?" Upon hearing this, Blood Dragon scoffed, declaring, "How foolish to seek one's own suffering. I have never encountered such an imbecile." Xiao Feng responded resolutely, "Very well, it is settled." Suddenly, Mo Jianghe interjected, "That is my son and concubine. Not mere subjects for your competition." This rendered Ouyang Ji momentarily speechless. Shuo Rubai hastily approached, stating, "The third lady and the eldest son cannot endure much longer. Only Master Ouyang and this young man possess any semblance of assurance. If we do not act soon, it shall be too late." Each word struck deep, compelling Mo Jianghe to relent. "You may compete, but should either of you cause the death of anyone, I shall take your heads." Xiao Feng, brimming with confidence, replied, "I have no issues with that. Master Ouyang, what are your thoughts? Do not tell me you lack the courage." "Humph, a mere child. Does this old man appear so pitiful in your eyes?" Ouyang Ji flicked his sleeves and strode directly into the hall. At that moment, all those outside followed suit, including Blood Dragon and the Demon Monkey King. "Shao Yun, do you truly believe that young man can succeed?" Mo Linger asked anxiously, concerned that should anything go awry, she would be unable to safeguard Xiao Feng. Miss, I have faith in Master Xiao. Since you care for him, you should trust him even more. Zhu Yonk remarked with a smile. Indeed, I also believe he will prevail. Mo Linger nodded vigorously, clenching her delicate fists. As Xiao Feng and Ouyang approached the formation, their swords drawn, Ouyang realized that his confidence had plummeted from 70% to a mere 30%. Yet, Xiao Feng's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, subtly betraying a hint of amusement. This caused a profound unease within him, yet he retorted, "Humph, feigning nonchalance, you shall soon comprehend the consequences. Even if I am unable to cure, I shall ensure no one perishes, yet your fate is far less certain." Occasionally, Xiao Feng would inquire, "Master Ouyang, are you prepared? Shall we commence?" "Wait!" Ouyang interrupted, "There are flaws in my previous suggestion. Nevertheless, it matters not." Xiao Feng, appearing quite relaxed, replied, "If we both falter." Before he could finish, he asserted, "Only you shall fail, as for me, that is simply inconceivable. Is it truly necessary for you to show off?" Ouyang senior disciple scoffed in disbelief. "Am I indeed showing off?" Xiao Feng retorted disdainfully, "Open your eyes and observe closely." With that, Xiao Feng's arm surged with strength, shattering the barrier of the formation and plunging into its depths alone. By heavens! Is he out of his mind? The third lady and the eldest son had yet to be restrained by the formation, and now he was diving into the fray. Was he courting death? Had he not witnessed the fate of the Qi King before? The gathered elders stared in astonishment, Ouyang included. Yet, he could not allow Xiao Feng to take the lead and hastily followed through the breach Xiao Feng had created. 81 silver needles shot forth, sealing the 81 acupoints of the furious third lady. In a brief moment, the once rampant third lady was subdued. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng found himself engaged in a fierce struggle with the eldest son. One careless moment could lead one to suffer grievously, much like the recent fate of the King of Instruments, and one might even lose their life, for his cultivation is rather lacking. In comparison, the disparity is glaringly evident. Truly, he is a master of the healing arts, living up to his esteemed reputation. This Xiao Feng is undeniably overestimating his abilities. A charlatan is indeed a charlatan, boasting skills that falter when put to the test, revealing his true nature. At this moment, all acclaim was directed towards Ouyang while Xiao Feng was disparaged. Ouyang eldest disciple remarked, "Lacking in capability yet posturing as if superior, and now look at the outcome. He has failed to impress and may very well lose his life." "Brother, there is no need for distress. I have encountered many such individuals. Those who possess but a shallow understanding, when compared to our master, are like the heavens to the earth, and not even worthy of being called earth, merely a puddle of muck." Ouyang second disciple sneered with glee. Mo Jianghe furrowed his brow deeply, casting a sidelong glance at the Monkey King, discerning that this Xiao Feng clearly lacked any genuine medical knowledge, merely floundering about aimlessly. If anything were to befall Mo Guanyu, he would stake his very life to ensure that the three of them learned a bloody lesson. How could this happen? Mo Linger fretted anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. "Brother, you must not get hurt." "Why the rush, my dear? The best part is yet to come." The Monkey King replied nonchalantly. "Xiao Feng is the heir of the wild god, having absorbed the wisdom of the crystallized essence, a consummate master of all medical arts. An unparalleled existence. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. It was fortunate that Ouyang was involved. Had this young man treated them independently, the third madam and the eldest young master would likely have perished at his hands." Shui Robai let out a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, all eyes were fixed in astonishment. Xiao Feng, who had been entangled with the demon crown Yu, struck the heart of the demon crown Yu with a single palm, resulting in a spray of black blood. The demon crown Yu collapsed to the ground, devoid of any life force. Yet, in Xiao Feng's hand, there appeared a wriggling creature. "Brute! How dare you conspire against the young master? Kill him!" shouted a dozen clan elders, their eyes ablaze with fury. as they rushed into the formation to capture Xiaofeng. Ouyang was rendered speechless by this scene. He had mistakenly applied the silver needles to the wrong acupoint. Suddenly, the third mistress, who had her eyes closed, opened them wide and bit down on Ouyang's neck. Ouyang let out a piercing scream, "Save me! Master! Quickly save me, Master!" His two disciples yelled in desperation. The clan elders charged into the formation, forcefully pulling the third mistress away and striking her on the back, rendering her unconscious. Subsequently, Ouyang was rescued and hastily swallowed several pills to staunch the flow of blood from his wounds. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng was escorted out by the numerous clan elders. "Do you dare strike me? How outrageous! After killing someone, you still have the audacity to be this brazen. Let us fight." The fiery sting on his face drove the clan elders into a frenzy as they lunged toward the Demon Monkey King. However, the Demon Monkey King casually waved his hand, sending them flying, and calmly remarked, "Do you understand why I struck you?" These words left everyone momentarily stunned. Chapter 26, Resurrection. The Demon Monkey King had just spoken, "To indiscriminately seize people without distinction, this is the punishment you deserve." Nonsense! Ouyang approached with the support of his two disciples, exclaiming, "This scoundrel has undoubtedly slain the eldest son. His lifeless body still lies within the formation. Do you truly wish to engage in baseless slander to exonerate him? Which of your foolish eyes have witnessed his demise? Spare me the injustice against the innocent." Blood Dragon surged forward, seizing Ouyang by the throat. "What is this? Are you cornered like a rabid dog, intent on silencing me?" Unfazed, Ouyang retorted with a cold smile, "With so many witnesses present, do you think you can massacre the entire demon elephant clan to cover your tracks? Xiaofeng, do you have anything to say?" Mo Jianghe glared at Xiaofeng with an expression of murderous intent. The assembly of over 200 clan elders erupted in furious outrage. Voicing a formidable momentum, "Chief, the Weapon King has already fled. Today, we must not let this boy escape. He must pay for his blood debts." "No!" In this critical moment, Mo Linger pushed through the crowd, positioning herself before Xiaofeng. "I believe there must be a misunderstanding. I trust that my brother would never harm anyone." Her words warmed Xiaofeng's heart, significantly altering his perception of her. It is worth noting that the deceased was her own brother, and had it been anyone else, they would have longed to see Xiaofeng dead. Yet, in this moment, Mo Linger steadfastly believed in him. What immense courage this required! However, even in such dire circumstances, Xiaofeng remained silent, eager to witness the expressions of those around him when the time came. "Third Princess, do not mislead yourself. In the ordinary course of events, we, as elders, have chosen to overlook your capricious behavior. However, today, I implore you to open your eyes and behold the lifeless body of your elder brother, still lying there. Will you persist in your delusions for the sake of an outsider? Clan leader, issue the order to execute this scoundrel, avenge my blood feud, and uphold our clan's dignity. I suspect that he and the Beast King are both spies sent by the two great beast clans, and if we do not eliminate them now, we shall face endless repercussions." The air in the grand hall was thick with the furious cries for bloodshed, and the formidable presence of the demon river tiger forced the Monkey King to retreat several paces, a hint of gravity etched upon his visage. For he too was perplexed by Xiaofeng's enigmatic actions, unsure if the demon crown's decree had truly been cured. Shui Rubai's heart was icy with resentment. "Had I known, I would never have allowed you aboard, otherwise, we would not have endangered the young master." Ouyang, intending to fan the flames, was suddenly interrupted by a bewildered voice near his ear. "It hurts." This utterance struck like a thunderbolt, diverting the attention of the tense assembly towards the formation. To their astonishment, the once lifeless demon crown's decree began to rise from the ground, gazing around in confusion. Various emotions flickered across Ouyang's weathered face. A spectacle to behold. His two disciples, upon witnessing this, were rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground in shock, murmuring to themselves, "Has Master been defeated? No, Master is invincible." He cannot be vanquished. Surely this rascal has employed some nefarious trick to drain the young master's vitality. Such methods, while capable of reviving a person temporarily, would inevitably lead to their demise once their energy was utterly depleted. Indeed, it must be so. Upon this realization, Ouyangji's eldest disciple pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Feng, exclaiming, "Xiao Feng, resistance brings harsh consequences, while honesty invites leniency. Confess, what unscrupulous methods have you employed?" With a derisive laugh, Xiao Feng retorted, his expression darkening, "I detest when others point their fingers at my nose. Yet it seems there are those who are blind to the impropriety of such actions." No sooner had he spoken than a sharp crack resounded, and the arm that had pointed at him shattered into fragments. The disciple of Ouyangji writhed on the ground, and Xiao Feng placed a foot upon his chest, declaring, "Individuals like you merely babble and howl all day long. If you do not receive a lesson, you shall remain forever oblivious to your own insignificance." With that, he kicked the hapless disciple out of the palace in full view of Ouyangji. Witnessing this spectacle, Ouyangji's face turned a deep shade of anger. Yet he dared not utter a word. At that moment, Blood Dragon proclaimed, "Old fool, can your myopic eyes discern the truth?" The Demon Monkey King, exuding an overwhelming presence, advanced menacingly towards Mo Jianghe. "Ignorant fool, are you content with this outcome?" The two resounding shouts echoed like the wrath of divine beings, rendering every individual present utterly speechless. Subdued in fear, Mo Guanyu emerged from the breach in the formation and, upon seeing Xiao Feng, a blurred figure reflected in his eyes. Gradually recalling the events of the past days and the appearance of the one who had just come to his aid, he clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, young brother, for saving my life. It was a mere trifle, no need for thanks. I hope that in your future endeavors, you do not mirror your father's indecisiveness and inability to discern right from wrong." Xiao Feng regarded Mo Jianghe with a cold gaze. From the very outset, as he entered the grand hall, the demeanor of Mo Jianghe instilled within him a profound aversion. Subsequently, upon arriving here, he fell prey to the malicious whispers of Qi Wang, who sought to expel him. Even more despicable was the recent attempt on his life. Had it not been for the intervention of the Demon Monkey King and Mo Linger, Mo Jianghe would have surely sought to eliminate him. Were this man merely at the level of transformation, Xiao Feng would have undoubtedly approached him and delivered a few resounding slaps. At this moment, Mo Guanyu cast a glance at the contrite Mo Jianghe, struggling to find the right words. After a brief pause, the elder clansmen collectively apologized to Xiao Feng. "Young Master Xiao, we were blind and misjudged you. Please do not hold it against us. If your anger has not subsided, feel free to exact your vengeance upon us." Though Mo Jianghe, as the clan leader, had initially hesitated to offer an apology, he ultimately summoned his courage and stated, "Little brother, my earlier behavior was indeed abrupt. I sincerely apologize. Should you require anything in the future, the five-element demon elephant clan will endeavor to make amends, if that is agreeable to you." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Feng exhaled a long sigh of relief. There is no need for compensation, however. Let the lesson learned today be remembered by each person present. Yes, yes. The clan elders nodded vigorously in agreement. Mo Jianghe took a deep breath and nodded in acknowledgement. The current Xiao Feng was, after all, the genuine savior of the five-element demon elephant clan. They dared not show any measure of negligence. Seeing this unfolding scene, Shuelong scoffed disdainfully, a pack of short-sighted fools, only now realizing their folly. What a pity! Then, Xiao Feng's gaze shifted to Ouyangji. "Old man, do you concede?" Ouyangji gritted his teeth and retorted, "Brat, mind your tongue. This old man cannot possibly concede. What you have experienced is merely a twist of fate, forcing the toxic blood from the young master's body. If you possess true skill, then cure the third madam as well. Since it has come to this, allow you to face the truth of your demise." Xiao Fengyan moved swiftly, plunging once more into the formation, his palms moving with an ethereal grace as he sought out the third madam. A terrifying force of absorption surged into her body, sweeping through her limbs and bones. With a series of violent coughs, the third madam expelled 9 mouthfuls of black blood. Within that dark ichor, a maggot-like creature writhed slowly. Xiao Feng extended his hand and, with a swift motion, drew the vermin into his grasp, exiting the formation. The master and disciple, ensnared in self-deception, were unwilling to accept this outcome. Yet, the truth lay bare before them. Their disbelief changed nothing. Who among the upper echelons of the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan could deny it? In that moment, recalling the previous wager, this so-called master of medicine retreated quietly. There was no way he could bow to Xiao Feng 9 times and strike his own face thrice without losing all dignity. How would the citizens of Demon Elephant City perceive the Ouyang family? Alas, he had barely taken a few steps back when a voice, laced with mockery, thundered in his ear, "Master Ouyang, why the haste to leave? Old fool, do you wish to flee?" Blood Dragon instantly recognized the wager made between Ouyang and Xiao Feng, and promptly intercepted him. Ouyang's face turned ashen, his body struck as if by lightning. And he froze in place, his expression contorting into a grimace more sorrowful than tears. I'm merely a bit weary from standing and wish to stretch." As he spoke, Ouyang turned helplessly, only to find countless gazes fixated upon him, some filled with derision, others with scorn, and many with disdain. In the entire gathering, not a single soul held him in esteem. He yearned to vanish into the very ground beneath him. Chapter 27, The Execution of the Bet. To his astonishment, he was effortlessly captured. The thought of escape was now a futile endeavor. What to do? This 4-character phrase echoed relentlessly in his mind. "Master Ouyang, is it not time for you to strike your own face and kneel in submission?" Yu Chuqing smirked, well aware of matters that others had long forgotten. "How could I have overlooked this? It seems there was an agreement made before the contest between young Master Shao and Master Ouyang. Yes, I recall now. It was indeed to kneel and perform 9 formal bows while striking oneself 3 times. The younger clan elders began to murmur among themselves, their smiles radiant. Shui Robai, who had always viewed Ouyang as a beacon of hope, was now drenched in cold sweat. This wager was largely instigated by her. If Ouyang retaliated, she would surely face dire consequences. Indeed, drenched in perspiration, Ouyang fixed his icy gaze upon Shui Robai and declared, "Commander Bai, you bear an inescapable responsibility for this matter. I shall strike my own face 3 times, and you shall kneel and pay your respects to Physician Shao." A fierce glint flashed across Shui Robai's delicate features. "Master Ouyang, do not speak recklessly. The wager was set by you alone, and I bear no part in it." In a fit of rage, Ouyang pointed an accusatory finger at Shui Robai, and in his agitation, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, with blood staining the corners of his mouth, he spoke, "You wretched creature, I never imagined you possessed such a venomous heart. Given the current situation, I shall speak plainly, were it not for your recommendation, would I be in this predicament? It is you who has brought my downfall. And now you wish to walk away unscathed. This wager holds at least half of your stake. I implore the esteemed leader of the Jianghe clan to advocate on my behalf." Ouyang, fully aware of his inevitable fate, could not allow Shui Robai to benefit without consequence, so he directly sought the authority of Mo Jianghe. "Advocate for you?" Mo Jianghe chuckled softly. "Bring forth Shui Robai and confine him to solitary confinement for 3 months. You." Such a punishment was clearly a mere fade. Ouyang felt his face flush with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words, an outsider in this realm. And what of Shui Robai? He was the leader of the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan. Were their positions reversed, Shui Robai would surely not bow before Xiao Feng, for that would tarnish the clan's honor. Instantly, Ouyang's countenance turned ashen, trembling as he implored, "Young Master Shao, no, Divine Physician Shao. It is I who have been blind to your worth and unwittingly offended you. I beseech your immense mercy to forgive me this once, otherwise I shall have no face to confront the ancestors of the Ouyang family." The Ouyang clan upholds strict family rules. The first decree is that a healer must not engage in conflict over their medical skills, for their duty is to heal and serve humanity. The second decree states that a man must kneel only to heaven and earth, never to another. Failure to abide will result in expulsion from the Ouyang family. Not only would the position of clan leader be lost, but the reputation built over millennia would be obliterated. The mere thought of his family's disgrace brought him to the brink of despair. Ouyang Ji's desperate pleas left everyone present utterly astonished. No one could fathom that the typically haughty Master Ouyang would exhibit such a side. Usually, he would stride into the realm of the demon elephant clan with an air of superiority, exuding authority from all directions. His two disciples rarely regarded the common members of the clan with any semblance of respect. Many elders had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the trio of master and disciples. Yet they had to suppress their grievances, for Ouyang's exceptional medical skills alleviated the clan's woes. Now, witnessing Ouyang Ji's disgraceful demeanor brought them immense satisfaction. Xiao Feng, with a mocking glint in his eye, observed Ouyang Ji and remarked, Master Ouyang, whatever has befallen you? Were you not looking down upon me before? It seems I was indeed blind. Truly blind. Ouyang Ji, in a fit of despair, struck his own face 3 times, reaching the limits of his self-inflicted punishment. Xiaoshini, consider me as nothing more than a trifling matter. I am willing to relinquish the wealth I have accumulated over the years to you. With that, he hurriedly removed his storage ring and respectfully presented it before Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's gaze flickered slightly. The wealth possessed by the patriarch of the Ouyang family was no small sum. Even if he had no use for its contents, it would serve as excellent cultivation resources for Shuilong and the others. Contemplating this, Xiao Feng accepted the storage ring and tossed it to Shuilong, saying indifferently, In light of your sincerity, I shall graciously spare you this time. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Beyond the heavens, there are indeed greater heavens. What you deem impossible may not be so for others. Cease viewing the world through such myopic lenses. Do you understand? Dr. Xiao, having imparted his lessons, I have come to understand and will strive to be a better person, never forgetting your teachings. Ouyang Ji was overwhelmed with gratitude. With a mere wave of his hand, Xiao Feng commanded, Begone. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ji felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, and along with his second disciple, they hastily exited the hall, carrying their unconscious senior disciple and swiftly making their way out of the demon elephant mansion. Originally, Xiao Feng intended to say something to Shuai Rubai, but at that moment, Shuai Rubai had already been taken away to reflect on his misdeeds. Just then, Xiao Feng suddenly sensed a gaze filled with warmth resting upon him. Turning slightly, he beheld Mo Linger, who looked at him with affectionate eyes, brimming with gratitude. Dr. Xiao, might I trouble you to examine Xiao Qin and Yuer once more? Are they truly unharmed? The respectful voice of Mo Jianghe gently echoed in Xiao Feng's ears, as if he feared raising his voice and incurring the wrath of this revered figure. The elders surrounding them also wore expressions of hope, intently watching Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng activated his Sumi eye and scanned the 2 individuals, stating, They are not in serious condition. With a few days of proper care, they will fully recover. Thank you, Dr. Xiao. Please allow us to pay our respects. At that moment, not only Mo Jianghe, but all present bowed in reverence to Xiao Feng. The epidemic that had plagued the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan for nearly 10 days had finally been resolved. As for the ailments afflicting the other clan members, as long as Xiao Feng was present, they too would likely find remedy in the coming days. With this thought, gratitude filled the hearts of the people. For the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan could once again rise to glory. Should the 2 beast clans dare to provoke them, they would ensure that such foes would meet their demise without a place to rest. In stark contrast to the expressions of those around him, stood Mo Jianghe. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Xiao Feng and inquired, Divine Physician Xiao, have you discerned the affliction that has befallen my wife and Yuer? Within our clan, nearly 70,000 members of the demon elephant tribe are ensnared in dire straits. Might you find the time to extend your healing touch to them as well? What affliction? Xiao Feng scratched his head, replying, they are not afflicted by a plague, but rather envenomated by a cursed poison. As he spoke, Xiao Feng opened his palm to reveal 2 ebony cursed insects writhing within. Heart of Calamity Worm. Mo Jianghe recognized the vile creature at a glance, a flash of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. However, the elder clan members, bewildered, questioned, clan leader, what manner of poison is the Heart of Calamity Worm? I am not well versed in this matter, having only encountered it in an ancient tome. Please, divine physician Xiao, enlighten us. Xiao Feng, generous with his knowledge, explained. The Heart of Calamity Worm is an ancient and lethal toxin, primarily employed in large-scale warfare. Those who fall victim to it will perish within 7 days, driven to madness. To my understanding, this cursed insect exists solely on the leaves of a plant known as the Dark Night Demon Tree, and it is minuscule, invisible to the naked eye. It only disperses when the Dark Night Demon Tree, having absorbed the essence of the moon on a full moon night, unfurls its branches and leaves to the wind. Once scattered, it can number in the thousands, and whether it lands upon a human or a beast, it will burrow through the skin, infiltrate the bloodstream, and voraciously consume the flesh, rapidly growing and releasing toxic fumes that devastate the very soul, ultimately leading one to self-destruction. If my suspicions are correct, there must be a Dark Night Demon Tree planted within the Demon Elephant Mansion. Mo Jianghe contemplated for a moment and said, in our clan, there is no such thing as the Dark Night Demon Tree mentioned by Dr. Xiao. Are you quite certain? Xiao Feng furrowed his brows, for generally speaking, the records of crystallized wisdom would not err. Indeed, there is no. Before Mo Jianghe could finish his sentence, Mo Guanyu suddenly interjected, Father, is it not true that there exists a peculiar, ominous black tree in the pond at the center of our residence? At this revelation, not only did Mo Jianghe come to a sudden realization, but the numerous clan elders also widened their eyes in astonishment. Deep within their pupils, a sense of murderous intent and fury began to unfurl gradually. Is it in this likeness? Xiao Feng closed his eyes, using his hand as a brush. He conjured the form of the Dark Night Demon Tree from the void with a mere 100 strokes. Indeed, it is precisely this. Damn those Qihua clan! Upon gazing at the tree that Xiao Feng had illustrated, everyone was taken aback, their eyes bulging with shock. Mo Jianghe, filled with ire, exclaimed, a month ago, our 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan celebrated its 800th anniversary, and this Dark Night Demon Tree was a gift from the Qihua clan. At that time, I found the tree's appearance to be strangely uncanny. Fearing deceit, I specifically summoned 7 senior soul masters to examine it multiple times, and none reported any abnormalities. Only then did I allow it to be planted in the pond of our residence. Who would have thought that overnight it would grow into a towering tree? I was astonished at the time but did not dwell on it. However, 10 days ago, following the full moon night, many clan members began to exhibit unusual symptoms. Initially vomiting, followed by excruciating pain, gradually leading to what we now perceive as a plague. Upon reflection, it becomes apparent that all of this was a meticulously orchestrated scheme by the Crimson Flame Horse clan, intending to exploit the heartworm pest to effortlessly annihilate our elemental magic elephant clan. Such a nefarious plot indeed. It is no wonder they have been reluctant to deploy their forces. Upon hearing the sequence of events, the elders of various clans were consumed with rage, voicing their fury within the hall. A few of the younger elders even contemplated leading a charge into Horse City to eradicate those vile creatures. Only Xiao Feng, Blood Dragon, and the Demon Monkey King stood silently in place. Chapter 28, Eliminating the Source of Calamity. Yet, within their minds, they recognized the treachery of this scheme. Utilizing the Night Demon Tree as a token of celebration, and leveraging the heartworm pest it harbored, rendered the entire elemental magic elephant clan incapacitated. When the opportune moment arrived, the 2 great beast clans could then unite in their assault, effortlessly extinguishing the elemental magic elephant clan. Had I delayed my arrival even a few more days, the elemental magic elephant clan would likely have faced total annihilation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng felt a surge of excitement. The elemental magic elephant clan is, after all, the most formidable faction in the Beastmaster city. With over 10,000 6th-tier magic elephants, they would equate to an equal number of creation realm powerhouses in the outside world. While the Magic River is an authentic 7th-tier beast sovereign. With such martial prowess, sweeping through the Xuanwu Empire would be a mere formality. At that point, facing the Wind and Cloud Sword sect, a colossal entity, would afford me some measure of confidence. With this thought, Xiao Feng took a deep breath and, under the watchful gaze of many eager eyes, spoke with gravitas. To truly eradicate the heartworm poison, we must first employ heavenly fire to incinerate the night demon tree, thereby uprooting this source of calamity. Regarding the matter of detoxification, I currently find myself at a loss. After all, within the ranks of the demon elephant clan, there are as many as 70,000 afflicted individuals. Even with the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms, I could not possibly resolve this issue within a mere 3 days, nor can I afford such an expenditure. Therefore, I require some special materials to forge a unique antidote. Upon hearing this, Mo Jianghe, without a moment's hesitation, readily declared, "Whatever you need, esteemed physician Xiao, we shall spare no effort to procure it. Even if it requires traversing mountains and rivers. Furthermore, I observe that your cultivation level is merely at the Yang Void realm. Our clan possesses a particular training ground that I could lend to you for a few days of contemplation. If all goes well, it should aid you in reaching the pinnacle of the Yang Void realm." Their commitment is evident in their willingness to spare no effort, to traverse mountains and rivers, and even to lend their precious training ground for my cultivation. This clearly demonstrates the lengths to which the 5-element demon elephant clan will go to win my favor. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Feng recognized the sincerity of Mo Jianghe and nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, I shall not disappoint the expectations of clan leader Jianghe." He then requested, "Might you provide me with a list of the special materials needed? I shall ensure they are gathered in the shortest possible time." Mo Jianghe, filled with enthusiasm and urgency, eagerly awaited the list. Xiao Feng flicked his fingers, sending a strand of divine thought into Mo Jianghe's mind, revealing the necessary items. After a moment of examination, Mo Jianghe gestured, and a series of sacred characters danced like musical notes, soaring out of the hall. Simultaneously, he produced a token and presented it to the elder of the clan, stating, "I have already forwarded the materials list to the magical elephant treasury. Take this token to retrieve it. If it is not available, swiftly dispatch 5,000 elite troops to search the Hanxi Oasis, digging 3 feet into the earth to ensure it is found." "Understood," the elder responded, his form darting out of the palace like lightning. Ling accompanied the esteemed Dr. Xiao to the forest of magical burials. The river lord of Mojiang seemed to have ulterior motives, clearly intending to foster a connection between the two. Mo Linger's crystalline eyes sparkled, and a captivating smile graced her beautiful face as she cheerfully replied, "I shall not disappoint you, dear sir, please follow me." "Wait a moment," Xiao Feng suddenly interjected. Mo Linger's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xiao Feng still harbored disdain for her? Instantly, her enthusiasm waned, and her confidence took a significant blow. However, what Xiao Feng said next brought a smile back to Mo Linger's face. "Clan leader Jianghe, does your clan possess magic fire or heavenly fire?" "None." Magic Jianghe frowned, fully aware of Xiao Feng's intentions. "I possess a blossom of it." Xiao Feng opened his palm, and a swirling mass of 5-colored flames ascended, which he tossed to the Monkey King, saying, "Little demon, you shall accompany clan leader Jianghe to seek out the night demonic tree and incinerate it with this fire, thereby eliminating future troubles." "Understood." The Monkey King rolled his eyes, somewhat annoyed at being given orders. "Thank you, esteemed Dr. Xiao." Magic Jianghe was overjoyed. He had just been fretting over the matter of heavenly fire, and to his astonishment, Xiao Feng possessed a blossom of it, although its rank on the list of magical fires was not particularly high. The 5 Hells magic fire was still regarded as a wondrous entity of the world. He has increasingly found it difficult to comprehend this young lad. If he could unite with his own daughter in matrimony, it would indeed be a fortuitous event for the elemental beast tribe, a rare stroke of luck over the millennia. Yet, there lingers the fear that he might not find the young man appealing. After all, Xiao Feng's previous demeanor was quite transparent. He had distinctly stated his disinterest in Mo Linger. Thus, he had deliberately created opportunities for the two to spend time together privately. Xiao Feng casually remarked, "No need for thanks, Linger, let us be on our way." "What do you call me?" Mo Linger asked, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief. "Linger. Is that wrong?" What he relished most was the company of countless alluring beast maidens, who attended to him with such devotion that it was almost transcendent. If Li Tingting were present, she would surely have been infuriated. As they journeyed towards the forest of the fallen beasts, Mo Linger flew alongside him, gazing at Xiao Feng with admiration. "Brother, why did you used to dislike me so much?" Xiao Feng felt a pang in his heart and replied candidly. "Your previous actions were quite unappealing to me. Do you still dislike me now?" "Surely, you must not," she pressed on. "Why is that?" "Because when others doubted me, you chose to believe in me, thus, I no longer harbor dislike for you, and perhaps I even find you somewhat endearing." "Is that true?" Mo Linger exclaimed, taken aback. "No, it's a jest." Xiao Feng maintained a serious expression, though a smile escaped him. "You scoundrel! You clearly like me but refuse to admit it." Mo Linger rolled her eyes playfully. "Very well, I concede, I do have affection for you, but it is merely a brotherly fondness for a sister," Xiao Feng confessed bluntly. "No, I do not desire such affection. What must I do to earn your genuine fondness?" "Just like today. One must always bear in mind that I am a man of family. There can be no conclusion between us. I refuse to believe it. And I am capable of being persistent. At worst, I shall pursue you. It remains to be seen whether you can keep pace with me." With that, Xiao Feng activated the phoenix divine wings, vanishing like a bolt of lightning across the vast sky, leaving no trace in an instant. Such swiftness! Mo Linger's beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief, as she found it hard to comprehend such human speed. Yet, she clenched her small, delicate fist, resolutely vowing to herself, "Xiao Feng, one day I shall catch up to you, I will make you fall for me." The two of them soared through the sky, playfully chasing each other for quite some time before joyfully coming to a halt, arriving at the forest of demonic burial. Before their eyes lay a vast expanse of black bamboo forest, approximately 10 kilometers wide. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the bamboo shadows to dance, transforming into a sea of dark mist strange and enchanting. "Dear sir, what you see before you is indeed the forest of demonic burial. Let us venture inside." Mo Linger eagerly grasped Xiao Feng's hand, the silver threads still entwined around his wrist, leaving him unable to break free, destined to comply with her whims. Upon entering the forest, an elderly man with a grizzled head awaited them anxiously. Upon sighting the two, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief. "Third princess. What business do you have with divine Dr. Xiao? Why have you taken so long?" It turned out to be the elder of the clan. "Is there something you need?" Mo Linger inquired, her jade hand subtly moving. The elder, upon noticing, suddenly understood. It was this girl who had taken Xiao Feng for a playful escapade, however. Such feelings seemed to be developing rather swiftly. Had they already held hands after merely a stick of incense time? Indeed, the old adage rings true, a man pursuing a woman must traverse mountains, while a woman pursuing a man faces merely a veil. However, in his case, he is not immune to the grasp of Mo Linger. Xiao Feng, momentarily dazed, remarked, "So soon?" The esteemed elder of the clan, beaming with joy, replied, "The items required by Xiaoshini, though precious, are not difficult to find. They are all stored within the treasure vault of the magical elephants. Yet, I must trouble you to exert your utmost effort to assist our magical elephant clan in overcoming this challenging predicament." Xiao Feng nodded, assuring, "Elder, rest assured. I shall not fail your expectations." With gratitude evident in his eyes, the elder clasped his hands in salute and produced a uniquely elongated piece of bamboo. Inserting it into the heart of the bamboo grove, a low hum resonated as the entire expanse of black bamboo swayed, mist billowing forth, and the ground trembled violently, giving rise to a dark well. Upon witnessing this well, Xiao Feng was momentarily entranced. Suddenly, the dark well consumed his soul. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Mo Linger and the elder had vanished without a trace. From the void above came a voice of instruction, Xiao Shini. The place you find yourself in is the abyss of the magical burial. Throughout generations, the formidable warriors of the Five Elements Magical Elephant Clan have entered here at the brink of death, channeling their lifelong insights and demonic energy into this well for the enlightenment and cultivation of future generations. You are the first human to enter this well. May it prove beneficial to you. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Feng felt a surge of relief. Generally speaking, even when magical beasts assume human form, they harbor an inherent aversion to humanity. For, at their core, magical beasts and humans are nearly sworn enemies. As a human, being granted the opportunity to cultivate within the sacred grounds of the Five Elements Demon Elephant Clan undoubtedly signifies a profound favor from the clan, representing the highest form of privilege, a dream cherished by many yet attained by few. It is noteworthy that the Five Elements Demon Elephant Clan boasts a legacy exceeding 10 millennia. Although it has experienced a decline, formidable beast lords of the 7th tier and numerous venerable clan elders and experts of the 6th tier still exist, amounting to tens of thousands. This serves to highlight the formidable depth of their heritage. Chapter 29, The Demon Burial Well. The Demon Burial Well, after years of sedimentation, has become one of the most treasured relics of the Five Elements Demon Elephant Clan. It is almost inconceivable to fathom the opportunities contained within that could dramatically enhance one's cultivation. The more he contemplated, the more fervent excitement surged within Xiao Feng, leading him to exclaim, "If there is nothing else, you may depart." "Very well, my physician shall reap tremendous rewards." With these words, the elder of the clan and Mo Ling took their leave from the demon burial forest. At this moment, Xiao Feng gazed upon the expansive and flat canvas of a grassland unfurling before him. Majestic steeds galloped across the verdant expanse, while herds of cattle and sheep grazed on the lush grass. Clear pools were scattered in every direction, resembling a celestial realm, azure and enchanting. The scene before him compelled Xiao Feng to marvel at the miraculous transformation of the demon burial well. However, he could sense that all these images were merely manifestations of demonic energy, not of actual existence. He realized that by slaying the cattle, sheep, and spirited horses, he could absorb their energy, thereby achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation. Xiao Feng summoned the 9 heavens galaxy and surged forward, indiscriminately devouring everything in his path. His cultivation was steadily progressing, soaring to the pinnacle of young deficiency in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Just as he intended to make a final push to break free from his constraints and ascend to the realm of creation, the vast grasslands transformed into a boundless expanse, and all the demonic energy that could be absorbed vanished completely. This sudden change left Xiao Feng utterly exasperated. Could it be that fate was so cruel? With a look of resignation, he had initially believed he could claim all the energy from the plains for himself. However, reality proved contrary to his expectations. As it often does, perhaps the abyss of demonic burial possessed some peculiar limitations, such as being unable to absorb energy beyond a certain threshold. After all, even if the abyss of demonic burial harbored boundless energy, there must be a point of depletion. If Xiao Feng consumed it all, what would the subsequent members of the demon elephant tribe feast upon? As Xiao Feng pondered these thoughts, the plains erupted in chaos, splitting open with 9 colossal chasms, like heavenly pits, from which 9 towering peaks ascended, piercing the heavens. Majestic and imposing, they inspired awe and reverence. As Xiao Feng soared through the sky and approached the 9 peaks within a 10-zhang radius, 9 streams of unparalleled profundity surged forth towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, Xiao Feng's arm trembled, and the divine slayer blade manifested in his grasp. With a sweeping strike, 9 streams of multicolored blades surged upwards. A series of muffled thuds echoed resoundingly. Xiao Feng retreated at great speed, yet he could not withstand the onslaught of the formless profundity, sending him hurtling backward for 3,000 zhang. Were it not for the dual protection of the demon golden body and the black demon cauldron, his current cultivation would have surely left him grievously injured. Such terrifying profundity! Stabilizing himself in midair, Xiao Feng gasped in astonishment. This was a force of profundity even more fearsome than true intent. Except for unparalleled geniuses, only those who have attained the nirvana realm can truly master and wield such powers effortlessly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Feng continued his ascent. However, this time he halted 100 feet away, opening his shumi eye to scan the 9 towering peaks. Suddenly, he was taken aback. The 9 peaks were actually comprised of countless mystical stones. Each peak's surface bore numerous imprints of profound laws, as well as marks left by blades and spears. In addition to these, many robust Sanskrit characters chronicled the life experiences and insights of numerous predecessors. By casting aside all distractions and liberating the soul, one could profoundly sense the eternal truths embedded within these marks and the Sanskrit, transforming demons into humans to comprehend the essence. The 5-element demon elephant clan had once been a bastion of talent. Xiao Feng was filled with mixed emotions. For a demon to transform into a human and recultivate their understanding could lead to the grasping of profound truths. It is evident that these deceased mighty demon elephants must have been at least at the 8th tier beast emperor level. If he could glean even a fraction of their wisdom, he could advance to the mid-stage of true intent. Perhaps he could even comprehend the realms of light, the essence of earth, the meaning of wood, the laws of time and space, and more. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Feng let out a thunderous roar, "Shumi I, comprehend!" As his voice fell, a surge of spiritual power flooded his eyes, transforming his star-like orbs into a striking black and white, emitting an otherworldly radiance. They dance between the 9 peaks. Indeed, I have not yet grasped the essence, for there are traces of existence upon these 9 towering peaks. However, the time left for me is limited, compelling me to focus on comprehending the profound essence of darkness, as well as the 4 elemental realms of gold, wind, fire, and thunder. Otherwise, should the malevolent intentions of the heartworm fully erupt, the 5 elements demon elephant clan may face a calamitous toll on human lives. With such thoughts, Xiao Feng gently closed his eyes, releasing his mind entirely, merging into the boundless mysteries. Then, a remarkable scene unfolded. Xiao Feng's body began to float autonomously towards the center of the 9 towering peaks, settling into a meditative position. For a full incense stick's duration, no profound attacks emerged to threaten his existence. By grasping the essence of true meaning, although it remains obscure and challenging to comprehend, I can distinctly sense that with each sliver of understanding, my true essence elevates. How wondrous! The true essence of wind has ascended. The true essence of fire has also been enhanced. So it is, I have come to realize that the 9 extremes can indeed interweave, whereas other realms, such as spatial mysteries, exist in isolation. Yet, when all the mysteries I comprehend reach their zenith, they can coalesce into laws. Surrounded by the 9 towering peaks, Xiao Feng, after a moment of silent contemplation, unleashed his thoughts, continuously pondering the secrets of these myriad mysteries. However, atop these 9 peaks, the same mysteries manifest in numerous forms. Each adept possesses a unique perspective. I must amalgamate the strengths of various schools of thought and weigh the pros and cons with the wisdom gleaned from the experiences of ancient sages, discarding any futile insights. Otherwise, conflicting mysteries may arise, leading to a failure in comprehension and the risk of succumbing to madness. Such instances have been witnessed among many talented individuals from the 5 elements demon elephant clan who have ventured into the abyss of demonic burial, resulting in significant declines in their cultivation, and for some, even death. Thus, Xiao Feng resolutely refused to place himself in such a passive predicament. Soon, the 4 profound truths of gold, fire, wind, and thunder were elevated to the mid-tier realm. However, the dark truth remained obstinately stuck at the pinnacle of the initial stage, unable to break through its constraints. It was only after enduring countless hardships and spending 3 hours in contemplation that Xiaofeng finally shattered this barrier. Yet, a new challenge emerged. Despite his desire to merge the 5 profound truths into the 5 extremes of truth, he found it utterly impossible to achieve this synthesis. According to the records of the Crystal of Wisdom, the 9 realms of profound intent gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, thunder, and wind are all capable of fusion. Once combined, their power would increase exponentially. The fusion of 2 truths could yield 4-fold combat strength, while 3 could produce 8-fold, and 4 could result in 16-fold. With 5 truths at his disposal, the potential for 32 times the power loomed, surpassing even the vastness of the 9 heavens galaxy. At that moment, his fighting prowess would rival that of a half-step nirvana, allowing him to contend fiercely, even against a first transformation nirvana, remaining undefeated within 10 exchanges. Yet, the complexity of merging 5 truths was exceedingly daunting, a feat that most prodigies could scarcely hope to accomplish. At this juncture, 5 orbs of radiant truth hovered above Xiao Feng's head, intertwining yet clashing, as if destined to remain forever apart. In a moment of resignation, Xiao Feng mused. For the time being, the only viable course of action was to proceed according to the original plan, refining the 9 heavens galaxy into the devouring demon cauldron. Perhaps, through this cauldron, he could successfully amalgamate the 5 profound truths. In deep contemplation, a flicker of excitement illuminated Xiao Feng's countenance. His fingers intertwined, forming an intricate seal, which he pushed forward, unleashing 9 celestial rivers that stretched across the horizon. Simultaneously, the ring bestowed upon him by the elder of the great clan unfurled, revealing 999 rare materials that ascended into the heavens. The 9 heavens galaxy could be regarded as a manifestation of Xiao Feng's power, however. It had reached its ultimate form and could no longer evolve as it once did. To augment its might, a transformation was essential. According to the ancient method inscribed in the Taichu divine demon art, the foundation of this transformation lay in the 9 galaxies, which would serve as the basis for constructing the devouring heaven grand array, ultimately refining the devouring heaven demon cauldron. The materials Xiao Feng had gathered from the demon river were intended for this very purpose. In summary, once the devouring heaven demon cauldron was forged, it would rival the celestial manifestations of the highest order. Furthermore, the sinister heartworm residing within the bodies of the demon elephant clan would be eradicated with the emergence of the cauldron, as its power could extract the heartworm on a grand scale. By merely gathering the afflicted clansmen in one place, the cauldron would cure them of their ailments. However, the creation of the devouring heaven demon cauldron carried inherent risks. The primary danger lay in the construction of the devouring heaven grand array. Even the slightest miscalculation could result in an explosion, annihilating both the 9 heavens galaxy and Xiao Feng himself, who would suffer unprecedented repercussions. Thus, this endeavor was indeed reckless. Yet the promise of exponentially increased combat prowess was irresistibly tempting. As the adage goes, that which is obtained without cost is seldom of true value. With the galaxy as the foundation and the divine art as the guiding force, the devouring heaven demon cauldron shall be refined. Xiao Feng radiated an overwhelming golden light as 9 celestial rivers suspended in the sky intertwined and coalesced, forming the skeletal framework of the devouring heaven formation. Suddenly, it erupted in a cascade of silvery brilliance. In that fleeting moment, the entire realm was immersed in a luminous silver glow, rendering the distinction between day and night indistinguishable. Mysterious materials such as Xuanwu divine steel, formation gold stone, ice silkworm celestial thread, and 10,000 blood demon vines were invoked as Xiao Feng chanted incantations, skillfully arranging the suspended substances into the formation structure. Channeling his soul's power, he wielded his hand like a brush, intricately sketching profound array symbols into the void, akin to a multitude of musical notes soaring skyward. Fire of the 5 hells, meld! With a swift motion, a radiant quintet of flames materialized and was cast into the air. The flames expanded, resembling a sea of fire ascending to the heavens, enveloping the formation's framework in a fervent crucible. Within a mere 5 minutes, over 900 precious materials harmonized with the esoteric symbols, adorning the embryonic skeletal formation with a lustrous, gilded sheen. At this moment, Xiao Feng's expression turned exceedingly grave. His fingers danced in intricate patterns, continuously casting seals as countless colorful soul threads surged upward, weaving through the surface of the framework. Then, with a resounding declaration, Xiao Feng proclaimed, "The devouring heaven formation is complete." Golden light surged forth, radiating from the core of the framework, piercing into the heavens. An extraordinarily profound devouring heaven formation shimmered with divine brilliance, its inscrutable symbols resembling ethereal spirits dancing amidst the cosmos. With a sudden burst, as the formation took shape, Xiao Feng struck his chest with his fist and spat forth a mouthful of essence blood into it. A thunderous roar erupted from the formation, concealed within the grand array. The 9 celestial rivers whirled in alternation, coalescing into a towering black demonic furnace, reaching a height of 1,000 feet. The celestial devouring cauldron possesses the extraordinary ability to refine all things and engulf the cosmos. When combined with the primordial divine demonic technique, assimilating the profound essence present here is utterly effortless. As the cauldron materializes and takes its rightful place, Xiao Feng disperses the magical seals with a single gesture. The ebony furnace swiftly diminishes in size, slicing through the vast expanse of the sky, and penetrates into Xiao Feng's very being. At long last, success is at hand. The profound power encapsulated within the 9 towering peaks should indeed be devoured in its entirety. Xiao Feng licks his parched lips, unleashing a spell to activate the celestial devouring cauldron. A terrifying roar reverberates through his limbs and bones. Xiao Feng transforms into a furnace himself, as an unimaginable suction force radiates outward. Subsequently, the boundless profundities that permeate this realm surge towards him like a deluge, flooding into his body. With a resounding rumble, the cauldron churns, and Xiao Feng's form rotates in tandem. The infinite profundities shatter and reconstitute, ultimately extracted and transmuted into pure essence, propelling Xiao Feng's true intent to unprecedented heights. In the blink of an eye, the 5 truths ascend to a higher tier of profundity, merging harmoniously, free from any discord. Yet, a continuous plume of white smoke emanates from his skin, intensifying and enveloping the surroundings like a misty haze stretching for miles. Time flows like water, and 6 hours swiftly elapse. At this moment, a radiant 9-colored divine light envelopes Xiao Feng. Each hue signifies a distinct profundity. Yet he cannot possibly consume them all at once. Currently, he is only capable of assimilating the essences of thunder, darkness, wind, metal, and fire, 5 profound truths. Consequently, his skin resembles a shattered porcelain vessel, fissures appearing all over, blood staining his entire being, as if he were on the verge of explosion. Alas! It is evident that one cannot be overly greedy. It seems he must relinquish a portion. Xiao Feng, though reluctant, ultimately chose to relinquish the other 4 powers. As the 4 profound essences dispersed and merged back into the abyss of the demonic burial well, he felt an immediate sense of relief. Bringing his palms together, he invoked the 5 extremes of essence, unity. A series of explosive sounds akin to thunder reverberated through the swallowing sky demon cauldron. Bathed in crimson light, Xiao Feng ascended into the heavens, standing like a divine being amidst the vast expanse, his aura intensifying with ferocity. Simultaneously, his cultivation soared to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, above the demon elephant mansion, Mo Jianghe and over 1,000 members of the demon elephant clan gazed at the demonic burial forest with expressions of alarm, witnessing the extraordinary phenomena unfolding. Ethereal beams of light erupted from the ground, illuminating the sky. Xiao Shuni is actually comprehending the profound essences, Mo Jianghe exclaimed, visibly moved. This was something even he had yet to master. The fact that one at the Yang Void realm could not only grasp but also comprehend the essence was nothing short of miraculous. A testament to his formidable talent, a true prodigy. The clan elders exhibited a mix of envy and jealousy. After a century of the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan entering the demonic burial well, thousands had attempted, yet none had ever managed to comprehend the profound essences. The highest achievement was merely reaching the late stage of true intent. Yet here was an outsider who shattered their long-standing record, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. But what could they do? If their own kin could not succeed, were they to forbid others from doing so? In that moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Mo Linger, surveying the demonic burial forest from above, murmured softly, "He truly is the one I admire. Even if I cannot win your heart, I shall still claim you as mine." The venerable elder lamented, in order to prevent the insidious spread of the poisonous curse and its dire consequences for our kin. We have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Have you conveyed to them the rationale behind this? Mo Jianghe replied solemnly. That pit serves as the execution site for grave offenders. To place individuals there will instill a sense of dread and anxiety among those afflicted by the curse. He reiterated his point thrice. The elder's heart trembled at the thought. Beside them, the exquisite and pallid Mo Guanyu spoke, "Father, my injuries are no longer a concern. But with so many clansmen in the back mountains, does the esteemed Dr. Shao truly possess the ability to heal them all in such a short span?" Mo Jianghe furrowed his brow, pausing in contemplation before responding, "I harbor little hope of complete recovery. As long as Dr. Shao can tend to the capable warriors and gifted clansmen, I shall be eternally grateful. It is crucial to note that there are 70,000 clansmen. At this pace, how long will it take? Moreover, time is of the essence, as most of our kin have less than 2 days to live, with some even having mere hours left. Should the true toxicity of the sinister curse erupt in full force, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Currently, several hundred clansmen have already succumbed to the poison, leaving behind naught but bones. Most of these deceased were those who had been afflicted beforehand. Now, all they could do was place their faith in Xiaofeng to avert disaster. In the heavens above, amidst a throng of figures, a regal middle-aged lady with skin as pale as snow navigated through the crowd and took hold of Mo Linger's delicate hand. "Is there something you need, mother?" Feeling the soft warmth of the touch, Mo Linger turned her gaze and discovered it was the third lady, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a smile. It appears that she shares a rather amicable relationship with the concubine of Mo Jianghe. In the harsh realm of the imperial court, this is a rarity, however. The members of the Five-Element Magic Elephant clan find it unsurprising. The third wife, Lu Jingchen, is, in fact, a biological sister to Mo Linger's mother. Thus, she treats Mo Linger and Mo Guanyu with the same affection as her own flesh and blood. Nevertheless, she and Mo Jianghe have also sired a son and a daughter. Their son refers to the second prince, who has perished in battle, while their daughter is the seventh princess, a prodigy of the Five-Element Magic Elephant clan. Renowned throughout the generations. At not yet 16, she has reached the pinnacle of the late 6th stage and is the sole individual within the clan with the potential to ascend to the 7th stage before turning 20, a true paragon of excellence, surpassing most clan elders in prowess. However, this 7th princess harbors considerable ambition and possesses a heart as cold as ice. To provoke her is to invite dire consequences. She wields her power with ruthless ferocity, showing no regard for kinship. Moreover, she frequently utters her catchphrase, "Who says women are inferior to men?" While the implications may escape some, the majority of the Magic Elephant clan understands that it is a pointed remark aimed at Mo Guanyu. For Mo Guanyu's talents, though neither exceptional nor utterly lacking, do not quite measure up within the clan. Being the crown prince is more of a burden than a privilege. Had Mo Jianghe's second son, the 7th princess's full-blooded brother, not perished in the last war, this position would not have been his to claim. Consequently, the 7th princess is eager to overthrow Mo Guanyu and become the first empress in the history of the Five-Element Magic Elephant clan, even going so far as to promote this aspiration broadly. Mo Jianghe, however, dismisses the matter as a childish jest, believing it to be mere folly. However, the elders of the various clans were not convinced and strongly insisted that Mo Jianghe cast the seventh princess into the demon abyss to reflect upon her transgressions until she attained enlightenment. Only then would she be released. The Five Elements Demon Elephant clan could not tolerate such formidable ambition in a woman. Under duress, Mo Jianghe had no choice but to acquiesce to the elders' demands and, a year ago, imprisoned the seventh princess in the demon abyss. To this day, there has been no word from her. Curiously, Madame Lu Jingchen did not oppose this decision, on the contrary, she applauded it, asserting that there was no precedent for such behavior in their clan and that her wayward little girl indeed deserved punishment. At that moment, everyone was taken aback. Furthermore, following this incident, Lu Jingchen not only harbored no animosity towards Mo Linger and Mo Guanyu but instead showered them with even greater affection. The entire affair was rather peculiar. The elders of the clans harbored suspicions regarding her intentions, yet they could find no trace of evidence. Ultimately, they could only conclude that Lu Jingchen was deeply principled. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the mother and daughter had been enduring in silence. Everything that others perceived was merely an illusion, a flawless deception. Such individuals are often the most terrifying, for within them lies an unyielding determination to achieve their goals, no matter the cost. They are capable of enduring sufferings and trials that ordinary people cannot withstand, and may even forge intimate bonds with their adversaries, only to deliver a fatal blow at a crucial moment. Given the current circumstances, it appears that the mother and daughter duo will be formidable foes that Xiao Feng must contend with at the Hanhai Oasis, aside from the two great beast clans. It is nothing, merely a lingering days after expelling the poison. With your seventh sister absent, mother finds herself missing you. Lu Jingchen's beautiful eyes sparkled with mirth as she held Mo Linger's hands, filled with affection. I shall accompany mother shortly. It has been over 3 months since the confinement commenced, and I have yet to savor the osmanthus cake crafted by her. Mo Linger smiled charmingly. You little glutton. It seems I must don my apron once more. Lu Jingchen playfully tapped Mo Linger on the nose, then turned her gaze towards the forest of sorrows. Linger, do you truly believe that your beloved can cure all the ailments afflicting our kin? I have faith in him, he is capable. Mo Linger's delicate visage radiated with admiration and hope. Whenever anyone mentioned Xiao Feng, her heart brimmed with joy. The fact that Lu Jingchen referred to him as her beloved only heightened her elation. You are so certain? Lu Jingchen inquired with a smiling countenance, though her thoughts were tinged with a hint of apprehension. If this young man were to obstruct my path, I shall show no mercy. Chapter 31, The Benefactor of the Five Elements Demon Elephant Clan. Of course. Did he not purge the poison from Mother's body? Mo Linger blinked her large eyes, her words imbued with a playful spirit. Ah, I had almost forgotten about that. Lu Jingchen chuckled lightly, yet she harbored concerns that, with so many clansfolk, he might be overwhelmed. Mother, rest assured, my dear brother is currently honing a secret method for detoxification. With this technique, our kin shall surely recover. Mo Linger declared with innocent sincerity, her former alluring demeanor having been replaced by purity and charm since her encounter with Xiao Feng. At that moment, a sudden flutter gripped Lu Jingchen's heart. I find myself increasingly optimistic about him. If he were to become your husband, mother would surely awaken from dreams with laughter. Mother, how mischievous you are! I am still so young and have no desire to marry. Although Mo Linger spoke these words, her heart brimmed with delight, feeling as though every conversation with Lu Jingchen struck a chord deep within her. You, at 17, still consider yourself a child, Lu Jingchen teased. Mo Linger covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I simply wish to accompany mother and father for a couple more years. Once I marry, those moments will be lost. It is rare to see such earnestness in you. If your father were to know, he would certainly be pleased. However, men can be fickle. You must hold on tightly and not let some cunning vixen steal him away. Lu Jingchen advised with a smile. Indeed. Mo Linger nodded obediently, her heart whispering, I shall ensure you fall for me. Just as this thought solidified, Everyone felt a tremor in their gaze as the radiant beams that had enveloped the forest of magical burials suddenly vanished. A slender figure soared from the bamboo grove, treading the air gracefully. Upon witnessing the sight of thousands awaiting him in the distant sky, Xiao Feng momentarily froze. A sunny smile breaking through his resolute demeanor, "Chief of the Jianghe clan and esteemed elders, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Xiaoshini, such words are unnecessary. You are the benefactor of my 5 elements magical elephant clan. Even if I were to wait here for 100 years, it would be entirely justified." The elder of the clan beamed, his face aglow with joy. The gaze of Mo Jianghe flickered as it scanned Xiao Feng. After a brief moment, a hint of astonishment flashed in the depths of his pupils. "Xiao Divine Doctor, your cultivation." Xiao Feng spread his arms and twirled in place, asking, "Is there a question?" "No, I merely feel that you are exceptionally powerful." Mo Jianghe's pupils contracted, his heart filled with dread, after just a day of absence. He sensed an aura emanating from Xiao Feng that even he found daunting. "Well, it's not too shabby. I haven't disappointed the expectations of the Jianghe clan. Especially with the resources provided for my cultivation. My skills have indeed advanced." Xiao Feng smiled calmly, then glanced around and inquired, "Where are my 2 subordinates?" The elder of the clan appeared awkward and replied, "Xiao Divine Doctor, you mean Lord Monkey King and Lord Blood Dragon? It seems they... What has happened to them?" The calm expression on Xiao Feng's face shifted to one of gravity. "Nothing much, just a rather unsightly scene." The clan elder waved his hand, revealing an unseemly image before Xiao Feng's eyes. Reflected within was a monkey and a burly man, each indulging in food. Their faces adorned with expressions of debauchery and lewdness, truly a pair of beastly brothers. Goodness, these 2 rascals have revealed their true natures after just a day. Xiao Feng's face darkened, feeling utterly humiliated. However, they were unharmed, so he chose to dismiss it, waving away the image. Clan leader Jianghe, without further delay. "Please take me to see those brothers afflicted by the goo poison. Xiao Divine Doctor, please follow me." The river of magic gestured for attention and led a throng of over 1,000 people toward the heavenly pit of the back mountain. Along the way, Mo Linger deliberately soared to Xiao Feng's side, effortlessly dismissing several sycophantic elders of the clan. "Congratulations, young sir, on successfully comprehending the profound truths within the abyss of demonic burial," she exclaimed. "How do you know about this?" Xiao Feng asked, taken aback. Logically, any disturbances within the abyss should not have manifested any external signs. Yet, those elders had also mentioned the profound truths and sought his counsel. It seemed this matter could not be concealed, but it mattered little as long as the 2 great beast clans remained uninformed. "Then it is indeed true. Once we enter the gate of the vast sea, you must protect me." Mo Linger blinked her beautiful eyes, seemingly intent on forming a partnership with Xiao Feng. Just as he was about to agree, Mo Guanyu approached, ruffling Mo Linger's hair. "Sister, do not act recklessly, you are aware of your own cultivation level. Do not burden Xiaoshini." "You?" Mo Linger glared at Mo Guanyu, adopting a fierce demeanor. "Humph, is this how an elder brother behaves? I do not require your protection." "Is that so? Then I shall request father to prohibit your involvement," Mo Guanyu said with a mischievous grin. "Do you dare? Do you believe I won't expose all the embarrassing deeds you've committed in front of father?" Mo Linger retorted angrily. "Do as you please. After all, I am already the crown prince, whatever I do, father will not hold it against me." Mo Guanyu replied confidently, then turned to Xiao Feng. "Xiaoshini, I am Mo Guanyu, Linger's elder brother. Thank you for your assistance in removing the poisonous curse from my body. From this moment forth, you shall be my sworn brother in the realm of the demon crown, at your command. I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of flames without so much as a furrowed brow." Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback. His initial disdain for the recent actions of the demon crown envoy began to dissipate upon hearing these heartfelt words. He replied, "Your Highness, you are too gracious. Perhaps after concluding our journey through the Sea of Sorrow, I may have a matter that requires your assistance. Upon hearing this, the envoy, without hesitation, thumped his chest and declared, as long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall lend my aid, if not, I will strive with all my might to assist you. A true brother, indeed. Xiao Feng patted the envoy's shoulder, and the two engaged in lively conversation, oblivious to Mo Linger, whose eyes were wide and fists clenched in indignation. Humph! My mother just told me that men are fickle, I now bear witness to that truth. Yet, if you were to act this way with a woman, I might find it somewhat bearable, but why must you behave thus with another man? Mo Linger was seething, her anger boiling over. Could it be that Xiao Feng harbored feelings for men? And worse still, for his own brother. Was she destined to compete for affection with her own sibling? The thought sent shivers down her spine. After several minutes of arduous trekking, they finally arrived at the heavenly pit nestled in the mountain's rear. This pit lay at the heart of a mountain, a vast depression capable of housing 100,000 souls. At this moment, over 10,000 members of the demon elephant tribe gathered around the circular mountainsides, while within the pit itself swarmed throngs of figures, resembling a school of fish navigating the vast ocean, countless in number. Yet they all share a singular commonality, the fervent desire for survival that resides within their eyes. Upon the sight of the Mojiang River, a young lad clad in a green robe hastened forth, and all gazes converged upon him like a torrential downpour, filled with reverence as if Xiao Feng were their savior. Overlooking the multitude of suffering citizens and kin, Mojiang River's expression darkened slightly, and after a prolonged sigh of helplessness, he spoke, Zio Shenjia, there are approximately 100,000 souls here, of which 70,000 belong to my 5 elements magic elephant clan, while the remaining 30,000 are townsfolk. They have entrusted all their hopes for life upon you. Rest assured, clan leader, I shall devote my utmost efforts. Xiao Feng declared, taking a deep breath and clenching his fists. Indeed, Mojiang River replied, casting his gaze upon the 100,000 souls in the abyss below. His voice resonated through the heavens, my people, the one beside me is Zio Shenjia. Let us express our gratitude for his noble intervention. Long live Zio Shenji! May he possess the compassion of a bodhisattva and share longevity with the heavens. Thank you, Zio Shenji, for granting us the opportunity for rebirth. The heartfelt cries of 100,000 voices merged into a resounding wave, sweeping across the boundless expanse, scattering the clouds above. Every gaze was imbued with hope, gratitude, and reverence, all focused upon Xiao Feng. In that moment, the compassion long buried within him erupted forth, and the blood within him seemed to boil. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Today, by saving 100,000 souls, the immeasurable merit I acquire should surely outweigh the countless malevolent spirits I have vanquished. This was a scene Xiao Feng had never envisioned. He, a demon, unexpectedly found himself one day exalted, entrusted by heaven to take on the noble task of saving all living beings, receiving the adoration of countless souls. Mo Linger gazed with moist eyes at the youth beside her. In this moment, Xiao Feng appeared to her as a figure of immense greatness and selflessness. Her admiration and reverence for him surged, as if she could devote her entire being to this godlike man. The demon Jianghe and the elders of various clans looked on with fervent intensity. In the distance, the blood dragon and the monkey king halted midair, upon seeing Xiao Feng. The monkey king chuckled, my master, the wild god, can transform into a demon monument, suppressing the 9 wicked immortals. Today, he Xiao Feng inherits this legacy, wielding it with integrity. Dedicated to healing the world, truly, he is fearless, and I hold him in deep admiration. He is a brother for life. From afar, Ju Yunk reverently gazed at that figure in azure robes, memories of her initial disdain upon first meeting Xiao Feng mingling with her evolving appreciation. Her heart swirled with complex emotions, he seemed even more brilliant and formidable than she had perceived. If the young lady could marry such a man, her life would surely be fulfilled. Lu Jingchen fixed her gaze upon Xiao Feng, yet in this moment, the cold glint of her phoenix eyes softened slightly. This formidable future adversary inspired in her a trace of respect. For she too hailed from the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan, albeit a distant branch. Witnessing one who could save their clan from peril filled her with genuine joy. Meanwhile, Mo Guanyu wore a bitter expression, silently wishing to be worthy of being his brother. Amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, Xiao Feng ascended, soaring high above. Surveying the multitude as he declared in a resounding voice, "I am deeply grateful for the trust you have placed in me. I vow before you all that today, not a single citizen of the Demon Elephant City or a member of the Demon Elephant clan shall face peril at my hands. I will restore your health." Chapter 32, Extermination of the Malicious Heartworm. Long live the Divine Dr. Shao! Long live the Divine Dr. Shao! Long live the Divine Dr. Shao! The cries reverberated within the abyss, echoing like thunder. Mo Jianghe gazed upward at the lofty figure of Xiao Feng, his fists clenched tightly, stating, "Divine Dr. Shao, the survival of my Five Elements Demon Elephant clan rests entirely upon you." As he spoke, a sinister glint flickered in the depths of his pupils. Crimson Flame Steed, Silver Lightning Rhinoceros, you wretched beasts, should you desire the annihilation of my Five Elements Demon Elephant clan, you shall have to tread over my lifeless body, otherwise your demise shall be imminent. Above in the vast sky, Xiao Feng trembled slightly, his eyes swirling with the essence of the Taiji demon light. Scanning the 10,000 souls present. Suddenly, his expression grew grave. Nearly 30% of these individuals were gravely ill, the heartworm having reached their core, mirroring the initial state of the Demon Crown's edict. Fortunately, the formation held them in check, otherwise, their madness would have led to unimaginable consequences. The remaining 70% exhibited clear awareness, managing to suppress the malignant heartworm within them, though they could not endure for long. Xiao Feng's demeanor turned somber as he reflected, "It is fortunate that I have forged the sky-devouring demon cauldron, otherwise, today, the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan would surely face catastrophe." The malicious heartworm feeds on blood. Beginning with the skin, it infiltrates the body, entering the bloodstream and incessantly siphoning life essence to bolster itself. It then traverses to the heart's veins, devouring the heart, leading to a catastrophic release of toxins that cause the flesh and blood to rot. When humanity is reduced to mere bones, the cursed insect emerges from its cocoon. However, should the emerging insect encounter the fiery energy within the atmosphere, it will disintegrate spontaneously, leading to its demise. In other words, this insect serves as an instrument of death, devoid of any other purpose. The pressing issue at hand is that some individuals harbor these insects deep within their heart's veins, even commencing their gnawing on the heart itself. Ensuring their survival is an exceedingly formidable challenge. Thus, Xiao Feng resolved that while utilizing the celestial devouring cauldron, he must also incorporate a potion to swiftly mend the heart, amalgamated with the power of consumption, to enter the bodies of the afflicted. With the strategy established, Xiao Feng extended his arms, and a torrent of black light surged forth, casting him as a primordial demon, exuding an overwhelming aura as he proclaimed, "Celestial devouring cauldron, refine a myriad of poisons." With a thunderous resonance, Xiao Feng's entire being trembled. The black mist erupted, and the concealed black furnace within him commenced its frenzied rotation. In that very moment, he cast forth thousands of heart-healing pills into the void. The onlookers then beheld wisps of black mist emerging from thin air, intertwining with the pills, infused with a trace of pure medicinal potency, flooding into the abyss. Each strand of mist meticulously targeted its intended recipient, infiltrating the nostrils of those poisoned. Refine the poison. Heal the wounds. Sever the path of darkness. As Xiao Feng bellowed, the mist that penetrated the bodies of the afflicted seemed to heed the divine summons, heralding the onset of a bloody massacre. Squeak, 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 squeak. Within the chasm, an array of peculiar cries resounded incessantly. Although the spectators could not comprehend the sounds, Xiao Feng understood that it was the wretched heartworm lamenting, its diminutive form, no larger than a fingernail, rapidly withering, riddled with countless wounds. Ultimately, it transformed into mere impurities, expelled from the veins of the afflicted by the devouring energy. Those with damaged hearts were enveloped in a life force at the very moment the heartworm perished, thus preserving their lives. Within the span of a single incense stick, over 10,000 individuals found their eyes, once clouded with bloodlust, restored to a state of clarity and brilliance. However, their prolonged reliance on demonic energy to suppress the heartworm had rendered them exceedingly weary. After casting grateful glances at Xiao Feng, they succumbed to fatigue and collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, the devouring energy that had vanquished the heartworm swiftly penetrated the body of another, collaborating with other energies to eradicate the remaining heartworms with remarkable efficiency. Again, after another incense stick's duration, an additional 30,000 individuals, much like their predecessors, fell softly to the earth. The onlooking members of the demon elephant tribe witnessed this spectacle with gleaming eyes, their excitement palpable. Indeed, it proved effective. Xiao Feng, the divine healer, had alleviated the suffering of 50,000 souls in mere incense sticks. It was believed that in just a few minutes, the remaining individuals would also escape the torment of the deadly poison. Xiao Feng was truly the savior of our five elements demon elephant tribe. Some elders were moved to tears, and even the formidable Mo Jiang had droplets glistening in his eyes. These nefarious heart-polluting insects nearly brought about the extinction of the five elements magic elephant clan. Had it not been for Xiao Feng's discovery of the Dark Night demon tree and his subsequent use of demonic fire to enact this rescue, it is unimaginable what grim scene would have unfolded just 2 days hence. At this moment, Xiao Feng's image loomed large in the hearts of countless individuals, towering like a giant. However, as everyone reveled in the joy of their kin's revival, the elder of the clan was confronted by an urgent report, prompting him to hastily inform Mo Jianghe, clan leader, 2 great beast clans have amassed an army of 150,000, advancing towards us. Less than 30 miles from Magic Elephant City. It has arrived, it has finally come. Mo Jianghe's gaze deepened as he peered into the distance, seemingly unfazed. Yet a frigid killing intent surged from the depths of his pupils. Have you ensured that the 50,000 troops I ordered you to arrange are prepared? They are already deployed around the city gates, and I have informed them that the heart-polluting insects are a scheme of the Scarlet Flame Horse clan, utilizing the Dark Night demon tree against our tribe. They are all filled with fervor and rage, eager to annihilate the scum of the 2 beast clans. You have done well. Have any specifics regarding the number of formidable opponents ahead been reported? According to the urgent message just received, the Scarlet Flame Horse clan is invading en masse, leading an army of 100,000, with as many as 30,000 at the 6th realm, alongside over 100 clan elders at the late 6th realm, while the remainder are at the 5th realm. The Silver Lightning Rhinoceros clan has, as in the past, dispatched 50,000 troops, with 70 clan elders, yet the 2 clan leaders remain conspicuously absent in this ultimate battle to exterminate my 5 elements magic elephant clan. How could those 2 old scoundrels not make an appearance? As the depths of the abyss narrowed, the piercing gaze of Mo Jianghe shot forth, filled with malevolence, targeting foes 100 miles away. The detestable bandits, akin to the pinnacle of the 5 elements demon elephant clan, would be obliterated without a trace. The demon crown envoy clenched his fists tightly, a palpable aura of slaughter enveloping him, yet his heart was burdened with despair. For the heartworm poison had rendered 70,000 clan warriors devoid of combat capability. The fates of the 3 great beast clans who would live or die were of little concern to them. A sigh of relief escaped Mo Ling. She had encountered this group of humans arriving at the Hanhai Oasis, among whom were several formidable martial cultivators, particularly the notorious Red Cloud Old Ghost. As for the group led by the Weapon King, she felt no trepidation. The Weapon King had been expelled by the 2 great beast clans and had recently quarreled with the 5 elements demon elephant clan, rendering him akin to a stray dog wandering aimlessly. She could hardly believe that the Weapon King would still have the audacity to solicit an alliance with the Scarlet Flame Horse clan. Furthermore, with Huang Ping present, such a necessity was obviated. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. And an unfathomable aura erupted from Mo Jianghe as he raised his voice to the heavens, to all kin within Demon Elephant City who possess the strength to fight. Heed my call! Demon Elephant City is the ancestral home of the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan, inhabited by our beloved family, friends, and brethren. Today, a formidable enemy approaches. We shall not allow those invaders to set foot within our city, even if it means sacrificing our lives and shedding our blood. There are 15,000 6th-tier Demon Elephant warriors, nearly 300 clan elders at the late 6th tier, and the remaining 50,000 troops are all at the 5th-tier realm. This is the entire might of the Elemental Elephant clan, now mobilized in their most formidable formation, arranged in 10 rows across a stretch of 30 miles. Resembling an unyielding steel wall, with no one daring to retreat. For each individual understands that this is the ultimate battle that will determine the fate of the Elephant clan. Even in death, they shall defend their homeland, preventing the enemy's cavalry from stepping even an inch into the Elephant City, otherwise the citizens and their loved ones within shall face the slaughter from the 2 great beast clans. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves mingles with the resounding war drums, echoing like rolling thunder across the land. Before them, a colossal scene unfolds, akin to dark clouds descending upon the earth. To the north of the heavens, the fiery steeds of the Crimson Flame Horse clan and the lightning-striking rhinoceroses of the Purple Lightning Silver Rhino clan charge forth with overwhelming force. This coalition, composed of the Crimson Flame Horse clan and the Purple Lightning Silver Rhino clan, boasts a grand spectacle nearly twice that of the Elemental Elephant clan, totaling a staggering 150 Ling troops. A glance reveals that the elder figures among them are nearly equal in number, however, the combat strength at the 6th tier is overwhelmingly superior. At the forefront of these 2 armies stand 2 middle-aged men of the 7th tier, exuding an air of superiority, their faces adorned with calm smiles, as if they had come solely to collect the remains of the Elemental Elephant clan. These 2 individuals are none other than the leaders of the 2 great beast clans. The one clad in the Crimson Flame Dragon robe is the Crimson Flame Horse clan's Chixi God. And the one donned in the Purple Lightning Dragon robe is the Purple Lightning Silver Rhino clan's Zixianho. The disparity between the 2 formations is immediately apparent upon comparison. In the Magic River, after 3 decades of absence, you appear unchanged. A deep, resonant sound, tinged with a hint of mockery, erupts from the heavens like rolling thunder. The speaker is none other than Zixianho, a formidable adversary of the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan, a superlative powerhouse rivaling the Nirvana second transformation. In the 33rd chapter, titled The King of Gu, the strength of the Crimson Evil Deity is exceptionally formidable, capable of confronting a Nirvana second transformation powerhouse head-on. At this moment, with a slight smirk, he gazes at Magic River and declares, Magic River, 30 years ago, it was here that I, the Emperor, suffered defeat at your hands and swore with my blood that one day I would lead the Divine Iron Cavalry to return and utterly annihilate your 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan. Before we commence battle, do you have any final words? In the face of the 2 7th-tier beast sovereigns' intimidation, Magic River stands unfazed, radiating an air of solitude and pride, even refraining from glancing at the 2, he states. Since I was able to crush both of you out of the territory of Demon Elephant City like dogs back then, I can certainly achieve the same now. As his words hang in the air, an unparalleled aura erupts forth, shaking the heavens and altering the very winds and clouds above. You have indeed made progress, but your bluster only confirms that you have fallen prey to the heart-corrupting Gu poison. Zixianho scoffs. Is your display of strength merely an attempt to show us that you have suppressed the heart-corrupting Gu with your formidable cultivation? Do you truly believe this will compel us to retreat? Upon utterance of these words, akin to thunder striking from the heavens, the morale of the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan wavers considerably. Their patriarch, if truly afflicted by the venom of the Gu, would undoubtedly not stand a chance against the 2 formidable beast sovereigns. The Moguanyu was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion ashen as he turned to Mag Jianghe, exclaiming, Father, you wouldn't have truly been poisoned. His words hung unfinished in the air as Mag Jianghe nodded solemnly. This singular gesture rendered over 300 clan elders ashen-faced, their hearts ablaze with urgency. Cursed be the red evil god, should you fall into my grasp. I shall flay you alive to vent my pent-up rage. Patriarch, if you are indeed poisoned, why do you not allow Dr. Xiao to treat you? It appears you have become quite muddled. The creature concealed within the Patriarch's body is no ordinary goo worm, but rather the Goo King. Even if Dr. Xiao could expel it, the Patriarch would remain in a coma for several days. During that time, how could we withstand the onslaught of the two beast clans? This statement laid bare the bitter anguish within Mag Jianghe. Did he not desire Dr. Zhao's healing as well? Yet time was of the essence. Faltering at this critical juncture would lead to the annihilation of the Five Elements Magic Elephant Clan. Infuriating. The various clan elders and over 60,000 Magic Elephant clansmen, their eyes aflame with determination, were prepared to engage in a desperate battle, ready to charge forth. Even if it meant death, to ensure that Mag Jianghe remained unharmed. Yet Mag Jianghe offered a reassuring smile, "Fear not, even in death. I shall drag these two beasts down with me. When the dust settles, you must ensure that you ascend to the throne to thwart the nefarious designs of certain individuals." Do you understand? No, father, I do not wish for the throne, I only desire your safety. Mo Guanyu was utterly distraught, tears welling in Mo Ling'er's eyes. Though Mo Jianghe usually treated her with sternness, in reality, he indulged her greatly, accommodating her every whim. He was, in her eyes, the most revered father king. Should he fall, Mo Ling'er's inner world would shatter completely. "Chieftain!" The elders of the clan shouted in unison. They understood clearly that Mo Jianghe intended to perish alongside the two great beast lords. "Do not speak further. To preserve the Five Elements Demon Elephant Clan. I will not hesitate. I only hope you will honor my last wishes and care for my beloved children." Mo Jianghe faced death with valor. Calmly addressing the two beast lords, "Even if I have been poisoned by the Goo King, what can you two wretches do to me? With my prowess, killing you would be a trivial matter." Facing imminent death, his audacity was astonishing. Truly, he would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. "It seems that unless we send you to meet the King of Hell today, you will not comprehend our might." Qi Xieshen and Zi Tianhao sneered. Rising into the sky and proclaiming, "Mo Jianghe, do you not seek death? Come forth and battle. Rest assured, my clan king, even if we are ground to dust, our resolve will never be vanquished." They declared defiantly, "If you wish to breach Demon Elephant City, you must tread upon my corpse, otherwise the black spear in my hand will deliver a chilling end to these curs. Chieftain, you must return safely." The crowd urged, united in strength, unbreakable. "Indeed. I shall not easily sacrifice myself unless absolutely necessary." Mo Jianghe nodded, casting a reluctant glance at Mo Guanyu and Mo Ling'er, before gripping his golden spear and soaring into the heavens. In a fleeting moment, the battle in the vast expanse of the sky erupted with a thunderous roar. 3 resplendent beams of light exploded forth, resembling fireworks bursting in the heavens, spreading across the firmament for miles. Subsequently, 3 figures collided once more. With each movement, a terrifying aura surged forth, overwhelming all in its path. The warriors of the Crimson Flame Horse Clan declared, "We shall annihilate the 5 Elements Demon Elephant Clan. For each foe slain, 100 spirit stones shall be awarded, 10 shall elevate one to the rank of centurion, along with a beautiful maiden from the city." The valiant fighters of the Purple Lightning Silver Rhinoceros Clan proclaimed, "We harbor a deep-seated grudge against the 5 Elements Demon Elephant Clan, for they have slain our ancestors. In this battle, victory is the only acceptable outcome. Charge forth." As the 3 beast lords commenced their clash in the aerial battleground, the armies below surged into action simultaneously. With a force of 150,000 against 60,000, the impending conflict was palpable. 7 clan elders each led 5,000 troops, forming a cohesive front as they advanced towards the enemy's main force. The remaining 30,000 warriors, under the command of every 100 clan elders, each led 10,000 towards the flanks of the enemy. The most formidable aspect was that every member of the Demon Elephant clan wielded a thunder bomb, a potent explosive capable of annihilating foes at the 6th tier of cultivation. However, the enemy possessed countermeasures in the form of anti-explosive nets, necessitating close combat before detonation could occur. Yet, once ignited, the corpses would explode upon mutual destruction. Mo Ling with unwavering determination, grasped a black serpent whip and dashed forth like lightning. "Be careful!" the Demon Crown Envoy shouted, following closely behind. She was his only sister, and he could not allow her to come to harm. On the precipice of the mountain's chasm, Xiao Feng successfully rescued everyone. But his complexion was strikingly pale as he sat in meditation, swiftly recovering his spiritual energy. Blood Dragon and the Monkey King stood guard around him. Yet their gazes frequently drifted towards the battlefield, which was 100 miles away. "Little demon brother, the 5 Elements Magic Elephant clan has graciously hosted us with food and drink. Now that they are in peril, shouldn't we lend a helping hand?" Blood Dragon inquired with a furrowed brow. "What did you call me?" The Monkey King raised his furry fist defiantly. "I called you little demon brother. Given our current relationship, isn't that appropriate?" Blood Dragon replied, his eyes wide with astonishment. "When we indulged in women and revelry, we called each other brothers. Have you forgotten?" "Bah! Who would call you brother? I don't recall that. From now on, refer to me as Lord Monkey King, understood?" The Monkey King assumed a lofty demeanor. "Yes. Little demon brother, no, Lord Monkey King." Blood Dragon corrected himself with a wry smile. "But should we not join the fray? Please give me a clear answer." The Monkey King propped his chin thoughtfully for a moment before responding. "Do you wish to go?" "Of course I do," Blood Dragon answered without hesitation. "Considering your strength, you would only end up on the receiving end of blows. It is better for you to remain here and protect Xiao Feng. I will take care of the battle over there," the Monkey King declared with an air of superiority. "What? Do you look down upon me?" Blood Dragon felt a sting to his pride. "I am merely looking out for your well-being. Don't perish on the battlefield and leave me tainting a widow." The Demon Monkey King, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "The reason for your presence here is not without purpose. It is primarily to guard against any potential spies from the Demon Elephant clan infiltrating the rear mountains, intending to harm Xiao Feng. With you here, he shall be safe. Do you understand?" Upon realizing this, Blood Dragon acknowledged, "Indeed, this task appears rather formidable. I shall refrain from participating." "Very well, then this Monkey King shall proceed." With a powerful leap, the Demon Monkey King soared into the skies, swiftly arriving at the battlefield. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed, "Pillar of Heaven." The heavens erupted as a colossal pillar, soaring to unimaginable heights, manifested and swept across the sky, engendering a cascade of blood mist. "Who are you?" A single strike from the Monkey King vanquished thousands of red flame divine horses, startling the elder warriors of the opposing faction, who were embroiled in fierce combat. "I am here to vanquish you." Upon uttering these words, the Demon Monkey King extended his golden-tinged arms, which surged forth like lightning, piercing through the bodies of numerous enemy elders. In an instant, with a violent tremor, their forms disintegrated, leaving no trace behind. "Thank you, noble Monkey King, for your valiant assistance." The previously beleaguered elders of the Demon Elephant clan, witnessing their adversary's unexpected demise, turned in unison, bowing in gratitude before diving back into the fray. Meanwhile, the Demon Monkey King resembled a smiling harbinger of death. Wherever he passed, his iron staff became akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Within mere moments, he had utterly decimated the beastly battalion, which had been as solid as an iron barrel. Chapter 34, The Distinction Between Legitimate and Illegitimate Offspring. It was only when the 49 elders of the opposing faction were compelled to strike simultaneously, invoking the Great Binding Formation, that they managed to restrain him. Yet, as the Demon Monkey King found himself ensnared, the tide of battle shifted once more against his favor. The number of bandit armies is overwhelming. Even numerous members of the Magic Elephant clan, sacrificing their lives as living bombs, struggle to alter the situation, merely instilling a modicum of fear in the enemy. Mo Ling under the protection of the Demon Crown Edict and her loyal guards, remains unharmed for the time being, even managing to decimate the forces of the two great beast clans. However, fortuitously or unfortunately, this scene is witnessed by the princes of the Crimson Flame Horse clan, who are instantly incensed and swiftly lead a throng of their loyal soldiers towards the battlefield where Mo Ling resides. The sixth prince, clad in crimson flame armor and adorned with a purple golden crown, coldly remarks, "Eighth and ninth brothers, that venomous woman, relying on her guards, has slain many of our kin. Should we not teach her a lesson?" With a sinister grin, the eighth prince, Qi Ling Kong, responds, "Ah, I had a feeling you would be restless. Now that seventh brother is deceased, are you hoping to court his widow?" He is well aware that many princes of the Horse clan harbor affections for Mo Ling, with the seventh prince, Qi Ling Yun, being the most fervent. The two had once clashed fiercely over her, with Qi Ling Yun emerging victorious. Their expedition to lead the army primarily aims to annihilate the Five Elements Magic Elephant clan, but secondarily, they seek vengeance upon the beasts that killed Qi Ling Yun. Regrettably, after an extensive search across the aerial battlefield, they have yet to locate that scoundrel. Just moments ago, they spotted Mo Ling. Having heard the rumor that the lad had a liaison with this woman, capturing her would surely compel the rogue to reveal himself. What does it mean to refer to her as his widow? Qi Ling Jun fumes, Mo Ling has not been united in marriage with that deceased one, whatever I desire. He can only watch helplessly from the underworld. Enough, sixth brother. I am aware of the discord between you and seventh brother, however, he has now passed away, and we must show respect for the deceased. There is no need for such animosity. The ninth prince, Qi Ling Hai, who had remained silent until now, expressed his displeasure, saying, "If you desire her, simply bring her here, is it not so? Are you suggesting that you do not wish to take action?" Qi Ling Jun furrowed his brow and replied, "You must understand, eldest, second, and fifth brothers are unified, having entered secluded cultivation together to break through their bottlenecks. Which is why they have not emerged from the secret realm. This moment presents the perfect opportunity for the three of us to shine before our father. The crown prince has yet to be established, while the eldest may hold the title of crown prince, we still have a chance to compete." Upon hearing this, both Qi Ling Kong and Qi Ling Hai's pupils dilated in shock. Although the three of them were not born of the same mother, they were all offspring of concubines, holding no significant status within the Qi Yan Divine Horse clan. In contrast, eldest, second, fifth, and seventh brothers were all born of the Empress, enjoying considerable power as legitimate heirs. The three of them felt both envy and jealousy, yet what could they possibly do? Bastards would always remain bastards. If they did not make a name for themselves, they would face dire consequences once Qi Ling Tian ascended to the throne. With this realization, the two nodded in agreement. "Very well, today's battle must showcase our remarkable achievements to father." "Truly, you are my good brothers," Qi Ling Jun said with a lascivious grin. Later, eldest brother will lead the charge against the Demon Crown envoy, ninth brother will confront Mo Ling, and I shall seize the opportunity to attack Demon Elephant City. But remember, do not harm that young lady, capture her alive. I intend to enjoy her company tonight." Qi Ling Jun leered, his mind already envisioning the sight of Mo Ling kneeling submissively before him. At this moment, a loyal soldier beside Lord Qi Ling remarked, "Your Highness, this course of action is exceedingly perilous. The members of the Demon Elephant clan wield thunderous explosives. Should we falter in our defense, they may self-detonate, leading to our mutual destruction. The most prudent strategy is to adhere to the plan devised by the clan elders, engaging them gradually until they are worn down, especially since our forces outnumber the enemy by more than 2 to 1. Lord Qi Ling replied coldly, "Intelligence from our informants reveals that the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan has discovered a method to eliminate the heartworm poison and is currently working to detoxify those affected. In 3 hours, the detoxified members will begin to awaken and subsequently regain their powers. At that point, their entire clan will mobilize, which will spell trouble for us. Therefore, we must, at all costs, seize the opportunity to invade Demon Elephant City and eliminate the one who possesses the antidote, otherwise, the tide of battle may very well turn against us. Your Highness demonstrates remarkable foresight, yet given your royal status, it would be wise to refrain from wading into these treacherous waters. Leave the siege to me and Lord Chi-Ho-Hu, the soldier, known as Chi-Bao. A prodigious talent from the collateral line of the Chi-Yen divine horse, wielded a massive sword, radiating the fierce spirit of one comparable to the 8th stage of transformation. Beside him stood a robust man gripping twin hammers, resembling a tiger in stature, Lord Chi-Ho-Hu, who was equally formidable and a gifted individual from the collateral line. At this moment, Lord Chi-Ho-Hu's expression was frigid. 30 years ago, during that fateful battle, the soldiers of the 5 elements demon elephants slew my father. Today, with these hammers in hand, I shall cleanse Demon Elephant City with blood. Upon hearing this, Qi Lingquan's eyes turned cold as he cast forth a military token, declaring, "Very well, with your combined prowess, apart from the elder of the Magic Elephant clan, no other members should pose a challenge. You have 2 hours to breach the Magic Elephant City and eliminate that venomous scoundrel. You shall not fail in this mission. Shima Legion, follow me into the fray." Qi Bao received the military token, joining forces with Chi-Ho-Hu, as they led 10,000 Shima warriors, unstoppable in their advance, akin to an iron dragon surging forth towards Magic Elephant City. Both were acknowledged as formidable talents among the 3 great beast clans, second only to a few esteemed princes. Unless an elder intervened to restrain them, there would be no one capable of hindering their path. Even the 6th-tier magic elephants, utilizing thunderous blasts and self-detonations, would struggle to inflict harm upon them. Of course, should a magic elephant of equal rank or a multitude of them detonate simultaneously, the outcome could indeed differ. The 5 Elements Magic Elephant clan had truly become increasingly pathetic, lacking even a single adversary of comparable strength, rendering them profoundly isolated. Qi Bao wielded his colossal sword with relentless fury, each swing unleashing a torrent of bloodshed, claiming the lives of 7 or 8 magic elephant warriors with every strike. Chi-Ho-Hu, as frigid as frost, regarded the magic elephant warriors with the disdain of a vengeful executioner, with a furious onslaught of his dual hammers. The air erupted in violent bursts, as boundless shadows of hammers descended upon the battlefield. In mere moments, he had crushed a dozen magic elephant soldiers, leaving no trace behind. Gradually, the 2 became more ruthless in their slaughter, akin to frenzied demons, their bodies drenched in crimson, leaving a path of devastation in their wake. "Commander!" one of the subordinates exclaimed, "the enemy's assault is overwhelmingly fierce. We are unable to withstand the elders, who are also being restrained. What shall we do?" "Follow me in the slaughter. We must not allow these rabble to breach the city of the demon elephants, for if they do, our loved ones shall meet a gruesome fate beneath their blades." With a thunderous roar, over 8,000 demon elephant soldiers surged forth like bloodthirsty fiends, wielding their dark spears in fierce confrontation. Among them, many shattered thunderous bombs, swiftly diminishing the enemy's morale and forcing them into retreat. "Damn it!" the fierce Chiba cursed, sensing the wavering spirit of his troops. "Who dares to flee in the face of battle shall be shown no mercy." These demon elephant warriors were relentless. Yet the ranks of the Shama troops quivered in fear, with some voicing their dread. "If you wish to live, I shall see to your demise right now." Chiba, ruthless and unyielding, raised his massive sword and severed the head of the one who spoke, brandishing it aloft. "Do you all see this? This is your fate. Furthermore, let it be known that the 6th prince has issued a death sentence. Should we fail to conquer the city of the demon elephants within 2 hours, all present here, myself included, shall perish." In that moment, Chiba's commanding presence was undeniable, instilling courage in many Shama soldiers as they bellowed, "Victory to the victor, death to the vanquished, charge!" 7,000 Shama troops, undaunted and fierce, surged forward once more. 7,000 versus 8,000, both sides equally matched, each fighting with the resolve of certain death. In an instant, the air was thick with demonic energy and the acrid scent of smoke, stretching for hundreds of miles. Chiba cast a glance at Chiho-hu. His gaze serpent-like. The enemy's forces have been sufficiently restrained. Let us join forces and carve a bloody path, and we shall enter the city of the demon elephants first. Agreed. Chiho-hu, his intent clear and fierce, channeled the raging demonic energy into his arms, and with a mighty heave, hurled 2 iron hammers forth like shooting stars. Wherever they passed, all obstacles that lay before them were reduced to mere fragments, swiftly tearing open a breach. Let us go, Chiho-hu urged. And the 2 swiftly darted through the opening. Yet, before they could soar beyond, it was filled once more. In an instant, they were surrounded by a throng of demonic elephant soldiers, who roared in unison, "Brothers, these 2 beasts are the leaders of the Shima Brigade. Today, with our 50 lives, we vow to capture them." With that, 50 thunderous bombs were crushed, unleashing an unfathomable torrent of energy that erupted skyward and earthward. Damn it! Chibao's spirit quaked as he swung his sword, declaring, "Celestial net." In a dazzling display, thousands of fiery sword energies erupted forth, weaving a vast crimson net that ensnared both of them, radiating a brilliant blaze. The crashing waves of energy cascaded down upon the red net, engulfing it in an instant. This tumultuous assault persisted for 7 breaths. Finally, with a resounding crack, the net shattered, sending the 2 hurtling backward. Blood gushed forth from their mouths, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. Fortunately, the clan leader bestowed upon us the royal grade inner armor, otherwise, we would surely have perished. Chibao's eyes glinted with severity, his entire being racked with pain. The 50 demonic elephant soldiers had self-destructed, unleashing a force that nearly threatened his very foundation. Chapter 35. The fall of the demonic elephant city. Now is not the time for such matters. The Shima Brigade is once again on the verge of collapse. We must swiftly break through this encirclement. Chiho-hu pressed, clutching his chest in urgency. But at that moment, a river of demonic energy in the form of a blade surged above them, declaring, "Break for me." Their pupils dilated in terror. In an instant, the blade annihilated over 300 demonic elephant soldiers, surging forward to strike against the walls of the demonic elephant city. The entire wall trembled violently, dazzling sparks flashing furiously. The might of that strike was sufficient to rend the earth asunder for 30,000 feet. A horrifying fissure emerged from the towering walls, cascading downward and fracturing into countless cracks, sending shards of bronze soaring through the sky. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated. A colossal breach appeared in the wall, resembling an open city gate. Who wielded such power? The red leopard's heart raced in terror. He turned and beheld the 6th prince, gripping his battle blade, suspended in the air, a scornful smirk upon his face. "What are you 2 dawdling for? Charge into the city." With the wall breached, the brothers felt a surge of confidence. Like fleeting shadows, they darted toward the demonic elephant city. This scene also stirred the hearts of the hundreds of thousands engaged in battle in the distance. The Crimson Flame Horse clan and the Purple Lightning Silver Rhinoceros clan instantly displayed a bloodthirsty glint. The 6th prince, indeed valiant, leading thousands of soldiers, he had opened a gap in the rear. "Brothers, the demonic elephant city has fallen. Do not linger, let us rush into the city." At this moment, whether silver rhinoceros soldiers or horse soldiers, they all exuded unmatched fervor, breaking free from their adversaries' constraints, surging toward the shattered demonic elephant city like a swarm of locusts. Just then, 2 battalions, totaling 1,500 troops, surrounded them from the southeast. At the forefront stood the 8th and 9th princes of the Scarlet Flame Horse clan, both wearing expressions of malicious delight. "Ma Guanyu, after years of absence, how is it that your pitiful strength remains stagnant?" they taunted. "Get out of our way, or I shall ensure your demise." Ma Guanyu bellowed furiously, his war spear dripping with blood. However, the 800 loyal soldiers he commanded found themselves surrounded by an enemy force more than twice their number. "What audacity! A mere mid-6th tier warrior dares to challenge us? The 8th prince waved his hand, rallying himself and the 9th prince to engage, intent on restraining Ma Guanyu and his 800 troops, as defeat seemed inevitable. For within the city of Magic Elephant, no formidable warriors remained. Even the human martial cultivators were lacking in power. Fortunately, 3,000 archers, having taken up positions atop the city walls, unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, staving off the frenzied assault of the two beast clans. Yet, despite this, the two rogues, Red Leopard and Red Tiger, deftly evaded the arrows, slipping through a breach in the city wall and infiltrating the inner sanctum. In the desolate streets of Magic Elephant City, Red Tiger pointed towards the towering magic mansion, exclaiming, "Old Leopard, behold that mountain." Red Leopard paused for a moment, his gaze lifting to the summit where a figure circled ominously above. He suddenly gasped, "If I am not mistaken, that person is the reinforcements of the Magic Elephant clan. The one capable of curing poison. What shall we do now?" inquired Red Tiger. "Kill him. If he were to dispel all the malevolent heartworm of the 5 elements, the tide of battle outside the city would undergo a cataclysmic reversal." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the Red Leopard. "Let us go." The two soared into the air, akin to arrows released from a bowstring, racing towards the rear mountain. "This is bad, those two scoundrels are heading to the rear mountain. They must be intent on sabotaging Physician Zhao's detoxification efforts. Hurry and stop them." On the city ramparts, the archers continuously loosed their arrows, immediately reversing their stance. 300 men drew their bowstrings taut. Thwong! The thunderous sound of the bowstring echoed as a torrential rain of arrows traversed 30 miles, targeting the backs of the two assailants. Seeking death. Sensing the imminent peril, the Red Leopard swiftly turned, raising his colossal sword and sweeping it horizontally. A fan-shaped river of sword energy surged forth, fracturing into hundreds, intercepting and shattering the oncoming arrows with unerring precision, ultimately striking down the 300 archers. Boom! One by one, the archers met their end, their garments torn apart, bodies cleaving in two, blood splattering across the city walls. "I entered the city. Had I not slain you and spared the common folk, it would have been your fortune accrued over millennia. Yet, you have sought your own demise. Do not blame me for making you suffer." In the hands of the Red Tiger, 2 iron hammers were cast forth, crashing into the city's structures. A cacophony of destruction erupted, as buildings were reduced to rubble, dust mingling with blood and severed limbs, soaring into the air. The citizens who took refuge within their homes were all mercilessly slaughtered, with none escaping. Swiftly, figures leaped from a nearby relay station, rising into the sky. It was the more than 2,000 martial cultivators who had accompanied Xiao Feng from the outside world. Upon witnessing the city, with its crumbling edifices and the tragic sight of children, women, and the elderly perishing beneath the ruins, an overwhelming fury surged forth. "You two beasts, having invaded our city. We initially intended to remain uninvolved. However, since you spare neither the aged nor the young, we are left with no choice but to end your wretched lives." Among the over 2,000 martial cultivators, a tall young man clad in a purple robe, possessing the cultivation of the 5th level of transformation, brandished a gilded spear and shouted furiously. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed ready to burst forth. The Red Tiger sneered. "A feeble human like you dares to obstruct our path? Humph! Do not mistake your humanity for power within the vast oasis. Should you provoke me further, I shall not hesitate to kill." The Red Leopard coldly snorted, his colossal sword thirsting for blood. "What audacity!" The purple-robed youth leaped into the air, thrusting his spear, whose spiraling tip embodied the essence of the golden spear, aimed directly at the Red Leopard. Unfazed, the Red Leopard effortlessly raised his great sword to parry the attack. From within his robe, a fiery golden needle shot forth, piercing the youth's chest. The needle penetrated his heart, and his entire body ignited into flames as he plummeted from the sky. This sight terrified the other martial cultivators, rendering them motionless. The Red Tiger mocked, "Indeed. A bunch of cowards. I cannot be bothered to play with you any longer. With that, he summoned 2 iron hammers from the ground, which flew into his hands. And together with the red leopard, they rushed toward the back mountains. They could afford no more delays, for with each passing second in the city, more members of the elemental demon elephant clan would escape danger. Unbeknownst to them, those cursed members of the demon elephant tribe had long since liberated themselves from the torment of their affliction. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng spiraled in the air, merely restoring his spiritual essence. Soon, the 2 arrived at the rear mountain, where Blood Dragon, wielding the Twilight Serpent Spear, promptly intercepted them. Who goes there? Do not court death. The eyes of the red leopard glinted coldly. He could obliterate a newly ascended 6th-tier beast with a single punch. Get lost! Red Tiger, lacking the patience for idle chatter, unleashed a punch, charging forth. His resplendent fist shadow, imbued with tremendous force, surged towards Blood Dragon. Blood Dragon thrust his spear, summoning a black mist python that opened its gaping maw to engulf the fist shadow. To everyone's astonishment, a thunderous explosion erupted as the black mist python shattered, striking Blood Dragon squarely in the chest, causing him to spew a plume of blood mist and be hurled backwards. What a waste! Red Tiger scoffed disdainfully, while Red Leopard soared above, launching a kick aimed at Blood Dragon's spine. At that precise moment, Xiao Feng abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing the scene unfold. A surge of boundless killing intent swelling within him. With this kick, I shall end your life. Enraged, Red Leopard could hardly believe that a mere pinnacle of young void dared to utter such words before him. It was an affront too brazen to tolerate. How could he retain his pride without eliminating him? He bellowed in fury, "You clearly do not know the meaning of death. Today, I shall educate you with my sword." As his words fell, Red Leopard soared into the sky, his colossal sword raised high, aimed directly at Xiao Feng's head, and he swung down with ferocity. Red Tiger stood dumbfounded, mouth agape in disbelief. Red Leopard rubbed his eyes, as if witnessing a ghost, utterly baffled by the unfolding circumstances. This sword strike of mine, even the 8th level of transformation would find it difficult to withstand. Yet this young man, seated in midair, astonishingly endured it without a scratch. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, who would believe that a sword unleashed by the 8th level transformation's Red Leopard could be effortlessly neutralized by a mere pinnacle of young void? It is simply unbelievable. Are you merely toying with me? Xiao Feng spread his arms, a sneer gracing his face. Humph, putting on airs, surely it must be due to some extraordinary treasure protecting you. But what of it? Killing you would still be as simple as slaughtering a chicken. The Red Leopard's eyes sparkled with determination, convinced that Xiao Feng possessed some form of treasure. Otherwise, how could one explain this phenomenon? Come and try if you dare. Xiao Feng gestured as if calling a dog. By the heavens, are you seeking death? The Red Leopard, seething with fury, charged forward, delivering 3 swift strikes at Xiao Feng. Chapter 36, The 9 Palaces Killing Array. Boom! Boom! Bang! Xiao Feng's figure shook violently, producing a thunderous sound, yet, that blade failed to even breach an inch under the might of the counterforce. The Red Leopard was forced back several paces, a crack forming upon the edge of his sword. What the devil, is this fellow made of iron? The Red Leopard shook his tingling hand, pondering that even an Iron Man would surely split under a single strike from him. Yet now, not only was Xiao Feng unscathed, but the top-grade royal weapon in his hand was also damaged. This defense is truly formidable. The Red Tiger swallowed hard, bewildered. They had come to slay Xiao Feng. Yet here he sat, allowing them to strike without fear of death. It was utterly infuriating. The crimson eyes of the Red Leopard glowed fiercely, as cold waves surged forth. In this battle, without even striking a blow, he found himself at a disadvantage, utterly losing face, an ignoble humiliation indeed. Little did he expect that your physical form would be so grotesquely resilient. With the next sword strike, I shall unleash my true might. I am eager to see if you are indeed as unyielding as iron. Enraged and humiliated, the Red Leopard retreated 100 paces, channeling immense demonic energy into his colossal sword, and with a furious slash, he unleashed the heaven-splitting sword. Accompanied by a fierce shout, a brilliant flame sword aura surged forth like a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, tearing through the void towards Xiao Feng. Witnessing this strike, Chihohu's heart trembled. He never anticipated that the red leopard had perfected this move to such an extent. Even the 9th layer of creation would struggle to withstand it. This young man, in his arrogance, might very well meet his demise. However, scarcely had he voiced this thought when Xiao Feng, who had remained motionless until then, suddenly opened his eyes wide with fury, a flash of bloodlight flickering across them. With a mere gesture, the surging demonic aura coalesced, directly seizing that terrifying sword energy. With a twist of his fingers, it dissolved into nothingness. Chihohu felt a lingering dread. The look in Xiao Feng's eyes was somewhat fearsome. He remarked, "We have all underestimated him, we must proceed with caution. Should the situation turn dire, we shall retreat and summon the clan elders to deal with him. However, I believe that together, we should be able to vanquish him." The red leopard's eyes darted uncertainly. "Let us first test the waters," Chihohu said nervously, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Feng. A fervent battle spirit welling up within him. "Young man, do you dare to face your grandpa Hu in battle? I hold the provocations of trash in utter disdain." Xiao Feng smiled indifferently, sitting there as if he were the immovable Vajra, as steadfast as Mount Tai and the Northern Dipper. "To endure the onslaught of the Crimson Leopard's 3 swords, you indeed possess the audacity to boast. However, upon encountering me, your fortune takes a turn for the worse." As the words left his lips, the Crimson Marquis swiftly moved, appearing above Xiao Feng in an instant. Surprisingly, he did not wield his dual hammers. Instead, he brought his palms together, summoning a tempest of crimson flames that coalesced into a towering mountain of fire, descending ominously upon Xiao Feng. The surrounding temperature soared dramatically. "Oh! So he has grasped the true essence of fire." A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Feng's eyes. For the ability of a magical beast to comprehend such profundity attested to its remarkable talent. Yet, just as the fiery mountain loomed perilously close, within mere feet of Xiao Feng's crown, a chaotic influx of fire-based energy surged from 100 miles around, encircling the flaming peak and preventing its descent by even a fraction. In that moment, the 2 opposing forces of the same element collided fiercely, filling the atmosphere with a sizzling cacophony born of overwhelming heat. The fiery mountain endured for a mere 3 seconds before a deafening explosion shattered it into a tumultuous wave of flames. Alarmingly, these fiery surges coalesced into a colossal fire blade that hurled itself towards the Crimson Marquis. Heavenly Fire Meteor Hammer. Faced with the terrifying onslaught of the blazing blade, the Crimson Marquis had no time for contemplation. His iron hammers whirled like the wind, releasing torrents of searing flames. These flames transformed into countless fiery meteors, shattering the blade and hurtling towards Xiao Feng at astonishing speed. A commendable display of combat skill, yet still insufficient, Xiao Feng praised even as he shook his head. When the deluge of fiery meteors descended, he trembled his arm, and the god-slaying blade surged upwards. 9 azure dragons soared into the sky, entwining with one another to form a lethal formation of the 9 palaces. The dense and fiery meteors rained down, striking with an intensity that merely stirred the surface of the lake, causing only a few ripples to emerge. "What? My most powerful strike could not even disturb his casual blow?" The red Marquis Tiger was engulfed in shock, his inner turmoil beyond description. Yet, at that moment, the battle formation transformed into a dragon, piercing through his chest before he could even comprehend it. A beautiful spray of blood blossomed against the heavens. "You!" The red Marquis Tiger's eyes turned white as he pointed at Xiao Feng, unable to finish his words before plummeting to the ground. "Brother Tiger!" The red leopard cried out, his gaze suddenly turning blood red. "You bastard, I will kill you. Save your strength for your own demise." Xiao Feng lazily stretched, his voice calm as he rose to his feet, an aura reminiscent of a celestial being exploding forth, enveloping the surrounding expanse. The red leopard nearly collapsed to his knees. fighting to stand tall, gripping his massive sword as he charged at Xiao Feng, celestial horse's frenzied dragon dance. The red leopard spun midair, flames swirling from his entire being, transforming him into a colossal vortex of fire. Within that whirlwind, the celestial horse and frenzied dragon enveloped his formidable strike, hurtling toward Xiao Feng's chest. Begone! Xiao Feng casually sliced through that attack with a single stroke, the divine slash descending with intent to grant the red leopard a chilling end. A sense of impending doom suddenly enveloped the red leopard's heart as he roared, "Infernal prison of flames!" Hiss! Terrifying flames erupted from the red leopard. A prison forged of fire descending directly upon Xiao Feng. The blade of divine slaughter rested atop, utterly immovable. Within the confines of the prison, Xiao Feng found himself surrounded by flames. Through the flickering fire, he discerned that this prison was constructed from 99 pillars formed of the essence of fire, reaching a height of 1,000 zhang into the sky. Outside the prison, the maniacal laughter of the red leopard echoed, "Foolish human. My infernal flame prison is impervious even to those of the 9th level of creation. Prepare to meet your demise." As his words reverberated, streams of fire dragons materialized from thin air, unleashing earth-shattering roars as they surged towards Xiao Feng. He raised his hand, wielding his blade to continuously sever the fire dragons that assailed him from all directions, his gaze betraying a hint of panic. Witnessing this scene, the red leopard laughed triumphantly. "Ignorant human, do you not feel utterly helpless now? Do you wish to beg for mercy?" However, his laughter was abruptly silenced in the next moment. A calm yet regretful voice resonated from within the fiery prison. "I am sorry, but I fear you shall be disappointed." In an explosive display, a river of crimson blades, embodying the destructive power of fire, surged skyward, cleaving through the fiery prison. The prison shattered like crumbling tofu, disintegrating into fragments of true essence, scattering into nothingness. "This cannot be!" the red leopard exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Shaking his head vigorously, he had relied on this infernal flame prison to vanquish countless peers of equal caliber. Yet today, he was effortlessly dismantled by mere peak young Void Jr. wielding a blade. The blow to his confidence was profound, piercing deep into his heart. It seemed as though the very essence of his being was on the verge of collapse. In that moment of disorientation, a torrent of fire, embodying the profound truths of the fire element, surged forth and struck him. With a resounding gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood into the air, akin to a crimson rain falling from the heavens. The crimson leopard was sent sprawling like a flung sandbag, as the terrifying force of the elemental truth engulfed him, akin to a conflagration that consumed all in its path. With a pained cry, the crimson leopard resisted the encroaching flames using the true essence of fire. Yet his efforts proved counterproductive. The elemental force devoured his flames, amplifying its own ferocity, burning ever brighter. Xiao Feng stood at a distance, observing quietly the figure engulfed in flames, whose cries transitioned from a fervent crescendo to a somber decrescendo, eventually transforming into a fiery steed that galloped across the sky. It sought to escape the relentless grasp of the fire element, yet such a naive aspiration was destined for failure. Unless the power of the water element intervened, the flames would never be extinguished, rivaling the very fires of hell. As expected, the fiery steed, once the crimson leopard, staggered a few steps before succumbing, its once mighty form rapidly diminishing into a charred remnant, oozing with grease. Soon after, it was reduced to mere ash. Alas, it was a pitiful display of vulnerability, life desolate as snow. Xiao Feng spread his arms wide, gazing into the distance towards the chaotic scene outside the city of the demon elephants. There, a tumult of various malevolent energies and torrents of blood swirled like a viscous fog, roiling and surging. Through the thick haze, numerous figures flickered in combat, their eyes clouded with the crimson haze of battle, for it was a matter of life and death: either you perish, or I shall survive. The most terrifying aspect is that the majority of the members of the elephant clan, in a desperate bid to prevent the enemy from breaching their defenses and entering the city, resorted to self-detonation, dragging their foes down with them, resulting in a gruesome scene. The brutality of such actions sends shivers down one's spine upon reflection. Contemplating this, Xiao Feng immediately surmised that the reason those elephant clan members had succumbed to unconsciousness was twofold. Firstly, their cultivation had been employed to suppress the heart-devouring goo, leading to severe fatigue. Secondly, the goo had resided within them for far too long, draining their vitality and necessitating a period of recuperation. Thus, the urgent task at hand was to swiftly replenish their life force. Only with their vitality restored would they awaken and regain their combat prowess. Fortuitously, Xiao Feng possessed an abundance of medicinal pills, with several thousand specifically for replenishing life force, all of which were of 4th grade or higher. With a flick of his fingers, a myriad of pills, each varying in color, soared from his spatial ring, filling the sky. Gazing at these pills, Xiao Feng felt a pang of reluctance. While they served little purpose for him otherwise, parting with them now felt somewhat regretful. Nevertheless, he resolved to bestow them as a fortuitous gift to the 5 Elements Elephant Clan. After a heartfelt sigh, Xiao Feng clapped his palms together, and a powerful surge of magical energy sliced through the pills like a blade. Instantly, torrents of pure medicinal essence surged forth, coalescing into a vibrant, multicolored cloud that enveloped the 100,000 souls in the pit. A gentle rain of elixirs began to fall, each droplet soaked into the skin of every individual, permeating their bodies. After the span of a tea time, the cloud dissipated, and the restorative energy had been fully imparted. Awaken! With a fierce roar, Xiao Feng's voice reverberated through the air, seemingly mundane yet imbued with immense spiritual power capable of invigorating the very nerves of those who heard it. As anticipated, the 100,000 souls within the abyss simultaneously opened their eyes, sharp golden light piercing forth, stirring the heavens and the earth into a tempest. Among this multitude, although 30,000 belonged to the citizens of Demon Elephant City, there existed a plethora of formidable warriors. The 70,000 demon elephant soldiers were even more terrifying, with 30,000 possessing 6th tier cultivation, and over 100 holding the esteemed title of clan elder. The remaining 40,000, though all at the 5th tier, were by no means to be underestimated in battle prowess. Despite being afflicted by the treacherous heartworm curse, their memories remained intact, with the events that transpired etched deeply within their minds. Xiao Feng smiled gently and said, "Now is not the time for gratitude. Your homeland has been ravaged by the iron hooves of 2 great beast clans. The situation is dire. I implore you to leave the city at once and strike them unawares, lest Demon Elephant City be plunged into utter devastation." A clan elder of the pinnacle 6th tier bowed respectfully to Xiao Feng and declared, "Divine Physician Xiao, your grace is beyond words. Should our 5 Elements Demon Elephant Clan endure in the Hanhai Oasis after today, we vow to repay your immense kindness. From this day forth, in both the Beast King City and the Divine Martial Continent, anyone who dares to oppose Divine Physician Xiao shall be deemed an eternal enemy of our clan. At your command, we shall fight to the death." Numerous powerful clan elders of the Demon Elephant Clan expressed their unwavering loyalty, vowing never to forget the salvation they received, their demeanor sincere and earnest. Xiao Feng proclaimed with great pride, "I am deeply grateful for your recognition. Henceforth, your 5 Elements Demon Elephant Clan shall be my most loyal ally. Now, let us march forth from the city to engage in battle." At this moment, the 6th prince, Qi Lingjun, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Someone, bring forth punishment." With a series of resounding slaps, his personal guard was quickly restrained by 2 other guards, who relentlessly struck him, leaving him bruised and battered, wearied by the ordeal. "Your Highness, have I spoken amiss? Why must you punish me thus? How dare you question me?" This battle was under his command, and its victorious fruits were his alone to savor. His contributions were paramount. "Your Highness, please cease this," implored the 2 guards, halting their strikes. The other guards surrounding the war chariots stood in trepidation, most of them being loyal retainers of the Crown Prince, Qi Lingtian. In their eyes, Qi Lingjun was utterly inferior compared to Qi Lingtian, akin to comparing heaven and earth. He was unworthy even of Shu Shining. Enough of this beating, Qi Lingjun coldly retorted. But mark my words, the crown prince is the crown prince, and I am myself. Do not dare to clandestinely compare him to me, lest the fate of Qi Yan befall you. Meanwhile, the elders of the demon elephant clan, afflicted by the poison, were not expected to recover swiftly. It was presumed they had long since taken the head of the one responsible for curing the poison. What unforeseen calamity had transpired? Qi Lingjun rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Suddenly, the guard in charge of the punishment exclaimed in alarm, "Your Highness, something has gone awry." With a furrowed brow and a cold gaze, Qi Lingjun expressed his displeasure, stating, "Given the current circumstances, the Five Elements Demon Elephant Clan is destined for defeat. Can we expect divine intervention?" The loyal guard, momentarily at a loss for words, replied, "Your Highness, look towards the Demon Elephant City. A multitude of powerful warriors are soaring towards the outskirts." What? Qi Lingjun's eyes narrowed as he turned his attention to Demon Elephant City. Suddenly, he rose with a fierce and unmatched aura that surged like a tempest. The chariot beneath him ignited in flames, a vivid testament to his wrath. Boundless killing intent filled his gaze as he seethed. What a waste! Two individuals ventured forth yet failed to eliminate the poisoned members of the Demon Elephant Clan. Had I known, I should have gone myself. This is troublesome. The Demon Elephant forces have been resurrected. To capture Demon Elephant City will undoubtedly lead to a bloody and brutal battle. The two loyal guards, responsible for delivering harsh truths, urged anxiously, "Your Highness, what shall we do?" The smile that once adorned Qi Lingjun's face had vanished, replaced by an ominous scowl. He bellowed, "Warriors of the two great beast clans, heed my command. In today's battle, spare no effort. We must seize Demon Elephant City. Follow me, and let us annihilate the Five Elements Demon Elephant Clan." Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Five Elements Demon Elephant Clan, engaged in fierce combat, felt their morale surge as Xiao Feng led an additional 70,000 reinforcements into the fray. On the other side, a unique treasure was wielded to counter the assault of the 8th and 9th princes, and upon witnessing this scene, the wielder of the magical crown was filled with exhilaration, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that the divine healer Xiao could, in such a brief span, not only cure the poison afflicting everyone but also aid them in their swift revival? This is the heavens showing mercy to our Mo Xiang clan." With the jade clean bottle, Mo Linga unleashed the power of the rain and dew, relentlessly vanquishing foes. Upon seeing Xiao Feng leading the charge, her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Little brother, you are indeed formidable." As her voice faded, Mo Linga commanded, "Brothers, our saviors have arrived. Let us fight with all our might against these rabble that besiege us. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The three words reverberated from the mouths of all the soldiers present, the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Though their bodies were weary, the glimmer of dawn invigorated them. As if they had consumed a divine elixir, dispelling their fatigue and igniting their fighting spirit. The 7 clan elders, filled with fervor, declared, "Reinforcements have arrived. In this battle, our 5 elements Mo Xiang clan shall triumph. The hour of vengeance has come. Warriors of the Mo Xiang clan, unleash your fury." With a grand gesture, over 100 elders rallied 70,000 Mo Xiang soldiers, charging into the smoke-filled, blood-soaked battlefield like demons emerging from the abyss. Xiao Feng unfurled his phoenix divine wings, wielding the god-slaying blade, following closely behind the mass of soldiers. Wherever danger loomed, he surged forth without hesitation. With each strike of his blade, countless soldiers from the 2 beast clans fell as if they were mere chaff, their heads severed, blood cascading like a torrential tide across the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he had slaughtered over 10,000 foes, an unstoppable force akin to an invincible demon king. In a mere moment, Xiao Feng's carnage attracted the attention of numerous formidable beings. Immediately, 3 elders from the Silver Rhinoceros clan soared through the air, their faces twisted in rage, declaring, "Shameless human! How dare you meddle in the affairs of the 3 great beast clans? We shall defy the will of the sea god and slay you on the spot. Come at us!" Xiao Feng, unfazed, raised his hand and beckoned. Chapter 38, Ling Jun takes action. How audacious of you to confront us. 3 elders at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. It seems you court death. They bellowed. Prepare to meet your end, wretched human. The 3 elders unleashed a tempest of violet lightning, forming bolts of purple thunder that hurtled toward Xiao Feng. Yet, he remained calm, casually lifting the blade of God-slaying to counter. With a swift motion, 3 radiant blades of 5 colors emerged from thin air, shattering the celestial thunder and striking the 3 silver rhinoceros elders, yet they remained unyielding. Accompanying their assault was their derisive taunt, "Boy, are you merely tickling us?" "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Feng replied, a wicked smile curling at his lips. "The 5 Extremes Essence, unleash." "What?" Upon hearing the term 5 Extremes Essence, the 3 elders gasped in disbelief. Their mouths agape. In their incredulous gaze, a burst of 5-colored light encompassing darkness, wind, thunder, fire, and gold erupted from him with a thunderous roar. The terrifying convergence of 5 destructive forces obliterated the 3 in an instant, leaving behind only their 6 astonished eyes fixated on Xiao Feng, as if to question how he could so effortlessly bring about their demise. Their combat effectiveness plummeted, and morale shattered. Seizing the opportunity, the Elemental Magic Elephant Clan launched a frenzied assault, swiftly decapitating 3005. Eliminate him, or the consequences will be dire. In an instant, 9 elders of the Silver Rhinoceros Clan rushed forth. Yet, as they approached halfway, Qi Lingjun's celestial steed surged past. "Elders, this human shall be dealt with by me. You may withdraw. We are in dire need of reinforcements, for the enemy's young clan elders possess overwhelming firepower, nearly doubling our forces. Are you capable of this?" The 9 silver rhinoceros elders furrowed their brows. One of the eldest among them spoke. "This individual, even the esteemed Prince Ling Tian may struggle against. I advise the 6th prince to leave this to us." "What, do you look down upon me?" Upon hearing the elders reference Qi Ling Tian and belittle him, Qi Lingjun was filled with indignation. If he did not slay Xiao Feng, what credibility would he have to stand within the ranks of the Qi and Celestial Steed clan? This is pointless. Since the 6th prince has made up his mind, proceed as you wish. The elder waved his hand dismissively. For the one facing death was not the prince of the Xidian Silver Rhinoceros clan, so it bore no consequence to them. Then watch closely, as I demonstrate how to eliminate that brat. Qi Lingjun seethed with fury, feeling overlooked while everyone seemed to admire his elder brother. How utterly infuriating! Without hesitation, he mounted his celestial steed and charged toward Xiao Feng. At this moment, in Qi Lingjun's eyes, slaying Xiao Feng was not merely a significant achievement, but a stepping stone to establish his authority. He aimed to proclaim to the world, to his father, that he was every bit as formidable as Qi Ling Tian. Xiao Feng, wielding a single blade, wove through the throngs of tens of thousands, ruthlessly reaping lives. Suddenly, a gleam of sword light flashed toward his back. A sudden and thunderous sonic boom erupted, shattering Xiao Feng's robe as he was propelled 700 feet into the air. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed, merely coughing a few times. This was due to his formidable demonic physique, now further fortified by the presence of the celestial devouring cauldron. Any attack, provided it was not overwhelmingly powerful, would be swiftly consumed by the cauldron just before it reached him, thus sparing his flesh from even the slightest harm. However, upon being ambushed, he could not contain his fury and turned to glare at Qi Lingjun, his piercing gaze locking onto him. Upon seeing the golden dragon robe adorning Qi Lingjun, his pupils constricted in recognition. This was the son of the divine monarch. He recalled that he had slain Qi Lingyun in the Golden Sands waterway, and it was clear that this individual had come seeking vengeance. Yet, in the next moment, he heard Qi Lingjun's mocking laughter. "Foolish human. You are not as formidable as you believe. However, I must admit, enduring a single strike from me is quite an achievement." Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed icily. "How do you wish to die? Spare me the theatrics." Taken aback by his audacity, Qi Lingjun soon responded with a cold smirk. After all these years, you are the first to dare speak so boldly before me. I must say, the stubbornness of your kind is quite remarkable. Have you finished your inane prattle? Xiao Feng retorted with frigid disdain. Do you truly believe my words are mere nonsense? Qi Lingjun pointed to himself, asking, do you even know who I am? To which Xiao Feng scoffed, and why should I care who you are? The countenance of Qi Lingjun suddenly darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, feeling profoundly insulted. He declared, country bumpkin, listen well. I am of the Qi Yanshima clan. The current sixth prince, Qi Lingjun. Should you bow your head and retaliate against the demon elephant clan, I shall bestow upon you a life of grandeur and wealth. Conversely, I shall grant you naught but death. What did you say? Xiao Feng shrugged, a mocking smile gracing his face. Repeat that. Unaware of your own folly. Qi Lingjun's eyes blazed with fury as he sneered, human, congratulations on successfully provoking this prince. Next, I shall demonstrate to you the dire consequences of your ignorance with my sword. With that, Qi Lingjun swung his sword in a swift arc. A streak of cold light shot from the blade, moving with unparalleled speed. As it soared, Xiao Feng beheld a fire dragon, birthed from the essence of fiery sword intent. It was more formidable than the fire dragon within the fiery heaven demon abyss, being at least 10 times stronger. This was due to Qi Lingjun's comprehension of the true essence of flames, which was nearing its pinnacle. He was but a step away from grasping the ultimate mystery. Thus, this sword strike, delivered with his formidable prowess, would mercilessly obliterate even the most powerful beings at the zenith of creation, should they fail to heed caution. Qi Lingjun was certain that if Xiao Feng did not evade, he would be left without a grave. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Feng spread his hands, saying, I believe you are overly confident. With that, he thrust his right palm forward, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy infused with the essence of fire, colliding with the fiery dragon sword. A sharp, clear sound resonated through the space as the fire dragon sword, akin to a drill, relentlessly pierced into Xiao Feng's palm. Brilliant bursts of light, mingled with sparks, erupted in a dazzling display. What madness is this? Does this young man truly dare to grasp the fiery dragon sword of the sixth prince with his bare hands? He is doomed. In the distance, the elite guards of the Shanshan, locked in fierce combat, gasped in disbelief. No one could fathom how, given Xiao Feng's cultivation level, he could possibly withstand such a strike. On the face of Qi Lingjun, a smile radiated, yet it did not endure for long before it was replaced by sheer astonishment. The fiery dragon sword, which should have pierced through Xiao Feng's palm and severed his throat, was now utterly halted, unable to advance an inch. At that moment, the arena of the three great beast clans echoed with gasps of shock, resonating through the heavens. Unbelievable! Qi Lingjun's brows furrowed in anger. His cold gaze fixed upon Xiao Feng. After a moment of scrutiny, he spoke in a low tone, with the cultivation of a peak young void. Your physical form is remarkably formidable. Which figure on the 1,000 talents list do you represent? Why conceal your identity? What are your intentions? Speak the truth. Casting a sidelong glance at the imposing Qi Lingjun, Xiao Feng shrugged in silence, wondering why there were always fools who mistook themselves for figures on the 1,000 talents list. Could it be that this list holds such weight? Yet, it was also true that Qi Lingjun claimed he was deserving of a place within the top 500. Ultimately, did he not perish by his own hand? Though this individual before him possessed a higher cultivation than Qi Lingjun, his bloodline was significantly inferior, rendering his overall strength just slightly weaker. If Xiao Feng were to truly engage, a single strike could claim his life. After all, with Xiao Feng's current defenses, lacking the cultivation of the Nirvana realm, no one could hope to breach them. With formidable offensive prowess, bolstered by the power of the magical array, combined with profound martial techniques and the versatile heaven-devouring demon cauldron, even a half-step into Nirvana may not prove to be his match. Excellent, your words resonate profoundly. The hand of Qi Lingjun, gripping the sword, trembled, and a harsh, mocking laugh escaped through his gritted teeth. I care not who you are, after today, I shall ensure your disappearance from this world. In the very instant these words fell, Qi Lingjun's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, it was atop Xiao Feng's head, brandishing a 3-foot-long dragon sword, poised perilously close to Xiao Feng's throat. You bastard! To perish at my hands would be a glorious end for you. The 3-foot-long dragon sword plunged towards Xiao Feng's throat. The razor-sharp blade, infused with crimson divine flames, emanated an invincible might, as if capable of severing imperial armies and obliterating all illusions. Too slow, Xiao Feng remarked nonchalantly. Huh? Qi Lingjun's expression shifted as he realized that the sword in his grasp had become immobilized against Xiao Feng's neck. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to see Xiao Feng's 2 fingers, gripping the sword's edge with an iron-like tenacity. Get away! Qi Lingjun bellowed as he twisted in midair, launching a powerful kick aimed at Xiao Feng's head. The sound of the kick resonated with a faint sonic boom, fracturing the space around them. Imbued with immense force that could shatter even a towering divine mountain, Xiao Feng did not withstand it head-on. Instead, he released his grip and swiftly retreated. Qi Lingjun pursued closely, yet midway through his leap, he halted abruptly, for he had suddenly noticed 2 distinct imprints on the surface of the dragon sword. These were the marks left by Xiao Feng's fingers. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Such formidable power! This is the mid-grade imperial weapon, the dragon-slaying sword, bestowed upon me by my father. Chapter 39, The Bloodline Celestial Horse. Yet this young man, with merely 2 fingers, can leave an imprint upon the sword's blade. He is indeed a force to be reckoned with. I must act seriously. Contemplating this, Qi Lingjun sheathed the dragon-slaying sword, his arms extending and contracting as a ferocious crimson aura surged forth from within him. In an instant, an ancient celestial horse materialized from behind his head, resplendent in red and white, towering nearly 1,000 feet high, surrounded by a cataclysmic tempest of ice and fire that enveloped a radius of 7,000 feet. The ancient celestial horse reared back and let out a thunderous roar, akin to a great bell, causing the battling demon soldiers in the vicinity to be thrown into disarray, spewing blood from their mouths. Supreme Bloodline Celestial Horse, heed my command and slay him. With a fierce roar from Qi Lingjun, the ancient celestial horse suddenly unfurled its wings, carrying with it a cataclysmic storm of ice and fire that charged towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng gazed at the overwhelming tempest descending upon him, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. What followed was even more alarming. The celestial horse's wings glimmered like scythes, seemingly capable of severing the very essence of one's soul. As they sliced through the air, they tore open numerous rifts in the void, hurtling directly toward Xiao Feng. Though this fellow had only awakened 70% of the ancient celestial horse's bloodline, this maneuver is indeed formidable. I must respond with caution. Xiao Feng's heart sank as he unleashed a furious strike with his Kirin arm, the Kirin Diamond Fist. 9 blazing fire Kirins materialized from thin air, trampling forth with great force. The tempest of ice and fire descended upon the 9 majestic Qilin, swiftly reducing them to mere fragments, as a terrifying surge of energy erupted forth. Then, from the ancient celestial steed emerged, radiating a brilliant light of ice and fire, its presence undeniably formidable. Yet, Xiao Feng merely shook his arm and proclaimed, "This tickling attack is merely a warm-up for me. Even when death looms, you still speak defiantly. Soon, I shall shatter your bones piece by piece." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Qi Lingjun commanded the ancient celestial steed to unite its wings, unleashing a dreadful blizzard that trembled the void and disrupted the flow of spiritual energy, charging towards Xiao Feng with lethal intent. The tempest of ice and fire carried by the ancient steed collided with the vast ocean summoned by the 9 Qilin, creating a cataclysmic spectacle. Fragments of spatial planes shattered like broken glass, scattering in every direction. The void trembled with thunder as the ice and fire storm overwhelmed the towering sea. Meanwhile, the 9 Qilin shattered the bloodline energy condensed within the ancient celestial steed. In a flash, they surged towards Qi Lingjun with lightning speed. The 9 Qilin collided with Qi Lingjun in rapid succession, each impact displacing internal organs and causing explosive ruptures, spewing blood into the heavens. Sixth Prince. A cry of terror echoed, as over 100 figures converged from all directions in a desperate attempt to rescue him. Do you seek to save him? Xiao Feng smirked, wielding the divine slaying blade with furious precision, unleashing a torrent of multicolored blades that ruthlessly dispatched those who approached. In the next moment, Xiao Feng shot forth like an arrow, aiming directly for Qi Lingjun's head. This is bad. Still unsteady, Lord Qi Ling suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent. He raised his arms to shield his head, enveloped by layers of blazing flames that surged like a swelling tide, forming a fiery fortress to protect his entire being. A 5-colored blade of energy, imbued with the essence of the 5 extremes, shattered the flame fortress and struck down upon Lord Qi Ling's crown. A resounding explosion echoed as the blade of energy sliced through his forehead, descending with ferocity. Xiao Fengping, observing intently, could see a terrifying crimson scar manifesting at the center of Lord Qi Ling's body. In that moment, he glared at Xiao Fengping with unblinking eyes, uttering, "You scoundrel! I shall haunt you even in death." As his words fell, Lord Qi Ling's body erupted into 2 halves. White brain matter mingled with red blood, cascading through the air like a concocted cocktail. Thus, the 6th prince of the Qi Yan Divine Horse clan met a tragic end beneath Xiao Fengping's blade. The 6th prince has perished. This wretched human. Blood must be repaid with blood, avenge him. A resounding roar, boundless and overwhelming, resonated across the heavens, and instantly, a venerable figure at the pinnacle of the 6th rank pierced through the void, racing towards them with lethal speed. "You dog, come meet your end." A furious roar shattered the sky. Xiao Fengping glanced up to behold an elder, drenched in sanguine light, exuding an aura of murderous intent, a clan elder of the Qi Yan Divine Horse clan, ranked 6th in combat prowess, Qi Xinghe. At this moment, his fury was at its peak. Not long ago, the extraordinarily gifted 7th prince had met a tragic demise in the Golden Sand Channel. Now, the 6th prince, Qi Ling, had fallen before this human under his very gaze. This beast must be slain. What remains of the Qi Yan Divine Horse clan's might? Confronted by the rapidly approaching Crimson Star River, Xiao Feng remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm as he remarked, "You lack the qualification to claim my life. However, if you truly seek vengeance for Lord Qi Ling, I would be gracious enough to facilitate your reunion with him in the afterlife." With a thunderous roar, the Crimson Star River, engulfed in boundless rage, transformed into a tempest that swept across the heavens and the earth, exclaiming, "I demand your life." As the words echoed, the Crimson Star River vanished, only to reappear with a ferocious punch aimed at Xiao Feng from behind. With a swift motion, he executed the White Tiger Dominance Blade. A towering white tiger, embodying unparalleled majesty, surged to meet the terrifying blow. As the white tiger erupted, the punch expanded in Xiao Feng's vision, revealing a bizarre scene, a boundless sea of flames, capable of devouring the very fabric of the world, ensuring certain death to any who dared enter. The first form of the 5 extremities divine combat, the Sea of Fire Divine Fist, signified that the elder of the Star River clan had truly awakened a lethal intent. "Damnable brat, you shall pay the price for your actions." In the tumultuous sky, numerous divine steeds of war seethed with hatred, all anticipating Xiao Feng's demise beneath this single blow. After all, this was the Crimson Flame Divine Steed clan's treasured technique, a mid-tier sacred skill that could only be wielded by those who comprehended the true essence of the 5 elements. Moreover, this elder of the Star River clan had reached the pinnacle of true intent. Even the mightiest of warriors, who had grasped the profundities of the fire element, would falter against such a strike. A thunderous explosion resounded, mingled with terrifying flames that erupted from Xiao Feng, propelling him like a kite severed from its string. Hurtling through the air, Xiao Feng soared through the air, plummeting from a height of 9,000 zhang. As he steadied himself, an unquenchable flame erupted around him, transforming him into a figure engulfed in fire. Yet, as quickly as it ignited, it subsided. At that moment, Xiao Feng appeared as blackened as coal, yet unscathed. He coughed lightly and pondered, truly a formidable mid-level sacred technique. Had it been anyone else, they would either be dead or gravely injured. Fortunately, I possess the heaven-swallowing demon cauldron for protection, capable of refining all. What are you thinking, young man? Qi Xinghe, initially taken aback by Xiao Feng's lack of bloodshed, seized the opportunity as he appeared distracted and materialized before him like a specter, emitting a chilling laugh. Xiao Feng inwardly cursed, realizing too late, as he beheld Qi Xinghe's sinister visage, who malevolently declared, "You may perish now, 10,000 swords divine fist." Upon utterance of these words, Xiao Feng felt an icy dread wash over him, his hair standing on end, as if countless sharp blades were trained upon him. Before his eyes loomed an indomitable golden divine fist. Suddenly, the scene morphed, and a towering mountain of swords ascended into the clouds. In the next instant, 1,000 swords launched forth, converging upon him, encircling him entirely. 10,000 methods magic body. Having learned from his previous folly, Xiao Feng evaded the moment he perceived the extraordinary manifestation. That overwhelmingly fierce fist pierced through his substitute, shattering it into fragments. Such a peculiar technique of substitution. Qi Xinghe's pupils contracted slightly, utterly unprepared for Xiao Feng's evasion of his second strike. However, upon noticing the phoenix wings sprouting from Xiao Feng's side, his confusion dissipated. In an instant, a ferocious light gleamed in his eyes. "Young man, today you cannot escape your doom, prepare to die." Qi Xinghe's fists thundered, shaking the heavens. As the scene unfolded before Xiao Feng, a vast forest materialized alongside an expansive sea. With the opening of his Shumi eye, all illusions dissipated into nothingness, leaving only two formidable fists imbued with the essence of wood and water to pierce through the air. Humph, having dispelled the illusion, this so-called 5 extremes divine combat is of little consequence. Xiao Feng scoffed, wielding the god-slaying blade, infusing it with his soul power and striking through the void. Storm nebula split. A resounding shout echoed through the heavens and the earth. Above, tempestuous winds arose, and clouds gathered to form a colossal dark cloud, stretching thousands of feet across, casting a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Thousands of white meteors cascaded down like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, crashing upon the two terrifying divine fists. The invincible god fist, with its thunderous might, shattered the falling meteors, unleashing waves of terrifying energy storms that swept in all directions. Anyone caught in their wake, regardless of allegiance, met with utter annihilation. In no time, the white meteors had all been obliterated. Just as those two fists, akin to relentless assault, were about to strike Xiao Feng's chest, the dark cloud above suddenly unleashed a devouring force of immense magnitude. Instantly, the two divine fists found themselves unable to resist, being drawn into the abyss. With a thunderous clash of two utterly distinct and terrifying powers, a chaotic collision ensued, ultimately resulting in their simultaneous disintegration. "Impossible!" exclaimed the members of the two beast clans engaged in a furious battle, their mouths agape at the sight of Xiao Feng's unexpected turn of events. Their distraction allowed the demonic elephant soldiers to seize the moment, mercilessly striking down dozens in the ensuing chaos. The current scene is utterly overwhelming. The two formidable beast clans have brought forth an army of 150,000, yet only a mere 60,000 remain. In contrast, the magical elephant tribe, with its 130,000 troops, still boasts over 90,000. The casualty rate is nearly a third of that of the enemy. Completely breaking free from the past scenario of inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 in return, the might of the Earth Goddess fist approaches with ferocity. The air thrums with the sound of howling winds, as swirling dust coalesces into 3 towering sandstorms, arranged in a triangular formation, sweeping relentlessly toward Xiao Feng, leaving him with no escape. Such formidable power! Xiao Feng's eyes glinted with coldness, his breath becoming labored, as if inhaling even a single breath would draw countless grains of sand into his mouth. Moreover, The terrifying aspect of this fist is its elusive nature. It appears both real and unreal, genuine yet deceptive, so much so that even through the lens of the Shumi eye, one cannot discern its true form. Indeed, this represents the pinnacle of the 5 extremes divine combat technique, transforming the unreal into the real, and vice versa. Amidst this indistinguishable illusion lies unparalleled combat prowess capable of effortlessly annihilating those at the threshold of nirvana. To counter this technique, one must either wield the second form of the heavenly punishment of the immortal slayers or directly summon the devourer of heaven cauldron. However, I have yet to transcend to the realm of creation to execute the former, thus, in dire straits, I must reluctantly resort to the latter. Xiao Feng muttered to himself, feeling somewhat troubled. After all, the devourer of heaven cauldron is his ultimate trump card. Should he unleash it, it would equate to laying bare his entire strength. Within this vast oasis, he is not the strongest and must tread carefully. Preserving a hidden card is akin to safeguarding one's life, for others may underestimate his capabilities. Hence, Xiao Feng opts to evade the thrust of the storm, yet he finds himself with no avenue for retreat, as the 3 sandstorms have completely encircled him. Desiring ascension, one is confronted by the menacing presence of the Red Star River. In light of the current predicament, the only recourse is to descend into the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Feng's figure flickered, shattering the surface and burrowing into the depths below. At the very instant of his departure, within the tumultuous embrace of 3 swirling dust storms, innumerable shadowy fists surged forth, striking fiercely at the spot where Xiao Feng had once stood defiantly. Has he fled? Red Star River exclaimed in astonishment, suddenly commanding, dig 1,000 feet deep. The base of the 3 dust storms abruptly transformed into a drilling apparatus, spiraling into the ground and reducing an area of 30,000 feet into a quagmire. Xiao Feng glanced up, noting the impact drill hovering perilously close, less than 3 feet from his head. He silently rejoiced, fortunately, it's only 1,000 feet, should it dare descend further, I would have no choice but to unleash the devouring heaven demon cauldron. Yet, what he contemplated came to fruition. The drill that had ceased its excavation unexpectedly morphed into numerous earthen spikes, launching towards Xiao Feng. The spikes struck with astonishing sharpness. Even with his demon gold body providing protection and the devouring heaven demon cauldron absorbing the force of the assault, several wounds were inflicted, blood streaming forth. By the heavens! You leave me no choice. Xiao Feng's complexion darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. Red Star River, if I do not vanquish you today, I shall not bear the name Xiao Feng. An inferno of wrath erupted from the depths, akin to a volcano in eruption. Devouring heaven demon cauldron. Xiao Feng executed his incantation, his body trembling with power, as a torrent of dark mist surged upward. The land corroded, water sources extinguished, and a vast sinkhole emerged amid the swirling dust. Following that, a pitch-black cauldron broke through the heavens, manifesting in all its ominous glory. A relentless sandstorm descended in thrice, engulfing all in its merciless grip. A colossal shadow, exuding a terrifying aura, loomed ominously over Qixinghe. What manner of entity was this? Qixinghe gazed upward in horror, his complexion paling as he beheld a black magic furnace, exhaling a deathly chill reminiscent of hell itself. He yearned to resist, yet an overwhelming weakness enveloped him, as if every ounce of energy had been drained away. Flee! At that moment, the only thought that occupied Qixinghe's mind was escape. Yet, he found himself utterly immobilized, unable to take a single step. He could only watch helplessly as the black magic furnace descended with alarming velocity. A wretched cry echoed, reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of countless horrified onlookers, the black magic furnace, suffused with the essence of death, mercilessly enveloped Qixinghe. With a low hum, the black magic furnace quivered slightly, and Qixinghe was reduced to mere ashes, leaving behind a torrent of formidable energy swirling within the furnace, surging violently as a towering figure soared skyward. With a mere gesture of one hand, the black magic furnace swiftly diminished, vanishing into the palm of this being. In that instant, the combatants from the three beast clans were left utterly astonished. This was none other than the elder of the Divine Horse clan. A pinnacle figure at the 6th tier, capable of withstanding a half-step into the Nirvana realm without succumbing. Yet now, he lay defenseless, having perished beneath the artifact of Xiao Feng. Instantly, every gaze directed at Xiao Feng was filled with profound apprehension, their hearts overwhelmed with an indescribable shock. This youth was terrifying beyond measure. At such a tender age, he had slain a being akin to a half-step Nirvana powerhouse. Even the top 100 on the illustrious 1,000 talents list might struggle to achieve such a feat with such ease. My eyes must be deceiving me. This cannot be real. I refuse to believe it. The soldiers of the two great beast clans shook their heads in disbelief, their minds trembling. Who is this Xiaoshani? With his peak mastery of the Yang Void, capable of slaying the Red Star River? My mind is somewhat muddled. Could it be that we are all experiencing an illusion? The many magic elephant soldiers, including numerous elders engaged in fierce battle, found it utterly inconceivable. Is it truly possible for a mere boy at the peak of the Yang Void to achieve this? In that moment, countless awestruck gazes converged upon the young man, who wielded the god-slaying blade, standing with an air of defiance beneath the heavens, his black hair flowing in the wind. After a prolonged silence of 7 seconds, the warriors of the 5 Elements Magic Elephant clan finally emerged from their stupor. Instantly, the world erupted in excitement. The clan elder, Jiao Ao, laughed heartily. I never imagined that Xiaoshani is not only a master of medicine but also an unparalleled prodigy. Truly terrifying. Xiaoshani is indeed a remarkable figure of our time. Given his current combat prowess, he must rank within the top 100 of the 1,000 talents list. Not just that. Another elder chimed in, a person capable of slaying the Red Star River should at least be among the top 50. The other elders, all radiating joy, filled the air with words of praise and respect. Prior to this, nearly all the elders of the Magic Elephant clan believed that Xiao Feng's true strength was at most slightly superior to that of Mo Guanyu. Their respect for him stemmed from his salvation of the 5 Elements Magic Elephant clan. However, now that Xiao Feng has revealed his true combat power, it is undeniable that everyone is left in complete admiration. Within the northern battlefield, amidst a fierce confrontation with the enemy, the enchanting Meng Linger, wielding the jade-clear bottle, cast a sidelong glance, her beautiful eyes shimmering with astonishment, her crimson lips slightly parted. My dear brother, you have actually slain Chixing. Previously, upon learning of Xiao Feng's victory over Chilinjian in the Golden Sand Channel, she had marveled, believing Xiao Feng's prowess to be confined to the 9th level of creation. Yet now, Chixing lies dead at his hands. Just how much power has he concealed? This is far beyond what a young void martial cultivator could possibly possess. Xiaoshani is indeed formidable, surpassing even the 7th sister. Mo Guanyu gasped in disbelief. And the 7th sister he referred to is none other than the daughter of Lu Jingchen, the 7th Princess Mo Xianer, who had coveted the throne and was imprisoned in the abyss of demons. A year ago, she had already outclassed the 9th level of creation. Now, after a year, given her innate talent, her strength should have progressed, yet Mo Guanyu does not believe that Mo Xianer possesses the capability to slay a half-step Nirvana cultivator. Though not yet in Nirvana, a half-step is still an exalted realm that transcends the creation stage. Once one enters this realm, they can be deemed invincible among those of the creation stage, as these elements bridge the gaps between realms. Xiao Feng, however, is a prodigy who transcends both levels and stages, justifiably regarded as a monster among geniuses. In stark contrast to the excitement and astonishment of the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan, the 2 major beast clans were pallid. For it was Chixing of the Qi and Shenxi clan, a direct elder of the 6 clans, who had fallen in this battle, the sole casualty thus far. At this moment, the 2 imperial princes besieging the Mo Guanyu siblings glared at one another, their eyes blood red, their fury threatening to engulf the heavens. The 9th prince, Qi Linghai, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, 6th brother, the elders of the 6 clans, Qi Bao and Qi Ho, who have all perished at this scoundrel's hands. If I capture him, I shall have him subjected to 1,000 tortures. The 8th prince, Qi Lingkong, wore an equally grim expression. Who is this wretch? Not only has he neutralized the venom of the malevolent heart curse, but he also possesses such formidable strength. Are all outsiders this powerful? Regardless of his strength, this individual must be eliminated, otherwise, the consequences will be dire. His innate talent is truly terrifying. At the peak of Yang Void, he was able to slay Qi Xinghe. If he advances to the realm of creation, would even the clan leader not regard him with trepidation? He cannot be spared, let us strike together. Chapter 41, The Gate of the Vast Sea. The two great beast clans, along with numerous clan elders, reached a consensus. Immediately, over a dozen elders of the 6th tier, some even at their peak, stepped forward. However, before they could act, a blindingly brilliant and terrifying divine light erupted from the distant battlefield where the 3 clan leaders were engaged. This divine light shimmered in 9 colors, swiftly expanding, layer upon layer, akin to the colossal waves of the ocean, enveloping the entire expanse of the vast sea oasis, spanning 100,000 miles. As the crowd stood in bewilderment, some elders revealed the truth. No way, isn't the gate of the vast sea supposed to manifest only during a sacrificial ceremony? Indeed. The last time it appeared, it wasn't this fearsome. The portal before them resembled a celestial gateway. Its emergence sparked an uproar, sending shockwaves across the world. The armies of the 3 beast clans ceased their hostilities, retreating to form 3 distinct formations in the sky. Everyone was awestruck, gazing at the resplendent golden gate. Xiao Feng also looked up, his eyes fixed upon the heavens, while within the divine ring of Wua, 2 ancient maps stirred restlessly, as if they were yearning to soar forth uncontrollably. He couldn't help but murmur, is this truly the gate of the vast sea? What secrets lie hidden within? As he spoke, Xiao Feng scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed over 2,000 figures soaring out from the city of demon elephants. Simultaneously, from the royal cities of the 2 great beast clans, a multitude of figures ascended into the air, all warriors who had arrived aboard colossal vessels. Most of them were familiar to Xiao Feng, particularly those associated with the old ghost Hongyun. At this moment, they hovered in the sky, gazing up at the monumental portal that loomed above, their astonishment beyond words. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures emerged from the highest battlefield. They were Mo Jianghe, Qi Xieshan, and Zi Tianhao. The 3 stood suspended in the air, confronting each other, all bearing grievous injuries. Mo Jianghe, afflicted by the poison of the Gu King, appeared even more haggard, seemingly aged several decades in that single battle. If a fight is to be had, then let it be. I am ever ready to engage. And next time, it shall be the demise of your 2 clans. Mo Jianghe retorted fiercely, his eyes glinting with a cold, sharp intensity. Humph! Who shall perish remains to be seen. Zi Tianhao scoffed, waving his hand, and proclaimed, withdraw. Why? The elder of the Zidian Silver Horn clan bellowed to the sky. The 5-element demon elephant clan has slaughtered so many of our kin, how can we let them escape so easily? The elders of the Qi and Divine Horse clan echoed his sentiments, roaring, we cannot allow them to escape, even if we perish, we must inflict a heavy blow upon them. With audacity, you dare to come forth and challenge. The Elemental Mammoth clan, emboldened, boasts an overwhelming advantage with 90,000 against 60,000. At present, due to the emergence of the Gate of the Vast Sea, adhering to the rules, we spared them, yet they remain ungrateful and seek to engage in a fatal struggle, which aligns perfectly with the intentions of the mammoths. Attack! Soldiers of the 2 beast clans once again raised their blades, the heavens trembled. Fear not! The Elemental Mammoth clan, with 90,000 soldiers, stood ready, their black spears shining ominously with blood. In a moment of peril, from the colossal divine gate descended 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, striking at the center where the 3 beast clans confronted one another. Layers of space rapidly fractured, unleashing an incredibly terrifying shockwave that thrust the 3 factions back 3,000 feet. Immediately, 12 powerful characters appeared in the sky, dancing like dragons and phoenixes. My order. if dare to defy, will be executed without mercy. Fearful Lord of the Sea, cease your wrath. All forces of the three beast clans knelt in submission, including the three clan leaders, their hairs standing on end, drenched in cold sweat. The majesty of the sea god is inviolable, though none have seen him. It is undeniable that he is the true king of the oasis of the vast sea. With a mere thought, he could reduce all beings in this realm to ashes. From within the golden divine gate shot forth 7 golden ribbons, weaving in all directions. Xiao Feng's gaze trembled as one of the ribbons surged toward him with force. Instantly, all eyes turned to Xiao Feng, filled with astonishment. He attempted to withstand the impact of the ribbon, yet he found himself utterly powerless, allowing the ribbon to engulf him in a vast brilliance of golden light in an instant. Subsequently, Xiao Feng felt no pain. Instead, his combat prowess underwent an extraordinary elevation. Mysteriously, he stepped into the realm of transformation. In the void, a celestial tribulation manifested instantly, as boundless dark clouds gathered in the firmament, with lightning serpents dancing. However, the golden divine gate suddenly surged forth with unparalleled energy, transforming into a colossal finger that effortlessly dispelled the tribulation. Had he thus traversed the heavens' punishment? Xiao Feng's heart was filled with astonishment. Although the tribulation had not fully formed, he understood that its might could easily annihilate one on the brink of rebirth. Yet, this golden divine gate, with merely a projection of its immense finger, obliterated it with ease. Truly unfathomable was the terrifying divine power contained within. Immediately after, Xiao Feng noticed that the Wu divine ring was no longer under his control, as it released 3 ancient maps. Among them was the core ancient map he had obtained. The other 2 were marginal maps acquired from Ling Rui and his senior brother, Pang Shixiang. However, these 2 additional ancient maps were actually halves that, when combined, formed a single complete map. Thus, Xiao Feng effectively possessed both a core ancient map and a marginal ancient map simultaneously. Indeed, the moment the 2 maps flew out of the divine ring, they merged into one. Concurrently, a map from each of the other 6 directions flew forth. The 8 ancient maps converged in the sky, becoming one, then vanished from sight. Yet, in Xiao Feng's hands, 2 pieces of golden jade suddenly appeared. They bore a similar appearance, yet the inscriptions on their surfaces differed. One was inscribed with the character life, while the other bore the character open. This left one perplexed, pondering, what could this signify? As Xiao Feng pondered, a similar sound resonated from the other 6 factions, leaving everyone in bewilderment regarding its nature and purpose. At that moment, the golden divine gate remained suspended in the firmament. However, the members of the 3 great beast clans stood resolutely. The Scarlet Flame Horse clan and the Purple Lightning Silver Rhinoceros clan, devoid of any temper, meticulously gathered the remains of their fallen kin and, under the leadership of their 2 chieftains, departed in sullen silence. This battle had been a costly endeavor for them, resulting in significant losses. While the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan appeared victorious, on the surface, no one could muster any joy. The toll of nearly 40,000 lives lost weighed heavily on their hearts, enveloping them in sorrow. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Sea of Clouds Gate, which halted the conflict, they would have sought to annihilate the remnants of the 2 beast clans to assuage their deep-seated grievances. 100 miles away from Demon Elephant City, in the sky, the Scarlet Evil Deity raised a hand, bringing the armies of the 2 beast clans to a standstill. Father, what is happening? Queried Qi Lingkong, perplexed. Do you intend to launch a counteroffensive against Demon Elephant City while it is unguarded? What is the casualty count? The Scarlet Evil Deity replied coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Our clan has suffered 56,000 fatalities, with 20,000 severely injured and another 20,000 lightly wounded. Only a few thousand remain capable of battle. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and declared, from this day forth, we shall recuperate and cease all actions against the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan. No, this vengeance must be exacted swiftly. I shall eradicate the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan. The elder of the Scarlet Flame Horse clan, his visage twisted in rage, appeared as though he thirsted for blood. If you wish to court death, then go alone. I shall not hinder you. In the realm of two great beast clans, an odd expression graced the faces of most. While only a select few were privy to the truth, yet none dared to voice it. At that moment, the eighth prince, Qi Lingkong, gritted his teeth and spoke darkly. Your Majesty, my father, the sixth prince, the elders of the six clans, the red leopard, the red tiger, along with 3 elders from the silver rhino clan, and tens of thousands of soldiers from our 2 beast clans have all perished at the hands of a single human. What? A human? One individual has slain so many of us? The expression of Qi Shishan darkened considerably. The 7th prince, whom he cherished most, had recently fallen in the Han Sea, allegedly at the hands of a human. Now, in this battle, the 6th prince, Qi Lingjun, had also succumbed to a human. Chapter 42. The method of substitution. Having suffered the grievous loss of his beloved sons in swift succession, his heart ached as if pierced by daggers, bringing him to the brink of despair. A mouthful of blood was violently expelled, nearly causing him to faint. Father! Clan leader! The members of the Qian Shina clan were thrown into utter chaos. The 9th prince hurriedly supported Qi Shishan, quickly retrieving 36 healing elixirs from his storage ring and forcing them into Qi Shishan's mouth. As the medicinal properties took effect, Qi Shishan clutched his chest and suddenly opened his fierce eyes. Who is that person? These 4 words erupted like a thunderclap, leaving the ears of those present ringing. The name was Xiao Feng. Qi Linghai's gaze turned venomous as he declared, Father, you must avenge the 6th prince and the elders of the 6 clans. Qi Lingkong added sternly, Father, no matter the cost, this boy must be punished. For he is not only the enemy who has slaughtered our Shina soldiers but also the mastermind behind the unraveling of our poisonous schemes. Had it not been for his interference, our 2 beast clans would have long since conquered the demon elephant city. Xiao, King, Feng. The crimson evil deity's eyes blazed with fury as he growled those 3 chilling names, a sinister glint of murderous intent flashing across his grotesque visage. You slaughtered my son, slay my soldiers, and cut down my clan's elders. If I do not exact vengeance upon you, I, the crimson deity, am unworthy of my royal lineage. Zhixianhou echoed his rage. Where is that scoundrel? He should still be outside the city of demon elephants. Here is his portrait. Qillinghai cast forth an image of Xiao Feng, and upon seeing it, Zhixianhou's countenance transformed in shock. This is not it as Han Feng. The fleeing Zicheng, stepping forth from the silver rhino battle team, pointed out. In truth, he had recognized Xiao Feng long ago but had lacked the opportunity to voice it. What did you say? The crimson deity's eyes burned with rage, and a tempest of crimson demonic energy surged from his being. The one who murdered my Yunar and Junar is the same individual. Can you confirm this? I am certain. I would stake my head as a guarantee. Zicheng declared with fervor, the one known as Han Feng, I would recognize him even in ashes. Abomination! I shall see you dead. The crimson deity transformed into a flash of light, charging alone towards the city of demon elephants. Outside the city of demon elephants, a multitude of demon soldiers were busy clearing the battlefield. All the clan elders sat in meditation to recuperate. The Monkey King, suppressed by the binding formation, was now gasping for breath, appearing utterly exhausted. Mo Jianghe lay sprawled on the ground, his entire body shrouded in a dark aura, as if countless worms were crawling beneath his skin, a sight of excruciating agony. Mo Linger and Mo Guanyu, the brother and sister duo, stood vigil around him, crying out to Xiao Feng, Brother, my father has been afflicted by the poison of the Gu King. He is in dire straits, come quickly and save him. The poison of the Gu King? Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Why had this fellow not spoken sooner, choosing to wait until now? Observing his demeanor, it was evident that this was a sign of the Gu King preparing to break free from its confinement. In but the span of an incense stick's burn, he would be doomed. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng resolved to descend from the heavens. However, just as he was about to do so, a sudden chill gripped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. An aura of death had locked onto him, one that was overwhelmingly terrifying, far beyond his capacity to withstand. Cursed be this fate! Swiftly, Xiao Feng summoned the myriad manifestations of his demonic form, and in an instant, 17 identical apparitions of himself emerged into the void, scattering in all directions. Among them was also Xiao Feng's true self. What a peculiar technique of substitution, concealed within the fabric of space. Zi Tianhao marveled faintly before a cold laugh escaped his lips, but what of it? I shall simply slay them all. Annihilate. As his voice fell, 18 terrifying streaks of light pierced the void, swiftly pursuing the 17 Xiao Fengs. Boom! The 17 manifestations exploded into a cacophony of destruction. Only Xiao Feng's true form remained, desperately fleeing northward. Yet, the speed of those streaks was insurmountable. With no other recourse, Xiao Feng activated his demonic golden body and the swallowing heaven demon cauldron, pivoting to block with his sword. Can you truly suppress me? The visage of Qi Xieshin darkened, as if 1,000 mountains bore down upon him. But your strength is still insufficient, begone! Qi Xieshin trembled with rage, sweeping his arm in a dismissive motion, shattering the extended limb of the demon monkey king, sending it flying as though it were a mere ragdoll. Following this, he cast a penetrating gaze downward, sneering, to withstand a strike from me and still utter a sound. Your defensive capabilities are indeed remarkable. No wonder even the formidable elders of the 6 clans have met their demise at your hands. Alas, it appears that this time you have encountered me, prepared to surrender your life. Upon concluding his words, the red evil deity descended upon the chasm, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Xiao Feng. However, at that very moment, the furious roar of Mo Jianghe thundered forth, "Red evil deity, should you dare to lay a finger on Shaoshani, I shall mobilize my entire clan to annihilate your Shenhe city by tomorrow." This proclamation reverberated like celestial thunder, causing the red evil deity's expression to shift dramatically. He raised his gaze, casting a bewildered glance at the standing Mo Jianghe. Just moments ago, he had seemed on the brink of death, yet now he appeared revitalized. Had this young man somehow neutralized the Gu King poison within him? Even so, such a rapid recovery seemed implausible. Thus, the only explanation remained: Mo Jianghe was attempting to intimidate him. With this thought in mind, the red evil deity sneered, "Mo Jianghe, you are already struggling for your own survival, and yet you dare to boast of destroying my Shenhe city? How utterly ludicrous!" Faced with the revelation of his predicament, Mo Jianghe gritted his teeth and retorted, "If you have the courage, then try it. Do you think I lack the audacity?" The red evil deity, with a sinister smile, replied, "I am most eager to witness how you plan to obliterate my Shenhe city by tomorrow." As his words fell, he unleashed a formidable strike, dark energy surging as he directed it toward the chasm. "No! You old rat! Halt!" cried Mo Linger, along with Mo Guanyu and the elders of their clan, their pupils widening in terror as they shouted in unison. The distance was too great for anyone to intervene. A resounding thud echoed as dust erupted from the ground. Surprisingly, the red evil deity's strike failed to disturb the earth in the slightest, let alone penetrate the chasm to claim Xiao Feng's life. A heart-rending scream pierced the air, accompanied by a spray of blood that soared into the heavens. The red evil deity himself was hurled backward. It was the sea god who had saved Shaoshani. In the presence of the sea god, the red evil god proved to be remarkably feeble. A chorus of gasps echoed across the battlefield outside the city of magic elephants. Filled with awe from Mo Jianghe, Mo Guanyu, Mo Linger, and the many elders of the clans. Then, all eyes were drawn to the golden divine gate, where a line of sacred Sanskrit appeared. "Red evil god, you disregard the laws and unfoundedly instigate conflict. Do you assume this deity is inconsequential? You dare not! The little beast dares not! Please spare me, O great sea god!" The red evil god knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "I shall never dare again. Please have mercy. Since you do not dare, then depart immediately. Otherwise, should you continue to challenge my limits. I would not hesitate to obliterate your fiery horse clan from the vast ocean oasis. Another line of Sanskrit manifested within the golden divine gate, exuding an oppressive and formidable aura without uttering a word. Great sea god, I implore your patience, I shall leave at once. The red evil god crawled away in haste, vanishing from sight. Mo Linger swiftly flew to the pit, descending alone to retrieve the unconscious Xiao Feng, lifting him out and laying him on the ground. Her face streaked with tears, in a state of frantic distress. Brother Feng, please do not frighten me, awaken, please. Amidst the fervent shaking, Xiao Feng stirred awake. Upon seeing Mo Linger's tear-stained visage and hearing her call him Brother Feng, emotions long buried within him surged forth. He embraced Mo Linger and shared a passionate kiss. In that moment, their gazes locked, love igniting like sparks, and they became entwined as if electrified. Subsequently, they closed their eyes, savoring the bliss between their lips and tongues. This scene unfolded with such abruptness that all who witnessed it were left in a state of both embarrassment and envy, utterly at a loss for words. Only Mo Jianghe wore a look of contentment upon his face. He had long intended to bestow his daughter, Mo Linger, upon Xiao Feng. And was this not a perfect alignment with his wishes? Moreover, it was unlikely that anyone from the entire Mo Xiang clan would oppose this union. Xiao Feng, a paragon of excellence, was indeed worthy of the third princess. They were a match made in heaven. Yet, deep within Mo Guanyu's heart, a twinge of discomfort arose. His beloved sister, whom he cherished dearly, had now become the object of another's affection. To put it plainly, jealousy gnawed at him. Nevertheless, he sincerely wished the couple well and jested, in the future, should I address you as brother-in-law or Xiao brother? As the war outside the city subsided, Zhu Yonk emerged from the city, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight. Miss and young Master Xiao, how could this be? A whirlwind of emotions coursed through her, and she thought, this is indeed a good thing. The passionate scene lingered for several minutes before they reluctantly parted. The moment Xiao Feng's gaze cleared, he abruptly pushed Mo Linger away, exclaiming, "Why are you here?" Mo Linger, taken aback, felt her tender gaze cool slightly as she responded, "Brother Feng, what is wrong? Were you merely envisioning me as someone else's substitute?" Chapter 43, A Vow. I am sorry. Xiao Feng lowered his head, expressing his regret. "I did not mean to. I do not blame you." Mo Linger felt a pang in her heart, forcing a smile upon her face. The river of Mojiang and the gathered crowd found themselves perplexed. Could it be that Xiao Feng did not harbor any affection for Mo Linger, but merely regarded her as a substitute for someone else? As these thoughts circulated among the onlookers, Xiao Feng's eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce light, soaring into the heavens. His blade pointed at the city of Shina. Qi Xieshen, I, Xiao Feng, vow today that this enmity shall be repaid tenfold in the future. From this moment forth, any member of your Shina clan I encounter shall meet their demise one by one, or en masse. Once I traverse the depths of the Hanhai secret realm, I shall invade Shina city and claim your head. This declaration resonated like thunder, echoing for miles. In that moment, Xiao Feng's gaze was resolute, akin to a thirst for blood. What of the seventh rank? What of Nirvana? There shall come a day when I will trample you beneath my feet and wash away today's humiliation. Dr. Xiao, are you unscathed? Mo Jianghe and the others rushed to Xiao Feng's side, their faces etched with concern. Enduring a blow from Qi Xieshen was no trivial injury. Had it been an ordinary member of the demon elephant tribe, they would have been reduced to ashes. Yet here stood Xiao Feng, alive and directing his blade at Shina city, seemingly robust. However, none believed he had escaped unscathed. Xiao Feng managed a smile, a grimace of pain crossing his pale features. My body is forged of bronze and iron, it will take more than that to slay me. After a few days of recuperation, I shall be restored. Thank goodness you're fine, but... Mo Jianghe, though skeptical, nodded slightly. He intended to voice his thoughts. Yet the words caught in his throat as he felt the oppressive aura of poison swelling within him, his vitality waning at an alarming rate. We can discuss this later. The Gu King poison within you is on the verge of eruption. I must hasten to treat you. Xiao Feng, undeterred by his injuries, summoned the celestial devouring cauldron. Striking both palms upon Mo Jianghe's chest, an unparalleled force of absorption instantaneously coursed through his entire being, enveloping his limbs and bones. After considerable effort, Xiao Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow and withdrew. With a splutter, a viscous stream of black blood erupted from Mo Jianghe's mouth. Father! Mo Guanyu swiftly advanced, supporting Mo Jianghe. Xiao Feng flicked his fingers, sending a pill soaring into his throat. A torrent of medicinal energy unfurled within Mo Jianghe's body. And as his eyelids quivered, they suddenly flew open, leaving him frozen in place. A wisp of dense black smoke spiraled from his form. Brother, how is my father? Mo Linger inquired anxiously. His heart channels are damaged, but I have administered a miraculous elixir. In a few moments, he should be unharmed. Toxic pure essence. A swirl of black and white demonic light erupted from Xiao Feng, transforming the dark energy into pure vitality, which then flowed into the extraordinary meridians. The injured body healed at an astonishing pace, and a flush returned to his complexion. Xiao Feng exhaled deeply, invigorated and devoid of any trace of injury. What remarkable recuperative powers! Xiao Shini, truly a genius of the healing arts, capable of transforming toxins into elixirs and instantaneously mending his own wounds, impressive indeed. The esteemed elders of the clan praised the young prodigy, their admiration genuine. For in their eyes, Xiao Feng was nearly omnipotent, an embodiment of perfection. The first time they encountered Xiao Feng was when Shuo Rubai brought him into the council hall. Mo Linga remarked on Shuo Rubai's rivalry for a man. But they regarded it with disdain. In his heart, he felt that this human lad was unworthy of the distinguished lineage of the elemental beast clan. Yet now, his perspective had shifted entirely. This human boy seemed to be beyond the reach of the esteemed offspring of the clan. Even if a grand marriage were to occur, it would merely be an act of climbing the social ladder. With this realization, many elders felt their vision had been painfully limited. Such is the harsh reality of war. The anguish of losing loved ones is a burden few can endure. For those with bodies remaining, there is some solace. However, for those who self-destructed, shattering like thunder, nothing remains but endless sorrow left for their kin. Before long, Mo Jianghe regained his senses and bowed to Xiao Feng, saying, "Thank you, divine physician Xiao, for your timely rescue. I am eternally grateful. Merely a trifling matter, no need for concern." Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, what were you about to say to me?" Mo Jianghe hesitated for a moment before producing a peculiar talisman, stating, "Divine physician Xiao. This is a family heirloom of our clan, the Void Transport Talisman. We have but a few left. I shall gift you one. Take it and leave the Hanhai Oasis as soon as possible." "Why?" Xiao Feng was taken aback. "Is it because of the Red Evil God?" Mo Jianghe nodded solemnly. "Today, the Sea God maintains order, but once the Hanhai Gate closes and everything returns to normal, with the Red Evil God's vengeful nature, he will not let you escape. You cannot possibly remain in the Elemental Beast City forever. Should he resort to underhanded tactics and follow you into the Divine Martial Continent, even I..." Mo Jianghe could not bear to continue, for Xiao Feng was his most cherished son-in-law, and he wished for nothing to befall him. Xiao Feng naturally comprehended the meaning behind Mo Jianghe's words. Having slain over 10,000 Scarlet Flame divine horses, including the 2 sons of the Scarlet Evil God and several clan elders, he had irrevocably forged a mortal enmity with the Scarlet Flame divine horse clan. It was a matter of life or death, either he would perish, or they would. Perhaps, for the moment, he was safe. But once he traversed the vast sea secret realm, hostilities would inevitably reignite, with the ire of his adversaries directed squarely at him. Even if he were to escape successfully, he might still find himself relentlessly pursued by the Scarlet Evil God, akin to a dogged hunt across the ends of the earth. Yet, would Xiao Feng fear him? He possessed 2 pieces of raw jade, which, if his conjectures held true, were the tokens mentioned by Shuo Rubai, granting entry to the palace of the sea god. Once inside the palace and in possession of its treasures, his combat prowess would surge explosively. Would the scarlet evil god still pose a threat to him then? Thus, with a serene smile, Xiao Feng replied, "You need not worry about this matter, as a junior. I have many pressing affairs to attend to in the vast sea oasis and cannot depart just yet." Mo Jianghe furrowed his brow, but when his gaze met Xiao Feng's, he sensed an inexplicable resolve emanating from him, a tenacious determination that seemed impervious to any calamity that might attempt to hinder his progress. If one were to obstruct him, it would mean death. In that moment, Xiao Feng's stature in Mo Jianghe's eyes ascended to a new height, prompting a heartfelt sigh from him. "Very well. Should the scarlet evil god dare to leave the vast sea oasis, I would not mind offering my protection for a few years until you possess sufficient strength. I doubt he would dare to act against you then." "Thank you, clan leader Jianghe," Xiao Feng replied with a respectful gesture. His perception of Mo Jianghe having undergone a significant transformation, he no longer felt any aversion towards him. Mo Jianghe waved his hand and smiled, saying, "There is no need for formalities. We are bound to be family eventually, and it is only right to protect you." Family? A sudden pang struck Xiao Feng's heart. Could it be that Mo Jianghe truly regarded him as a son-in-law? This thought compelled Xiao Feng to steal a few more glances at Mo Linger. The more he looked, the more pleasing she appeared to him, an exquisite beauty, possessing a grace that rivaled even the most renowned of maidens, not at all inferior to Huoruolan. Yet, she remained a creature of the magical beast realm, which left Xiao Feng feeling uneasy. Even in her human form, she could not escape the essence of her origins. "Does the esteemed Xiaoshini look down upon my little girl?" A flicker of anger ignited in Mo Jianghe's eyes. He had already made his intentions clear, and this young man had publicly taken his daughter's first kiss. Should he dare to abandon her now, as her father? Mo Jianghe would not let Xiao Feng off easily. This had escalated into a matter of principle and morality, transcending mere gratitude. If Xiao Feng dared to refuse, Mo Jianghe would seize him on the spot, forcibly ushering him into the bridal chamber that very night, leaving no room for resistance. This was the territory of the Five Elements Magical Elephant Clan. At that moment, the Monkey King approached, saying, "Little magical elephant, do not overstep your bounds. This is my dear Xiao Feng, and the matters of the heart between him and your daughter concern only them. Love should be mutual and should not be forced by you. Should you dare to meddle?" Before the Monkey King could finish, Xiao Feng interjected, "Little demon, do not be rude, this matter can be discussed later. I shall provide Linger with an explanation." As he spoke, Xiao Feng cast a glance at Mo Linger. Observing her hesitance, her delicate hands were intertwined, and she leaned slightly against the right side of the demon river, her emotions swirling in a complex tapestry. It was prudent to make certain decisions early on, otherwise, perhaps after the vast sea secret realm, a conclusion could be drawn. Mo Jianghe sighed, resolved that Xiao Feng would indeed become his son-in-law. This decision was not solely for the benefit of the Five Elements Demon Elephant Clan but also for his daughter, ensuring her a promising future. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest," Xiao Feng readily agreed, contemplating that once the time came, he could depart without a trace. Who could dare to oppose him? However, he was no heartless scoundrel nor an irresponsible man, having promised to provide clarity. He would indeed offer Mo Linger a proper explanation. Chapter 44, Qualification for Entry. The clan elder responded eagerly, scurrying before Xiao Feng with a respectful gesture, "Son-in-law, please, let us be on our way." Xiao Feng nodded to the Monkey King and, under the elder's guidance, entered the Demon Elephant City. Outside the city, Mo Guan proclaimed, "Father, the emergence of the vast sea gate this time is rather peculiar. It even aided divine Dr. Shao in thwarting the assassination attempt by the red evil god, a phenomenon unprecedented." Upon hearing this, the clan elders were equally astonished. "What is so strange about that?" Mo Jianghe replied, gazing up at the resplendent golden portal with a serene smile. He is the one whom the sea god has awaited all along. What? The crowd was taken aback. For a millennium, the vast sea gate had appeared 18 times. Yet each time, human martial cultivators returned empty-handed, unable to claim the sea god's treasured artifact. At present, upon hearing Mo Jianghe's words, most individuals present felt a sense of agreement. However, there were still some who countered, stating, "Isn't it necessary to possess the ancient map to exchange for the sea god jade in order to enter the sea god palace?" Mo Jianghe responded with a smile, "When the gate of the vast sea emerged, did you not witness the 7 clusters of golden light that took away the ancient maps?" Suddenly, an elder among them snapped his fingers in realization, "I remember now. At that time, I saw a golden ribbon descend upon the esteemed physician Shao. And then 2 ancient maps flew out. Does that not imply that he possesses 2 pieces of sea god jade? That seems rather extravagant." Instantly, an air of discomfort enveloped the crowd. One individual possessing 2 ancient maps explained his presence at the vast sea oasis and reluctance to depart. It appears this was a long-planned scheme, with the objective aimed squarely at the treasures of the sea god palace. A young elder, beaming with joy, chimed in, "Who says it's wasteful? Simply gift 1 to our 5 elements magic elephant clan. 1 piece of sea god jade can exchange for 1,000 slots. And our esteemed relative holds 2 pieces, allowing our clan to send 2,000 members into the sacred gate of the vast sea to contend for treasures. I surmise that the 2 great beast clans do not possess such military strength as we do, thus, within the secret realm of the vast sea, we shall be more than capable of vanquishing their youthful bloodlines." "You are overly naive," another elder interjected. "The 2 great beast clans boast numerous prodigies, such as Qi Ling Tian, Qi Ling Feng, Zi Lei Ting, and Zi Lei Ming. Among our 5 elements magic elephant clan, aside from the 7th princess, none can rival them. Perhaps our esteemed relative will provide support, but even the mightiest fists cannot prevail against a multitude of hands. Our situation is indeed precarious." Upon hearing these words, Mo Guanyu turned to Mo Jianghe and said, "Father, let us put that matter behind us. I shall not hold it against her. Please send someone to release my 7th sister. It would be prudent to have her with us as we venture into the Hanhai secret realm, ensuring that we are not subjected to bullying." Before Mo Jianghe could respond, the 6 elder clansmen stepped forward. "Your Highness, have you forgotten the scene from a year ago when she brandished a sword against your chest?" Mo Guanyu chuckled lightly and replied, "Esteemed elders, you exaggerate. She was but a child then, inexperienced and unaware. As her elder brother, how could I hold such actions against her? Moreover, she has been confined in the Mo Yuan for over a year, reflecting upon her misdeeds. It is time for her to emerge, otherwise, our mother would surely be displeased." The 6 elder clansmen sighed. "Your Highness, your kindness is commendable, and we cannot compare. However, do not say we did not warn you. That little girl is not to be underestimated. Her ambition for the throne is common knowledge, and you are her greatest adversary. 7th sister is not as malicious as you presume. Regardless of her faults, I am her half-brother, and blood is thicker than water. She would not harm me." Mo Guanyu defended Mo Sienna. "Father, I implore you to issue the command." Mo Linga hesitated for a moment before adding, "Father, our Mo Xiang clan is lacking in prodigies. Even if our forces outnumber the enemy upon entering the Hanhai secret realm, we could still find ourselves in peril. Moreover, our mother often misses Sienna. Please show mercy and release her from the Mo Yuan. Take me with you, esteemed Qi Wang, I beseech you." Nevertheless, the martial practitioners remained undeterred, persistently entangling and vexing the atmosphere. This relentless disturbance incited the wrath of the artifact king. "Begone!" A colossal surge of transformative energy erupted like a tempest, casting all present into the air. Some were hurled against the walls of the relay station, others were propelled outside, and a few met their demise on the spot. "By the heavens! The small-minded triumph!" cried the disgruntled throng of over 2,000 as they stormed out of Silver Rhinoceros City. Once they had departed, Huang Ping remarked, "Cousin, How can you claim to have acquiesced to him without even having met the purple sky Howren? The 7 heroes of the Sky Devourer shared his perplexity. The mystical ocean secret realm brims with peril. We require formidable allies, yet those just now were mere mediocrities. What use would it be to take them inside? The Artifact King rolled his eyes, resolutely contemplating, that treasure of artifact refining shall be mine. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall meet their end. Huang Ping and the 7 heroes nodded in agreement. The current Artifact King had no choice but to seek refuge with the Silver Lightning Rhinoceros clan. Previously, at the Crimson Flame Horse clan, this individual, in a fit of excessive exuberance and intoxication, had sullied the concubine of the Red Evil God. Had Huang Ping not arrived in time, the Artifact King's head would have already adorned the gates of Horse City as a grim warning. The ancient map in his possession would have undoubtedly been seized by the Crimson Flame Horse clan. As for the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan, there was no need to elaborate. Presenting himself as a master, he was utterly clueless. When Xiao Feng intervened, he was left utterly humiliated. Had it not been for Huang Ping, he would have perished once more. Thus, in utter desperation, he had no recourse but to ally himself with the Silver Lightning Rhinoceros clan. At the same moment, within the opulent halls of Shenzhong City, a multitude of martial cultivators crowded around, bowing and scraping in reverence to the venerable Red Cloud Old Ghost and his entourage. Red Cloud Old Ghost, in turn, readily acquiesced to the requests of many, albeit with conditions attached, and exchange of equivalent treasures was requisite. Ultimately, a selection of 2,000 individuals was made, each a formidable warrior. Their prowess at least at the level of creation realm. The crux of the matter lay in the possession of 2 sea god jades by Red Cloud Old Ghost. The origins of these coveted gems were evidenced by the 2 corpses within the hall. During the outbreak of war among the 3 great beast tribes, he had led a contingent of 12 elite fighters to this very palace, where they forcibly eliminated 2 ancient map holders of the Crimson Flame Horse tribe, thus plundering their ancient maps. This behavior was hardly surprising. Those from the abyss of evil were often inclined towards the nefarious practices of murder and plunder. As for the remaining 3 ancient maps, they were beyond their grasp. As the holders were top-tier powerhouses, 2 at the Nirvana realm and 1 on the brink of Nirvana, whose combined strength surpassed that of Red Cloud Old Ghost, deterring any confrontation. Consequently, the factions began to take shape. The Artifact King allied with the Silver Rhino tribe constituted one faction, while Red Cloud Old Ghost stood independently as another. However, his audacity to commit murder on the territory of the Red Evil God would likely yield dire consequences, compelling him towards reconciliation. The terms of such an accord would probably involve the 3 top-tier powerhouses allying with the Crimson Flame Horse tribe upon entering the secret realm. Lastly, there was the alliance of Xiao Feng and the Demon Elephant tribe, culminating in a total of 4 distinct factions. Those human martial artists who cannot secure a spot will face a selection competition of 3,000 slots on the day the vast sea gate truly opens. If one fails to obtain a place, there remains little that can be done. In essence, it would be a stroke of luck to merely survive. For if someone's strength cannot even earn them a position among these 3,000, entering the secret realm of the vast sea would be tantamount to courting death. Logically, this should not be the case, yet helplessness prevails, compelling them to continue wandering in the vast sea. In truth, they have ventured into the Golden Sands Channel several times, yet they remain oblivious to the scenery, as someone is toying with them. As for the identity of this individual, who else could it be in the vast sea? Within the enchanting confines of the Demon Elephant Mansion, where the air is filled with the melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms, Xiao Feng released the individuals from the 5 Hells Demon boat. The others paid him no mind. There was little to discuss with a white-bearded old man. Blood Dragon, are your injuries improving? He inquired with concern, as 6 individuals sat across from one another at a stone table. Earlier, while he was recuperating at the sinkhole, Blood Dragon had sustained grave injuries while bravely defending him against the Red Leopard, leaving Xiao Feng with a sense of guilt. For the master, enduring some wounds is of no consequence, Blood Dragon replied with a warm smile. under the attentive care of Li Tingting. He had been living quite comfortably these past few days, as even the gravest pain had dissipated. In contrast, there had been little progress between the war god and the scorpion locust queen. They maintained a polite friendship, which paled in comparison to the affectionate exchanges between Blood Dragon and Li Tingting. "You foul serpent, you finally uttered a pleasant word," the god of war jested, remarking that during these 2 days aboard the demonic vessel, the Blood Dragon had been relentlessly tormented by a display of affection, leaving him in an awkward predicament with the scorpion locust queen. "Enough of this. Engaging in conversation with you is utterly tedious." The Blood Dragon rolled his eyes and then turned to the Monkey King with a grin, inquiring, "Pray tell, how did our master single-handedly vanquish the 2 great beast clans?" Upon hearing this, everyone's interest was piqued. The Monkey King glanced at Xiao Feng, discarding the banana peel from his hand, and declared, "You know nothing. It was not your master who repelled the 2 beast clans, but it was I, the Emperor, who struck them back with a mere few blows." "What? It was you? Surely, you jest." The god of war, Blood Dragon, Li Tingting, and the scorpion locust queen all expressed disbelief. "Do you doubt me?" The Monkey King folded his arms defiantly, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Feng. "If you do not believe me, ask him." "Master, is this true?" the Blood Dragon immediately inquired. Xiao Feng nodded, affirming, "Indeed. In this battle, it was thanks to the little demon that we turned the tide. I had little to do with it." "See? I told you so. Yet you still doubt me. Do you even wish to hear more?" The Monkey King leaped onto the table. "Of course. Please, regale us." Thus, the Monkey King began to boast extravagantly about how he shattered the god-binding formation with a single strike, grievously injured the red evil god with 2 mighty punches, and delivered a resounding slap to Zhixianhou, causing him to wail for mercy. Even more outrageous were his claims that the river of demons knelt before him, clasping his thighs and calling him benefactor, while 90,000 demon elephant soldiers prostrated themselves, calling him grandfather. If these words were to reach the ears of the river of demons, one could only imagine the expression that would grace his face. Amidst a flurry of boasting, the 4 individuals clapped in delight, their expressions brimming with excitement. Xiao Feng could only manage a wry smile and a shake of his head as he turned to enter the room. With the imminent venture into the Hanhai secret realm, it was time to concoct the blood rebirth pill required for both the Blood Dragon and the War God. Only by breaking the shackles of their bloodlines and significantly enhancing their strength could he face the challenges of the secret realm without trepidation. He was acutely aware that this expedition would not be devoid of peril. During his baptism by the Golden Orb, he had sensed 3 exceptionally formidable auras, all while elevating his cultivation level. Clearly, those who had obtained the Sea Goddess Jade were not to be underestimated. Without meticulous preparation, calamity could easily befall them. The blood rebirth pill, a high-grade 6th-tier elixir, left him pondering whether his current spiritual cultivation would suffice for its refinement. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he waved his hand to summon a plethora of spiritual herbs, all of which were rare and precious ingredients essential for crafting the blood rebirth pill. Were it not for Xiao Feng's Wu Mo divine ring, a veritable treasury that frequently housed various spiritual herbs, it would be exceedingly challenging for an ordinary faction to gather the requisite materials for the blood rebirth pill in such a short span of time. The 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. With a surge of intent, a 3-legged black cauldron materialized out of thin air, and with a resounding whoosh, vibrant flames of 5 colors ignited within. Subsequently, with a flick of his sleeve, hundreds of spiritual herbs plunged into the cauldron, initiating the melting process. With the formula firmly lodged in his mind, Xiao Feng proceeded with ease, step by step. Finally, after 10 minutes, the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron emitted a series of fragrant aromas. Above, the sky was adorned with resplendent, otherworldly clouds, lingering in the air for an extended period. Many members of the Magic Elephant clan gazed wide-eyed, their nostrils flaring as an intoxicating aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the entire Magic Elephant residence. An extraordinary phenomenon. This scent can only emanate from the refinement of high-grade elixirs. Such a rich fragrance. It must be a spiritual pill and of considerable quality. From which direction does it come? It seems to be from the son-in-law's Quivi courtyard. What? Physician Xiao is also a distinguished alchemist? They hurry to investigate. In an instant, the entire magic elephant estate buzzed with excitement, figures darting through the pavilions and corridors towards the courtyard where Xiao Feng resided. However, midway, the imposing figure of the clan elder appeared, commanding all to retreat, declaring that any disturbance to the son-in-law's alchemy would be severely dealt with by the law enforcement hall. Under such intimidation, the eager members of the Magic Elephant clan reluctantly turned away. Only Imo Linger, like a mischievous kitten, stealthily climbed over the wall and slipped inside. Blood Dragon cast a wary glance at her. "Ant King, who are you?" The war god fell silent, then turned to Imo Linger, saying, "How can you prove that this is your courtyard? If it is indeed yours, why did you climb over the wall? I say it is mine, therefore it is mine. Do you have any right to question me?" Imo Linger raised her delicate chin, meeting the war god's gaze defiantly. Embodying the spirit of one who refuses to admit wrongdoing despite being in the wrong. "You are utterly unreasonable," the war god retorted, his expression icy. "Now, tell me. Who sent you?" "No one. Can you just stay away?" Imo Linger furrowed her brows in anger, ready to take action. Yet, upon noticing that the Demon Monkey King and Blood Dragon were present, she exclaimed, "What are you two dawdling for? Shouldn't you clarify this for your future mistress?" "Enough with the bickering, we're on the same side," Blood Dragon interjected, wearing a mischievous grin. "Little girl, what brings you here? Have you missed me? Ridiculous. You shameless scoundrel." "I merely came to see who was concocting elixirs," Imo Linger retorted, her beautiful eyes rolling as she unceremoniously took a seat at the table. Suddenly, Blood Dragon let out a blood-curdling scream. The war god and the Demon Monkey King laughed with malicious glee, relishing the scene. "You won't dare to do that again," they taunted. The Scorpion Locust Queen echoed their sentiments. Only Imo Linger was left astonished. How could someone as grotesque as Blood Dragon, resembling an extraterrestrial, have a wife so stunningly beautiful? And she seemed to care for him so deeply. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed it. In an instant, two piercing sounds sliced through the atmosphere. The Demon Monkey King reached out and, upon glancing down, was horrified to discover, is that the rebirth blood elixir? Has it been concocted so swiftly? At that moment, the enigmatic figure known as the Painting Immortal, who had been in deep meditation, opened his murky eyes and commanded, "Little monkey, show me the elixir." The Demon Monkey King bristled at the tone. "Hey, old man, how dare you address me like that? It's your Majesty the Monkey King." "Elixir, now!" the Painting Immortal insisted, choosing to ignore the Monkey King's protest. To his astonishment, the elixir in the Demon Monkey King's grasp inexplicably flew into the hands of the Painting Immortal. "What on earth? Who is this guy?" The Demon Monkey King scrutinized the Painting Immortal, pondering to himself, "That aura, it feels so familiar, as if I have encountered it before." Indeed, indeed. The figure within the painting regarded the rebirth pill with the same reverence one might afford a masterpiece, meticulously examining it while murmuring, "It has been quite some time since I encountered such a fine elixir. This lad is truly remarkable." "Have you finished?" urged the Monkey King. "Here you go," replied the figure, tossing the pill to the Monkey King. At that moment, a voice resonated from the room, "Blood Dragon, War God. You too must hasten and consume the pill, striving to break the shackles of your bloodline within 2 days." "Understood." The two took the rebirth pill from the Monkey King's grasp, soaring into the air towards the forest of demonic burials. However, many members of the Demon Elephant clan were often seen training within. One could only hope that no trouble would arise. Thinking of this, the clan elder discreetly followed the two, pausing above the forest of demonic burials to prevent any unforeseen incidents. With the departure of the Blood Dragon and War God, only the Monkey King, Imo Ling, Li Tingting, the Scorpion Queen, and the figure in the painting remained in the courtyard. The atmosphere grew momentarily subdued. The Monkey King, sensing the mood, approached the figure in the painting and clapped a hand on his shoulder. The two engaged in casual conversation, while the three women, in stark contrast, erupted into laughter after Mo Ling initiated a topic, their merriment escalating to the point where an outsider might mistake them for the closest of friends. In the room, Xiao Feng sat cross-legged, his eyes sparkling like the stars. The elixir is secured, it is time to absorb the energy of the Crimson Star River. The mere thought of devouring the celestial demon cauldron, slaying the Crimson Star River, and refining all that it contained stirred a deep excitement within him. The essence accumulated over a lifetime by a 6th-tier pinnacle beast is undoubtedly equivalent to a treasure trove. Should I completely refine it, I would at least be able to ascend to the 2nd level of creation. Furthermore, the demon golden body should also successfully advance to the 6th tier. At that moment, both my combat prowess and defense will experience a dramatic surge, allowing me to unleash the 2nd form of the heavenly punishment of extermination. By then, even a half step into nirvana would pose no challenge, and I could easily vanquish foes without resorting to the devouring heaven demon cauldron. Confronting those in the nirvana realm would be well within my capabilities. If combined with the 9 supreme demon war puppets, the possibility of slaying a first-turn nirvana would not be out of reach. Immediately, Xiao Feng activated the devouring heaven demon cauldron and began to absorb the energy left behind by the Crimson Star River, steadily elevating his cultivation level. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had passed. Chapter 46. The turmoil in the demon burial forest. In the demon Jianghe Mansion's council hall, demon Jianghe occupied the throne at the highest point, while the 7 clan elders sat below. The expressions of all present were notably calm, devoid of any sign of anxiety. Demon Jianghe addressed the 3 clan elders, asking, "How is the construction of the tomb progressing? Have the compensation matters for the families of the fallen soldiers been settled?" The former has reached preliminary completion, yet the latter's compensation remains a source of heartache for many. The 3 clan elders' eyes glistened with tears, as these were over 40,000 members of the Demon Elephant clan. Their deaths equated to the shattering of over 40,000 families, each relative mourning deeply, their faces stained with tears. Moreover, he empathized profoundly with this anguish. For 30 years prior, in that battle, he had lost 2 sons who valiantly perished while protecting the 2nd prince. Ultimately, the 2nd prince could not be saved and was mercilessly slain by a single stroke of Qi-Ling Tian's sword. "That requires your utmost concern," he concluded. Mo Jianghe spoke calmly, yet his heart was filled with profound sorrow. After a moment of silence, his gaze shifted to the elder of the clan and inquired, "Xiaoshini, has he not yet emerged from his seclusion? Previously engaged in alchemy, there has been no further news. But I have instructed the Cloud Sparrow to stand guard outside Tsuewei residence. The moment the son-in-law steps out, he shall be brought forth without delay." "Undoubtedly. I am not so blind as to overlook that. Does this imply that he is a 6th-grade soul master? His martial prowess and combat abilities are already extraordinarily formidable. It is astonishing to discover that his soul talent is equally terrifying. Mastering both martial and spiritual paths in tandem, without neglecting either, is a feat that even the most exceptional prodigies find challenging. It seems the clan leader indeed possesses great insight. With the 3rd princess as a bride, once we ensnare this dragon, our 5 elements demon elephant clan shall have no cause for worry regarding our rise to prominence. Dominance in the realm of martial prowess is imminent." Upon hearing the words of the clan elders, Mo Jianghe chuckled softly, "Let us refrain from using such harsh language. What do you mean by ensnaring this dragon with the 3rd princess as a bride? I merely observe their mutual affection, or rather, a match made in heaven in alignment with destiny that binds their fates. As for the ambition of dominating the martial realm, that is the aspiration of our ancestors. I harbor no such desires. A tranquil life in the Hanhai oasis, free from disturbances, is indeed quite pleasant, is it not? Why must we resort to bloodshed? Waging wars that exhaust the populace and deplete resources? You need only understand that as long as one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. Upon hearing these remarks, the clan elders naturally comprehended Mo Jianghe's sentiments. They had resided in the Hanhai oasis for generations, and the talents of their kin had increasingly waned. The true geniuses had already faded into obscurity. Furthermore, this place is exceedingly small, with resources that are limited. To truly aspire to enter the realm of divine martial prowess, it is imperative to have at least 3 peak nirvana strongholds as guardians. Otherwise, how could one even contemplate such a venture? For whether it be the 4 great empires, the abyss of sin, or the chaotic sea of demons, each boasts the presence of peak nirvana individuals. Only the oasis of the vast sea has fallen to such depths. Among the 3 great beast clans, the mightiest warriors are but second transformation nirvana fighters. It is worth noting that a millennium ago, the oasis of the vast sea was a cradle of talents, with no fewer than 80, if not 100, in the nirvana realm. Yet now, it is a lamentable sight, rendering any dreams of dominating the divine martial landscape merely a distant fantasy. Nonetheless, their ambition remains undeterred. Thus, Xiao Feng has become the target of the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan. He is undeniably an extraordinary prodigy. Possessing him would ensure that within a century, the entire continent of divine martial arts would bow in submission. But little does he know that 5 years hence, the existence of Xiao Feng will have vanished from the divine martial continent, leaving behind only endless legends. Is this statement true? Surely not. The spiritual energy in the forest of demon burial is so rich, how could the 2 of them possibly consume it all? The 7 clan elders exchanged incredulous glances. And Mo Jianghe found it hard to believe. Were there casualties? What was the outcome? Our warriors were defeated, battered and bruised. And it took the arrival of over a dozen clan elders to stabilize the situation, but the matter remains precarious until you arrive. It seems that not only my son-in-law is a hidden gem, his subordinates also possess remarkable skills. Mo Jianghe's curiosity deepened as he pondered the true identity of Xiao Feng. Elders, there are rumors that the son-in-law hails from the Xuanwu Empire, whispered the 7 elders. The Xuanwu Empire? The magic river sparkled with golden light. And the elders of the other 6 clans were equally astonished. Could they truly originate from the same place as that individual? Who could that person be? The 7 clan elders inquired, perplexed. Who else could it be but the one who fishes in the vast sea? One of the elders' eyelids flickered as he replied nonchalantly. You mean Elder Wang? The 7 clan elders gasped in unison. This individual moved like a shadow, his strength unfathomable. Some say he is a master of the realm of life and death. Others claim he is an 8th-tier soul pill emperor. However, the veracity of these claims remains to be evaluated. Yet, even if he is not at the life and death realm, he is assuredly above the 3rd transformation of nirvana. A century ago, he nearly obliterated the vast sea oasis with his singular power. But for what purpose, none can discern. In any case, this Elder Wing is a figure to be feared by the 3 great beast clans, aside from the sea god. As for how they discovered Elder Wing's origins from the Xuanwu Empire, it was through the secrets unveiled in his ballads. Those lyrics contained the very name of the Xuanwu Empire. What baffles the mind is that the prodigies of the Xuanwu Empire are all recorded on the 1,000 Talents ranking. The most remarkable figure is a disciple of the Storm Sword sect named Dugu Beitian, who ranks among the top 10. Following him, most are also disciples of the Storm Sword sect. And the name Xiao Feng has never appeared. Perhaps it is due to our clan's reclusive nature, rendering us somewhat oblivious to matters of the outside world. The magic river mused to himself. He held Xiao Feng's potential in high regard. Even without being on the 1,000 Talents ranking, with his peak strength at Young Void, he could slay those at the half-step nirvana level, thus earning a place among the top 100. The elder of the 2nd clan sighed with longing. Having been born amidst the vast sea, he yearned for the outside world. He could only place his hopes upon his son-in-law. Mo Jianghe clenched his fists. The sudden appearance of the sea gate, without the customary rituals, in the hands of the Red Evil God, and the rescue of Xiao Feng, revealed that Xiao Feng was indeed the sea god, the one he had been waiting for. Of course, he could not be certain, yet. A series of coincidences had instilled in him a flicker of resolute suspicion. He then addressed the young soldier, saying, "Convey my orders. All members of the Mo burial forest must evacuate immediately. Do not pursue the blood dragon any further, otherwise, regardless of the right or wrong, there will be severe punishment." Yes. The young soldier, filled with urgency, darted towards the Mo burial forest. Mo Jianghe felt a surge of anger. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, how could his clan's genius be oppressed by the weak blood dragon without incurring shame? I understand. The elder of the 5 clans wore a troubled expression. Being somewhat protective of his own, he felt helpless. Currently, Xiao Feng had become the cornerstone of the 5 Elements Magic Elephant clan. His words once held weight, but now, in comparison to this promising son-in-law, they seemed utterly ineffectual. Subsequently, Mo Jianghe continued, "Now that the divine gate has descended upon the world, the expedition into the secret realm will undoubtedly unleash a tempest of bloodshed. Elder of the 2nd clan, have you finalized the personnel entering the secret realm? A total of 1,958 individuals, none below the realm of creation. The only challenge I face is that the 7th princess has yet to respond to me." Upon mentioning the 7th princess, the elder of the 2nd clan turned pale. When he went to the demon abyss to release her, he had not even spoken a word before being met with a brutal beating. He had scarcely any strength to resist. It is crucial to recognize that his combat prowess is sufficient to repel even the half-step nirvana. Yet, in the hands of Mo Xianer, he found himself in such a disheveled state, now suffering from aches and pains an old frame that, thankfully, did not collapse entirely. One could say she had shown remarkable restraint. How is it that she remains unwilling? Several clan elders expressed their indignation. Does she not consider herself a member of the Demon Elephant clan? Must she await her approval to contribute to the clan? Humph! If that is the case, why even release her? It is truly baffling what kind of enchantment the Crown Prince has fallen under. Chapter 47, The Burden of Silence. Upon hearing such remarks, Mo Jianghe was equally troubled. This 7th princess, though his own flesh and blood, seems to have inherited a temperament unknown to him, one that is cruel and ruthless. At times, she appears wholly indifferent to familial ties. While Mo Linger may be unruly and unlikable, she possesses a sound understanding of matters, prioritizing the greater good and valuing familial bonds. In comparison, Mo Xianer pales. Yet what of it? Mo Xianer is the greatest prodigy of the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan, a status unmatched by her siblings. Otherwise, who knows where she would have ended up? A woman daring to covet the throne, lost in foolish dreams. Thus, Mo Jianghe often remains wary of Lu Jingchen. As Mo Xianer's biological mother, how could she not have instilled such tendencies in her? It is likely that she is not entirely blameless. Strangely, the deceased 2nd prince did not exhibit such peculiar traits. He was affable, deeply principled, and extraordinarily gifted, Mo Jianghe's most favored son. In his heart, the 2nd prince holds a higher place than Mo Guanyu and is the best candidate for the crown prince. However, 30 years ago, that fateful battle claimed his life under the blade of the Red Ling Tian. This event is etched in his heart, an indelible mark of profound enmity. "Father, what business do you have with Brother Feng?" At that moment, outside the hall, the melodious laughter of Mo Linger resonated. And the eyes of the gathered turned to behold a striking scene, a man and a woman, hand in hand, advancing towards them in an intimate manner. The elders of the 7 great clans were instantly captivated, their eyes gleaming in disbelief. Just days prior, Xiao Feng had mentioned that he would only provide Mo Linger with an explanation after the conclusion of the Hanhai secret realm. How could it be that they were now holding hands and appeared so close? Mo Jianghe's gaze narrowed, he discerned a silver thread entwined around their hands. If his eyes did not deceive him, this was the very locking immortal thread he had gifted to Mo Linger for her protection 3 years prior. Thus, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, was beset by unspoken troubles. Not long ago, he had advanced to the second level of creation, and his demonic golden body had ascended to the 6th tier. As soon as he emerged from seclusion, Mo Linger had leapt into his embrace, swiftly using the locking immortal thread to bind his wrist as before. Subsequently, she had proudly introduced him to the Scorpion Locust Queen, Li Tingting, declaring him to be her husband. This led everyone to assume that Mo Linger and Xiao Feng were indeed together. Soon after, Zhu Yonk burst in, and upon witnessing the scene, relayed the task entrusted to her by the clan elders to Mo Linger. Thereafter, she was pulled along to this place. Greetings to all esteemed elders. Xiao Feng bowed courteously to the assembly, and in a curious turn, Mo Linger mirrored his gesture, their movements perfectly synchronized. Xiao Feng cast a glance at Mo Linger, signaling her to unfasten the locking celestial threads. Mo Linger stuck out her tongue and complied, after which the two took their seats. Xiao Feng inquired, Mr. Jianghe, may I ask the purpose of your summons? However, Mo Jianghe was momentarily taken aback. And so were the 7 clan elders, all staring at Xiao Feng in bewilderment. Mo Linger and Xiao Feng exchanged glances, filled with confusion. Father, what is happening? Upon hearing this, the 8 finally snapped back to reality. Mo Jianghe replied, it is nothing. Merely that divine physician Zhao's cultivation seems to have progressed at an extraordinary pace. Is that not peculiar? Xiao Feng smiled faintly, finding no cause for concern. After all, having absorbed the entirety of Qi Xinghe's cultivation, it would indeed be strange if he had not made a breakthrough. Yet, Mo Jianghe and the others harbored a different perspective. Just yesterday, Xiao Feng had seemingly only reached the creation realm. How could he have ascended to the second level of creation in just a day? Such rapid advancement could only be described as miraculous. The statue? The sea god jade? As for the former, Xiao Feng deemed it mere politeness. The latter, however, held significance. But what exactly was the sea god jade? Could this be it? Xiao Feng's mind stirred as 2 luminous orbs emerged from the Wu divine ring, precisely the 2 pieces of jade he had inadvertently acquired when handing over the ancient map. Regarding the statue, I have no objections, but is this the sea god jade you mentioned? Indeed. This is it. The most precious pair of sea god jade. The 7 clan elders were utterly astonished, and Mo Jianghe was equally moved. Xiao Feng felt a sense of perplexity and asked, may I inquire, Mr. Jianghe? What purpose does this item serve? You do not know? The 7 elders gazed at Xiao Feng in astonishment, momentarily perplexed. Xiao Feng spoke candidly. Mo Jianghe elucidated. This sea god jade serves as a token for entry into the sea god palace. There are a total of 8 pieces. This signifies that only 8 individuals may gain access to the sea god palace. Moreover, possessing this sea god jade allows one to bring 1,000 individuals into the vast sea secret realm. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Feng, and he inquired, what do the inscriptions on the sea god jade signify? Upon hearing this, the 7 elders exchanged glances, and Mo Jianghe replied with a smile. The inscription on this sea god jade signifies that should you encounter peril within the vast sea secret realm, you may beseech the sea god for assistance. No harm shall befall you. The inscription on the sea god jade, however, indicates that only you can unlock the sea god palace, essentially serving as a key. Others who possess the sea god jade will be unable to enter the palace until your arrival. Thus, you wield the initiative. Even if someone reaches the sea god palace before you, they can only watch helplessly, unable to enter. Consequently, the likelihood of you losing the treasured artifacts is significantly diminished. As you will be the first to enter the sea god palace, gaining an advantage over others. After absorbing this explanation, Xiao Feng remained inquisitive. What treasures lie within the sea god palace? That, we do not know, Mo Jianghe and the 7 elders replied, shaking their heads. What special functions do the other 6 pieces of jade possess? Xiao Feng further inquired. At this moment, the elder spoke, the other 6 pieces are known as rest, injury, dew, death, scenery, and alarm. The function of the rest jade is to swiftly restore peak combat capability after sustaining injuries. The function of the Shanggu jade lies in its ability to summon the power of the sea god, delivering a devastating blow to one's adversaries. The Du jade serves as a means of evading calamity. No formidable attack can inflict harm upon you. The sea jade embodies the essence of slaughter, enabling the sea god to bring about the demise of an individual. The Jing jade conjures illusions. Should one become ensnared within, escape becomes perilously difficult, leaving one vulnerable to sudden assaults that could lead to demise. Their intentions align, and when united, their desire to extinguish your life becomes effortlessly attainable. After all, your Shing jade can only withstand a single threat, ideally protecting you from the lethal intent of the sea jade. Of course, if you could forge a friendship with the bearer of the sea jade, it would be most advantageous. Upon uncovering the secrets of the sea goddess jade, Xiao Feng felt a tumult of emotions. He was grateful to possess the Shing jade, for otherwise, entering the vast sea's secret realm would have posed significant trouble. If the heir to the sea jade sought his life, he would stand powerless against the sea goddess onslaught, facing certain death. Thank you for your revelation, Xiao Feng expressed with a respectful gesture. You are most welcome, the elder of the clan replied with a smile. At that moment, the previously silent Mo Linger interjected. Dear brother, did you not mention on your journey here that you had matters to discuss with my father? How could I have nearly forgotten such an important matter? We are all kin, feel free to speak openly. Hearing this, Xiao Feng hesitated briefly before asking. May I inquire if the five-element demon elephant clan possesses an elixir of immortality? An elixir of immortality? The four characters left the elders of the seven clans momentarily stunned, while Mo Jianghe displayed a look of distress. As far as I know, the fountain of immortality is a marvel of nature, categorized among the 7 great spiritual herbs. Not only is it rare in the Hanhai Oasis, but it is also scarcely found in the divine martial continent. I wonder what purpose Xiaoshini has for it. To save a person, a very dear friend. Xiao Feng replied candidly, yet he withheld the identity of this person. For at present, Mo Jianghe was resolutely intent on betrothing Mo Linger to himself. If he were to divulge the truth, even if the 5 elements demon elephant clan possessed the fountain of immortality, they would surely deny it. Of course, he did not expect the 5 elements demon elephant clan to have such a treasure. His primary aim in discussing this matter was to ascertain where the fountain of immortality could be found, so that he might retrieve it himself. After all, the fountain is related to water, and perhaps there truly exists one in the Hanhai. Is it a man or a woman? Mo Linger's expression shifted dramatically as she inquired. A woman's sixth sense told her that this must be a woman of great significance to Xiao Feng. After all, he had previously mentioned that he was a married man, and that there could be no future with Mo Linger. Furthermore, after the fierce battle, when Xiao Feng kissed her outside the city, his demeanor and actions clearly indicated a longing for someone else, making her feel like a mere substitute. Through her meticulous inner reasoning, she concluded that this must be a woman whom Xiao Feng deeply cherished. As long as she was present, Mo Linger could never ascend to a higher status, not even as a concubine. Chapter 48, The Existence of the Fountain of Immortality. I believe I need not explain this to you. Xiao Feng's tone was tinged with anger. He was not someone she had the right to pry into. Humph. Mo Linger crossed her arms and sat sideways, pouting her lips and refusing to look at Xiao Feng, clearly displeased. Linger, enough. This is a private matter, do not meddle. Mo Jianghe discerned the nature of their relationship and its depth. So you both conspire to bully me, is that it? Fine, I shall take my leave. Enraged, Mo Linger stormed out of the grand hall, colliding with Mo Guanyu, who noticed her sister's distress. What troubles you, Linger? Who has wronged you? Brother. Mo Linger clung to Mo Guanyu, sobbing heartbrokenly, you are the only one who treats me well, unlike that Xiao Feng, who feasts at the table yet gazes at the pot. I no longer like him, I will never like him again. But you two were fine before, weren't you? Mo Guanyu, perplexed, remarked, Xiao, my brother-in-law, cannot possibly be that fickle, you must be misunderstanding something. Wailing, Mo Linger cried even more sorrowfully, even you side with him. Are you still my brother? Do you no longer love me? Enough, enough. How could I not love you? Tomorrow, I will help you teach him a lesson. Mo Jianghe thought to himself that this troublesome girl was becoming increasingly unreasonable. Though he outwardly expressed such sentiments, inwardly he berated Xiao Feng mercilessly. With a smile, he added, Do not take it to heart. I shall not dwell on it, for my bond with Linger. Before Xiao Feng could finish his thought, he swiftly changed the subject. Patriarch Jianghe, does your clan possess the immortal spring or any information regarding it? Please, be candid with me. Within my clan, there is none. However, during the last opening of the secret realm, a martial practitioner from the Azure Dragon Empire seemed to have obtained the Fountain of Immortality. Mo Jianghe pondered thoughtfully. So, it can be inferred that the Fountain of Immortality exists within the vast sea of secrets? A surge of joy filled Xiao Feng's heart, having located the Fountain of Immortality. He now needed only the Soul Revival Fruit and the Spirit Demonic Thunder to acquire the 5 supreme celestial treasures. Furthermore, he recalled that the information regarding the Soul Revival Fruit had been disclosed to him by the dual solar fiends during the chaotic divine slaughter array, indicating that it would be a prize in the Genius Tournament held at the Sacred Royal Palace. As for the Spirit Demonic Thunder, it lay within an ancient ruin in the chaotic Demon Sea, and he still possessed the fragmentary map given by the Nameless Saint. At that moment, with the 5 celestial treasures gathered, he could resurrect Mir. The mere thought of it filled Xiao Feng with exhilaration. He clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. Whether it truly exists, I cannot ascertain, but I have witnessed someone carrying the Fountain of Immortality with my own eyes. Now, I fear that there may only be that one instance of the fountain. If you enter the vast sea of secrets, you may return empty-handed. Mo Jianghe sighed. Regardless of its existence, I must venture forth. I hope the heavens do not play tricks on me. Xiao Feng gazed skyward with a sigh. Indeed. Mo Jianghe nodded and said, I have a humble request, and I hope that the esteemed Xiao physician can grant it. Speak. Currently, you possess 2 pieces of sea god jade, which equates to 2,000 quotas. I hope you can bring 2,000 talented demon elephants into the vast sea of secrets. That's simple, it's no trouble at all. Xiao Feng readily agreed. Very well, it is settled then. Mo Jianghe beamed with joy. And the 7 clan elders wore smiles of delight as well. At this moment, Elder Wu spoke, Dr. Xiao, there is a matter I must discuss with you. What is it? Xiao Feng inquired, puzzled, for this was his first conversation with Elder Wu, and the man's demeanor was somewhat unsettling. Your 2 subordinates have caused considerable harm to our talented individuals in the forest of demonic burial. This must be addressed. Elder Wu's words resonated with authority. To him, matters must be dealt with fairly, and this incident could not simply be overlooked, otherwise, others might perceive the 5 Elements Demon Elephant Clan as easy prey. These 2 troublemakers are a constant source of issues. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, but upon reflection, he reasoned that Blood Dragon and the War God would not recklessly inflict injury. Surely, it was the talented members of the Demon Elephant Clan who had provoked them, compelling a defensive response. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of relief upon realizing that, given the prowess of Blood Dragon and the War God, they had managed to vanquish their adversaries decisively. This indicated that their bloodline shackles had indeed been broken, restoring their true strength. Instantly, Xiao Feng was filled with joy. Yet he maintained an expression of regret as he replied, I kindly ask Elder Wu to accompany me, I shall ensure they are duly punished. Dr. Xiao, you are indeed open-minded. Please, follow me. Elder Wu responded with a satisfied smile, feeling the need to release this pent-up frustration for the sake of his own peace of mind. The 2 then bowed toward the Mo River, departing the assembly hall and making their way to the forest of demonic burial. However, Just before their exit, a voice whispered into Elder Wu's ear, "In all things, moderation is key, do not go too far. My son-in-law's subordinates, regardless of their status, are esteemed guests of the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan. If matters are mishandled, I shall hold you accountable." A quarter of an hour later, the two arrived at the Forest of Mourning. At the entrance, 2 rows of guards stood in perfect formation, their imposing presence overwhelming. Xiao Feng cast a puzzled glance at the elder of the 5 clans. "When I first entered the Forest of Mourning, I saw no one guarding it. Is this not a place that anyone can enter to cultivate?" The elder of the 5 clans shrugged dismissively. "It is precisely because of your 2 subordinates' ruckus that there is now a guard. They engaged in a fierce battle within the Forest of Mourning, and now the clan leader has ordered that all our talented individuals be expelled, allowing only the Blood Dragon and his companions to continue their cultivation inside." Xiao Feng's lips twitched. "I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused." "No worries. I am not one to hold a grudge, but your 2 subordinates must offer their apologies," the elder of the 5 clans stated resolutely. "Greetings, elder of the 5 clans. And Master Xiao." The 2 rows of guards, seeing the elder accompany Xiao Feng, offered their respectful salutes. However, most of their gazes were fixed upon Xiao Feng, filled with fervor and admiration. Everyone present had witnessed his overwhelming might in battle yesterday. He had severed the Red Spirit Monarch, extinguished the Red Star River, and withstood a blow from the Red Evil God without succumbing, only to be cared for by the Sea God. This had nearly become a legend, widely spread throughout the 5-element Magic Elephant clan. Furthermore, Xiao Feng had alleviated the poison afflicting the clan, enhancing his status among many members of the Magic Elephant clan to a level that could be compared to that of Mo Jianghe. "What is the situation inside? Have those useless individuals left?" the elder of the 5 clans inquired in a low voice. "It's hard to say, you might as well see for yourself," the captain of the guards replied helplessly. Subsequently, Xiao Feng and the elders of the 5 clans entered the Forest of Demonic Burials. While numerous guards gazed longingly at Xiao Feng's retreating figure, their hearts surging with excitement. "Who would have thought that I would have the fortune to engage in direct conversation with the esteemed Xiao, the divine healer? The healer is notably amiable, yet his 2 subordinates are rather detestable. Have you noticed that the divine healer's cultivation seems to have transcended to the 2nd level of creation? Could it be? It has been such a short time. How did you discern that?" "It is quite simple. The aura emanating from him is evidently several times more formidable than yesterday." "You merely failed to observe closely." "Goodness, that is astonishingly extraordinary. Truly, he is my idol. I hope to achieve such excellence one day." Upon hearing the murmurs from behind, the elder of the 5 clans smiled wryly. "Divine healer, your current standing surpasses even mine." The elder jested, to which Xiao Feng humbly replied, "You jest. I am still far from your level." Yet, he pondered inwardly, this old fellow speaks in a rather cryptic manner, could he be intentionally provoking me? However, the Blood Dragon and the War God have indeed overstepped. Injuring over 100 prodigies of the Demon Elephant clan would earn anyone a scowl from him. Later, he should simply apologize to the Blood Dragon. Yet, as they stepped into the heart of the Forest of Demonic Burials, they were astounded by the scene before them. Over 100 prodigies of the Demon Elephant clan, alongside a dozen clan elders, surrounded the Blood Dragon, their expressions filled with respect. At this moment, the Blood Dragon loomed proudly in midair, with the War God behind him, gazing down at the more than 170 individuals below, asking, "Do you all remember the flirtation techniques I just imparted?" "We remember." More than 170 prodigies of the Magic Elephant tribe chorused in unison. "Now, repeat the core techniques for me." Blood Dragon, brimming with arrogance, suppressed a smile, while the War God covered his mouth, struggling to contain his amusement. "Firstly, do not harbor secret affections. Secondly, refrain from indulging in inner monologues. Thirdly, be shamelessly persistent. Fourthly, declare your feelings forcefully. Fifthly, if your initial attempts fail, render her unconscious. carry her into the bedroom, and capture the moment. Lastly, if you lack the courage to do even that, what right do you have to profess your love for her? Upon hearing these words and witnessing the infatuated expressions of the numerous magic elephant prodigies, Xiao Feng and the elders of the 5 clans were rendered speechless. What on earth is this nonsense? What astonished them most was that just moments ago, they had been embroiled in conflict. Yet now, each individual regarded Blood Dragon with the reverence one might reserve for a deity, exhibiting blind admiration. Upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. With a male-to-female ratio in the magic elephant tribe nearing 7-1, many talented individuals, despite their own commendable gifts, found themselves in a fiercely competitive environment. Thus, Blood Dragon's grandiose claims resonated profoundly with them, as if they had been thoroughly brainwashed. Gradually, the expressions of the 5 clan elders darkened. A group of fools, duped, yet still aiding and counting their losses, truly a display of utter foolishness. Xiao Feng felt a wave of exasperation. It was evident that they were imparting misguided lessons to the youth. Clearing his throat, he interjected, "Blood Dragon, what on earth are you up to?" "Master! What brings you here?" Blood Dragon's heart quivered, as did the war god, both feeling quite awkward. "Are you really questioning me?" Chapter 49. The Scorpion Locust Queen. The expression of the elder of the 5 clans darkened to an extreme as he coldly remarked, "As a genius of my 5 elemental demonic elephant clan, do not forget your identity. Old elder of the 5 clans, you are overstepping your bounds." Another retorted, "This is our affair, and it is not your place to meddle. The further you are from here, the better. Do not obstruct us as we share experiences in wooing the Blood Dragon brother." "You all!" The elder of the 5 clans felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly fainting from anger. Xiao Feng hurriedly supported him, a look of remorse on his face as he said, "Elder of the 5 clans, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasantness that has transpired today." "Humph!" The elder of the 5 clans waved his sleeve, casting a fierce glare at the group of demonic elephant geniuses. A bunch of ungrateful wretches, willingly descending into depravity. "I disdain to argue with you." "Ha ha ha ha!" The Blood Dragon and the War God could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. They had not anticipated such a turn of events, that their own kin would turn against them at such a critical moment. "Stop laughing! You're only causing me trouble." Xiao Feng rolled his eyes and questioned, "Have the shackles of your bloodline been broken? To what extent has your cultivation reached?" The Blood Dragon and the War God exchanged glances, and then chuckled, "Peak of the 6th stage, capable of rivaling a half-step nirvana, it is no problem at all. At least the elder of the 5 clans just now was not our opponent." "Goodness gracious!" Xiao Feng was ecstatic, his eyes sparkling with delight. It was essential to note that his own strength was merely sufficient to slay a half-step nirvana. Yet, the Blood Dragon and his companion, once freed from the shackles of their bloodline, had caught up to him. This revelation was as astonishing as the moment when Xiao Feng first encountered Huangping. With the presence of the Blood Dragon, the War God, and the Demon Monkey King alongside the ethereal figure from the painting, entering the secret realm of the vast sea forms an extraordinarily formidable alliance. The figure within the painting also displayed a hint of astonishment. Upon witnessing the Blood Dragon and the War God, Li Tingting's clear and beautiful eyes glimmered with surprise. Having ascended from the initial stage of the 6th tier to its pinnacle in just a few hours, the Scorpion Locust Queen gazed on with envy. Had she not been at odds with Xiao Feng, consuming the blood rebirth pill would have rendered her strength even more terrifying than theirs. Alas! There is no remedy for regret in this world. Seemingly sensing the Scorpion Locust Queen's thoughts, Xiao Feng smiled and said, "Perform well, and when I am satisfied, aiding you in restoring your cultivation will be no issue." "Thank you, Master," the Scorpion Locust Queen replied respectfully. Xiao Feng nodded, and the Demon Monkey King remarked, "Xiao Feng, the bloodline shackles of the two have been removed, and they have acquired human forms. Shouldn't you impart some combat techniques to them?" "Indeed. But I am uncertain which types of combat techniques would suit them," Xiao Feng confessed. The demon monkey king pondered for a moment and then replied. The blood dragon possesses dark attributes, while the war god embodies earth attributes. You should search the wisdom crystal for 2 corresponding sacred tier combat techniques. Xiao Feng closed his eyes in deep concentration, and a torrent of information surged within his mind. It was all related to dark and earth attribute combat techniques, including some heavenly and even divine tier techniques, alongside numerous forbidden arts. With a mere incantation, one could summon world-destroying powers. Yet such techniques would severely damage one's foundation and could even be fatal. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would dare to employ them lightly. The blood dragon and the war god gazed at Xiao Feng with fervent anticipation. After a considerable period, Xiao Feng finally opened his eyes and remarked. The choices have been made, however, I wonder if you both will be able to comprehend them. With a flicker of his consciousness, 2 streams of formidable information surged into the eyes and minds of the 2 individuals, the Shura divine palm and the yellow sand demon fist. In unison, they exclaimed. Their faces etched with astonishment, as their pupils reflected the intricate forms of the techniques. What overwhelming power! I am enamored. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this skill. Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, let us see if you can truly master them. These are 2 intermediate-level sacred combat techniques. A treasure beyond price in the outside world. You underestimate them, the demon monkey king interjected. The innate talents of they are not inferior to that of humans. He observed the excited blood dragon and war god with keen interest. Let us hope for the best. After uttering these words, Xiao Feng turned and made his way toward his chamber. What are you going to do? The demon monkey king inquired, puzzled. Engage in cultivation. Xiao Feng replied with a smile, having ascended to the realm of the profound, it is time for me to comprehend a more advanced combat technique. To be prepared for any eventuality. Then go ahead, and should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult me. The demon monkey king declared proudly. Consult you? Xiao Feng chuckled, I possess the crystal of wisdom, it would be more fitting for you to teach blood dragon and war god outside. Oh. This is typical. Having acquired a wife, one forgets their mother. You no longer regard me as significant. The demon monkey king trembled with indignation, resolutely deciding to hasten his own strength lest he be surpassed by Xiao Feng. In that case, he, the elder brother, would be relegated to the status of a younger sibling. I shall enter first, summon me in 2 days. Xiao Feng instructed before stepping into the room and settling into a meditative posture. In a state of profound concentration, an overwhelming torrent of information surged through the mind. Halt! With a firm command, Xiao Feng transformed his essence into claws, seizing a single fragment of knowledge. Instantly, the other currents dissipated, leaving this piece of information to expand dramatically, scattering into a myriad of luminous points that spiraled into 5 grand characters. 3 parts returned to original chi. A supreme tier advanced combat technique. Xiao Feng murmured. And before him materialized an extraordinary vision. A silhouette emerged against a resplendent starry sky, executing arcane maneuvers. He moved with astonishing speed, his legs creating an endless cascade resembling a torrential downpour. Each kick left no trace, yet was imbued with formidable power. A thunderous roar akin to celestial explosions erupted, as countless leg shadows struck upon myriad stars. The stars exploded, unleashing an unfathomable storm of starlight that swept across the cosmos. Most terrifying of all was within that tempest. A colossal, wind-shaped foot, extending for thousands of feet, plunged into the river of stars, obliterating all in its path. With a resounding crash, the celestial expanse became riddled with wounds, disintegrating into nothingness. Subsequently, 9 characters in sacred script manifested in the void. 3 parts returned to original chi's wind godleg. Then, the scene shifted. No longer was it the starry sky, but an endless expanse of white clouds, devoid of boundaries. The luminous figure stood majestically above the colorful auspicious clouds, arms outstretched, as the cloud mist surged and converged to form a titanic hand. It descended with a thunderous impact. The palm struck the ground, sending sand and stone flying, causing a 100-mile expanse to collapse, as if a vast sea of 5 fingers had been unfurled. And thus, it was the 3 parts returned to original cheese cloud-dispelling palm. When the 5-fingered ocean emerged, an overwhelming chill enveloped the world, causing the temperature to plummet to freezing point. Suddenly, 100,000 crystalline water columns surged skyward from the sea, resembling towering pillars that filled the heavens, intertwining and spinning at incredible speeds. Ultimately, they coalesced into a colossal fist of ice, majestic and grand like a snow-capped mountain, striking toward the higher firmament. The heavens shattered, revealing a gaping abyss from which the frigid air radiated, sealing the surrounding realm for 1,000 miles, mercilessly encasing all in ice, leaving even the air untouched. This mighty blow was none other than the celestial frost fist of the threefold return to origin technique. The final move, a culmination of the 3 elements, represented its utmost strength. It amalgamated the sustained power of the wind god leg, the ferocity of the cloud-pushing palm, and the chilling inner energy of the celestial frost fist, melding them into one. The force that could be unleashed by this technique was overwhelmingly vast, capable of toppling mountains and obliterating a city with a mere gesture. Having gained a fundamental understanding of the threefold return to origin technique, a look of joy spread across Xiao Feng's face as he began to comprehend its intricacies. With his innate talent and the wisdom garnered from experience, grasping the threefold return to origin came effortlessly, as if it were a natural progression. However, there remained a distinction between understanding and mastery. After all, the threefold return to origin was a high-level sacred combat technique, and for Xiao Feng to fully control it in a short time would be akin to fishing for a needle in the depths of the ocean. Thus, 2 days passed in a blur. Xiao Feng had initially mastered the wind god leg and the cloud-pushing palm. As for the celestial frost fist, it still required some refinement. Yet it could be executed wherever water was present. Its power far surpassed the previous 2 techniques, primarily relying on its chilling inner energy to encase foes in ice. With a single punch striking the adversary, those lacking in strength find their blood congealed, their internal organs frozen and shattered, leading to their demise. Even those who surpass him in power are subjected to the oppressive chill, rendering them incapable of breaking free from the icy seal for a brief period. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Feng can then strike, delivering a fatal blow. Of course, should the opponent's strength exceed a considerable threshold, such as reaching the second transformation of nirvana, the efficacy of the heavenly frost fist would be diminished. In such cases, only by employing the triad fusion could one secure victory. As Xiao Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, he mused, today should mark the moment when the Hanhai Divine Gate is fully unveiled. I must not miss this chance and must arrive ahead of time. Having contemplated thus, Xiao Feng donned a blue robe and exited his chamber. The gentle morning sunlight streamed into his eyes, radiating warmth, yet, he clenched his fists tightly. Mir, wait for me. I will surely uncover the fountain of immortality within the Hanhai secret realm. With it, your hopes of resurrection shall advance significantly. Xiao Feng, what were you pondering? I was just about to call for you, yet here you are. Chapter 50, The fruit is set. The Monkey King sat upon a stone bench, suddenly opening his eyes. 2 beams of tangible golden light erupted forth, rending the very fabric of space. Eventually, the intensity subsided, and he regarded Xiao Feng with a smirk. Ha! By the time you called for me, the yellow blossoms would have wilted. Xiao Feng jested in return, but soon he sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. In just 2 days, how could your cultivation have surged so dramatically? You are on the cusp of ascending to the 7th tier. Pray tell, what have you consumed? The demon Monkey King gradually unfurled a radiant smile upon his countenance, choosing silence as he cast a glance at the ethereal figure resting languidly in the chair, eyes closed. In that moment, Xiao Feng suddenly grasped the implications. His scrutinizing gaze flitted between the ethereal figure and the demon Monkey King, filled with suspicion. Surely, this creature had accompanied the ethereal figure to the medicinal garden, a place abundant with rare treasures. At that juncture, the ethereal figure languidly remarked, out of goodwill. I bestowed upon it a fruit, for after all, this monkey and I belong to the same era, and there is much to discuss. How dare you not offer me one? Xiao Feng exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with desire. Those fruits, after 3 centuries, had only just ripened. If you wish to partake, you shall have to wait. I said it is not ripe, and it is indeed unripe. Be patient for a while longer. Once the vast sea's secret realm concludes, provided you remain unscathed, I shall grant you one. The ethereal figure replied nonchalantly, though inwardly contemplating the value of these fruits, which he had reserved for significant purposes. Would he so easily part with them? Were it not for the past camaraderie between the Demon Monkey King and his master, he would not even consider it. Very well. You've made your promise. Should you fail to deliver, I shall turn your medicinal garden upside down. Xiao Feng declared, intertwining his fingers and twisting them, producing a series of crackling sounds from his joints. Enough of this banter, why must you take offense? It owes you nothing. The Demon Monkey King retorted, rolling his eyes. It owes me much. Without my intervention, Old Bai would not so freely traverse the vast sea oasis. We had a pact. Xiao Feng countered fearlessly, convinced of his claim to the fruit. He then inquired, how have Blood Dragon and the War God fared in their understanding? With my guidance. How could it be anything but commendable? The Demon Monkey King shrugged and gestured towards the forest of demonic burial. Suddenly, a tremendous roar resounded through the heavens, as waves of yellow sandstorms collided with vast expanses of black blood seas above the firmament. The ominous black blood sea and the yellow sandstorms simultaneously erupted, unleashing a terrifying shockwave of energy that rippled across a 100-mile radius. The entire demon elephant mansion trembled as if it were experiencing an earthquake. In a swift motion, 2 figures resembling arrows shot through the air from the distant sky. Descending into the courtyard, it was none other than the Blood Dragon and the War God. Master! They bowed in salute. To what extent have you both mastered your combat techniques? Xiao Feng inquired. With the power displayed just now, you must have achieved at least minor completion, correct? Hee. The Blood Dragon and the War God exchanged wicked smiles. Just moments ago, we barely reached major completion. And we owe it all to the guidance of Monkey Brother, otherwise, we wouldn't have progressed so swiftly. Oh dear! The Demon Monkey King waved his hand, emitting a peculiar monkey laugh. It is also due to your extraordinary talents that you have vindicated me. He cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Feng. Previously, this fellow had questioned whether the Blood Dragon and War God could even learn, and now, just 2 days later, they had proven him wrong. Of course, Xiao Feng was unconcerned. His intention in saying so was primarily to encourage them. After all, the stronger they became, the more secure his own safety would be. Master! Where is my wife? The Blood Dragon asked, surveying the surroundings but failing to spot Li Tingting. The War God also noticed the absence of the Scorpion Queen and assumed that Xiao Feng had confined them within the 5 abyssal demon vessel. I do not know. I have just emerged myself. Xiao Feng replied, wearing a perplexed expression. The Monkey King remarked, your master's young lady has absconded with both of your wives, and I am utterly at a loss as to their whereabouts. What? The Blood Dragon, the War God, and even Xiao Feng were taken aback. This Mo Linger possesses a rather dubious reputation, often luring men in the past. What if she leads them astray? We must confront her. The Blood Dragon, gripping the War God, was determined to rush towards Mo Linger's residence in the Garden of Blossoms. Just then, the jovial laughter of the clan elder echoed from outside. Son-in-law, the divine gate of the vast sea has been opened. The clan leader has sent me to escort you. Xiao Feng chuckled lightly. You flatter me. Your humility and courtesy are commendable. What our 5 elements demon elephant clan truly lacks is someone of your caliber. The clan elder nodded in approval, then glanced at the sun before gazing into the distance at the divine gate of the vast sea, suspended high in the sky. Time is of the essence. Our clan's prodigies have gathered at the training grounds, and we are merely awaiting your presence to embark towards the vast sea. Indeed. Xiao Feng nodded. But the blood dragon interjected anxiously, I have yet to locate my wife. At this moment, Li Tingting is with child, and we cannot afford any mishaps. The clan elder paused, turning towards the blood dragon with a wry smile. The third princess has requested me to convey a message. Your wife is safe with her, so there is no need for concern. He mused inwardly. It is quite remarkable that this night shadow serpent, with its rather grotesque appearance, has captured the heart of such a stunning beauty. Such a presence is certainly worthy of admiration. Xiao Feng's company indeed harbors hidden talents. No wonder he attracts beautiful women. The blood dragon replied, knowing is sufficient, refrain from further commentary, and please lead the way. Subsequently, the four soared into the heavens, hastening towards the martial arts arena. Along the way, Xiao Feng inquisitively inquired about the strength of those entering the Hanhai secret realm this time. None can surpass you. The elder of the great clan cast a knowing glance over the trio. As for the demon monkey king, his prowess is beyond question. On the day of the great battle, Xiao Feng annihilated the Chixing River, making him a formidable rival to Qi Ling Tian. Regarding Blood Dragon, although slightly inferior to the two, he should have no trouble facing the Zidian Yinshi clan's Zilei Ting. Blood Dragon candidly stated, my master suggests that there are only a few true powerhouses among them. Xiao Feng's eyelids fluttered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. It seemed that trouble was brewing in the Hanhai secret realm. The specifics remained unclear. Yet information from insiders hinted that 3 unidentified but exceptionally formidable experts would enter this secret realm. One hails from the Zhuge Empire, another from the Baihu Empire, and the last from the Qinglong Empire. All are over 50 years of age. With Qing Shantian of the Qinglong Empire and Bai Wushuang of the Baihu Empire both possessing the strength of the first transformation of nirvana. Although Zhu Yuanzhang of the Zhuge Empire is merely a half-step into nirvana, barring unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to ascend to true nirvana through the opportunities presented within the Hanhai secret realm. Additionally, there are the Red Cloud Old Ghost and his associates from the Abyss of Sin. However, it appears they were soundly defeated by Qi Xieshen in Shenma City. Strangely enough, they later reached an accord for reasons unknown. Moreover, the individuals led by the King of Instruments should not be underestimated, particularly that Huang Ping. It is said that 3 days prior, he engaged in combat with Qing Shantian, resulting in an evenly matched encounter. In summary, this individual is quite formidable. Xiao Shenyi, you must exercise caution, especially since not long ago, due to the matter of the gu poison, you have incurred the King of Instruments' wrath. That fellow possesses a narrow-minded disposition, and now that he has entered the Hanhai secret realm, it is highly likely he will seek to harm you. Upon hearing the elder of the clan's words, Blood Dragon scoffed coldly, does that Huang Ping dare to make a move against my master? The elder seemed to perceive the underlying implications. Could it be that you were previously acquainted with Huang Ping? Blood Dragon, filled with indignation, retorted, humph. A dog who forgets loyalty in the face of allure. Enough! Everyone has their own ambitions, why resort to slander behind each other's backs? Xiao Feng interjected. For he harbored a modicum of admiration for Huang Ping, even though he had allied himself with the King of Instruments for the sake of Li Yishan. He had not made an enemy of Xiao Feng. Moreover, Xiao Feng was confident that Huang Ping would not turn against him merely because of the King of Instruments. Subsequently, Xiao Feng inquired, how many princes from the Qian Shenxi clan have been dispatched, and what is their strength? The elder patiently elucidated. There are 4 in total, Crown Prince Qi Ling Tian, 2nd Prince Qi Ling Feng, 8th Prince Qi Ling Kong, and 9th Prince Qi Ling Hai. Among them, Crown Prince Qi Ling Tian possessed the strength to slay a half-step nirvana 2 years ago, and he may now be capable of contending with a true first-turn nirvana. Moreover, you must remember that this beast, 30 years ago, slaughtered the 2nd prince of my clan. He is the sworn enemy of my 5 elements magic elephant, a target of our collective vengeance. If Dr. Xiao has the opportunity, he must undoubtedly exact retribution upon this fiend to honor the spirit of the 2nd prince in the heavens. As long as there is a chance, it will be done. Xiao Feng assured, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. On that fateful day, when the red evil god launched his attack. Had it not been for the intervention of the sea god, I would have been reduced to mere bones. This grudge shall never be forgotten. Presently, while the assassination of the red evil god is not feasible, it does not imply that his son's life cannot serve as recompense. Contemplating this, a cold smirk graced Xiao Feng's lips. Qi Ling Tian, as the foremost talent of the Scarlet Flame Divine Horse Clan, if I were to slay him with a single strike, surely the red evil god would be engulfed in profound anguish, wouldn't he? Chapter 51, Flirting Techniques under the guidance of the clan elder. Xiao Feng and his companions arrived at the training ground in less than 5 minutes. Nearly 2,000 individuals stood assembled there. On a raised platform, Mo Jianghe and the clan elders presided, resembling a grand parade. However, upon spotting Xiao Feng's arrival, the solemnity on their faces swiftly vanished, replaced by smiles of flattery. Particularly, Mo Linger rushed towards Xiao Feng the moment she saw him, only to retreat midway. Instead, Li Tingting and the Scorpion Queen seized her, soaring into the air to greet Xiao Feng and his group. Tingting, that wicked woman hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? Blood Dragon quickly grasped Li Tingting's shoulder, scrutinizing her with concern. Fool, what are you thinking? Linger isn't as bad as you imagine, she is quite a good person, indeed. Li Tingting extended her delicate hand and gently tapped the forehead of the Blood Dragon, her bright eyes shimmering with affection. This scene left the talented individuals below in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape, all sharing a singular thought, goodness! This enchanting beauty is actually the wife of the Blood Dragon. Surely, I am not imagining this. Truly a master of romance. How impressive! When the secret realm concludes, I shall endeavor to emulate his approach. Ah, what a relief! The Blood Dragon exhaled deeply, his hand instinctively caressing the slightly rounded belly of Li Tingting. Oh dear! Must you be so indiscreet in public? Li Tingting playfully protested, feeling a bit embarrassed as she pushed his hand away. Humph, she is my wife. I shall do as I please. Who dares to oppose me? The Blood Dragon remained utterly unperturbed. Xiao Feng shook his head in resignation, choosing to ignore Mo Linger as he prepared to descend towards the Demon River. However, at that moment, Mo Linger clenched her teeth and stepped forward to block his path. Aren't you going to greet me? I have nothing to discuss with you, Xiao Feng retorted, rolling his eyes. You? Mo Linger pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Feng. You scoundrel! Your concerns about my affairs are irrelevant, step aside. Xiao Feng pushed Mo Linger aside, yet she lunged forward and collided into his embrace, a silvery thread binding them together tightly. Neither could move. Lear, what are you doing? Let go of me! Xiao Feng exclaimed in alarm. It was not that he could not break free, rather, he feared that doing so would unleash enough force to harm Mo Linger fatally. The elders of various clans and the over 2,000 talented individuals of the demon race below were left in a state of utter bewilderment. I shall not release my hold, after all, I am yours, and everyone is aware of it. You cannot abandon me. Mo Linger clung stubbornly, her pair of spirited, beautiful eyes darting a glance at Blood Dragon, filled with a hint of gratitude. Indeed, it was precisely the technique of courtship that Blood Dragon had mentioned. The third tactic, tenacious persistence. Linger, cease your antics and let go of Brother Xiao. Mo Guanyu surged forward, confronting Mo Linger, and admonished, as a young lady. Do you not possess a shred of modesty? I care not, he must promise to marry me. Mo Linger protested obstinately. Elder brother, if you truly care for your sister, step aside. Today, I shall compel him to make a commitment. The Demon Monkey King stood silently to the side, utterly speechless. On one side were Blood Dragon and Li Tingting, entwined in affection, while on the other, Xiao Feng was besieged by Mo Linger's relentless pursuit. He found himself akin to a forsaken stray dog, curled up in a corner, ignored by all. Upon hearing Mo Linger's declaration, Mo Guanyu momentarily lost his resolve but still remarked, a forcibly squeezed melon is never sweet. Why must you insist on this folly? Who says it isn't sweet? You have yet to sample it. Mo Linga retorted, her arguments as capricious as her demeanor. I act in your best interest, with your beauty. What sort of man could you not attract? Must you truly bear animosity against brother Xiao? Is being friends not an excellent alternative? Mo Guanyu continued to urge her. Impossible. The man I, Mo Linga, desire must either be my prince consort or a corpse. Only a pair of eyes remained fixed upon the heavens. Clinging tightly to the two who were unable to extricate themselves from this entanglement. Seeing that Xiao Feng remained silent, Mo Linga's beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears. As she implored, are you truly so cold-hearted? What do I lack that renders me unworthy of you? Xiao Feng took a deep breath. Though he had no desire to speak, this matter required resolution. He reluctantly replied, it is not that you are unworthy of me, but rather that my heart is already occupied by another, leaving no room for anyone else. No, I refuse to believe this. You must be deceiving me. Mo Linga fervently shook her head. I do not deceive you. The information I sought regarding the undying divine spring was for her. And perhaps my very passage through this place was also for her. Xiao Feng gazed unwaveringly into Mo Linga's eyes. Who is she? Mo Linga demanded. What makes her deserving of your unwavering devotion? She is Yingsu Mi, the woman I cherish above all. Aside from my parents, there is no one more significant to me than she. Xiao Feng's words pierced Mo Linga's heart like a razor, and as tears streamed down her face, she murmured. Yingsu Mi, so that is her name. At last, you have revealed your true feelings, but I refuse to accept this. I love you more than she does. But I cannot change this. Mo Linga cried vehemently. Then I am powerless to alter the situation. Xiao Feng responded helplessly. This locking immortal silk cannot hinder me. My reluctance to break it does not stem from weakness, but from a desire to protect you. For your place in my heart is irreplaceable to many. Upon hearing this, Mo Linga's tumultuous emotions began to settle. Xiao Feng continued, consider this, if you were in my position, would you betray the one you love? No! Mo Linga exclaimed. But soon recognized her folly, you're tricking me. I am not. I merely prompted you to voice your true feelings. Humph! You clearly set a trap for me to leap into. Besides, women are different from men. A woman cannot simultaneously have multiple partners, while a man may have several wives. If you agree to marry me, I am willing to be a concubine. Mo Linga relinquished all pretense, but upon hearing her words, Mo Jianghe's face turned a deep shade of anger, and the expressions of those around them darkened as well. As the princess of the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan, her dignity should not be so devalued. I'm sorry, but I cannot comply. Xiao Feng rejected firmly. Moreover, this concerns the honor of the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan. Your father, your elder brother, and the clan elders would never consent. You must understand that you are not so insignificant. In this world, aside from me, there are many who admire you. You could endeavor to embrace the love of others without wasting your efforts on someone as inconsequential as myself. I carry too many burdens. Even if I married you, what happiness could I provide you? I cannot offer you a stable life. Really? Mo Linga beamed with joy, shouting towards Mo Jianghe, Father. Brother Feng has agreed. What? Xiao Feng was utterly bewildered. You just said it with your own mouth. You said you would marry me. And you must not go back on your word. Did I truly say that? Xiao Feng glanced at the Monkey King, utterly perplexed. The Monkey King shrugged and remarked, Indeed. You have spoken, yet I am aware that you are not that individual. Look, even this monkey has acknowledged it. Before the Monkey King could finish, Mo Linga hastily interrupted, Very well, then a millennium hence, should you remain unwed, I shall take you as my spouse. Xiao Feng stated candidly, You are a rogue. Mo Linga's delicate brows furrowed in displeasure. If you do not desire it, then so be it, Xiao Feng replied, feigning indifference. Fine. I shall wait for you for a millennium. Mo Linger bit her lip, silently vowing, Xiao Feng, I shall not wait for you 1,000 years. When the secret realm concludes, I will resort to coercion, and at that moment, if you refuse to marry me, you shall never escape the Hanhai Oasis. Then may I be released now? Xiao Feng chuckled inwardly, reveling in his clever machinations, thinking, you still have much to learn. No. You must promise me that once we enter the Hanhai secret realm, you shall always safeguard me and ensure I am not wronged. Mo Linger pouted playfully, a glint of cunning flashing in her clear, pond-like phoenix eyes. Xiao Feng, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, very well, I shall protect you and cherish you. With me by your side, no one shall harm you. Is that satisfactory? And I, too, Xiao Gongzi, you cannot abandon me. Zhu Yonk emerged from the crowd, soaring into the sky, gazing adoringly at Xiao Feng, her heart aflame with admiration. You? Xiao Feng was taken aback. Xiao Yun, do refrain from causing further chaos. Remain within our clan. Mo Linger's expression twitched, showing signs of discontent. For these past few days, Zhu Yonk had been utterly distracted, likely enchanted by Xiao Feng. No! I must go. I have already requested permission from the elder of the second clan, and he has consented, instructing me to protect you, princess. Zhu Yonk smiled innocently. Yet her eyes sparkled with admiration for Xiao Feng. What was the source of such admiration? Firstly, Xiao Feng had successfully unraveled the poison. Secondly, during the fierce battle outside the city, he displayed unparalleled prowess, becoming the idol she revered. That's unnecessary, I have my brother Feng to protect me. Mo Linger retorted. However, Xiao Feng responded, very well, but you must heed my commands and refrain from wandering about, for should you be captured, I shall not come to your rescue. Rest assured, I am the most obedient. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, Zhu Yonk beamed with joy. Subsequently, the group descended gracefully onto the high platform. The elder of the second clan clutched his aching chest and remarked, not yet. I inquired yesterday, only to be forcefully ejected by her. This rebellious girl shows no respect for hierarchy. It seems that a year in the demon abyss has not tempered her pride. If it were not for the opening of the Hanhai secret realm, she would not be free to wreak havoc. I propose that after the secret realm concludes, we confine her for another 3 to 5 years to temper her temperament. The elders of the clans murmured amongst themselves, their voices tinged with anger. Harboring no affection for Mo Sienna, Mo Jianghe coldly interjected, strike her name from the list, we shall depart. Understood. Chapter 52, The Grudge of Kin. The elder of the second clan extracted a roster and, using his finger as a quill, crossed out Mo Sienna's name. In an instant, the crowd soared into the air, poised to fly towards the vast sea, when a delicate yet commanding voice called out from behind, I have yet to arrive. Why are you leaving? Do you wish to send these fools to their demise? The onlookers turned, their gazes drawn to a stunning maiden, resplendent in a lavish floral gown. Gliding through the air, her fair, oval face bore a hint of derision, while her slightly thin, crimson lips exuded an air of unrivaled arrogance. This enchanting figure was none other than Mo Jianghe's seventh daughter, the most formidable prodigy of the Five Elements Magic Elephant clan, Mo Sienna. Who dares to call us fools? How dare you, leveraging your formidable powers, you insufferable wretch! The anger of the many-talented magic elephants surged, and the clan elder swiftly darted towards Mo Sienna, intending to strike her. However, with a mere flick of her sleeve, the elder was sent flying as if he were a mere sandbag. You are hardly worthy to challenge me. Mo Sienna scoffed, exuding an air of disdain and superiority, looking down on everyone present. Sienna, enough! Mo Jianghe could no longer contain his fury, his overwhelming and terrifying presence enveloping Mo Sienna, causing her to bend slightly, beads of fragrant sweat trickling down. Mo Jianghe! Do you dare to suppress me? Mo Sienna clenched her delicate fists, calling out her father's name with defiance. Sister, what did you say to me before mother? Have you forgotten? Mo Guanyu's rage was barely contained. Humph, that was merely pretense for mother's sake. I have never regarded you highly. Mo Xianer spoke with a chilling tone. Ever since the demise of my second brother, has anyone from the 5 elements demon elephant clan regarded me and my mother as human? Especially you, Mo Jianghe, who, swayed by the treacherous instigations of those deceitful elders, indiscriminately cast me into the demon abyss. I will loathe you for eternity. Do not presume that now that you have released me, I will express gratitude. I shall tell you candidly, I never will, for you all are merely exploiting me. Then why do you still come here? The elders of various clans questioned, each heart aflame with indignation at such audacity. Qi Ling Tian killed my second brother. This is a blood feud, and I seek vengeance. I shall personally slay him. With a flick of her jade arm, a 3-foot-long azure blade materialized, its sharp aura tearing through the heavens and the earth. What a terrifying force of profundity! She had been confined in the demon abyss for merely a year and had already grasped such profound mysteries. Her talent is indeed formidable. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. In that moment, both the elders and the members of the demon elephant clan were utterly astonished. Even Xiao Feng could not help but cast a sidelong glance. This Mo Xianer was undeniably powerful. Given another 5 years, surpassing Mo Jianghe would pose no challenge at all. I am gratified that you remember your brother's blood feud, but I hope that upon entering the vast sea secret realm, you will not unleash your wrath upon your own kin. If you possess true skill, then eradicate the scum of the 2 great beast clans, otherwise, you shall only showcase your ineptitude, daring to fight within your own nest. Mo Jianghe taunted, fully aware of Mo Xianer's temperament. Once she took action, she would not spare her own kin. In her eyes, those who impede her progress are deemed adversaries, regardless of their identity, deserving of annihilation without hesitation. I disdain to act against them, yet let me make my stance unequivocally clear. Within the vast and secretive realms of the ocean, should anyone dare to provoke me, my blood-drinking sword shall show no mercy. As her words resonated, the 3-foot blade, akin to a roaring dragon, emitted a piercing sword cry that reverberated through the heavens. Though you are a woman, as a father, I must respect you as a formidable individual, with clear distinctions between enmity and kinship. The aura of the demonic river momentarily condensed, and Mo Xianer's once curved spine stood erect like a straight spear, exuding an air of gallant valor. Cease this pretense. Mo Xianer may be unruly, yet I abide by my own principles. A cold pride enveloped her countenance as her gaze fell upon the ancient patriarch, who lay suspended in the air. Old man, stop feigning death, that last move could hardly harm you. Upon hearing her words, the patriarch's countenance twitched, and he soared into the air, his eyes, filled with a chilling intensity, fixed upon Mo Xianer, while turmoil brewed within him. Should the demonic river perish, none would be able to obstruct Mo Xianer's path. In a world where the strong reign supreme, power signifies everything. At that juncture, should they refuse to yield, death would be their fate. What edicts, what imperial decrees, are but mere scraps of paper. Why do you all gaze upon me so? Why not employ your usual tactics to demand that the demonic river punish me severely? Mo Xianer narrowed her beautiful eyes, scanning the elders before her, meeting over 100 pairs of resentful and vengeful gazes. Finally, her gaze lingered upon the troubled visage of the demonic river. 7th sister, you have gone too far. We are all family, must it come to this? Mo Linger, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, interjected, Mo Jianghe is our sovereign, regardless of his transgressions. You must not speak so irrationally, incessantly invoking his true name. What will our kin think of you? Who among us is truly family? Without offering any semblance of deference, Mo Xianer retorted, if we are indeed family, then why is it that there are those who conspire against me, wishing for my demise? These individuals lack compassion. Why should I feel any obligation towards them? I acknowledge my faults. I have caused you and your mother much hardship over the years. Once the trials in the Hanhai secret realm conclude, I shall bestow upon you half of the dominion of Mo Xiang City. Mo Jianghe gazed intently at Mo Xianer, his eyes resolute, as if this resolution had been brewing within him for an extended period. At least in his eyes. Mo Xianer surpassed him in strength and had a grander destiny ahead. There was hope for unifying the Hanhai Oasis and subjugating the two great beast clans. In this manner, he would no longer need to curry favor with Xiao Feng, reducing Mo Linger to a position of subservience. Leader, this is utterly inadvisable. I implore you to reconsider. This matter bears significant weight. How can you arrive at such a hasty conclusion without consulting us? However, this aligned perfectly with her ambitions. With half of Mo Xiang City's dominion, she was confident that within a decade, she could eliminate the two great beast clans and ultimately unify the Hanhai Oasis. She even aspired to extend her vision to the Divine Martial Continent. For her ultimate dream was to dominate the Divine Martial Realm. Thus, she had long desired the throne. Using the 5 elements Mo Xiang clan as leverage to reshape the world's landscape. Moreover, she believed herself endowed with the requisite ability and talent for such an endeavor. In the vast oasis of the Han Sea, the formidable prowess of Qi Ling Tian is extolled by all. However, in the eyes of Mo Xianer, Qi Ling Tian is nothing more than an insignificant insect, unworthy even to carry her shoes. This time, during the expedition into the Han Sea's secret realm, she is determined to demonstrate this truth to the world, as a tribute to her second brother, in honor of his spirit in the heavens. The head of Qi Ling Tian is a prize she must possess. With a sweeping gesture, Mo Jianghe commanded a procession of 2,000, surging forth from the city of Mo Xiang. Throughout the journey, Xiao Feng remained silent. Though his mind brimmed with curiosity regarding the intense animosity between Mo Jianghe and Mo Xianer. Was it merely the machinations of the clan elders and the actions of Mo Jianghe that had bred such hatred? No. Xiao Feng believed the matter was far more intricate, with deeper reasons yet to be unveiled. Yet, this was ultimately a private affair of others. Why should he, as an outsider, meddle in their matters? At that moment, however, Mo Xianer's gaze lingered upon Xiao Feng, her pale hand thoughtfully stroking her chin. Is this the young man my mother warned me to be cautious of? After scrutinizing him for a while, she shook her head. Aside from his rather handsome appearance, he seems rather unimpressive. I cannot believe that someone at the second level of creation possesses the capability to slay Qi Xinghe. He must have relied on some formidable artifact. Nevertheless, she resolved to exercise caution and ascertain the true nature of this individual. With this thought in mind, Mo Xianer allowed a playful smile to grace her lips, her crystalline eyes shimmering with a hint of allure as she glided toward Xiao Feng, within a 3-zhang radius, and playfully exclaimed, "What a fine young man of the human race! Might you be interested in forming a deeper acquaintance with me?" Such an unprecedented action elicited subtle frowns from several clan elders. What has come over Mo Xianer? I have never seen her so invested in anyone before. Could it be that she has developed feelings for Xiao Feng? However, Xiao Feng and the third princess already share an unspoken bond. If she were to usurp that love, it would surely lead to complications. After all, Mo Jianghe has already promised to divide half of the territory of Mo Xiang City with Mo Xianer. If Xiao Feng were to unite with her, it would mean that the entire Mo Xiang City would inevitably fall into their hands. This cannot be allowed. We must not let her succeed. Just as they contemplated intervening, Mo Linger hastily stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Xiao Feng's, glaring at Mo Xianer with jealousy. "Seventh sister, this man happens to be your brother-in-law, so I urge you to show some respect." "Respect? And what can you do about it?" Mo Xianer retorted, haughty and scornful. "Even if he is your man, does that mean no other woman is allowed to speak to him? How incredibly domineering of you! I never noticed such possessiveness when you were toying with men in the brothel." Mo Xianer's cutting words were clear to all. She unmistakably implied that Mo Linger, with her promiscuity, had no right to harbor feelings for him. What grounds did she have to claim affection? Lacking any sense of shame, she still dared to dream of love? Her audacity stemmed from the knowledge that Xiao Feng held no affection for Mo Linger, who was merely infatuated and clingy. As her sister, Mo Xianer felt embarrassed for Mo Linger's shameless behavior. You. Mo Linger trembled with anger, yet found herself at a loss for words to counter. Mo Sienna, you have gone too far. Regardless of the past transgressions and scandals of our third sister, she is still your elder sister. And it is not your place to insult her. Moreover, she has transformed herself for the sake of her beloved. The rage within Mo Guanyu could no longer be contained. And he unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Mo Sienna. Who do you think you are? He retorted sharply. Ah, it turns out to be my esteemed elder brother. Mo Sienna replied with a sarcastic smile. What, do you still intend to lay a hand on me? Mo Guanyu's expression darkened as he replied, you are also my sister. I shall not resort to violence against you, and I concede that I am not your match. However, if you dare to speak disrespectfully and seek to provoke me, this prince will have no choice but to. At the mere mention of prince, Mo Sienna's demeanor shifted, becoming notably more serious. A glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Indeed, you are the prince of the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan. But I wonder just how much substance lies behind that title. I am keen to experience it firsthand. In the instant her words fell, Mo Sienna swiftly appeared before Mo Guanyu, raising her delicate hand to deliver a fierce strike aimed at his shoulder. Mo Guanyu's countenance changed abruptly. He was no match for Mo Sienna. As he retreated hastily, he summoned the mighty golden light of the dragon robe he wore. With a resounding crack, an ear-piercing explosion erupted from Mo Guanyu's body, illuminating the sky with brilliance. He was propelled backward several dozen paces. Had it not been for this garment absorbing a significant portion of the impact, he would likely have sustained grave injuries. Upon witnessing this, Mo Sienna scoffed. My dear elder brother, you are truly feeble, you cannot withstand even a fraction of my strength. I truly wonder how you intend to inherit the throne. You. Mo Guanyu felt a weight in his chest, exasperated. What do you mean? Do you wish to receive another blow from me? With a chilling smile, Mo Sienna moved with the swiftness of a spectre, lunging once more towards Mo Guanyu. Stop! Mo Linger shouted anxiously. Mo Sienna, do not overreach. The 7 great clan elders stepped forward, surrounding Mo Sienna. Mo Zhangyan maintained an impassive expression, silent as a grave. After all, the prince paled in comparison to the princess. What could he possibly say? He could only lament Mo Guanyu's incompetence. At that moment, an inexplicable longing surged within him. Who did he yearn for? Clearly, it was the deceased second prince, the once renowned prodigy of the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan, unparalleled and unmatched. Regrettably, in that fateful battle years ago, Mo Zhangyan had chosen Mo Guanyu over Mo Jun. This decision was one he would lament for the rest of his life. Yet it was a choice he felt compelled to make. Thus, allocating half the territory to Mo Sienna could be seen as a form of compensation. Faced with the encirclement of the 7 clan elders, Mo Sienna remained unfazed, remarking, What is this? Even before Mo Guanyu has inherited the throne, you are also eager to pledge your allegiance? It is truly unfortunate that you old ones are not my match. Once the secret realm concludes and I possess half the territory, you shall learn who rightfully deserves to be the queen of the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan. Hearing her words, the elder retorted coldly, Mo Sienna, cease your arrogance. Mo Guanyu is the crown prince and our master. Should you dare to harm him, you will have to tread over the corpses of the 7 elders. The elder of the 7 clans spoke with a solemn tone, Mo Sienna, I understand that you are still haunted by the events of yesteryear. However, it was an unavoidable circumstance. The clan leader wished to save the second prince. Yet the distance was insurmountable. Even had he arrived in time, the second prince would have already succumbed to death. He had no choice but to prioritize the immediate and rescue the crown prince. I hope you can empathize with your father and refrain from making things difficult for your elder brother. What must be relinquished should indeed be let go. One must recognize the prevailing circumstances. Mo Sienna's beautiful eyes flashed with fierce light. She lingered for a moment on Mo Zhangyan before shifting her gaze to the elder of the 7 clans. It is easy for you to speak so lightly. Were you in our place, Who among you could truly let go? Mo Guanyu is the son of Mo Jianghe. Does that render my second brother any less his son? Moreover, my second brother's talent far surpasses that of Mo Guanyu. Even in the absence of opportunity, he would strive to seize it. Yet, he chose to abandon that pursuit, resulting in his tragic demise beneath the chilling sky sword. Do you comprehend the depths of despair my second brother faced? Alone, he was besieged by the elite troops of Chilean Tian, bleeding until the last drop. That year, though I was but 5 years old, I bore witness in Mo Xiang City as my second brother's head was severed by Chilean Tian and held aloft in his hand. Do you know the agony I endured, the heart-wrenching sorrow of my mother? And what of Mo Guanyu? He merely faced a surprise attack from Qi Xieshan. Whether that strike could even reach him remains debatable. Furthermore, he is surrounded by you, the clan elders, for protection. A group of cowardly individuals. What right have you to speak with such certainty before me? The 7 elder clan members wore expressions of deep dismay. Their throats constricted as if choked by an egg, their voices hoarse as they articulated, "You fail to comprehend the perils of war." Had the clan leader ventured to rescue the second prince, not only would he have perished, but the crown prince and we as well would have faced demise. Must it take such a dire circumstance for you to perceive it as righteousness? And what of restitution? Mo Xianer had long harbored a singular ambition, to resurrect her second brother. Ancient texts elucidate that to bring back one who has long since succumbed, whose soul has dissipated, one must procure the embryo of the realm. What is this embryo of the realm? It is the essence birthed from the divine martial continent. In essence, the divine martial continent serves as the maternal body, while the embryo of the realm is its offspring. By merging with the embryo, one effectively gains dominion over the divine martial continent, enabling the collection of the dissipated 3 souls and 7 spirits from this world. Subsequently, employing the resurrection pill and a new corporeal form, one can facilitate rebirth. Thus, since the passing of the second prince, Mo Xianer resolved to unify the divine martial continent. She endeavored to exhaust all resources of the continent to elevate her own cultivation to its zenith, subsequently utilizing immense magical prowess to shatter the world in pursuit of the embryo of the realm, all to achieve her goal of resurrecting her brother. Her discourse rendered the 7 elder clan members speechless, at a loss for a counterargument. Mo Jianghe, too, found himself ensnared in contemplation. Had he erred in his judgments? Was the anguish inflicted upon Mo Xianer truly so profound? Yet even if granted the opportunity to choose anew, Mo Jianghe would never attempt to rescue the demon champion. As the clan leader, he must prioritize the greater good, and it would be untenable to forsake the lives of the elder clansmen and the decree of the demon crown for the sake of a deceased individual. As the crowd fell silent, Mo Xianer taunted, "Mo Guanyu, today fortune favors you, as 7 old hounds stand in my way. However, should you dare to disrespect me again, do not blame me for disregarding our sibling bond." With that, her gaze shifted to Xiao Feng, and she beckoned, "Human lad, my temper has been quite fiery of late. I command you to come and give me a shoulder massage. Do you dare?" Mo Linger stepped protectively in front of Xiao Feng, declaring, "He is my man. None shall infringe upon him." "Humph, is there anything I would not dare?" A glint of cold light flickered in Mo Xianer's playful eyes as a powerful gust of wind surged towards Mo Linger. With a series of stumbles, Mo Linger was swept back, crashing into Xiao Feng's embrace. Meanwhile, Mo Xianer's delicate fingers swiftly reached for Mo Linger's chest. Should she succeed, the consequences would be dire, causing Mo Linger's modest bosom to swell to an alarming degree. At that critical moment, a slender hand emerged from behind Mo Linger, seizing Mo Xianer's wrist, preventing her from advancing any further. Accompanying this action was a voice dripping with indifference. "The limits of human patience are finite." Mo Xianer's pupils constricted as she glimpsed Xiao Feng's frigid expression through Mo Linger's shoulder. "Indeed, you possess some skill, you warrant my attention." A surge of formidable 5-element demonic energy erupted from Mo Xianer's wrist, forcefully rebuffing Xiao Feng's grasp. "Not bad." Xiao Feng felt a tingling in his palm. furrowing his brow slightly as he pulled Mo Linger back, retreating several paces. Little lady, do not seek validation here, my master would never take a liking to you. The blood dragon chuckled aside, pondering the peculiar behavior of the women from the elemental magic elephant clan. First, it was Mo Linger, who, upon seeing Xiao Feng, found herself unable to move. Now, another, Mo Sienna, seemed to have developed an affection for him as well. The thought of these two sisters harboring such wicked intentions was both thrilling and provocative. Silence! Mo Sienna exclaimed, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Two glimmers of cold light slicing through the air and locking onto the blood dragon. Why so fierce? The blood dragon teased. A she-tiger like you is hardly of interest to me, let alone to my master. You seek death. Mo Sienna hissed, her fingers transforming into claws, nails sharp as blades, tearing through the space towards the blood dragon. Little demon, protect Linger well, Xiao Feng instructed, his form like a specter as he delivered a powerful punch aimed at Mo Sienna's claws. After all, with Li Tingting pregnant, he could not allow this foolish woman to cause any harm. As their strikes collided, a brilliant storm of energy erupted, forcing both combatants back several paces. Mo Sienna steadied herself, the air rippling around her. Yet, instead of pressing the attack, she gazed at Xiao Feng with uncertainty. Contemplating, how can someone at the second level of transformation possess such formidable prowess? Who exactly is this individual? Mo Sienna, it is vital to possess self-awareness. We are in the same arena, I have no desire to escalate this conflict unnecessarily. Do not provoke me. Xiao Feng warned. I seek no trouble. I merely wish to test your strength. However, rest assured, once we enter the Hanhai secret realm, I shall defeat you in earnest. And should you fall, you will become my consort. Mo Sienna directly stated her intentions. As she turned, she cast a fleeting glance at Mo Linger, as if to say, such an exceptional man is beyond your reach, I must keep him to help me conquer the world. And what if you were to lose? Xiao Feng's voice resonated through the heavens, causing Mo Sienna to pause momentarily. She turned back with a charming smile, so, does that mean you have accepted this wager? Upon hearing this, Mo Linger grew anxious, he hasn't agreed. Stop trying to ensnare my husband. How shameless! Is he your husband? Mo Sienna rolled her eyes and mocked, you. Mo Linger felt a surge of anger, especially when Xiao Feng continued with words that nearly made her faint. Indeed, I accept. But what are the conditions should you lose? Whatever you desire. Mo Sienna nonchalantly replied. Then can I take it to mean that whatever I say, you will comply with? Whatever I ask, you must agree to? Xiao Feng stated earnestly. That can be understood as such. Mo Sienna replied coolly, however, I shall not be defeated. You, this innocent little wolf cub, should await the favor of your empress. With that, Mo Sienna gracefully took her leave. At that moment, both the elder of the demon elephant clan and the young prodigies, including Mo Jianghe, found themselves in a state of bewilderment. What kind of charm did this young man possess? He seemed to have the two princesses of the Five Elements demon elephant clan at his mercy. Particularly Mo Sienna, who had never expressed such admiration for anyone before. Her previous remarks were even more perplexing. Could this be considered a confession? No. The situation was far more complicated than that. They speculated that it must be Mo Sienna who has taken a liking to certain traits or possessions of Xiao Feng. Something she yearns to obtain. This woman, with her capricious nature, piques my interest. The demon monkey king stroked his chin, casting an appreciative gaze through the crowd. Fixating on Mo Sienna. Monkey brother, your taste is quite unique. Are you not afraid that one day she might pierce your heart with a single sword stroke? Joked blood dragon. Shut your foul mouth. The demon monkey king retorted, displeased. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Fine. I shan't bother arguing with you, a single monkey. Blood dragon haughtily lifted his chin, embracing Li Tingting, and soared ahead. Chapter 54, Floating Island Xiao Feng. The demon monkey king and the rest hastened their pace, swiftly traversing the vast sea. Before long, a group of over 2,000 individuals crossed the Golden Sands Channel. Heading northward. After another 2 hours, they finally halted their flight upon the appearance of a sky island. This island, reminiscent of the moon suspended in the night sky, floated gracefully, radiating a pure white light infused with an exceptionally rich aura of life. Legends say it is the dwelling place of the sea god. Yet no one has ever encountered the deity on the island. Ahead lies the floating island, and if all goes as expected, the two great beast clans, along with over 10,000 human martial cultivators, should have already gathered here. The elder of the clan introduced, as Xiao Feng seized the opportunity to unleash his spiritual consciousness, enveloping the entire floating island. Upon sensing, his heart jolted. There, nearly 15,000 individuals had gathered. Among them, a staggering 10,000 were at the creation realm, while 5,000 belonged to the young deficiency realm. In addition to this, there were 7 or 8 exceptionally terrifying auras, rising like a tempest, overwhelmingly powerful. Soon after, a group soared to the floating island. Here, the flora flourished, and ancient trees towered majestically. A series of undulating peaks surrounded a vast basin at its center. From above, it resembled a circular, concave swimming pool, dotted with numerous combat arenas. Mo Jianghe, how is it that you have survived? You have been on my mind. A sinister voice echoed from the ground below. Xiao Feng's gaze locked onto the source, where a middle-aged man clad in blazing armor glared upward. His eyes were piercing, sweeping across each individual, lingering particularly long on Xiao Feng. This man was none other than the Red Evil God. You suffered a devastating blow from the sea god and yet live, how could I possibly succumb before you? Mo Jianghe retorted defiantly, then waved his hand, leading over 2,000 individuals to descend upon a clearing in the west like a torrential downpour. Thus, the forces of the 4 great factions had all assembled. Xiao Feng cast a cursory glance over the gathering of more than 10,000. He noticed that behind Zi Tianhouse stood 2,000 silver rhino geniuses, occupying the southern expanse. Surprisingly, the Weapon King and his cohort were also among their ranks. At this moment, Huang Ping was smiling warmly at him, devoid of any animosity, behaving as if he were an old friend. Xiao Feng nodded in acknowledgement, sensing that Huang Ping's cultivation had advanced significantly, reaching the pinnacle of the half-step nirvana stage. Truly astonishing! Even the demon Monkey King gasped in awe. Furthermore, the group led by the Red Cloud Old Ghost was unexpectedly large, numbering 2,000, dominating the eastern front. Moreover, 3 individuals stood out like cranes among chickens, each remaining aloof upon 3 towering monoliths at the southern and northern corners. They resembled deities, emanating an aura that inspired reverence. Unsurprisingly, these were the 3 presences that Xiao Feng had sensed earlier. From left to right, the first figure was a robust man donned in a white tiger battle robe, over 60 years of age yet exuding no signs of frailty. This individual was Bai Wushuang of the White Tiger Empire, possessing the cultivation of the first transformation of nirvana. The second figure was a youth clad in a silver dragon tunic, with a resolute visage, though his actual age likely exceeded a century. He was Qing Shantian of the Azure Dragon Empire, also at the first transformation of nirvana. The third was a formidable man in crimson battle armor, with a fierce countenance. Around 50 years of age, his muscular arms bulging with veins that coiled like dragons, thicker than many individuals' thighs. However, without joining, he could not even enter the vast sea's secret realm. After gathering some initial understanding, Xiao Feng inquired, tribe leader Jianghe, why are the thousands of battle platforms set up in the center? Mo Jianghe smiled and replied, you should be aware that each sea god jade can accommodate 1,000 individuals to enter the vast sea's secret realm, totaling 8,000 people. However, the realm stipulates that 11,000 must be gathered to open it. Thus, the remaining 3,000 slots must be filled by those martial cultivators who are unqualified to enter the realm. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Feng as he nodded slightly. Just then, a deafening rumble, thunder erupted, the heavens roiling as the vast sea surged with titanic waves, and a golden divine gate, dramatically diminishing in size, appeared above the floating island. Lines of Sanskrit flowed like divine decrees, densely covering the heavens. As the gathered crowd gazed upward, the general meaning became apparent. The sea god Yu would escort individuals into the secret realm, rendering qualifications void. Those present, apart from the three great beast clans, were free to engage in battle, each striving to eliminate the others. Once a total of 11,000 participants was amassed, the vast ocean's secret realm would be unlocked. This news struck like a meteor plunging into the sea, creating ripples of turmoil. "What the hell? Why should this be?" exclaimed one. "Damn it! I sacrificed my treasures for this chance." The Red Cloud Old Ghost was bombarded with shouts demanding the return of their valuables. In that moment, the Red Cloud Old Ghost wore a dark expression and declared, "The treasures are now in my possession, there is no reason to return them. This is the sea god's sudden decree, and it is not my concern. If you dare, seek justice from the sea god." As his words settled, 12 formidable beings of the 9th transformation stepped forward, their terrifying presence enveloping the eastern expanse like an impenetrable dark cloud. Silence fell upon the crowd. Yet, within their hearts, they fervently cursed the Red Cloud Old Ghost and his ancestral line. This scoundrel had swindled their treasures, refusing to return them while feigning indifference, an act utterly despicable. However, they found themselves powerless against the Red Cloud Old Ghost, forced to swallow their grievances. Especially for Dian Wei, regret consumed him, having relinquished his ancestral jade for this opportunity. The Red Cloud Old Ghost's actions were indeed shameless. Ha! Thankfully, we were not deceived. Let these fools weep. Hee hee. Discussing reason with those from the abyss of sin merely elicits a smile from me. 6,000 loose cultivators, laughing uncontrollably. Just 2 days prior, they sought the favor of the old ghost, Hong Yun. However, in the end, they possessed no treasures that piqued Hong Yun's interest, and thus, they faced elimination. Now, with the decree of the sea god, pulling the rug out from under them, how could they refrain from relishing in their misfortunes? Equally amused are the members of the 3 great beast clans, particularly Qi Xieshen, who has exerted tremendous effort in courting the possessors of the ancient map. All for the sake of these coveted spots. Yet now, he finds himself the butt of a grand jest from the sea god. On the bright side, he is spared the cost of exchanging those spots, alleviating a significant burden on his resources. After all, he had promised Qing Xian Tian, Bai Wu Shuang, and Zhiyuan Zhang that if they brought the geniuses of the Qi Yan Shenma clan into the vast sea secret realm, they would each receive a substantial amount of cultivation resources. Of course, there was one condition: they must assist the Qi Yan Shenma clan in vanquishing the 5-element demon elephant clan within the vast sea secret realm. Once the task is accomplished, a generous reward would surely follow. As expected, Bai Wu Shuang, Qing Xian Tian, and Zhiyuan Zhang cast peculiar glances at Qi Xieshen. Qi Xieshen transmitted a message: "I apologize, esteemed 3, but circumstances have changed. The reward I proposed yesterday can only be fulfilled at 50%. 50% is acceptable. However, I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences." Qing Xian Tian threatened, thus laying the groundwork for future dealings. Bai Wu Shuang and Zhiyuan Zhang echoed similar sentiments. On the other side, Zi Tianhao wore a smile that was more mockery than mirth as he addressed Qi Wang, saying, "Brotherly, since the quota has become void, must I also demand the return of 1% of the 60% reward I advanced to you?" Qi Wang's aged visage darkened immediately. How could he possibly return what had rightfully entered his possession? Especially considering that it was 20,000 precious pearls, each imbued with a rich essence of spiritual energy, sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the brink of nirvana. Reluctant yet faced with this unforeseen turn of events, he could only force a resigned smile, responding, "Zizi, what are you saying? Even if the quota is annulled, our transaction should not be disregarded. There remains a bond of loyalty. If you insist, I shall forego the remaining 40%, and I assure you, within the depths of the vast sea. I shall protect your clan's prodigies diligently. Should one be lost, you need only to consult me. Zi Tianhao scoffed, can I truly place my trust in such assurances? The vast sea is fraught with peril, and no one can predict what may transpire in the next moment. You assert that if one of my kin is lost, I may only rely on you, but when that moment arrives, will you not have a myriad of excuses to deflect your responsibility? Let us be swift and pragmatic. Return 3,000 pearls immediately. Seeing that Zi Tianhao was unyielding, Qi Wang replied in a somber tone, I can return the gems. But I cannot guarantee the safety of your clan's prodigies. You get what you pay for, so you must assess the situation accordingly. Are you threatening me? Zi Tianhao seethed with anger, genuinely taken aback by Qi Wang's shamelessness. Observing by Wu Shuang, Qin Shantian, and Zhiyuan Zhang, each of whom willingly accepted a reduction of 50% in their rewards, he could hardly fathom Qi Wang's audacity. I am merely stating facts. The King of Instruments chuckled sinisterly, with Huang Ping ever vigilant by his side, his Feng Tianhua halberd itching for action, seemingly wary of any sudden moves from Zi Tianhao. Very well, I concede you possess a fierce spirit. Should my clan lose even a single member, once we exit the secret realm, I shall see how you justify it. Zi Tianhao had no intention of escalating the conflict, yet the precious pearls were undeniably of great value. The vast expanse of the Honghai Sea yielded merely 100,000 of these gems annually, divided among the 3 great beast clans. Each would be entitled to only about 30,000. Even he hesitated to consume such a treasure. However, for the safety and qualifications of his clan's prodigies, he produced 20,000 at once to present to the King of Instruments, and that was merely 60% of the total. The remaining 40% was to be settled upon their emergence from the secret realm. Combined, this sum nearly equated to the annual cultivation resources of the Xidian Silver Rhinoceros clan. It is important to note that a single pearl possesses the potential to elevate a peak Yang Su practitioner into the realm of transformation. A testament to the immense energy it harbors. This is truly reflective of the style of the Purple Clan leader. The King of Instruments beamed with delight, assuring, rest assured. I, Dawn, am a man of my word. As long as no significant unforeseen events arise, I shall ensure that your clan's prodigies face no threats. There is no need for you to utter such grandiloquent nonsense here. Should the roster reveal too many absentees, you may find it impossible to exit the Honghai Oasis. Zi Tianhao retorted coldly. The King of Instruments' pupils constricted, a chill permeating the air, and he remained silent. Yet, in his heart, he mused, humph. You think you cannot escape the Honghai Oasis? Zi Tianhao, you surely overestimate your own significance. With Huang Ping present, your cultivation will undoubtedly surge upon entering the secret realm. At that point, will you truly be my rival? Even with the addition of the Crimson Evil God, Huang Ping could easily subdue both of you. At that moment, it would not be a matter of you not sparing me, but rather I not sparing you, and in doing so, I could conveniently eliminate the 3 major beast clans and seize all the resources of the Honghai Oasis. How splendid that would be! The more he contemplated, the more the smile on the Weapon King's face deepened. However, this well-calculated scheme would ultimately falter with Xiao Feng's presence, and he might even find himself unable to preserve his own life. The scene fell into a prolonged silence. Chapter 55, The Battle for Freedom. Everyone turned toward the sound, only to behold a tall and strikingly beautiful maiden clad in a floral dress, wielding a 3-foot blood-edged blade, striding forth from the ranks of the 5 elements magic elephant. An intense killing intent radiated from her, her gaze shifting with a predatory ferocity, locking onto the Crimson Evil God hovering above. Who is she? Never seen her before. Such audacity! To dare challenge the Crimson Evil God, she must be courting death. Though she was quite lovely, what a pity! The scattered cultivators gasped in astonishment, their breaths hitching in their throats. Hong Yun Lao Gu A, Zhiyuan Zhang, King Xuanshan, Bai Wu Shuang, and Huang Ping exchanged incredulous glances at the maiden in the floral dress. And this individual was none other than Mo Xiener, who harbored an irreconcilable enmity with the Crimson Flame Horse clan. You are audacious! The Crimson Evil God, incensed by such public humiliation, unleashed an overwhelming aura. Booming with fury, die! Get out of my way! With a flick of his sleeve, the magic river swept forth. Shattering the pressure, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. And what if I do? A thunderous roar erupted from the ranks of the Crimson Flame Horse clan, reverberating through the air. A blaze of crimson light surged forth, akin to a celestial arrow. Akin to a tempestuous sea of flames, soaring to the heavens and standing shoulder to shoulder with the malevolent deity. The crowd gasped, lifting their gazes in astonishment. Before them stood a haughty youth, clad in golden armor, towering at 8 feet, his visage as exquisite as jade, surrounded by serpentine flames that coiled around him. Exuding an overwhelming aura that dominated the scene. It was none other than Qi Ling Tian. Mo Linger whispered softly, her beautiful eyes glinting with a sinister gleam. She vividly recalled the day when this individual thwarted her plans to abduct Qi Ling Yun. She could never forget the image of Qi Ling Tian. Is this truly Qi Ling Tian? The assembly gasped in unison, countless gazes fixated upon the armored youth. Such formidable presence, surely a match for those in the Nirvana realm. Xiao Feng's pupils narrowed in contemplation, a worthy adversary indeed, yet alas, you shall soon meet your demise at my hands. Meanwhile, within Mo Xiener's eyes, an overwhelming torrent of hatred surged forth like a raging flood, her delicate features contorting into a fierce snarl, rising with the ferocity of a vengeful spirit. You wretched cur! Return my brother's life! A terrifying beam of blood-red light erupted, slicing through the heavens like a rainbow piercing the sun, hurtling towards Qi Ling Tian. This scene took everyone by surprise, none were unmoved. Yet, they remained oblivious to the circumstances that had ignited such fury within this young woman, leading her to unleash such a deadly strike. You insolent wretch, you seek your own demise. A glint of ferocity flickered in the eyes of the malevolent deity. Having deduced that this was the 7th daughter of the Demon River, as he clenched his fist, flames surging wildly, ready to unleash his wrath. However, Qi Ling Tian's hand intercepted the furious blow of the malevolent deity, stating, Father, should you intervene, you will surely face the scorn of others. Allow me to handle this woman. After all, grievances have their origins, and debts have their payers. I have slain her second brother. Today, let me put an end to her existence, allowing the wretched remnants of the 5 Elements Demon Elephant clan to witness just how formidable I truly am. Upon hearing this, the Red Evil God withdrew. For Red Ling Tian made a compelling argument. He also believed in Red Ling Tian's strength to vanquish Mo Xian. At this moment, countless gazes converged upon the two figures. Red Ling Tian stood proudly in the void, his crimson hair flowing like a stallion's mane in the wind. His unremarkable eyes, upon encountering that terrifying bloodlight, suddenly raised a hand as it approached within mere 10 zhang, rise! The heavens roared like thunder, trembling violently. The fire elemental energy within 100 miles converged at lightning speed, forming 9 blazing shields around him, akin to an impregnable fortress. The terrifying blood light fragmented into myriad blood arrows, frantically piercing the fiery barriers, creating a myriad of wounds, as a torrential rain of crimson flames swept across the surroundings. Amidst the chaos above, below, countless figures leaped onto the battle platforms. Wu Zhuluan, step forth to face your demise. Xiao Yan, I have heard of your recent prowess, come forth. Lin Dong, yesterday in Shima City, you wounded me without reason, this grievance shall be avenged. Are you brave enough to engage in a life-and-death duel with me? Those who previously did not comprehend the essence of free combat, in a bid to resolve trivial matters, directly issued challenges to their designated opponents. Naturally, those receiving the challenge were not willing to back down. Instantly, 1,000 figures soared from all directions, racing towards the designated battleground. Boom! Bang! Crash! A series of earth-shattering explosions resounded, reminiscent of thunderclaps from the heavens, interspersed with the terrifying energy of creation, sweeping in all directions. For a fleeting moment, the entire floating island seemed to be in tumult, as if the very earth had been upended, with sand and stone swirling chaotically in a cacophony of violent upheaval. Each move and stance exuded an overwhelming ferocity, a desperate clash of wills, evenly matched in their intensity. Particularly striking was Mo Sienna. Her sword danced like a spirit serpent, ethereal and chillingly sinister, rendering her movements nearly imperceptible. With each strike, she relentlessly targeted Qi Lingtian's vital points, swift and cunning. The speed was so extraordinary that an ordinary person would find it impossible to defend against her onslaught. Yet, Qi Lingtian, a seasoned warrior, managed to withstand the assault, albeit with great difficulty. It was only natural. Who would not be intimidated by a frenzied woman? What astonished him most, however, was Mo Sienna's prowess. On the surface, she appeared to possess merely the cultivation of a half-step nirvana, while he stood at the pinnacle of that realm, perilously close to true nirvana. Entering the vast sea's secret realm would exponentially heighten his own dangers. Yet, refraining from retaliating felt unbearably humiliating. Being relentlessly pursued like a dog by a woman, a disgrace of monumental proportions. What would the three great beast clans, his own father, and the observing humans think of him? As the foremost genius of the Hanhai Oasis, should this continue, he risked losing his reputation. Thus, Qi Lingtian resolved to fight back with all his might, transitioning from defense to offense with ruthless techniques, as the battle escalated into a fervent climax. Observers could scarcely discern the intertwining figures, save for a few formidable cultivators like Mo Jianghe. The speed of their exchanges was akin to lightning and thunder. Reaching the zenith of swiftness, the air resonated with a deafening roar. There is no rush. Once the battle concludes, I shall ascend and effortlessly send one flying to secure my place in the secret realm. Xiao Feng remarked nonchalantly, finding the martial cultivators engaged in fierce combat rather unimpressive, failing to ignite even a flicker of interest within him. However, when his gaze shifted to the 7 heroes of the devouring sky, it involuntarily narrowed, and he quietly lamented, the toxins within them have been eradicated. Indeed, the divine purification scripture is extraordinary. It is no wonder their prowess has advanced so rapidly, all reaching the 8th transformation of creation. Yet, following that old relic, the Weapon King, is somewhat unwise. Master, if you remain idle, I shall take the initiative to showcase my capabilities, allowing the child within Tingting to witness the magnificence of his father. Blood Dragon rubbed his itching palms, his alien-like visage brimming with fervor and excitement. His power had now reached the threshold of the half-step nirvana stage, making it as effortless to deal with these opponents as slaughtering poultry. He yearned to make a statement. Feel free to proceed. But bear this in mind, suppress your strength to the 7th transformation of creation, do not allow any suspicions to arise. Xiao Feng cautioned. For revealing one's true power prematurely is not a prudent course of action. Understood. Blood Dragon soared onto the battle platform, seeking out a formidable foe at the 6th transformation of creation who had achieved a 15-match winning streak. Who dares approach? State your name. I do not slay nameless individuals, the boorish man declared, his arrogance evident as though he disregarded Blood Dragon entirely. Yet, Blood Dragon merely grinned, "Begone." With that, he pointed a finger, and dark, toxic gas coalesced into an enormous shadowy finger, crashing forth with a thunderous impact. Upon the rise of the formidable finger, the reckless warrior felt an imminent threat and shouted in alarm. Clenching his palm, a massive 9-ringed saber materialized, slicing through the air. The terrifying essence of gold coalesced into a golden river of blades, surging toward the giant finger. Alas, this so-called river of blades was utterly feeble against the overwhelming force, disintegrating into nothingness as the colossal finger descended, swiftly shrinking to the size of a golden needle, piercing through the warrior's shoulder. His body was sent hurtling through the air, blood gushing forth like an arrow. "Humph, worthless scum, still trying to show off before me?" The Blood Dragon scoffed, soaring onto another arena, entering a frenzied mode of challenges. Wherever he passed, none could stand in his way. In merely a few minutes, he had swept away 78 platforms single-handedly. Instantly, the crowd was astir, buzzing with discussions about the blood dragon. Li Tingting gazed up at him with profound admiration, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. In that moment, the blood dragon's figure appeared magnified in her sight, transforming into the singular hero of her dreams. Xiao Feng and the Monkey King exchanged knowing smiles. This vile serpent loves to steal the spotlight. Soon, I shall ascend and teach him a lesson, showing him what it means to hold back. Haha, perhaps not. As the blood dragon executed his lethal maneuvers, Xiao Feng began to doubt whether the Monkey King possessed the ability to subdue him. Yet, just as his laughter faded, a chilling roar erupted from the divine steed's camp. Who is Xiao Feng? The words carried an overwhelming intent to kill. Crashing forth like the surging tides of the vast sea, Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Who had he offended? In a moment of tranquility, one cannot help but wonder why certain reckless beings always seek out trouble for themselves. Turning towards the source of the commotion, a lithe figure from the divine steed faction alights gracefully upon the central stage of battle. This is a robust young man, towering at nearly 9 feet. Adorned in wind-swept battle armor, with flowing red hair and pronounced, thick brows that exude an aura of unyielding dominance. This individual is none other than Qi Yan's Divine Steed clan's second prince, Qi Lingfang. His prowess, only second to the crown prince Qi Lingqian, has reached the precipice of nirvana, on par with Mo Xian'er's cultivation. Xiao Feng calculated quietly that defeating him would pose no challenge, and with a cold smirk, he declared, I am Xiao Feng, and you are merely a dog? I am Qi Lingfang, of the Qi Yan Divine Steed clan, the second genius. Perhaps you do not recognize me, but you should certainly be familiar with my sixth brother, Qi Lingjun. Qi Lingfang's eyes shimmered with boundless killing intent. Fixated intently upon Xiao Feng, his tightly clenched fists emitting ominous cracking sounds. Today, I have come to inform you that upon entering the vast sea secret realm, I shall claim your head as retribution for my brother's grievances. At this proclamation, the entire assembly was stirred. Chapter 56, The Battle Against the Second Genius. Could it be that Xiao Feng has lost his senses? Though I am aware that he has employed artifacts to slay a half-step nirvana warrior, Qi Xinghe. Qi Lingfang belongs to the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan and is the second genius, his strength vastly surpassing that of Qi Xinghe. Yet, Xiao Feng dares to be so audacious. This promises to be quite a spectacle. Alas, in his youthful arrogance and ignorance of the times, it seems that yet another genius shall vanish from the divine martial continent after this battle. CHLNGF Ing was taken aback by Xiao Feng's audacious words. After all these years, he was the first to confront him so directly. However, CHLNGF Ing did not take it to heart. No matter how formidable his opponent's treasures might be, they would ultimately be rendered worthless in the face of genuine strength. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, his menacing visage twisting grotesquely as he sneered, I have seen many geniuses, and countless have perished beneath my hand. It seems your confidence has swollen after slaying CHXNGH, leading you to believe I am as inept as he was. If that is truly your assessment, consider yourself blind, for I shall gladly escort you to your demise. Like CHLNGN, he had awakened 90% of the celestial horse bloodline, a lineage that significantly enhanced one's power, granting him the capability to contend with the first transformation of nirvana. It was precisely this that emboldened CHLNGF Ing in the face of COF Ing, having previously slain CHXNGH. Though CHXNGH was his equal in strength, he lacked the awakened celestial horse bloodline, which severely diminished his prowess. In fact, one could argue that 5 CHXNGHs would scarcely be able to withstand the might of CHLNGF Ing, who had awakened the ancient celestial horse bloodline. Enough of this banter, let us battle in the skies. This place is far too confined, and I fear I might be restricted in my movements. With the grace of a dragon, COF Ing soared into the heavens, casting a scornful gaze upon CHLNGF Ing, as if regarding a mere jester. You dare to look down upon me? At that moment, Feng's eyes turned fiercely sharp, his fury surging like a tempest. This insufferable Feng had truly reached the pinnacle of arrogance. From the beginning to the end, he had not deigned to regard him with even a fleeting glance. And who was he? He was Feng, the second prodigy of the Five Elements Demon Elephant clan. Even ZTNHO would treat him with a measure of respect. However, Xiao Feng's audacious disrespect incited a profound sense of humiliation within him. Qi Lingfeng's feet erupted with a cacophony of shattered stones, propelling him into the air like a majestic eagle soaring into the heavens, confronting Xiao Feng from a distance, his murderous intent palpable. The impending clash was imminent. In the camp of the gods, Qi Xiaoshen's frigid gaze sliced through the air like a knife, landing squarely upon Xiao Feng. You insolent wretch! How brazen you are! My son Ling Feng, though not as formidable as Ling Tian, is not far behind. You may possess the capability to slay Qi Xinghe, yet Ling Feng has the strength to vanquish you. On that day, the sea god intervened, sparing your life, but today, you shall pay the price for your arrogance. Ztianhao's gaze oscillated between Xiao Feng and Qi Lingfeng, before breaking into a smile. After 3 years apart, it is evident that Qi Lingfeng has made significant advancements. Xiao Feng's current hubris will only lead to his own disgrace, and he is likely to lose his life. After saying this, Ztianhao turned to the two young men beside him, stating, Tinger, Minger, you must also strive harder. Do not let the Qi Yan Shenme clan overshadow your brilliance, for such a scenario would bring disgrace upon your father. Rest assured, although my brother and I may not possess the innate talent of Qi Ling Tian, in terms of strength, Qi Lingfeng can at most match me. If he were to engage in battle with my brother, he would undoubtedly face defeat within 100 moves. Zilei Ming, unwilling to concede, retorted, in terms of strength, I may not surpass Qi Lingfeng, yet I shall not cower. To bolster another's ambition at the expense of one's own prestige is hardly a wise choice. Subsequently, the gazes of Ztianhao and Qi Xiaoshen shifted towards Mo Jianghe, laced with a hint of mockery. However, Mo Jianghe remained indifferent, as if the outcome of the conflict bore no relevance to him. Humph, a facade of calmness. When that wretched human meets his demise at the hands of Qi Lingfeng, I shall relish witnessing the expression on your face then. Both individuals exchanged cold smirks. In their eyes, Mo Jianghe had always maintained such a demeanor, outwardly unperturbed, yet inwardly burning with anxiety. At the same moment, Mo Linger was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, turning to the Monkey King and inquiring, Little monkey, do you think Brother Feng is in danger? Qi Lingfeng is not to be trifled with. He is ruthless and will undoubtedly employ lethal force. The Monkey King shook his head with a sigh, replying, Oh, you little girl, despite your affection for Xiao Feng, have you not spent enough time together to discern his true nature? Mo Linger was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Mo Guanyu approached with a smile, saying, Sister, fret not. If there is any uncertainty, Brother Xiao would not venture forth. In this battle, I wager on his assured victory. You see, even your brother knows him better than you do. The Monkey King waved his hand in resignation. He was all too aware of Xiao Feng's prowess, and it was highly likely that Qi Lingfeng would meet a tragic end. Humph! Mo Linger huffed, I am merely concerned for him. After all, he is to be my future consort. Now that he is at odds with an enemy, and with battle imminent, how could I not feel anxious? Anxious about what? You merely need to have faith in him. After saying this, the Monkey King inexplicably produced a banana and stuffed it into Mo Linger's mouth, declaring, Enough! Do not utter another word, just keep quiet. Upon 3 colossal stones, Qingxian Tian, Bai Wu Shuang, and Zhiyuan Zhang gazed at Xiao Feng, a flicker of inexplicable curiosity igniting within them. The fierce-faced Zhiyuan Zhang raised an eyebrow and turned to Bai Wu Shuang beside him, inquiring, Young Master Wu Shuang, in your opinion, who possesses a greater chance of victory in the confrontation between this Xiao Feng and Qi Lingfeng? In response, Bai Wu Shuang diverted his gaze from the two contenders and cast a sidelong glance at Zhiyuan Zhang, stating, Is there even a need for deliberation? Qi Lingfeng bears the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial horse, his combat prowess nearly rivaling that of the Nirvana realm. As for Xiaofeng, despite being of the human race, I have never heard his name in the White Tiger Empire. A survey of the Thousand Talents rankings reveals no trace of him. And most crucially, he is merely at the second level of the creation realm. How could he possibly stand as a match for Qi Lingfeng? Your perspective aligns with mine. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled, yet this lad has recently garnered much attention. It is said he has slain the Red Flame Divine Horse Clan's elder, Qi Xinghe. Such a claim is nothing more than a distortion of facts, only you would believe such rumors. Have you not heard that the sea god wounded Qi Xieshen? Therefore, I surmise that when he vanquished Qi Xinghe, it was likely the sea god, perceiving his possession of the core ancient map, intervened to prevent his premature demise, secretly eliminating Qi Xinghe instead. Ultimately, it is in ignorance that others would mistakenly attribute the kill to him. Now, this individual, oblivious to the peril, dares to engage in combat with Qi Lingfeng. Does he truly believe the sea god would come to his aid once more? Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning. His mind suddenly enlightened. He complimented, "Young Master Wu Shuang, you truly exemplify the acumen of a sect's heir. Your insight has indeed unveiled the hidden truths." Ha ha! At that moment, the previously silent Qing Shantian let out a light chuckle, a mocking expression adorning his porcelain-like visage. It seemed he harbored a certain bias against the assertions made by the two. "Am I mistaken?" Bai Wushuang retorted, visibly displeased. Since entering the vast oasis of Hanhai, he and Qing Shantian had never seen eye to eye, which had led to several confrontations, yet none had yielded a definitive victor. Both harbored grievances, eagerly anticipating a decisive showdown in the mysterious realm of Hanhai. "Have I ever claimed you were wrong?" Qing Shantian folded his arms across his chest, not even glancing at Bai Wushuang. "What do you mean by that? Are you hoping for a rematch?" Bai Wushuang issued a challenge on the spot. "Not interested." Qing Shantian waved his hand dismissively. "However, I can impart this knowledge. The contender you deem victorious will suffer a crushing defeat, much like yourself, and will inevitably find themselves beneath my foot." "Is that so?" Bai Wushuang responded coldly, "I shall wait and see." Internally, he mused, "Qing Shantian, what are you so arrogant about? The Hanhai secret realm shall surely become your tomb." Meanwhile, in the skies above, the battle between Mo Xiener and Qi Lingtian had yet to determine a victor, escalating to heights of 10,000 zhang. Simultaneously, Xiaofeng and Qi Lingfeng faced each other at an elevation of 3,000 zhang. Qi Lingfeng, flexing his muscles, thundered with each word, "You, wretched human. Do you now regret your choices? Is it too late for you? What? Are you afraid? Seeking to persuade me to retreat merely to satisfy your pitiable vanity?" Xiaofeng replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes, unleashing a barrage of words. "Ah, you foolish creature, your arrogance knows no bounds." Qi Lingfeng wore a broad smile, utterly dismissing Xiaofeng's words, convinced that he was already as good as dead. "If that is the case, what further nonsense is there to utter? Let us engage." Xiaofeng shrugged and advised, "By the way, I suggest you unleash your bloodline talents sooner rather than later, otherwise, I fear you may not even have the opportunity to do so." The mention of bloodline talent caused Qi Lingfeng's previously placid expression to darken ominously. The bloodline talent, his ultimate weapon. He would not resort to it lightly, save for moments of life and death. Now, with Xiaofeng's words, it was clear he was being belittled. How could he endure such an affront? Anger surged within him as he sneered, "Against mere human scum like you? There is no need for bloodline talent, my own two hands can rend you to pieces." "Very well, I have given you a chance, yet you failed to appreciate it. Do not blame me for not forewarning you when the time comes." With that, he clenched his fist, causing the air to tremble violently, as an enormous fist surged forth, resembling a thunderous dragon, hurtling straight toward Xiaofeng's head, the divine fist of heavenly fire. With a series of explosive flames and phantoms filling the surroundings, A colossal flaming fist emerged, sweeping through the air, accompanied by a terrifying gale that carried searing heat, shattering the very fabric of space as it advanced. Xiao Feng remained unfazed, almost disregarding the divine fist of heavenly fire, his gaze shifting to Qi Xieshan, a smirk gracing his lips. Old mutt. On that day when you launched a surprise attack on me, I vowed to slay every member of your Qi Yan divine horse clan that I encounter. Today, I shall start with your son. A dazzling ray of Tai Chi magic erupted from Xiao Feng's eyes, transforming into a blade of divine essence that pierced through the fiery giant fist, embedding itself into Qi Lingfeng's forehead. A resounding tremor coursed through Qi Lingfeng's entire being, leaving him disoriented and engulfed in a void of nothingness. Get lost! A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. An endless surge of flames exploded from Qi Lingfeng's body. His eyes regained their clarity, yet he could not perceive the silhouette of Xiao Feng, nor discern his whereabouts. Stop searching, foolish dog, I am right here. A mocking laughter echoed from above him, prompting Qi Lingfeng to lift his gaze abruptly. With a swift and shadowless kick, embodying the terrifying essence of the wind, it was directed towards Qi Lingfeng's head. This strike was grand in its momentum, seemingly intangible yet immensely powerful. Each shadow harbored a ruthless killing intent, capable of effortlessly vanquishing those at the 7th level of creation. Moreover, it was too late for Qi Lingfeng to evade. Countless leg shadows rained down upon him with tremendous force. The terrifying energy reverberated through his limbs and meridians. With a thunderous explosion, a torrential spray of blood shot skyward. As Qi Lingfeng's form was obliterated into mere fragments of flesh, in a single encounter, without even truly engaging, he succumbed beneath Xiao Feng's foot. Am I hallucinating? That was Qi Yan's divine lineage, and he fell to Xiao Feng's foot in mere seconds? Within the concave basin, numerous masters stood aghast, unable to fathom the enormity of what had just transpired, their disbelief palpable. Such an outcome was beyond anyone's imagination. A single kick, merely a kick, had extinguished Qi Lingfeng's existence. It is indeed easier than crushing an ant beneath one's heel. Could such a feat be accomplished by mere use of dual cultivation? In that moment, a profound sense of terror and astonishment enveloped the crowd. Bai Wushuang, who had previously held high hopes for Qi Lingfeng, felt his countenance turn an ashen shade at the sight that unfolded before him. Having resided in the Scarlet Flame Divine Horse Clan, Bai Wushuang had emerged from seclusion just 2 days prior, during which he had shared interactions with Qi Lingfeng and even engaged in sparring. Although Qi Lingfeng had faced defeat, Bai Wushuang held him in high regard. The notion that Qi Lingfeng had perished beneath Xiao Feng's single kick was utterly inconceivable. At that moment, Qing Shantian, with arms crossed over his chest, let out a light-hearted sigh. Seeing the swollen faces of certain individuals brings me great joy. Upon hearing these words, Bai Wushuang's ire surged. The sarcasm in Qing Shuantian's tone was unmistakably directed at him. Unable to contain himself, he retorted coldly, Qing Shantian, do not rejoice too soon. Once we enter the oceanic secret realm, I shall deal with both you and him. Is that so? Qing Shantian replied with derision, I hope you possess such strength. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang, witnessing the escalating tension between the two, chose silence. Though he stood on the precipice of nirvana, his power paled in comparison to either of them. The last thing he desired was to provoke the ire of either party, which could spell disaster for him. In the demon elephant camp, Mo Linger gasped in disbelief. Her banana slipping from her lips, am I seeing things? Brother Feng actually crushed Qi Lingfeng with a single kick? The Monkey King reached out, pinching Mo Linger's cheek. Does it hurt? It does. Mo Linger naively remarked, that's just it, what you see is all true. The Demon Monkey King flashed a charming smile, astonished by Xiao Feng's prowess. Never did it expect that Xiao Feng had mastered the Wind God Leg, a combat technique devised by the Elder of the Three Absolutes. It seemed evident that he had also acquired some rudimentary skills in the cloud-pushing palm and the frosty fist. Father, esteemed elders, did you witness that? Brother Xiao crushed the Red Lingfeng with a single stomp. The words were unfathomable. the demon river and the various elders, along with all the prodigies of the demon elephant clan, were engulfed in profound shock, unable to extricate themselves from the overwhelming reality. Such strength was beyond their imagination. The terror of Red Lingfang required no elaboration, yet now, even he could not withstand a single blow from Xiaofeng. In the silver rhinoceros camp, Zi Tianhao's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling those of a startled bull. Zi Leitang waved a hand before his eyes, questioning, "Father, what troubles you? Did he truly slay Red Lingfang?" Zi Tianhao stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. If this were indeed Xiao Feng's true strength, it implied that his two sons, upon entering the Sea of Secrets, would find themselves ensnared in a perilous trap. Although he had not clashed directly with Xiao Feng, he was, after all, allied with the Red Evil God. Should Xiao Feng eliminate the talents like the Red Flame Horse within the Sea of Secrets, the Zidian Silver Rhinoceros clan would undoubtedly face annihilation. Yes, it is true. Brother, I shall not go. I refuse to enter the secret realm. Zi Leiming was nearly paralyzed with fear, realizing his own strength paled in comparison to even Red Lingfang's, and he had no desire to venture into the abyss. Second brother, do not panic. With Lord Huangping present, we need not fear Xiao Feng. Zilei inhaled deeply, casting a sidelong glance at Huangping, only to find him equally astonished. Along with Qi Wang. Indeed, Lord Huangping was a figure who even commanded a measure of respect from the emperor himself. Xiao Feng was undoubtedly no match for him. The mere thought of Huangping provided Zilei with a sense of reassurance, calming his tumultuous emotions. Yet, he remained oblivious to the intricate relationship between Huangping and Xiao Feng. What shall we do now? Red Cloud, the old specter, inquired, trembling at the prospect of the 12 formidable masters of the 9th realm behind him. Fear not, for we harbor no enmity with Xiao Feng. As long as we do not provoke him, he shall not seek trouble with us. Red Cloud declared grimly, even if he does, we need not cower, after all. There is by Wushuang. If pushed to the edge, we shall confront him, and none shall emerge unscathed. With these words from Red Cloud, the collective anxiety of the crowd began to dissipate. At the same moment, Xiao Feng stood proudly in the sky, casting a glance at the shattered remains of Qi Lingfang. He shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Had you heeded my advice to utilize your bloodline talents sooner, you would not have insisted on courting disaster. Alas! What can I do? Thus, I must send you to the Yellow Springs to join your brothers, the 6th and 7th. With that, Xiao Feng descended onto the battle platform. Surveying the assembly, might I inquire, esteemed heroes, if there are any objections to my claiming a single spot for myself? No objections. No objections. Young Master Xiao, your talent is unparalleled, we are in awe. From the myriad battle platforms, a chorus of flattery echoed. With many of the voices belonging to elite martial artists who had secured their own places, none daring to challenge him. Yet now, they dared not flaunt their power before Xiao Feng, for the recent battle stood as a testament. To challenge Xiao Feng was akin to courting death. They certainly did not wish to meet the same fate as Qi Lingfang, whose remains were left unburied. In that moment, the demonic elephant faction erupted in chaos, with all voices clamoring for Xiao Feng to pay with his life. The expression on Qi Xieshen's face shifted from a deep scowl to one of fierce malevolence. His iron fists, ablaze with fiery wrath, clenched tightly, emitting a sound akin to cracking bones, while his sharp teeth seemed ready to rend Xiao Feng apart. Most terrifying of all were his blood-red eyes, fixated on Xiao Feng, as he roared, "Xiao, Song, Feng!" The overwhelming pressure surpassing the Nirvana realm descended like a tempest, enveloping Xiao Feng, causing the very platform on which he stood to shatter into fragments. The relentless winds lashed against his face with excruciating intensity, yet Xiao Feng remained as steadfast as a sage in meditation. "You dare to kill my son, and this sovereign demands blood for blood." His roar reverberated across the land, akin to the thunderous roar of a boundless ocean in fury. Indeed, one could palpably sense the wrath of Qi Xieshen. as an overwhelming aura of lethal intent radiated from him, chilling the very air. Nevertheless, Xiao Feng, undaunted by the impending danger, replied with a serene smile, "You seek blood for blood, yet do you not fear the sea god claiming your life? Moreover, your son sought his own demise. I assumed him to be formidable and thus prepared to engage fully. However, he proved to be a coward, appearing strong yet ultimately feeble, leading to his untimely end beneath my foot. How can you then unjustly hold me accountable? Moreover, this is a battle of life and death. To leave it to fate without distinguishing between life and death cannot truly be called a battle of such gravity. Furthermore, if you are aware that your son's strength does not match mine, would you allow him to challenge me? Surely, in your heart, you believe he could defeat me. Which is why you grant him such freedom, yet alas, he reaps what he sows. Now, you still wish to take action against me? Let us not even speak of the sea god. Can you even pass the trial of the demon river?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. After all, when Qi Lingfeng first appeared, he proclaimed his intent to eliminate Xiao Feng. Reflect honestly. In the face of such arrogance from Qi Lingfeng, surely each of them would have to exert their utmost effort. Others have already ridden atop you, treating you with utter disdain. If you do not show them a taste of retribution, what dignity will remain? Thus, no one considered Xiao Feng's actions to be unjust. They merely viewed Qi Lingfeng as blind, having kicked against an iron plate, deserving of his fate. Immediately, many talented individuals from the Five Elements Demon Elephant camp mocked. "Qi Xie God, do you not feel ashamed? Your son is a waste, and yet you come forth to flaunt your power?" The other clan elders echoed this sentiment. In stark contrast, the elders from the Shina camp wore expressions of deep dismay, as if they had consumed something foul. Initially, they had believed that Xiao Feng would meet his end at the hands of Qi Lingfeng, thinking it would finally bring them a sense of satisfaction. Unexpectedly, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Qi Lingfeng was utterly powerless and met his demise beneath someone's foot. How ironic it is that Qi Lingfeng, a formidable member of the Five Elemental Beast clan, had expended countless resources over the years to nurture his strength, only to meet his end at the hands of Xiao Feng. This enmity, if left unavenged, would jeopardize the standing of the Qi Yan Divine Horse clan in the vast oasis of Hanhai. In a fit of rage, Qi Xiaoshen cast a glance at Zi Tianhao. Zi Tianhao transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring into the skies to stand alongside Qi Xiaoshen, both consumed by an urge to engage in a fatal duel with Mo Jianghe at the slightest provocation. The elimination of Mo Jianghe and the slaughter of Xiao Feng would be but a trivial task. Faced with these two long-standing adversaries, Mo Jianghe remained unfazed, stating, "Qi Xiaoshen, Zi Tianhao, you must think wisely, we are in an era of peace. The sea god has decreed that the three great beast clans must not engage in conflict, otherwise, you will find yourselves in dire straits. Surely, you haven't forgotten the warning issued to you 3 days prior. Whether as beasts or as men, it is prudent to tread carefully, lest you become unaware of your own demise." The elder of the clan, with a sardonic smile, remarked, "Take Qi Lingfeng, for instance, he serves as a prime example." Enraged, Qi Xiaoshen glanced at the Hanhai Divine Gate above and could not help but loosen his clenched fists. "Cursed fate! Brother Qi, will we fight or not? Spare me the suspense." Zi Tianhao, unafraid, sought to capitalize on this opportunity to eliminate Xiao Feng and alleviate the threat to his two sons. Chapter 58, Abandoning the Struggle. Qi Xiaoshen remained silent, for Mo Jianghe's words rang true. Should he instigate a conflict, the sea god shall undoubtedly intervene. Such is the immutable law that cannot be violated. Furthermore, as the leader of his clan, should he dare to strike at Xiao Feng, he would undoubtedly face scorn and disdain from others. At that moment, the Qian Shinma clan would be utterly disgraced. Moreover, even if he were to ally with Zixianhou, victory over Mo Jianghe is far from guaranteed. There are numerous reasons for this. Firstly, he has yet to recover from the injuries inflicted by the sea god. Secondly, The Gu King's poison within Mo Jianghe has been eradicated, restoring his combat prowess to its zenith. In their prime, even when united against Mo Jianghe, they had suffered defeat. How foolish would it be to attempt this now? Just as Qixi was about to conclude his thoughts, a resounding roar erupted. In the vast sky, an unfathomable energy storm unfurled. Two exceedingly disheveled figures were hurled forth, Mo Xianer and Qi Lingtian. Both bore injuries, their garments tattered. Yet, upon closer inspection, Qi Lingtian had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while Mo Xianer had a gaping wound in her right arm, clearly pierced by a sharp weapon. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Mo Xianer faltered and fell, her complexion marred by crimson poisonous patterns. Seventh sister. Mo Guanyu soared upwards, catching the plummeting Mo Xianer in his arms. Do not concern yourself with me. I can still fight. I must kill him. Mo Xianer struggled to free herself from Mo Guanyu's embrace, but he held her firmly, refusing to let go. At that moment, she scanned her surroundings, bewildered, and inquired. Father, where is my second brother? Wasn't he just battling that brat? Qixi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes suddenly turning blood red. Immediately, Zixianhou revealed the circumstances to Qi Lingtian. What? With a single step, he sought to extinguish life? Such audacity from a mere hound! Qi Lingtian roared like thunder, his piercing gaze radiating an infinite desire for bloodshed as it fell upon Xiao Feng. You wretched cur, I shall take your life. Like an arrow released from a bow, Qi Lingtian surged forth, a tempest of fiery demonic energy overwhelming the surroundings, causing the very temperature of the atmosphere to escalate dramatically. In a flash, Qi Xieshin intercepted him with astounding speed. Tiana, calm yourself. The time for vengeance is not yet upon us. With Mo Jianghe present, you cannot slay him. Moreover, this fiend possesses formidable combat prowess, likely rivaling your own. You have just emerged from a fierce battle, and your injuries have significantly diminished your strength. You are not his match. I refuse to believe it. Qi Lingtian's eyes blazed crimson, resolutely defiant. Father, you and Uncle Tianhao must hold Mo Jianghe at bay. I will take that scoundrel's life. Absolutely not. Qi Xieshin firmly countered. We are in a time of peace. The sea god has decreed that we cannot engage in battle, and you ought to be aware of this. Furthermore, 3 days prior, I suffered a blow from the sea god, and my strength has waned considerably. Even in conjunction with Zixianhou, we may not stand against Mo Jianghe. Should you insist on confronting him now, you are likely to meet your demise. With your current abilities, you are far from his equal. Weighing the consequences, Qi Lingtian clenched his teeth and relinquished his desire to engage Xiao Feng in combat. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng remained nonchalantly poised, a mocking smile gracing his lips. To him, the notions of top-tier genius and honorable titles were nothing but a heap of nonsense, utterly insignificant in the face of true power. What? Has fear seized you? At last. Xiao Feng could not contain his derision and exclaimed, weren't you just proclaiming your intent to kill me? Come forth quickly, I can hardly wait. You shall pay for this. Xiao. Qi Lingtian's eyes glinted with fury as he pointed his gun at Xiao Feng, declaring, entering the Hanhai secret realm, I, Qi Lingtian, vow that if I do not sever your head, I shall willingly take my own life. A chuckle escaped Xiao Feng's lips as he replied, I recall your second brother. Qi Lingfeng made a similar proclamation, yet what transpired? I crushed him underfoot. His smile grew ever more triumphant. As for you, despite your incessant claims of self-sacrifice, should you fall into my grasp, I assure you, you shall not even have the chance for such an act. What are you so proud of, boy? Once you enter the Hanhai secret realm, your demise is certain. Qi Xieshin shouted, his gaze inadvertently signaling by Wushuang and the others, implying that once within the secret realm, they would assist in slaying Xiao Feng. Who lives and who dies remains uncertain. Xiao Feng retorted coldly, but let me assure you, every member of the Qi Yanshima clan I encounter shall meet their end. Prepare yourselves. How audacious of you to boast without consequence. I shall witness how you intend to slay them all. Qi Ling Tian's eyes burned with venomous hatred. If looks could kill, Xiao Feng would have perished countless times already. Ah, Xiao Feng sighed in exasperation. To know you cannot win yet still insist on putting on a show of bravado, what folly! It only serves to distress your father and brother, seeing you in such despair. Who says I cannot win? I merely fell victim to that beast's treachery. Mo Sienna retorted stubbornly, adding, moreover, why should my life or death concern anyone else? Your feigned sympathy is repugnant. This statement pierced the hearts of the Mojiang River and the Mo Crown Oracle like a sharp thorn. The 7 clan elders were immediately incensed. Then go die. Shao Divine Physician, do not save her, let her perish on her own. Consider it as though our 5 elements demon elephant clan had never known her existence. Are you not being a tad excessive? Mo Linga rebuked the 7 clan elders. No matter what she has done, she is still my 7th sister. Blood runs thicker than water. It is not your place to dictate her fate. You. The 7 clan elders' faces turned ashen. What has come over you, Mo Linga? Earlier, Mo Sienna was vying for a man against us, and now she stands against us to defend Mo Sienna. Silence. Mo Linga replied coldly. Brother Feng, I implore you. You must save my 7th sister. Upon hearing these words, Mo Sienna felt a warmth she had not experienced in a long time. Brother! Sister! Father! They seemed willing to overlook past grievances and fervently sought Xiao Feng's aid for her recovery. Could it be that she was truly in the wrong? No! This was all an illusion. I must not be deceived by their superficial kindness. They must harbor a deep-seated animosity toward me. Merely feigning benevolence to portray the 5 elements demon elephant clan as united and caring for familial bonds. Indeed, it must be so. I refuse to believe they possess such goodwill. Xiao Feng shrugged his shoulders and remarked, healing her is simple, but... A mysterious laughter erupted from the Shina camp. Interrupting Xiao Feng's words, you truly are unaware of the gravity of your situation. This little wretch is afflicted with our Scarlet Flame Shina clan's specially concocted poison. The 3-day death powder, for which there exists no antidote. How dare you speak so arrogantly? By heavens, it is indeed the 3-day death powder. This is an extraordinarily lethal toxin. Even those at the nirvana stage cannot escape the clutches of death. A century ago, during that cataclysmic battle, the 17th chieftain of the 5 elements magic elephant clan met his demise due to this very poison. Had he not resorted to self-detonation in his final moments, dragging 2 clan leaders down with him, the 5 elements magic elephant clan would have been obliterated by now. Among the scattered cultivators from the 3 major cities, discussions surged. Did you hear that? This is the terrifying power of the 3-day death powder. To tell you the truth, back then, Mo Jianghe's father, a mid-stage 7th realm cultivator, fell into despair because of it. Yet, this old beast, devoid of any humanity, perished in a self-explosion, taking my grandfather's life with him. Qi Ling Tian gritted his teeth. But the thought of Mo Sienna facing imminent death brought him a sense of relief. This time, while his 2nd brother had been killed by Xiao Feng, he would ensure Mo Sienna met her end through poison, which he deemed a fair trade. After all, Mo Sienna was the foremost genius of the 5 elements magic elephant clan. Her demise would render the clan incapable of making significant waves in the future. Once Mo Jianghe ascended, the magic elephant city would be as easy to grasp as a mere trinket. It must be said that your perspective is rather limited. With your ant-like vision, you are utterly incapable of comprehending the true nature of the person standing before you. Xiao Feng smiled gently. For he possessed the essence of wisdom. There is no poison in this world that he cannot resolve. Moreover, he bore the heaven-swallowing demon cauldron, which could directly extract the toxin and refine it within the cauldron, could it not? I truly wonder where you derive your confidence in claiming that the 3-day death powder is unsolvable. Such naivety is almost laughable. This aptly reflects the old adage, how can a frog at the bottom of a well understand the vastness of the world? You certainly have a flair for pretense. I shall observe whether, after you have brought about someone's demise, the demon river will still exhibit such magnanimity. Qi Ling Tian scoffed. Should Xiao Feng indeed cause Mo Xianer to perish prematurely, the demon river would disregard him, which would suit his intentions perfectly. At that moment, he could strike down Xiao Feng. Yet, curiously, nearly every member of the demon elephant faction seemed to have unwavering faith in Xiao Feng, as if he genuinely possessed the ability to heal. Meanwhile, formidable figures such as Hong Yunlao Gue, Zi Tianhao, Qi Wang, Huang Ping, Bai Wu Shuang, Qin Xian Tian, and Zhi Yuanzhang watched with keen interest, eager to see if Xiao Feng could truly unravel the mystery of the 3-day death powder. Under the gaze of thousands, Xiao Feng cast a sidelong glance at Qi Ling Tian and then declared with a smile, "Very well. I shall now present my humble attempt before all of you." The eye of Shumi suddenly opened wide. 2 swirling orbs of Taiji demon light emanated from his pupils. And soon, within Xiao Feng's vision, Mo Xianer's jade-like form appeared as if transparent, laid bare to the scrutiny of the eye of Shumi. A playful smile danced at the corners of Xiao Feng's mouth as he remarked, "Ha! What a ridiculous notion of the 3-day death powder. It is merely a special concoction made from the leaves of the Dark Night Demon Tree, blended with 7 kinds of poison. Hardly worthy of being called a toxin. However, once this powder enters the human body, it spreads through the bloodstream with remarkable tenacity, becoming nearly impossible to expel. Gradually, it coagulates the blood, leading to sudden cardiac arrest and eventual demise. The remedy is simple: a single washing marrow pill can cleanse the meridians. And with the devouring power of the swallowing heaven demon cauldron, the affliction can be eradicated." Chapter 59, the 3-day death powder. Having identified the root of the problem, Xiao Feng flicked his fingers, sending a 5th-grade washing marrow pill into Mo Xianer's mouth. This scene elicited a hearty laugh from Qi Ling Tian, who exclaimed, "I once believed you to be a master of medicine, but who would have thought you were so woefully ignorant? Using a washing marrow pill will only hasten the spread of the toxin. Within 2 hours, Mo Xianer is surely doomed." At this, everyone gasped in shock. Could it truly be? The demon river was visibly moved. "Xiao Divine Doctor, is the washing marrow pill truly effective? It is known that his father, upon being afflicted by this poison, also believed in the efficacy of the washing marrow pill. He ingested it, only to have the medicinal properties exacerbate the spread of the toxin, leading him to ultimately self-destruct in a bid to perish alongside the 2 clan leaders. Now, witnessing Xiao Feng employ the same method, he was genuinely apprehensive. The little demon elephant interjected, "Do not disturb Xiao Feng, if he dares to act. It is a testament to the righteousness of his choice. There is no way this will jeopardize Mo Xianer's life." The demon monkey king assured that he held great trust in Xiao Feng. The swallowing heaven magic cauldron. As the medicinal power began to take effect and cleanse the toxins, Xiao Feng hastily activated the cauldron, pressing his palms against Mo Xianer's snow-white peaks, an infinite absorbing force coursing into her body. "You shameless wretch!" Mo Xianer glared furiously, appalled that Xiao Feng would take advantage of the situation under the pretext of healing her, and in such a public setting. At that moment, she felt a desperate urge to strike him, yet Xiao Feng, with a serious expression, warned, "If you wish to live, do not move." His words instantly immobilized Mo Xianer, leaving her frozen in place. However, Mo Linger fumed silently, stamping her foot in frustration. "What are you angry about?" The demon monkey king noticed her irritation. He actually... What has he done?" The demon monkey king chuckled. "Is it not merely healing? Life and death hang in the balance. Do you wish to witness your 7th sister perish?" Mo Linger found herself at a loss for words. She wished for neither Mo Xianer's demise nor to see Xiao Feng's unscrupulous behavior. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng remained unfazed, his sole focus on expelling the toxins, with no other thoughts clouding his mind. Under the scrutiny of the eye of Shumi, the effects of the cleansing essence pill and the absorbing force worked in tandem. Each time the medicinal power expelled a trace of toxin, the absorbing force swiftly consumed it, preventing any further spread. Thus, this continued for the duration of an incense stick. Xiao Feng withdrew his palms, yet within his palm lingered a thick, swirling mass of black mist. This was the toxin from the 3-day death powder. Before long, a rosy hue returned to Mo Xian'er's face as she suddenly turned over and glared at the onlookers, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck out your eyes." Yet, the crowd continued to gaze at her, their expressions filled with disbelief. It is essential to note that the 3-day death powder, a lethal concoction capable of annihilating even those in the Nirvana realm, had fallen into Xiao Feng's hands, and within the span of a mere incense stick, Mo Xian'er had regained her vitality. At this moment, Qi Wang, Huang Ping, Hong Yunlao Gue, Bai Wu Shuang, Qingxian Tian, and others were all struck with astonishment. How could he have deciphered the 3-day death powder? No, it was inconceivable. He could not possibly eradicate the toxins of the 3-day death powder. Qi Ling Tian stared in bewilderment, shaking his head vigorously, as if he believed he were caught in a dream. Qi Xieshan also felt a sense of incredulity. Although the 3-day death powder was developed by his Qi Yan Shenma clan, they possessed no antidote. Nothing was impossible. Xiao Feng smiled and spread his hands, dark energy swirling around him, and remarked, "Such trivial poison can be resolved by a mere mountain doctor. How foolish of your Qi Yan Shenma clan to hold it in such high regard. Do you wish to amuse me? I have long asserted your short-sightedness. Only when I intervene do you realize your own inadequacy. Does your face burn with shame?" At that moment, Qi Ling Tian's face truly felt like it was on fire. The influx of scornful gazes directed at him only served to amplify his ire, leaving him utterly speechless. Upon witnessing the dark energy, Qi Xieshan's eyes shone with a golden light. This wretch had actually forced out the poison. How had he accomplished such a feat? A firefly is but a firefly. How can it compete with the radiance of the sun and moon? With a disdainful smile, Xiao Feng suddenly summoned the vibrant flame of 5 colors from his palm. The sizzling sound echoed as the dark mist swiftly evaporated, vanishing like a mere wisp of gas. "I am truly unharmed." Mo Xian'er stood in a daze for a prolonged moment, her voice filled with astonishment. At this moment, she could deeply sense the blood coursing through her veins, devoid of any stagnation, flowing rapidly to nourish her heart. Instantly, her gaze towards Xiao Feng softened, imbued with newfound affection, or perhaps admiration. Suddenly, the demon Monkey King transformed into a flash of light, dashing onto the battle platform and sending one opponent flying. The grand heavenly sea divine gates slowly opened, radiating blinding golden light, akin to unfurling a magnificent landscape painting. "Have the quotas been filled?" Xiao Feng inquired in astonishment. He then waved his hand, causing his robe sleeves to swell, enveloping Li Tingting in a dazzling array of colors before ushering her into the 5 prisons demon vessel. After all, Li Tingting was merely at the pinnacle of the Void stage, and with her pregnancy, she could not participate in the battle. Otherwise, any mishap could lead to the blood dragon's inconsolable grief. "The divine gate has opened." The crowd gasped in excitement. "Can we enter now? Let us go." Instantly, those eliminated martial practitioners soared into the air, eager to pass through the divine gate. A deafening roar of 99 golden lightning bolts cascaded down on the battle platform. Some martial practitioners who had secured their quotas sneered. They dared not venture into the divine gate, while these less capable individuals foolishly attempted to enter, underestimating the might of the sea god. If they perished now, it would be their just deserts. Suddenly, the divine gate erupted, unleashing over 10,000 streams of light that descended upon designated individuals below. Xiao Feng too received a stream of light, revealing a talisman inscribed with the words, "7th Dragon Palace." The blood dragon departed from the battleground, soaring through the air, and appeared before Xiao Feng. "Master, what does the talisman in your hand say?" "In the 7th Dragon Palace." Xiao Feng was at a loss and replied, "What about yours?" "Mine is the 6th. The blood dragon glanced at the talisman in its hand, then turned to bellow at the Monkey King, "Brother Monkey, what does your talisman say?" The Monkey King transformed into a streak of light, arriving in an instant. What are you all discussing? It seems quite lively. The demon crown envoy approached with Mo Linger. Xiao Feng smiled and asked, Your Highness, what do the characters on this talisman signify? I know this. Mo Linger sprang from behind the demon crown envoy, entwining her arm around Xiao Feng's. The Han Hai secret realm is divided into 9 dragon palaces. Each palace is isolated from the others, and only when the time limit is reached will powerful individuals be gathered in the Sea God Palace for a contest. The top 100 will earn the right to enter the Sea God Palace. Of course, to unlock the Sea God Palace, it relies on you. For the authority to open the jade rests in your hands. Ah, I see. Xiao Feng exclaimed, enlightenment washing over him. Linger, which dragon palace are you in? I am in the 6th dragon palace, alongside my brother. Fengge, are you also in the 6th dragon palace? Mo Linger blinked her beautiful eyes. I am in the 7th dragon palace. Xiao Feng spread his hands and said, Blood Dragon, you are also in the 6th dragon palace, right? You must ensure the safety of Linger and His Highness, understood? Not a problem. The Blood Dragon thumped its chest, declaring that as long as the 6th dragon palace was free from Bai Wushuang and Qing Shantian, it feared no one. Naturally, safeguarding both individuals would be a simple task. At this moment, Mo Xiener's expression grew somewhat intricate. She glanced at the talisman in her hand, inscribed with the words 7th Dragon Palace, and inwardly mused. How could I possibly share the same space as this lecherous fiend? However, upon further reflection, a peculiar blush crept onto her delicate features. It seemed that being in his company afforded her a sense of security. Oh dear, Mo Xiener, what are you thinking? You have yet to avenge your grievances, and now you find yourself developing feelings for this rascal? She chided herself, akin to a lovesick fawn, her heart racing tumultuously as if Xiao Feng had reached into her very soul. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Shima, the Silver Rhinoceros, and the Loose Cultivators, discussions erupted in a cacophony. Most were engaged in speculation about who was in which dragon palace, preparing to band together for warmth. Everyone, please calm down, commanded Qi Xieshen, ascending into the air with a resonant voice that silenced the crowd in confusion. What trickery was this? Feeling a flutter of unease, Mo Jianghe transmitted a warning to Xiao Feng. Be cautious once you enter the secret realm. Qi Xieshen's words likely aim to target you. Xiao Feng nodded, his starry eyes locking onto Qi Xieshen, a bloodthirsty smile curving his lips. Target me, you say? Humph, should you dare, I shall not hesitate to strike back. In the vast expanse of the secret realm, I will decimate your Qi Yan Shima clan's prodigies with my blade, leaving no trace behind. Isn't Qi Ling Tian rather arrogant? I shall make him my first target. As the thoughts settled, the scene fell into a hush, only to be interrupted by the commanding voice of the Crimson Evil God. Esteemed guests, the vast sea secret realm is fraught with peril, and this wretch, Xiao Feng, is a notorious killer, having slaughtered my 3 sons, akin to a fiend. Whoever can bring me his head shall be rewarded with 100,000 pearls, 5 volumes of sacred combat techniques, 3 mid-grade imperial weapons, and 10 stunning beauties. Upon these words, the world trembled, akin to a pot boiling over, as excitement erupted across the realm. Who could resist such temptation? Instantly, numerous covetous gazes converged upon Xiao Feng, brimming with fervor and laced with murderous intent, as if he were a mountain of gold, irresistible to all. Some wielders could barely keep their weapons steady, trembling as if the very blood of Xiao Feng were the most delectable delicacy in existence. One must remember, that was a bounty of 100,000 pearls. Even a fool could be nurtured into a formidable being. Furthermore, the 5 sacred combat techniques, 3 mid-grade imperial weapons, and 10 exquisite beauties. Any one of these offerings was a treasure that martial cultivators would fervently pursue. To obtain such riches, one must claim Xiao Feng's head. Though the task appeared daunting, it was not insurmountable. After all, among them were many concealing their true prowess, including several at the 8th and 9th levels of transformation. With the right opportunities within the secret realm, they could elevate their strength further, and then choose to encircle him with overwhelming numbers, laying a trap from which even the formidable Xiao Feng could not escape. In summary, for the promise of treasure, nearly 90% of the martial cultivators opted to risk it all, taking it upon themselves to slay Xiao Feng. As for Xiao Feng, his gaze remained calm, filled with disdain, yet his hands were clenched like solid rock. To dare to provoke him was to invite death. He was eager to see just how many fools within the secret realm were foolish enough to challenge him. The Red Evil God executed this move with unparalleled finesse. The 7 fiends of heaven exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. Having received favors from Xiao Feng, they would not turn against him, though they were somewhat irate. Chapter 60, reduced to a target for assassination. The Weapon King sneered, "What business is it of ours? This brat is arrogant and contemptuous. It is only fitting that someone teach him a lesson." He then turned to Huang Ping, warning, "Ping-er, I know your relationship with Xiao Feng is amicable. But remember this, his life or death is not your concern, otherwise, I will never allow Shaner to marry you." Thus, he found himself constrained by the Weapon King. However, if it came to the extreme of ordering him to kill Xiao Feng, he would never comply. Yet, should Xiao Feng seek to eliminate the Weapon King, he could not remain passive. In his heart, both individuals held equal importance. Should he abandon the Yishan, perhaps the Weapon King's status would pale in comparison to that of Xiao Feng. What grand ambitions! My hands are itching with anticipation. Bai Wushuang rubbed his hands together and remarked, "I just wonder if this brat is in the 7th Dragon Palace. If so, I shall surely claim his head." How infuriating! The demon Jianghe spoke coldly, "As I suspected. Brother Feng, you must be extremely cautious." Mo Linger tightly grasped Xiao Feng's hands, her delicate face filled with concern. The demon crown and several clan elders shared the same expression, and even Mo Xiener felt a pang in her heart. She too was stirred with the urge to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Feng in battle. On the other side, the Red Cloud Old Demon and his companions exchanged glances. Someone spoke up, inquiring whether they should take action and seize him. After all, this was a treasure trove of 100,000 pearls, 5 supreme-grade combat techniques, 3 mid-grade imperial artifacts, and 10 exquisite beauties. I must admit, I am rather tempted. I never anticipated that the head of Xiao Feng would hold such value. The Red Cloud Old Demon hesitated for a moment, contemplating the situation. This young man is formidable. We must be cautious not to gamble with our lives, especially since we remain unaware of his whereabouts within the secret realm. Previously, I heard he was in the 7th Dragon Palace, just like us. Bai Wushuang is also in the 7th Dragon Palace. If we join forces with Bai Wushuang, eliminating him should pose no issue. At that point, we can split the treasures, whether evenly or in a 60-40 ratio. Behind the Red Cloud Old Demon, 12 experts voiced their concerns, cautioning against impulsiveness. Based on my years of experience, this young man is truly exceptional. Being able to crush Qi Lingfang with a mere step indicates he harbors hidden strength. I have a nagging suspicion that even Bai Wushuang may not be able to defeat him. The expression of the Red Cloud Old Demon turned slightly cold. Torn between the decision to eliminate Xiao Feng, which had become a matter of indecision. Enough of this dawdling. The divine gate has opened, hurry inside. Qi Xieshan proclaimed imperiously, his voice resounding through the air. But remember, the key to slaying Xiao Feng lies in his head, the treasures are yours for the taking. The entire floating island trembled violently. Qi Ling Tian soared into the sky, charging towards the divine gate. Swiftly, the talented members of the Scarlet Flame Horse clan followed closely behind, resembling a streak of light. Apart from this group, the others remained still, their eyes filled with fierce intent, continuously scanning Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng shrugged, a glimmer of bloodlust flickering in his eyes. It seems that once again, I have become the coveted prize in the eyes of others. However, if you wish to slay me in pursuit of the benefits promised by the Crimson Evil God, you must prepare for a fate worse than death. The martial cultivators roared in unison, and then, like human-shaped dragons, they soared against the sky. With a thunderous explosion, the massive rock beneath Qingshan Tian shattered, propelling him through the air, straight towards the divine gate. Bai Wushuang closely followed, shouting, Qingshan Tian. In the vast sea secret realm, we shall settle our fates. Do you dare? Let us see if you can survive until then, you defeated foe. A chuckle escaped Mo Jianghe. If Qi Ling Tian is still alive, how could my son-in-law possibly perish? Well then, let us wait and see. With that, Qi evil god provocatively dismissed Mo Jianghe. At that moment, four figures streaked across the sky from the vast sea, racing toward the floating island with astonishing speed. Who are these newcomers? Their auras revealed two at the 9th transformation of creation, one at the half-step nirvana, and one at the first transformation of nirvana, compelling everyone from the 3 major beast clans to be on high alert. I am Wan Chonghai, the military marquis of Hangzhou. I am the master of the poison refining sect, the elder of poison refinement from the Xuanwu Empire. I am Yuan Tiandu from the Yuan clan of the Chaos Demon Sea. I am Chao Shiren from the Sima clan of the Chaos Demon Sea. May I inquire how you all arrived here and what has transpired? Hearing this inquiry, Mo Jianghe, Qi evil god, and Zi Tianhao were all left in confusion. After a brief silence, Qi evil god replied, nothing of significance has occurred, merely the opening of the vast sea secret realm. The divine gate is about to close. And you have arrived too late. In the realm of the vast ocean's mysteries, the 4 individuals were taken aback, for they had indeed heard whispers of such tales. Yet their interest remained tepid. After a brief pause, Wan Chonghai addressed the red evil god, inquiring, might I ask, esteemed one, if you are acquainted with a certain individual named Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng? A collective gasp echoed through the assembly, as the visage of a figure clad in azure robes materialized in their minds. The red evil god furrowed his brow and replied, I am familiar with him. What is your connection to Xiao Feng? His query stemmed from a fear that these 4 might be allies of that rogue. That scoundrel has slain my junior brother, my disciple, and countless members of the Yuan and Sima clans. We harbor an unyielding vendetta against him. Pray, inform us of Xiao Feng's whereabouts. They roared in unison, their boundless fury enveloping the heavens above. Seeking death, the formidable Mo Jianghe rose, exuding a terrifying aura of elemental chaos, which coalesced into a colossal hand aimed directly at the 4. Oh no! The sight sent shivers down their spines, such overwhelming power was beyond their capacity to withstand. Yet, retreat was not an option, and they prepared to counter. Mo Jianghe, what are you doing? Is this how you treat your guests? The red evil god thundered in reproach. Zi Tianhao, assist me in stopping him. Understood. The 2 soared through the sky, one wielding a blade and the other a sword, slicing through the air with synchronized precision. 2 terrifying torrents of weaponry surged forth, shattering the void as they traversed 100 miles, aimed directly at Mo Jianghe. Infuriating. Mo Jianghe pivoted, unleashing a palm strike that effortlessly tore through the oncoming waves of blade and sword, casting forth a tempest of energy that erupted in a chaotic dispersal. As the river of magic surged, just as he was about to strike and eliminate the 4, the red evil god suddenly declared, I shall not conceal the truth from you 4, I am sworn enemies with Xiao Feng, who has now entered the divine gate. You must pursue him swiftly. What? He has entered the secret realm of the vast sea. Let us go. The 4 exchanged glances, and without further ado, they plunged into the divine gate. Strangely, the divine gate permitted their entry. By the heavens! They have entered? Is the divine gate malfunctioning? Damn it! Dr. Xiao is in peril! The 3 beast tribe members debated among themselves, with some expressing joy while others were filled with anxiety. The red evil god, suspended in the void of the magic river, was poised to confront the 2. The divine gate trembled violently, unleashing a sharp beam of golden light that sliced downwards. In an instant, it seemed as if the heavens and earth had been cleaved open, revealing a profound abyss. At that moment, everyone involuntarily gasped in astonishment. The might of the sea god was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, the magic river did not encroach upon the sea god's limits, otherwise it would have been rent asunder like the heavens and earth. What now? The red evil god locked eyes with the magic river. Will you still make a move? Zi Tianhao interjected, this is a private vendetta, it has nothing to do with you. Today, I have witnessed the foolishness of meddling in others' affairs. The magic river felt a wave of frustration. He had initially intended to rid Xiao Feng of those four scourges. However, the red evil god and Zi Tianhao were utterly shameless. Most infuriating of all was the sea god, who blatantly disregarded the rules and allowed the four to enter, evidently intent on eliminating Xiao Feng. If that were truly the case, then why had he previously saved Xiao Feng from the clutches of the red evil god? The intentions of this sea god remained utterly incomprehensible. Now, he could only pray for Xiao Feng, hoping he could navigate the treacherous depths of the Hanghai secret realm and emerge alive. Upon entering the divine gate, Xiao Feng felt the surroundings twisting, writhing, and compressing, as if his very soul were soaring into the heavens, weightless like a feather. It seemed as though he had lost dominion over his own body. This sensation was most unpleasant. Fortunately, this disconcerting experience lasted merely a fleeting moment before dissipating. Suddenly, a dazzling array of colors unfolded before him. Just as Xiao Feng intended to step forward, an immense repulsive force propelled him backward. Cursed be it! Swiftly, he summoned his agility, executing a deft maneuver that countered the force and transported him into a peculiar realm, where vibrant liquids surrounded him, allowing him to swim through it like a fish, experiencing an unparalleled comfort. As he opened his eyes and gazed into the distance, he was struck with astonishment. An underwater dragon palace? Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Before him, the enchanting scenery revealed whimsical little fish frolicking amidst brilliant coral reefs, delightful shells, starfish, jellyfish, and an array of colorful seaweeds and rocks, all dancing gracefully with the ebb and flow of the waves, creating a breathtaking tableau. Most astonishing of all, 10 miles ahead lay an underwater forest, teeming with extraordinary flora. Towering ancient trees, their lush canopies shimmering with resplendent hues. It was as if this realm constituted a miniature underwater world, where everything found on the surface existed here as well. The only distinction was that everything surrounded him was liquid, yet he felt no current's presence. And his breathing was effortless, devoid of any discomfort from choking on water. I am among the first to arrive. I shall venture into the forest to see if I can uncover any treasures. With determination, Xiao Feng took his steps, swiftly navigating past a towering rock formation. Suddenly, a ripple surged above him, fierce and chaotic, indicating that numerous individuals were about to tumble down from above. Has the pursuit commenced so swiftly? A shiver ran through Xiao Feng, yet he felt no fear as he concealed himself behind the rock. Indeed, as anticipated, around 17 or 18 figures emerged in rapid succession. However, fortune was not on their side. As they appeared, they lost their balance and crashed against the rock.